The department beauty, Liu Ruyan, broke up with me in front of the whole school. To save face, I bragged. My ex-girlfriend just came looking for me. Did your ex-boyfriend come looking for you too? Liu Ruyan's expression instantly turned awkward and aggrieved. My breaking up with you has nothing to do with your ex-girlfriend. Besides, could your ex-girlfriend possibly be prettier than me? Would I really need to find excuses? For a girl who is not even as good as me. Lin Chen. Right at this moment, a gentle voice sounded behind me. Immediately after, a beautiful figure threw herself into my arms. Oh my God, is not this Ye Wenxin, the school beauty who took a leave of absence for over a year? What is going on here? Could the ex-girlfriend Lin Chen mentioned be the school beauty? My goodness, someone tell me I am dreaming. Senior Wenxin actually has a boyfriend. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Liu Ruyan looked at Ye Wenxin, whom she had not seen for over a year, who had grown even more beautiful. She felt a burning sting on her own face. At this moment, I was completely dumbfounded. See, Senior Yi, what do you need me for? Having a beauty willingly throw herself into my arms. The feeling of holding someone so soft and fragrant was indeed fantastic. However, I was not captivated by it. I was incredibly confused by Ye Wenxin's actions. Ye Wenxin and I could only be considered acquaintances, right? We definitely were not close enough for this kind of intimacy. If Ye Wenxin had not called out my name before diving into my arms, I would genuinely think she had mistaken me for someone else. Ye Wenxin spoke up with a trembling voice. I was wrong. I should not have tried to raise the babies all by myself. The babies cannot grow up without their father's company. The babies can't lack a father's love. Holy crap, does he have to be this ruthless? He actually made Senior Yi have his babies. I am so jealous of Lin Chen. He just broke up with Liu Ruyan. And our incredibly beautiful senior comes knocking with kids. My first reaction in my heart was, are people looking for a stepdad this directly nowadays? Senior, did you get the wrong person? I did not believe half of what Ye Wenxin said. My relationship with her was not even considered familiar, let alone us having any kind of intimate relationship. Lin Chen, the school gala a year ago. These are the photos from the hotel that night. Ye Wenxin took out her phone and opened the gallery. Ain was a photo of me and Ye Wenxin together. I was asleep with my eyes closed at the time. It seemed to explain everything. I could not help but take a few more glances at another photo. What was this? A piece of cloth with bloodstains on it. It looked somewhat familiar, like I had seen it somewhere before. My brain buzzed. I remembered waking up in the hotel back then, and indeed finding a huge hole torn in the hotel bedsheets. Originally, I thought it was a mistake by the hotel. Looking at it now, it turned out Ye Wenxin had kept her evidence. I remembered getting blackout drunk that night. As for what happened afterward, it was crystal clear now. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded. Detected that the mother of the children has brought the babies to find the host. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the family system. The host now has two choices. Own, choose to accept your babies and receive a system reward of 50,000 yuan. 2. Choose to abandon your babies and receive a grand gift package. Faced with the evidence presented by Ye Wenxin, I was basically certain about what happened that night. Now, hearing the voice in my head, the last bit of doubt vanished into thin air. It was a no-brainer to choose option ON. I did not expect that I would actually take such a massive leap forward all at once. Becoming a father in my junior year of college. Wenxin, where are the babies? Having confirmed the existence of the babies, my way of addressing Ye Wenxin automatically changed. It is not convenient to bring the babies into the school. My friend is watching them for me at home. Lin Chen, you are just accepting this. Ye Wenxin did not expect that I could accept the babies in such a short amount of time. She had originally prepared herself to be rejected by me.
Wenxin, take me to see the babies.
The babies should be almost a year old by now, right? As their father, I have not even seen them yet. My heart was now entirely filled with the babies. As for the system's rewards and whatnot, they could step aside for now. Those were my own flesh and blood. I was so excited that I wished I could see my babies right this second. Ye Wenxin looked astonished. Lin Chen, how do you know there is more than one baby? Hearing me say babies in plural, Ye Wenxin was very surprised. She remembered clearly that from start to finish she had only mentioned baby. She had not added a plural suffix. How did he know she had not given birth to just own baby? Of course, I know my own capabilities. I gave Ye Wenxin an ambiguous reply, successfully making her pretty face blush bright red. Wenxin, you still have not told me if they are boys or girls. Ye Wenxin looked at me, blushing. They are 2 girls. 2 baby girls. Does not that mean I have 2 little princesses? That is awesome. Wenxin, let us go home and see the babies right now. Hearing that they were 2 girls, I excitedly grabbed Ye Wenxin's hand and ran straight toward the school gates. Senior Yi actually gave birth to twins. Lin Chen's combat power is unmatched. No wonder he could win over our goddess. What did Liu Ruyan just say? That Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend was not as pretty as her. Blind narcissism really is a sickness. I bet Liu Ruyan knew about Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend and deliberately broke up with him first, right? Poor Liu Ruyan, compared to the school beauty Ye Wenxin, she just gets instantly crushed. Liu Ruyan watched helplessly as I left the school with Ye Wenxin. Listening to the surrounding students' discussions, Liu Ruyan had the urge to smash her head against a wall. Originally, she was the one who dumped me. Now, it seemed like she was the one who got dumped. In Liu Ruyan's heart, besides feeling wronged, there was only bitter resentment. Inside the taxi, my phone beeped with a text message. Taking out my phone and seeing the notification for the 50,000 yuan bank deposit, I finally remembered that I was now someone with a system. Tonight was truly amazing. I suddenly had 2 daughters and a fairy-like mother for my children. Now, adding this family system, I knew I was solidly on the path to becoming a winner in life. Wenxin, have you been raising the babies all by yourself for over a year? Doing the math, subtracting the 10 months of pregnancy, my babies should be almost a year old. They all say women have it the hardest during pregnancy. Not to mention, Ye Wenxin was carrying twins. Thinking of this, I subconsciously held Ye Wenxin's hand. It is okay. My friend has been helping take care of me. Even though we already had kids together, with such intimate contact, Ye Wenxin was still a bit nervous. Ye Wenxin seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who willingly threw herself into my arms at school. Was not holding hands just a piece of cake compared to that? From now on, I will take care of you and the babies. I originally wanted to ask Ye Wenxin why she ran away while pregnant, but thinking about how I did not even remember what happened that night, what right did I have to ask her about that? Lin Chen. Ye Wenxin choked up slightly at my words. If it were not for the fact that the babies had recently started talking, and without anyone teaching them, constantly mumbled Papa, Papa, Ye Wenxin would not have been able to make up her mind to come find me. Firstly, what happened over a year ago was too sudden. For Ye Wenxin, she had 0 preparation. You have to know, before that night, Ye Wenxin had not even been in a relationship. Waking up from her drunken stupor, being able to think of keeping a piece of evidence, was already incredibly hard for her. Wanting Ye Wenxin to stay and wait for me to wake up, she just did not have that much courage. Secondly, after discovering she was pregnant later on, Ye Wenxin had even less courage to stay at school. Attending classes with a big belly, Ye Wenxin did not have that kind of audacity. Panicked and completely lost back then. The only thing she could think of was running away with the babies. Have you picked out names for the babies? Not wanting to see Ye Wenxin looking so sad, I changed the subject. They do not have official names yet. The older Owen's nickname is Xinxin, and the younger Owen's is Niannian. I asked a few more things about the babies. The taxi stopped at a certain residential compound. I paid the fare and got out of the car with Ye Wenxin. She led me to stop in front of room 103, Unit 2, Building 6. Ye Wenxin looked a bit embarrassed. Lin Chen, this is it. It is the place I rented. I did not dare tell my family about having babies, nor did I dare ask them for too much money. Afraid that my mom and dad would get suspicious. This place is a bit shabby. Ye Wenxin meant that she hoped I would not mind. Looking at her with her head bowed, acting like a child who had done something wrong. My heart ached. This was supposed to be something we faced together. But Ye Wenxin had fought this battle alone for over a year. How could I possibly mind anything? You have already done incredibly well. Leave everything from now on to me. I rubbed Ye Wenxin's hair. It felt surprisingly soft. Ye Wenxin had not expected me to make such an intimate gesture, and froze for a moment. Are you guys coming in or not? Do you want to stand outside chatting until dawn? Not giving us any more time to be sentimental. The apartment door opened from the inside. A girl about the same age as Ye Wenxin, holding a toddler in each hand, stood at the door. Papa, the two babies, who had just learned to walk, yelled excitedly upon seeing me. These are my daughters. As I spoke, I quickly crouched down. The two babies were seeing me for the very first time, yet they immediately called me Papa. I realized that the bond of blood was truly miraculous. If I had known that for the past few days these two babies called everyone they saw Papa, I probably would not have felt so deeply moved. Babies who are just learning to speak are all like this. Whatever they mumble, it is just those same few words to whoever they see. Congratulations to the host and the babies for completing their first meeting. Obtained reward: a 3-bedroom apartment in Crescent Bay. The property deed will be delivered to the host via courier. Before I could even recover from the excitement of my two daughters calling me Papa, the system presented another grand gift. So you are Lin Chen. Watching me scoop up the twin babies, own in each arm. The woman who opened the door blocked my way inside. It was obvious she was angry with me. You, if you have something to say, let Lin Chen inside first. Knowing her good friend was feeling indignant on her behalf, Ye Wenxin helplessly tugged at the girl. This angry-looking girl was Ye Wenxin's best friend, Zhang Mingyue. Zhang Mingyue had accompanied Ye Wenxin all the way to this point. She naturally saw how much suffering Ye Wenxin had endured. Looking at me, who was instantly promoted to a father the moment I walked in, Zhang Mingyue felt I was getting off way too easy. Lin Chen only found out about the babies today too. You really can't blame him. Ye Wenxin was a bit helpless. She had slipped away secretly that night. She knew that given my state back then, I definitely would not remember what I had done. As for the babies, there was even less of a way for me to know. Seeing her best friend's troubled expression, Zhang Mingyue knew in her heart that what Wenxin said was the truth. It was just that she could not swallow her anger. Seeing Wenxin shoulder so much all by herself, while I became a father so effortlessly, Zhang Mingyue curled her lip and stepped aside. Thank you. I did not say this just because Zhang Mingyue made way for me. What I wanted to thank her for was that she had always stayed by Ye Wenxin's side, helping her through such a difficult time. Though she knew she really could not blame me, Zhang Mingyue did not soften her expression in the slightest. Papa. The two little babies had no idea about the affairs of adults. Even though it was their first meeting, the two babies were not strangers at all. Reaching out their chubby little hands, one baby grabbed my ear, and the other rubbed my cheek. I spoke with a gentle expression. Wenxin, which on is the older on and which on is the younger on? Looking at the two identical little faces in my arms, I admitted I was completely confused. The Owen in your left arm is the older Owen. The outer corners of the older Owen's eyes tilt up slightly more than the younger Owen's. Of course, it is not very obvious. As their biological mother, Ye Wenxin naturally knew how to tell them apart, even if it was just some subtle differences. Ye Wenxin was very clear about it. You are the older Owen, Xinxin. You are the younger Owen, Niannian. Let Daddy get a good look at our Xinxin and Niannian. You truly are the most beautiful little princesses in the world. In the past, when I scrolled through short videos and saw those guys calling themselves daughter slaves, I would always scoff at them. Now that it was my turn, I realized that this title of a doting father was Owen I was more than willing to wear. Papa. Hearing me call her name, the older baby, Xinxin, responded excitedly. The younger baby, Niannian, hearing her sister call for Papa, also shouted, not wanting to be left behind. Dada. Papa is right here. From now on, Papa will stay with our Xinxin and Niannian every single day, okay? Even though I knew the babies could not understand what I was saying yet, I still spoke from the bottom of my heart. Hearing my words, Ye Wenxin's eyes immediately grew moist, turning around secretly to wipe her eyes. Ye Wenxin knew her decision today was the right on. Want to stay with our Xinxin and Niannian every day. It is a pity our temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Although she let me in, Zhang Mingyue's hostility towards me had not completely disappeared yet. This two-bedroom apartment was rented by Ye Wenxin. Not to mention the poor conditions, there were only 2 rooms, own large and own small. Even though Ye Wenxin had already given birth to twin daughters for Lin Chen, their relationship had not reached that stage yet. When it came to her best friend's major life events, Jiang Mingyue's stance was definitely very firm. Right at this awkward moment, my phone suddenly rang. Just now, I received a call from the courier. So I hurriedly ran outside the door. I had not bought any packages these past few days. The only possibility was the property deed and stuff the system just mentioned. Thinking of this possibility, my footsteps as I walked out became much lighter. Mingyue, do not be so antagonistic towards Lin Chen. It was me who did not tell him about the baby's existence before. You really can't blame him. Besides, I can tell that he genuinely likes the babies. Xinxin and Niannian also need their father's company. Having a best friend who cared so much about her was indeed a great fortune in life. But thinking about Jiang Mingyue's stubborn temper, Ye Wenxin felt a bit overwhelmed and helpless. She did not know how long it would take for Mingyue to stop targeting Lin Chen. She guessed she would have to wait at least until Lin Chen graduated from college and could shoulder the baby's living expenses, right? Lin Chen is becoming a father way too easily. Let us not even mention how you got by all by yourself for over a year. Just look at the environment you and the babies are living in now. I do not think that Lin Chen is all that great. If he can't afford to buy a house, fine. But he should at least rent a decent place for the 3 of you first, right? And look at this Lin Chen. He answered a call and walked out without saying a single word. Wenxin, you do not think he got scared of taking responsibility and ran off, do you? Jiang Mingyue kept saying she did not want me to become a father so easily. But when she thought I might have been frightened by the hardships and just ran away, she still could not help but glance toward the door a few times. If Lin Chen was really that irresponsible, Jiang Mingyue would be the first one to not let me off the hook. He would not, Mingyue. I can tell that he really likes the babies. Even if Lin Chen does not like me, he would not abandon the babies. Knock, knock. Considering there were only 2 girls and the babies in the house, I had closed the door behind me when I went out. Without a key to the apartment, I could only knock. Hearing the knock, Jiang Mingyue's expression clearly relaxed. If it was because of her that the baby's father got scared away, Jiang Mingyue would have felt guilty. Ye Wenxin looked at her best friend's expression and smiled faintly. Holding the older baby in her arms, she opened the door for me. Papa, Papa. As soon as the older baby saw me at the door, she immediately stretched out her chubby little hands, asking for a hug. When a daughter asks for a hug, I definitely would not refuse. Shifting my satchel to my back, I took the older baby from Ye Wenxin's arms. The reward from the system was already in my bag. However, I did not want to take it out just yet. After all, Ye Wenxin coming to find me today was a sudden event. If I carried a property deed around with me, that would seem extremely strange. I decided to wait until tomorrow, when I would take Ye Wenxin to see the new house, and incidentally see what furniture and things were needed for it. The younger baby squirmed in Jiang Mingyue's arms, her little hands reaching hard in my direction. If Jiang Mingyue had not held on tight, the younger baby probably would have fallen to the floor. You really forget your godmother once you have your papa. Jiang Mingyue pretended to be angry and stuffed the younger baby into my arms. Seeing that I did not run away, Jiang Mingyue felt a tiny sliver of goodwill towards me. I looked around the living room. The only piece of furniture was a single sofa. Wenxin, this place you and the babies are living in right now, the environment is indeed a bit poor. Well, right now I am taking care of the babies, so I can't go out to work either. Once the babies are old enough for daycare, I can work and take care of them at the same time. When I have an income then, I can provide a better environment for the babies. Ye Wenxin lowered her head, her hands nervously clasped together. Hearing my words, she automatically assumed that I was criticizing her for not creating a good living environment for the babies. Yet, even just renting this 2-bedroom apartment was all thanks to Jiang Mingyue's help. Ye Wenxin's family still thought she was attending school. Apart from her regular living expenses, she did not dare ask her family for a single extra penny. Moreover, because she was keeping her pregnancy and the babies a secret from her family. Ye Wenxin had not been home for over a year. Lin Chen, you are the baby's father. How can you push all the blame onto Wenxin? That tiny sliver of goodwill she just had was thrown away again by Jiang Mingyue. Due to Ye Wenxin's misunderstanding. Wenxin, I did not mean it that way. I smiled helplessly, realizing that sometimes women's thinking is just different from men's. It is like this: at Crescent Bay, I have a 3-bedroom apartment that is fully furnished. I think it would be more suitable for you and the babies to live there. It was not convenient to take out the property deed right now, but I could still share the information about the house. Crescent Bay. That is the most high-end residential area in Jiang City. Lin Chen, are you sure you have a house in Crescent Bay? Jiang Mingyue looked me up and down. Did not Wenxin say that Lin Chen was just a junior in college? How could he possibly have a house in Crescent Bay, and a 3-bedroom own at that? Let alone that kind of high-end neighborhood, even a normal own. As a college student, Jiang Mingyue did not think I could own on. Of course, I already have the property deed. Wenxin, I will bring the property deed to you tomorrow. What the system just couriered to me was not just a property deed, but also important things like the keys. Okay. Ye Wenxin believed my words from the bottom of her heart. Lin Chen, this house was not bought for you by your family, was it? Ye Wenxin did not plan on asking clearly, but Jiang Mingyue naturally had to stand up for her friend. What if Lin Chen's family had other plans for this house? If Wenxin and the babies moved in and ended up being wronged, what then? No, I started trading stocks during my freshman year. I earned this house myself. To dispel Jiang Mingyue's worries, I also wanted the mother of my babies to live there with peace of mind. Oh my, trading stocks. Lin Chen, I could not tell you were quite capable. This compliment from Jiang Mingyue was sincere. The market value of a 3-bedroom apartment in Crescent Bay had to be at least 5 million. For a college junior to handle that all on his own. Jiang Mingyue felt that from now on, Wenxin and the babies would have someone to rely on for their living. I just got lucky, I replied modestly, without a hint of smugness on my face. Then it is settled. Tomorrow I will come watch Xinxin and Niannian. And Wenxin, you and Lin Chen go look at the house. Taking the task of babysitting upon herself, this best friend, Jiang Mingyue, was truly solid. Now that the major things were settled, I played with the 2 babies for a while longer. It was not until the babies got tired and fell asleep that I said goodbye to Ye Wenxin and returned to the dorm. Lin Chen, you are finally back. Is what happened today true? Our goddess, the school beauty senior, actually gave birth to babies for you. My college dorm was a standard 4-person room. Because of the massive news during evening self-study today, the other 3 guys in the dorm came straight back after self-study ended. Everyone's goal was very unified. That was to wait for my return to get the first-hand scoop. They had waited eagerly until 10:30 p.m. Yes, Wenxin gave birth to a pair of twins for me. Wenxin had already announced this news at the classroom door during the day. Of course, I had nothing left to hide. Getting 2 baby girls all at once was a massive joyous occasion. Why would I hide it? Oh my god, Lin Chen, I have to dub you my idol. You are way too awesome. Not only did you win over the goddess, but she even gave birth to twins for you. Lin Chen, hurry up and tell us, when did you win her over? How come not a single rumor leaked out? Keeping it this secret, you really do not treat us like brothers. Yeah, I am dying of curiosity too. When the goddess suddenly took a leave of absence back then, I was puzzled for quite a while. Who would have thought it was actually related to you? Lin Chen, if you had a goddess-level girlfriend like Senior Yi, why did you still date Liu Ruyan? Even though Liu Ruyan looks decent, compared to Senior Yi, she falls way short. The other 2 also nodded in deep agreement, showing their approval of Wu Yuli's point. I was stunned for a moment. I myself only found out about my relationship with Ye Wenxin today. It is a long story. I will tell you guys about it when there is a chance. Seeing that I did not want to talk about it, the 3 boys did not press further. After all, at the end of the day, it was my private business. Besides, there was a question that intrigued them even more right now. Lin Chen, are the 2 babies boys or girls? I like girls. If there is a baby girl, Can you let me be the godfather? Me too. Me too. I also want to be a godfather to a baby girl. With the twins the senior gave birth to. There must be a baby girl, right? Looking at my roommates scrambling, I laughed. Both of mine are baby girls. But if all three of you want to be godfathers. I did not finish the sentence, but my meaning was very clear. 3 roommates, but my family only has 2 babies, not enough to go around. 2 baby girls. I want to crown you as the idol of all idols. The 3 of them even started arguing over who gets to be the baby's godfather. After messing around for half the night, I had not slept for long. Before the alarm rang. Today was Saturday, and there were no classes anyway. So naturally I did not need to ask for leave or anything. After a simple wash-up, I took a taxi and arrived at the small apartment Ye Wenxin rented. Knock. Knock. Afraid of waking the babies, my knocking was very light. My light knocking was quickly answered. Ye Wenxin, who opened the door, was wearing pajamas. Lin Chen, why are you here so early? I wanted to see the babies sooner. Not hiding my desire to see my daughters at all, I walked into the living room. This was the first time I saw Ye Wenxin in pajamas. Perhaps to sleep more comfortably. Ye Wenxin's pajamas were quite revealing. Smooth skin coupled with a very fair complexion gave a creamy feeling. Ye Wenxin also did not expect me to come so early. Wearing pajamas, her beautiful curves were displayed right before my eyes. I could not even bear to look away. Seeing Ye Wenxin's shy look, my mood instantly became incredibly wonderful. I thought to myself, how on earth did I manage to fall asleep that time? I will go in and change clothes. With my gaze so intense, it would be weird if Ye Wenxin did not feel it. So, blushing, she quickly escaped into the room. Papa, Papa, a cute, milky voice came from the small room. I knew my little treasure had woken up. I tiptoed into the small room. So our little Xinxin is awake. Differentiating between my twin daughters did not seem too difficult for me. Papa, Papa. As soon as the older baby saw her dad, she called out even more cheerfully. I glanced at the younger baby sleeping soundly in the crib next to her, and immediately picked up the older baby and walked out of the small room. The younger baby had not woken up yet. I could not let the older baby disturb her sweet dreams. Towards the father she only met last night, the older baby was not shy at all. Her 2 chubby little hands directly grabbed my ears. Is the older baby awake? Knowing she could not hide in the room forever, Ye Wenxin changed into a shirt and jeans and walked out. The older baby just woke up. The younger own is still sleeping. The older and younger babies sleep in the small room. Is not it very troublesome for you to take care of them both at night? I originally thought that Wenxin and the babies definitely slept in the same room. This way, if the babies made any noise, Wenxin would know immediately. Now that the babies were sleeping in the small room, Wenxin definitely had to run back and forth between the 2 rooms at night. The older and younger babies are already 10 months old. I am in the process of weaning them. So that is why I let them sleep in the small room. As Ye Wenxin spoke, she unnaturally averted her eyes, discussing the issue of weaning the babies in front of their father. Still made Ye Wenxin very embarrassed. Weaning. Because this topic was mentioned, my eyes involuntarily glanced at a certain key area of Wenxin. I have not even seen the mother of my children feeding them yet. And now they are being weaned. I expressed that my perks ended just like that. At this age, for the older and younger baby, if they keep drinking breast milk, their nutrition won't keep up. Besides, my milk can no longer satisfy their needs. I asked the doctor, and it is okay to wean them now. The more Ye Wenxin spoke, the lower her head dropped. They should be starting on formula now, right? The older baby just woke up and must be hungry. I will go make some formula. Seeing Ye Wenxin's embarrassment, I immediately changed the subject. I will change the older baby's diaper first. Otherwise her little bottom will be uncomfortable. A baby's skin is very delicate and needs to be kept dry. After returning to the dorm last night, I crammed a lot of knowledge about being a novice dad. Making formula and changing diapers were naturally indispensable tasks. Do you know how to change it? Knowing I lacked experience, Ye Wenxin was a bit worried. I am the baby's father. I definitely have to know how to do these things. Since I only had theoretical knowledge, I did not dare to speak too confidently. Ye Wenxin was considered very experienced in this area. So she directed me. Ye Wenxin took a diaper out of the cardboard box next to the sofa. I first pulled out a few wet wipes and wiped the older baby's little bottom. Following the knowledge I learned last night, I quickly and easily got it done. Is this okay? Feeling pretty good about myself, I still asked for the mother's opinion. She had been taking care of the babies for almost a year, after all. I was ready to humbly learn. This is your first time changing a baby's diaper, and it is already very good. Ye Wenxin truly had not expected that I could do it so well, getting praised by the mother of my children. A happy smile appeared on my face. Detected that the host has completed a novice dad task. Successfully changed a baby's diaper for the first time. Obtained reward, 200,000 yuan. As soon as the system's voice faded, my phone's text message notification chimed. I took out my phone and looked at the message, and sure enough, 200,000 yuan had arrived. Looking at the message, I sighed emotionally. I merely changed a diaper for the older baby, and I got a 200,000 yuan reward. Was not this money coming a bit too easily? With this super dad system, raising twin daughters and their mother would be a piece of cake. Wenxin, I am here. Obviously, Jiang Mingyue had a key to the apartment. No need to knock like I did. Jiang Mingyue opened the door herself with the key and walked in. Lin Chen, you are here so early. Jiang Mingyue was visibly stunned for a moment. She probably did not expect me to arrive so early. I missed the babies, so I came over early. Mingyue, look! Lin Chen even changed the older baby's diaper. Ye Wenxin praised me vigorously. She desperately wanted her best friend to change her attitude towards me. For Ye Wenxin, during her most difficult times, it was Mingyue who accompanied her all the way. Ye Wenxin would never forget this friendship for the rest of her life. However, I am the baby's father, and my relationship with Ye Wenxin is naturally self-evident. Ye Wenxin naturally hoped that the two very important people in her future life could get along well. At the very least, there should not be any hostility. You changed it. Jiang Mingyue clearly looked like she did not believe it. She picked up the older baby and checked carefully. Finding nothing to pick on, Jiang Mingyue curled her lip. He is the baby's father. It is only right for him to change diapers. Jiang Mingyue would never admit, even if beaten to death, that my first time changing a diaper was countless times better than what she did back then. Seeing her best friend's cute reaction, Ye Wenxin pursed her lips and smiled. Ye Wenxin and I went out, getting ready to look at the house. We never expected to run into Liu Ruyan on the way. Oh, is not this our senior Yi? Why are you out here eating at street stalls with Lin Chen? A discordant voice broke the warm atmosphere between Ye Wenxin and me. Without needing to look up, I knew. The owner of this voice was my ex-girlfriend, Liu Ruyan. But Ye Wenxin did not have any impression of Liu Ruyan. She naturally heard the sarcasm in Liu Ruyan's words. Searching through her memory, she confirmed that she did not know this girl with a mean-looking face. Ye Wenxin glanced at me. This was probably Lin Chen's romantic debt. Arino. This was probably Lin Chen's romantic debt. Lin Chen, are not you going to introduce us? Seeing that I did not even look up at her, Liu Ruyan was furious inside. Ruyan, is this your senior? Before I could speak, the man beside Liu Ruyan spoke up first. This man was exactly the rich second-generation ex-boyfriend, Jia Qianming, whom Liu Ruyan mentioned when breaking up with me. The moment Ye Wenxin looked up, Jia Qianming could not take his eyes off her. He always thought Liu Ruyan was already very beautiful. But compared to this senior Yi, Jia Qianming instantly felt that Liu Ruyan was just like a morning glory, very ordinary. Regarding Jia Qianming's character, Liu Ruyan was naturally very clear, but there was nothing she could do. Jia Qianming was lustful, and Liu Ruyan was greedy for money. The two of them were just taking what they needed from each other. Towards her sugar daddy, Liu Ruyan naturally did not dare to throw a tantrum or anything. Yes, this is my senior. However, our senior Yi here is already a mother of 2 children. We juniors can't keep up with her pace. Liu Ruyan could not do anything to Jia Qianming, but belittling Ye Wenxin was still doable. Liu Ruyan believed that compared to Ye Wenxin, who was already a mother of 2, She should have more of an advantage. I did not expect Senior Yi to maintain herself so well. You really can't tell at all. That Senior Yi is already a mother of 2 children. To Jia Qianming, Ye Wenxin was too beautiful. What did it matter if she had given birth or not? I turned sideways and blocked Jia Qianming's lustful gaze. My wife is naturally beautiful. There is no need for you to say much about it. You have got to be kidding, with Jia Qianming's obvious gaze. If I still could not tell what was going on, my reactions would truly be too slow. Ye Wenxin was also very disgusted by Jia Qianming. Hearing me call her wife, and seeing me protect her, Ye Wenxin's heart felt warm. Wife Ye Wenxin realized. She was not averse to this address. There was even a strange feeling in her heart. You guys are already married. Jia Qianming's deeply disappointed tone sounded like he felt he had missed a great opportunity. Lin Chen, this area is full of high-end communities. Are you bringing Senior Yi here to look for a place to rent? I am guessing with your family's financial conditions, you probably can't afford to rent an apartment in these communities. Look over there. That is the most high-end community in Jiang City, Crescent Bay. Qianming and I are about to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in Crescent Bay. Even just a 2-bedroom apartment costs 5,000 yuan a month in rent, and that does not even include property management fees and stuff. You and Senior Yi probably do not have any income right now, right? You also have to raise 2 children. The pressure must be enormous. I will kindly remind you, it is better not to make a fool of yourselves here. Hearing me call Ye Wenxin wife, Liu Ruyan knew in her heart that this was not true. After all, when Ye Wenxin came to look for me yesterday, Liu Ruyan was also present. To make Jia Qianming completely give up on Ye Wenxin, Liu Ruyan did not expose my lie. However, Liu Ruyan would not miss any opportunity to strike at me, thinking about how she clearly dumped me last night. But because of Ye Wenxin's appearance, the plot took a complete 180-degree turn. Liu Ruyan held a huge grudge in her heart. We are not here to rent an apartment. Since I had a ready-made apartment, why would I rent one? I expressed that Liu Ruyan's IQ did not seem to be very high. Did she think that because she came here to rent an apartment, everyone else had to be doing the same thing? Why did not I notice before? That Liu Ruyan was such a stupid person. I turned my head and glanced at Ye Wenxin, whom I was protecting behind me. I felt that the mother of my children was much smarter. I knew you guys could not afford it. Not giving me a chance to speak, Liu Ruyan arbitrarily jumped to a conclusion. Qianming, let us go. Liu Ruyan hooked her arm through Jia Qianming's, half dragging him away. Ye Wenxin watched Liu Ruyan leave, and frowned slightly, targeting her so much. This girl's relationship with Lin Chen must not be ordinary, right? For some reason, thinking of this, Ye Wenxin felt a stifling sensation in her chest. Wenxin, her name is Liu Ruyan. She is my ex-girlfriend. I did not hide anything and stated my relationship with Liu Ruyan. Having confirmed my relationship with Liu Ruyan, Ye Wenxin felt very suffocated in her chest, but she did not show it. Ye Wenxin realized. She did not seem to have the standpoint to be angry or anything. Wenxin, Liu Ruyan and I have already broken up. From now on, I will only be responsible for you and the babies. She did not say anything, but I still firmly stated my stance. Looking at my resolute eyes, Ye Wenxin nodded heavily. She had not said a single word herself, yet I could make such a promise to her. It was impossible for Ye Wenxin not to be moved in her heart. Wenxin, this Crescent Bay apartment is fully furnished. The hardware facilities should not need major changes. However, we have 2 babies. Since our family of 4 will be living together from now on, I think we should still consider the baby's needs, and hire an interior designer to do some soft furnishings. Soft furnishings won't take too much time. You, the babies, and I can move into our new home very soon. You want to live together with me and the babies. Ye Wenxin originally thought that I was just temporarily letting her and the babies stay in the apartment. Now hearing my words, it did not seem to mean that. A family of 4. Ye Wenxin's small face turned slightly red. If she lived together with Lin Chen from now on, would they be like a normal married couple, taking care of the babies and living a happy life? Of course, I am going to live with you and the babies. I am the baby's father. Do not you want me to take care of the babies and you? Do not worry, I will definitely make you very happy. The last sentence. I leaned in and whispered directly into Ye Wenxin's ear. That exhaled hot breath landed defenselessly on Ye Wenxin's face. Ye Wenxin's already slightly red face instantly turned bright red. Ye Wenxin found that although she was 2 years older than me, she seemed to always be the one being dominated. Could this be the difference between men and women? Some words coming from my mouth sounded so natural. But for Ye Wenxin, even if you gave her 10 times the courage, she would be too shy to say them. Ye Wenxin lowered her head deeply. She truly did not have the thick skin to reply to me. Lin Chen, why did we bump into you again? Did not you say you were not renting around here? Look closely, this is the most high-end community in Zheng City. With your financial ability, even renting a bathroom in Crescent Bay is impossible. So stop fantasizing about anything else. As the most high-end community in Zheng City, Crescent Bay's management was also extremely strict. It was true that Liu Ruyan and Jia Qianming came to rent an apartment, but without the landlord coming to lead the way, they could not enter the community at all. Liu Ruyan, standing at the community gate waiting for the landlord, saw Ye Wenxin and me walking over, and immediately entered battle mode. Meanwhile, that Jia Qianming only had eyes for Ye Wenxin. Regarding Liu Ruyan's shrewish behavior of cursing in public, he showed absolutely no reaction. Ye Wenxin intensely disliked the way Jia Qianming looked at her, and stepped back a little. My tall figure perfectly blocked Ye Wenxin's petite body. The great beauty suddenly vanished from his sight. Anger also welled up in Jia Qianming's heart, thinking that such a great beauty was actually snatched first by the poor boy Liu Ruyan talked about. Jia Qianming's sense of superiority flared up. Ruyan, someone being poor is not a crime. Even if they can't afford to rent an apartment in this Crescent Bay, we can't stop them from passing by here, right? Besides, some people have probably never seen such a high-end community before. Maybe they specifically came over to feast their eyes. He did not name names, but the meaning behind Jia Qianming's words was incredibly clear. I glanced at the two of them and did not say anything. They were just here to rent an apartment, yet they felt so good about themselves. I realized that my understanding of how thick-skinned Liu Ruyan could be was still not profound enough. Wenxin, let us go in. I turned sideways and took Ye Wenxin's small hand. It was soft and smooth. The feel was truly extraordinarily good. Ye Wenxin already knew about the relationship between Liu Ruyan and me. Regarding the intimate gesture I initiated, Ye Wenxin did not refuse either. Wait a minute, Lin Chen, did not you understand what I said? This Crescent Bay is not a place you can just enter as you please. Even though we are here to rent an apartment, we still have to wait for the landlord to arrive before we can go in. You guys think you can just barge in like this? Do not say I did not warn you. Getting kicked out by the security guards later is a very humiliating thing. Although Liu Ruyan was the one who proposed breaking up first, seeing the intimate look between me and Ye Wenxin, Liu Ruyan still felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. In Liu Ruyan's mind, since she dumped me, I should look like a heartbroken, depressed, tragic man desperately trying to make her stay. Not like this now, holding hands with a girl even prettier than her, looking full of happiness. Looking at the intimate way Ye Wenxin and I were acting, Liu Ruyan just wanted to destroy this beautiful scene. A good dog does not block the way. Dropping that sentence, I held Ye Wenxin's hand and walked toward the security booth at the community gate. I had not processed an access card yet. To enter the community, I definitely had to go through the security booth. I will just wait and see how you guys get kicked out. Liu Ruyan did not block us this time, putting on a face ready to watch a good show. Ruyan, why get angry with a poor boy? When the landlord arrives, I will let that poor boy see what it means to have money talking. The great beauty was led away by me. Jia Qianming felt the same as Liu Ruyan. He hated me to the bone. Jia Qianming's biggest reliance was that his family had some money, but actually, Jia Qianming could not be considered a true rich second generation. It was just because Jia Qianming liked to brag and show off that Liu Ruyan thought she had found a sugar daddy. If Liu Ruyan had a brain, she would think about it. If Jia Qianming was really that rich, why was not he buying her a house? but renting own instead. Obviously, Liu Ruyan's brain was still not enough. Yes, Lin Chen is just a pauper. Of course he can't compare to you. Liu Ruyan tightly held onto Jia Qianming's arm, feeling as if she had grabbed onto a mountain of gold. What is going on? How did Lin Chen and Ye Wenxin get in? Liu Ruyan, who was originally waiting to see Ye Wenxin and me get kicked out, watched as I held Ye Wenxin's hand and walked straight from the security booth into the community. Liu Ruyan's already very large eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was not scientific. Did not they say Crescent Bay's security was very strict? Why did Lin Chen and Ye Wenxin get in so easily? Could it be that the security guards in the booth were neglecting their duty? But thinking about how she and Jia Qianming tried to enter the community earlier and were chased out, Liu Ruyan felt that was not the reason. It must be Ye Wenxin using a honey trap. This is unfair. I am going to go ask clearly. Feeling she was once again outshone by Ye Wenxin, Liu Ruyan, hot-headed, charged straight toward the security booth. In Jia Qianming's mind, he also felt that for Ye Wenxin and me to enter the community, there must be something shady going on. Hearing Liu Ruyan say Ye Wenxin used a honey trap, Jia Qianming felt he still had a chance to win the beauty over. If Ye Wenxin could even use a honey trap on a security guard, then he was, at the very least, a recognized rich second generation on the surface. Winning Ye Wenxin over was just a matter of time. What are you two doing? Did not I tell you that only when an owner comes out to bring you in, can you enter the community? Because Jia Qianming and Liu Ruyan had already been to the security booth once, and were essentially invited out by the security guard. The guard naturally recognized the two of them, seeing that there was no so-called owner coming out to bring them in. The security guard's attitude towards Liu Ruyan and Jia Qianming was not very good. Did not you say that only owners or people brought by owners can enter the community? How come you just let those two people in a moment ago? Are you intentionally bending the rules? I know for a fact that they absolutely cannot afford to rent an apartment in Crescent Bay, and we did not see any owner bring them in either. You being so derelict in your duty, I am going to report you to your manager. In Liu Ruyan's mind, these security guards who let Ye Wenxin and me enjoy special treatment were her enemies. Liu Ruyan's tone of speaking was naturally very unpleasant. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about the handsome guy and the beautiful girl who just went in? Just a moment ago, only Ye Wenxin and I had entered the community from the security booth. It was something that happened a minute ago. Plus, with Ye Wenxin's and my looks, it would be hard for the security guard to not remember even if he wanted to. Yes, those two. Why did you let them enter the community? Liu Ruyan probably did not even realize that she actually had no standing whatsoever to question the security guard. Looking at the angry Liu Ruyan, the security guard's face also darkened. They are owners in our Crescent Bay community. Of course they can go in whenever they want. Because it was my first time coming to Crescent Bay, I was carrying the property deed with me. Just now in the security booth, I had already taken out the property deed and completed the procedures for the access card and such. So, to me, a new owner in the community, the security guard naturally recognized them. Are you saying the Lin Chen who just went in is a homeowner in the Crescent Bay community? Liu Ruyan looked completely disbelieving, thinking this security guard must have mixed up who she was talking about. Yes, that is Mr. Lin. He is a homeowner in our Crescent Bay community because this is Mr. Lin's first time visiting the community. He specifically came to our security booth to set up his access card. How is that possible? How could Lin Chen possibly afford a house in Crescent Bay? Or does your community have some special discounted tiny apartments? And Lin Chen just happened to snag a cheapo on. What special discounted apartments? Our Crescent Bay is the most high-end community in Zhang City. There is no such thing as a discounted apartment here. Just because you yourselves can't afford a house, do not assume everyone else is a pauper. Mr. Lin bought a 3-bedroom apartment. It is a genuine luxury commercial property, with a market value of over 5 million yuan. Working as a security guard in Crescent Bay, he was very familiar with the property prices in the community. Over 5 million yuan, 3 bedrooms. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan felt a pang of regret. If she had not initiated the breakup with me, Would the Owen walking into Crescent Bay with me right now have been her? Ruyan, let us just wait outside. Jia Qianming tugged at Liu Ruyan's arm, wanting to leave out of sheer embarrassment. Wait for what? Did not you claim to be a rich heir? Is not your dad super rich? With such a rich dad, why do you still need to rent an apartment? Jia Qianming, no wonder your surname sounds like fake. Turns out you are just a fake rich kid. Liu Ruyan's attitude towards Jia Qianming took a complete 180-degree turn. Liu Ruyan, watch your tone. Whether my dad has money or not, what does it have to do with me buying a house? Besides, with your looks, me renting an apartment for you in Crescent Bay is already elevating your status. If you had the looks of that senior Yi from earlier, never mind a 5 million yuan apartment, even a 10 million yuan villa, I would have bought it for you long ago. The two of them completely tore each other apart, and their relationship was officially dead. I held Ye Wenxin's hand and did not let go. Even after we walked into the new house, I had no intention of letting go. Lin Chen. Ye Wenxin gently shook the hand I was holding. Her little face could not be any redder. The relationship between her and me seemed limited to just being the baby's mom and dad. As for anything else, Ye Wenxin felt that we could not even be considered lovers yet. This kind of intimate gesture meant for couples, Ye Wenxin was definitely shy about. I leaned close to Wenxin's ear and whispered, the baby's mom will get used to it eventually. Her hand felt so good. I was not going to let go easily. After successfully making Wenxin blush all the way to her ears, I could not hold it back anymore and burst out laughing. To put her mind at ease, I wanted to add her name to the property deed of this high-end apartment. Wenxin, you hold on to this property deed for now. In a few days when we are not so busy, we will go to the housing bureau and add your name to it. Although Ye Wenxin and I had not gone through any official procedures yet, she had already given me 2 daughters. If she is not my woman, who is? No, this is your house. It is not appropriate to add my name. When I tried to place the property deed into Ye Wenxin's hands, Ye Wenxin did not dare to take it. In such a high-end community, Ye Wenxin knew the price of the house would not be cheap. Did not that Liu Ruyan just say it? Crescent Bay is the most high-end community in Jiang City. Even just keeping the property deeds safe, Ye Wenxin felt she had no standing to do so, let alone adding her name to it. If her name was added, would not she become the mistress of this house? Ye Wenxin believed she was not at that stage yet. What is inappropriate about it? We already have Xinxin and Niannian. Could it be that you plan to abandon us father and daughters later? My own woman and daughters. I absolutely will not give them up to anyone else. No, It was just that Ye Wenxin realized. She seemed to be left speechless by me every single time. All right, no more just. It is naturally the woman's job to manage the household. Keep this property deed safe for now. I shoved the property deed right into Ye Wenxin's hands. As for adding her name to the deed, when the time comes, I will just drag Wenxin there directly. How could I not handle that? Holding the property deed I had just shoved over, Ye Wenxin secretly thought to herself that she must definitely manage this household well. Oh, right, Wenxin, hand me your phone for a second. Since I mentioned managing the household, I naturally was not just paying lip service. As a man, I definitely had to use practical actions to prove it to my woman. Oh. Without asking why, Ye Wenxin obediently took out her phone. I tapped a few times on my own phone, and then tapped a few times on Ye Wenxin's phone. Ye Wenxin only heard a notification ping from her Earth chat, but did not know what exactly I was doing. Was there something Lin Chen was too embarrassed to say to her face? So he sent a message to tell her instead. Ye Wenxin thought shyly. Wenxin, from now on, you are the finance minister of our family. Because I have been trading stocks since college, I do not have a lot of liquid cash on hand. I can only transfer 200,000 to you for now. Since obtaining the Super Dad system, I had already received 250,000 yuan in rewards. Last night, I bought a bunch of things for the babies online. So a good chunk of that 50,000 had already been spent. Naturally, I handed the main bulk of 200,000 over to Ye Wenxin for safekeeping. Me saying I was trading stocks was also to make it easier to explain to Ye Wenxin. Whenever I received system rewards in the future, Lin Chen Ye Wenxin's subconscious reaction was to refuse. But thinking about how I even gave her the property deed, Ye Wenxin suddenly did not want to refuse anymore. She secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely be a good household manager. Lin Chen, you transferred all the money to me. What if you need money to spend? A man can't go out without a single penny, right? Ye Wenxin quickly got into character. Like a little wife asking her husband, you handed over your salary, do you still have pocket money to spend? I still have a little secret stash, do not worry. I blinked at Ye Wenxin, with no intention of hiding anything. Then I took Ye Wenxin's hand again, and started looking around our new home. At the same time, I discussed the home renovations with her, and what style of furniture to buy. Lin Chen, do you have time to look after the babies tomorrow? Ye Wenxin struggled internally for a long time, and only managed to ask this through gritted teeth. Tomorrow is the weekend, of course I have time. Without even thinking, I gave a positive answer. Wenxin wanting me to keep the babies company. I was naturally 100% thrilled. Tomorrow our class is having a own year graduation reunion dinner. The counselor who took great care of me back then will be there. I want to. Ye Wenxin's pregnancy was completely unplanned. So, when she left the school back then, she left in a great hurry, even for the graduation ceremony later on, because the two babies needed to be fed. Ye Wenxin just hurriedly came to school to grab her diploma and left. She did not even have time to say goodbye to the counselor. This time, upon receiving the notice about the reunion dinner, Ye Wenxin had already agreed to go. At that time, Ye Wenxin wanted to ask her best friend to help watch the babies, who knew that after I left last night, Jiang Mingyue suddenly received a call from her company, asking her to work sudden overtime on the weekend, which was tomorrow. Jiang Mingyue could no longer help watch the babies. Ye Wenxin's first reaction was to cancel on the dinner. It was Jiang Mingyue who stopped her, saying that I could watch the babies, and it would be a perfect chance to cultivate the bond between father and daughters. Thinking about my affection for the babies, Ye Wenxin was also tempted, but since I had never taken care of the babies alone, Ye Wenxin was still a bit worried. Go, attend the reunion dinner with peace of mind. Just leave the babies to me. I did not have any macho chauvinism. Even though she is the mother of my children, I definitely support her having a normal social life. Lin Chen, thank you. Not expecting me to agree so readily, a trace of excitement appeared on Ye Wenxin's small face. Ever since having the babies, Ye Wenxin had not participated in any social activities. It was like a little bird meant to soar in the sky, suddenly having its wings bound and forced to stay in the nest. The feeling of that is hard to understand for someone who has not experienced it. Silly, why do you need to say thank you to me? I stroked Ye Wenxin's hair, and held back the urge to pull her into my arms. Take it slow, there will be plenty of time to build our relationship later. However, going to the reunion dinner tomorrow, there seems to be one thing that is slightly inappropriate. I deliberately changed the subject, staring at Ye Wenxin and looking her up and down. From pregnancy to raising the babies this big, Ye Wenxin's financial pressure had been immense. They say babies are money shredders, let alone Ye Wenxin having two of them at home. Therefore, ever since getting pregnant until now, Ye Wenxin had not bought a single new piece of clothing for herself. Fortunately, Ye Wenxin recovered well, and her figure had not changed at all. But since she was going to a reunion, I definitely could not let my woman go wearing old clothes. Men are responsible for providing, women are responsible for looking beautiful as flowers. The more beautifully a woman dresses, the more it proves her man's capability. What is inappropriate? Is it that you can't handle taking care of two babies alone? Ye Wenxin was clearly not on the same wavelength as me. She thought I was worried about being overwhelmed by Xinxin and Niannian. Then I better not go. Tonight, I will tell the classmate organizing the dinner. Ye Wenxin felt a bit disappointed in her heart, but she still put the babies first. How could you not go? You definitely have to go to tomorrow night's dinner. Knowing that Wenxin had given up so much for the babies, how could I bear to not even let my woman attend a small reunion dinner? Then what you meant by inappropriate is? Ye Wenxin cutely wrinkled her nose. I was the one who said it was inappropriate. Silly, I meant if you wore this to the classmate reunion tomorrow, it would be inappropriate. Those classmates of yours have been graduated for a year, and more or less have some salary. Plus, to show off how well they are doing in front of former classmates, they will definitely try their hardest to dress up. My kid's mom is the legendary school beauty. How can you be outshone by those plain Janes? I am taking you to buy a few new outfits. I did not give Wenxin a chance to refuse. I directly grabbed her small hand and walked toward the community gate. Then we hailed a taxi. The destination, of course, was Jiang City's biggest mall, Vientiane Plaza. I took Ye Wenxin to buy 3 outfits from Peacebird, matched them with high heels, and also bought a handbag. Originally, I wanted Wenxin to buy more expensive brands, but Ye Wenxin felt that there were still 2 babies waiting to be fed at home, and money should be spent where it is most needed. She absolutely refused to buy overly expensive brands. Lin Chen, I want to buy a gift for Mingyue. While passing by a certain cosmetics counter, Ye Wenxin stopped in her tracks. Mingyue's help to her was both financial and emotional. It could be said that without Jiang Mingyu, Ye Wenxin might not have had the courage to face the pressure of being an unwed mother. Before, Ye Wenxin did not have the means. Today, I transferred 200,000 to her. Although Ye Wenxin was reluctant to spend money on herself, towards her best friend, Ye Wenxin was not a stingy person. It was just that this money was mine. Ye Wenxin still felt it was better to ask for my opinion first. You are the finance minister of our family. You do not need to discuss these things with me. How could I be petty about money I gave to my own woman? Besides, knowing how much Jiang Mingyue had helped Wenxin, I would definitely have no objections whatsoever. Mingyue likes the Lancome brand the most. But for the past 2 years, to help me, Mingyue has held back from buying Lancome, thinking of how her best friend had even given up her favorite cosmetics brand for her sake. Ye Wenxin felt a wave of sadness. From now on, you have me. Regarding financial matters, you do not need to worry anymore. I gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Although Wenxin had not complained about the hardships she suffered these past 2 years, my heart still ached deeply for her. Lin Chen, come pick it out with me. Not wanting a sad atmosphere to surround us, Ye Wenxin actively took my hand and walked towards the Lancome counter. What would you 2 like to look at? I can introduce some to you. Seeing customers, the Lancome counter saleswoman immediately greeted us warmly. I want to look at the skincare and makeup lines. Having been best friends with Jiang Mingyue for so many years, Ye Wenxin was very clear about Jiang Mingyue's preferences. Okay, please come this way. This is our skincare counter. Miss, your skin is so beautiful. I wonder if you have used our Lancome products before. The saleswoman saw that Ye Wenxin's intent to buy was quite strong, so she quickly tried to build a rapport. I do not use these. Ye Wenxin shook her head. For the past year, she had only been using natural baby lotion. As for before, Lancome's prices were something Ye Wenxin would not dare to think about. Ye Wenxin had not used Lancome, but Jiang Mingyue had. Jiang Mingyue's family conditions were considered very good among the classmates. Ye Wenxin remembered that once Mingyue wanted to gift her a jar of face cream, but upon seeing the price tag of 1450, it scared Ye Wenxin so much she grabbed Jiang Mingyue and ran. Later on, whenever Jiang Mingyue mentioned going shopping with Ye Wenxin, Ye Wenxin would declare in advance, absolutely no browsing at the Lancome counter. Jiang Mingyue could not argue with Ye Wenxin, and only after promising never to gift her things without asking again, did Ye Wenxin accompany Jiang Mingyue to browse the Lancome counter many more times. So, although Ye Wenxin had not used Lancome, regarding Lancome's products, she was not unfamiliar with them at all. Is the beauty pretty? From the moment she walked over until now, your eyes have not left her, have they? Too bad she has her boyfriend with her. You won't have a chance. Following the voice, Ye Wenxin saw a sleazy-looking man and a furiously angry woman. Of course, the woman's anger was directed at the man. It was obvious the woman was not completely devoid of reason. At the very least, she did not groundlessly vent her anger on Ye Wenxin. After all, being beautiful is not a crime. Her own man having a wandering eye was the biggest mistake. Boyfriend looks to me like just a poor student, does not have a single name brand on his whole body. Yet he has the guts to bring his girlfriend to buy things at Lancome. Then his lustful eyes became even more brazen as he looked Ye Wenxin up and down. Someone was coveting my woman. So of course I was not going to have no reaction. I took a step forward and shielded Ye Wenxin. The man's view of the beauty was suddenly blocked. What, are you saying I am wrong calling you a poor kid? I am guessing this is your first time at a Lancome counter, boy. Kindly reminding you. Lancome's prices are not something poor students like you can afford. Fueled by anger, the man felt he had to attack the other party's weakness to suppress him. Even if they are just here to look, what is it to you? Did not you start out as a penniless bum yourself? What are you so smug about? It could be seen that the woman must have gone through thick and thin with the man. Regarding the man's true background, the woman was very clear about it. How can you side with an outsider, having his past exposed? The man felt deeply embarrassed. Towards these mad dogs jumping out and barking wildly, I felt that paying attention to him was giving him too much face. I ignored him, turned around directly, and asked Ye Wenxin gently what she had her eye on. For skincare, let us get a set of toner, lotion, face cream, eye cream, plus a bottle of advanced Génifique serum. These were all things Zhang Mingyue liked to buy in the past. Ye Wenxin remembered them clearly in her heart. Okay, what about makeup? Wenxin just said she also wanted to look at makeup. I had kept that in mind. For makeup, get ON of this serum foundation, a matte lip gloss. And this setting powder will do. Mingyue does not like heavy makeup. These are enough. Is that enough? I did not know what girls actually needed for makeup. I just felt that what Wenxin mentioned was not very much. Is that enough? What a big talker. Just with these, I bet even if you max out your card, you would not be able to pay for it. Before Ye Wenxin even spoke, the man who had been treated as invisible heir unwillingly spoke up again to assert his presence. Credit limits depend on your net worth. How much of a limit could a college student have? Therefore, in the man's eyes, I definitely could not afford Lancome. I waved my hand in disgust, as if swatting away a fly buzzing in my ear. Ye Wenxin and I, in perfect harmony, did not even look at the man. It is enough. Ye Wenxin chose based on Zhang Mingyue's preferences. Naturally, there was no need to buy things Zhang Mingyue did not like. All right, wrap up 2 sets of these. I spoke to the saleswoman without blinking an eye, stating the final decision. 2 sets. Ye Wenxin looked at me, somewhat puzzled. ON set for you to give to Mingyue, and ON set from me to you. My own woman naturally had to use good things too. Lin Chen, Ye Wenxin was reluctant to buy it for herself, and wanted to stop me. Swipe the card. I took out my secret stash. I did not give Wenxin a chance to refuse. All right, the total is 30,786 yuan. Please wait a moment. Buying so much all at once definitely made me a VIP client. The saleswoman took my card, immediately turned around to swipe it and issue the receipt, watching helplessly as I finished paying, and then coolly led Ye Wenxin away. The man could not utter a single word. Did not you say you have money? Look at that poor college student buying over 30,000 in skincare for his girlfriend. Without even blinking an eye, I just wanted to buy a own 1,000+ face cream and you kept making excuses. I really do not know who the real pauper is here. Buy what? Even if you used 10 jars of face cream, you still would not be a 10,000th as pretty as her. It is a waste of money. Over 30,000 for cosmetics. The man's heart trembled. How many months would he have to work to earn that? Zhang Mingyue, who was currently playing with the older and younger baby, upon seeing the gift her best friend brought her, was so moved that tears flowed down her face. I very consciously picked up the 2 babies and went outside to get some sun, leaving Wenxin and Zhang Mingyue a space to let out their emotions.
Xinxin, Niannian, let Papa play a game with you, okay?
Seeing the 2 babies flash bright smiles at me, as if saying, Papa, I want to play a game, I automatically interpreted it as the 2 babies understanding my words. I played with the babies for a while, then heard the system's voice chime in. Detected that the host and the babies have completed their first game together. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Ultimate Combat Skill. As the system's voice faded, I distinctly felt my body undergo a massive change. My originally not so muscular arms, due to the muscles bulging up, almost burst through the sleeves of my clothes. Not just the arms. I could feel my entire body undergoing a noticeable change. Where there used to be a single block of stomach, it had now turned into a rock-hard 8-pack. Aside from physical changes, I felt my energy and spirit undergo a qualitative leap. The fatigue in my body was completely swept away. I knew the baby's skin was delicate, and they could not sunbathe for too long. Besides, for the two girls to express their feelings, this much time should be enough, right? I did not want the mother of my kids crying the whole time. I carried the two babies back. Standing in front of the door, I was a bit annoyed. I still did not have the rights of the master of the house. At least for now, I still had to knock to enter Ye Wenxin's door. On this point I found that my status was not even as high as Jiang Mingyue's. Jiang Mingyue had a key to open the door herself. I decided that once we moved into the new house, I would definitely exercise my rights as the male head of the household and possess my own front door key. What I never expected was, when Ye Wenxin opened the door and saw my physically transformed body, she actually blushed bright red on the spot. At this time, having just finished taking the babies for some sun, I returned to Ye Wenxin's rented apartment and knocked gently on the door. Xinxin, Niannian, did you have fun outside with Papa? Ye Wenxin's speed at opening the door was still very fast. You must be tired. Let me hold little Xinxin. It is fine, I am not tired at all. Having the ultimate combat skill rewarded by the system, my whole being felt full of energy, as if bathing in a spring breeze.
Ye Wenxin looked at me
and was dazed for a moment. She kept feeling like something about me had changed. But exactly what had changed, Ye Wenxin could not quite put her finger on it. She just felt that I seemed much more manly. Thinking of this word, Ye Wenxin's small face suddenly flushed bright red. Although she had even had babies with me. That was when both of us were drunk, in a state of unclear consciousness. Wenxin, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Why is your face so red? I did not know what was going on in Ye Wenxin's head, and asked with some concern, no, I might just be a bit hot. Xinxin and Niannian should be hungry. I will go make some formula for them. As if someone were chasing her from behind, Ye Wenxin fled toward the kitchen. Xinxin, Niannian. Was Mom mesmerized by Papa's handsomeness? I teased playfully at the door. The apartment was not very big to begin with. Ye Wenxin, who had not yet run into the kitchen, naturally, hearing my words, her feet stumbled. Fortunately, Ye Wenxin grabbed the kitchen's sliding door in time and steadied herself. Wenxin, be careful. If you fall, the babies and I will be heartbroken. Seeing Wenxin sway a little, my heart also clenched. Thankfully, it was just a scare. The foot I had already taken a step with. I pulled back. Ye Wenxin gave me a bashful glare, as if to say, it is all your fault I am like this. Mommy is angry, we would better be good. Otherwise our Xinxin and Niannian won't get their formula. I lifted little Niannian slightly higher, using the younger baby's body to shield myself from their mother's sweeping gaze. Jiang Mingyue, not wanting to disturb the cozy time of our family of four, tactfully went home early. However, before leaving, she also stated that tomorrow, as soon as she finished overtime, she would come straight over to help watch the babies. Ye Wenxin was naturally very happy about this, thinking about me taking care of the babies all by myself tomorrow. Ye Wenxin still felt somewhat uneasy in her heart. With Jiang Mingyue, an experienced friend, to help, Ye Wenxin could attend the reunion with peace of mind. While the older and younger babies were drinking their formula, Ye Wenxin took several deep breaths in the kitchen. Only after confirming her face was no longer so red did she walk out. After all, if she hid in the kitchen forever, the babies would go hungry. Ye Wenxin did not dare to imagine, if both babies protested together, what kind of scene it would be at home. I was also very tactful, and did not bring up the blushing incident again. At noon, Ye Wenxin showed off her skills, preparing a lavish lunch. As for the babies, their main food was still formula. Eating the delicious food prepared by the mother of my children, looking at the two cute babies, and their beautiful mother, I was filled with happiness. In the afternoon, the babies naturally had to take a nap. Knowing Wenxin did not get a full night's sleep, I urged her to go catch up on some beauty sleep as well. Thinking about moving into our new home in a couple of days, I took out my phone, ready to buy a few more things for the babies. Just then, before I even tapped the screen, an Earth Chat notification chimed. I opened my phone and saw that Wenxin had transferred 50,000 yuan to me, along with a cute note. This is pocket money. Looking at this amusing transfer message, I could not help but chuckle softly. Was this my wife giving me my salary? No, it should be me handing over my salary, and my wife giving me pocket money. Since my wife was being so generous, I naturally accepted it readily. Thanks, baby's mom, I replied, knowing that Wenxin had thin skin and would not reply back. I started picking out things for the babies online. In the room, Ye Wenxin was clutching her phone, looking at the message I sent her. That phrase "mom of my kids" successfully made her face turn bright red again. Baby's mom. This seemed like something an old married couple would call each other. But the way she and I interacted really did not seem any different from a married couple. The only difference might be that she and I were not married in name yet. And apart from the time we had the babies, we had not had any intimate physical contact or anything. No, I can't think about this anymore. Ye Wenxin felt her thoughts were wandering further and further off track. She quickly patted her cheeks, forcing herself to snap out of these messy thoughts and go catch up on sleep. When Ye Wenxin woke up, she saw I was still busy. Are you really not sleepy? I am not sleepy. I will watch the babies. You go do your makeup and change clothes. After acquiring the advanced combat skill, let alone just staying up all night to take care of the babies, even if I stayed awake for a whole week, with my physical condition, it would not be a problem at all. Staring at my face for a while, confirming she could not see a trace of sleepiness, Ye Wenxin finally gave up insisting I go sleep. Perhaps men are just more resistant to sleepiness. Then I will go wash my hair first. Ye Wenxin was inherently a clean person. Although her hair was not dirty since she was going to a class reunion, it was always better to look fresh. Okay, need my help. I indicated that I had time to help Wenxin wash her hair or something. No need, I can wash it myself. Ye Wenxin did not dare let me help her wash her hair. How intimate a relationship must people have to do something like that? With her face flushed, she ran into the bathroom, still feeling a bit uneasy, afraid I might act on a whim and really follow her in to wash her hair. Ye Wenxin locked the bathroom door. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door locking, I gave a helpless half smile. Was it really necessary to be so guarded against me? Besides, I really just purely wanted to help wash her hair, with absolutely no other thoughts in mind. Ye Wenxin's hair washing speed was also incredibly fast. Perhaps she was worried that if it took too long, I might break the door down. Washed so fast. Watching Wenxin walk out hugging a towel, I walked up to her. Let me help you blow dry your hair. Not giving Wenxin a chance to refuse, I pressed her down onto a chair. I grabbed the hairdryer from the bay window in the large bedroom. I once again deeply felt that the apartment Wenxin and the babies were currently living in was too shabby. It did not even have a vanity table. I would better do it myself. Seeing me walking towards her with the hairdryer, Ye Wenxin stood up, ready to take the hairdryer. Let me do it. Just sit properly. Not giving Ye Wenxin a chance to do it herself, I once again pressed her down onto the chair. I turned on the hairdryer, running my fingers through Ye Wenxin's hair. I found that the mother of my children had exceptionally good hair quality. Her jet black hair was incredibly soft, leaving an unusually smooth sensation on my fingertips. Ye Wenxin was a bit stiff at first, but slowly, her tense body relaxed. This feeling of being cared for made Ye Wenxin feel a slight trace of attachment in her heart. Detected sweet interaction between the host and the baby's mother. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, top-tier singing skill. As the system's voice faded, I felt a slight tickle in my throat. My hair is dry. Because of the system's interruption, I got a bit distracted. Ye Wenxin took the hairdryer from my hand and turned it off. Ye Wenxin's hair was already quite dry. Continuing to blow dry it would damage the hair quality. Coming back to her senses, she rescued her beautiful, thick black hair from my hands. So fast, your hair is already dry. It felt so good. I was still longing for more. Oh, right. Your reunion dinner is at night. so do not wear a skirt. The temperature difference between morning and evening is too big right now. If you catch a cold, you might pass it to the babies. I spoke very seriously, making it look like I was only considering Ye Wenxin and the babies. Actually, what I was thinking was that my woman has such a great figure, and is a famous beauty. Thinking back to the number of suitors Ye Wenxin had in school, that was no ordinary amount. I could not guarantee that those boys in Wenxin's class did not have any improper thoughts about her. I did not want to restrict Wenxin's social life, but I also did not want my woman being coveted by too many people without me accompanying her. It was better to dress more conservatively. Ye Wenxin accepted my suggestion. She turned and walked towards the large bedroom, getting ready to change clothes. Ye Wenxin quickly changed clothes and put on light makeup. I am ready. Feeling very satisfied with herself, Ye Wenxin walked out of the room to show off her look. Beautiful, older baby, younger baby. Look, is not mommy incredibly beautiful? Just like a fairy descending to earth. I did not skimp on my praise at all. The look in my eyes as I watched the mother of my children was bright. I knew Wenxin had a great figure, and had not lost her shape at all even after having 2 babies. But Wenxin's outfit today exuded a kind of girlish aura all over. Who could associate this Ye Wenxin with being a mother of 2 babies? I will pick you up tonight, remember to text me. With my woman looking so beautiful, I definitely did not feel safe letting Wenxin come home alone late at night. If it were not for the fact that there was no one to watch the older and younger baby right now, I would have wanted to escort Wenxin there myself. Okay, I know. I had already said I was going to pick her up more than once. Ye Wenxin did not feel annoyed at all. Instead, a warm current flowed through her heart. Lin Chen's behavior did not it show that he cared about her very much? Her naturally fair little face blushed once again because of these little thoughts. I will go get my bag. Afraid I would notice her unusual state, Ye Wenxin quickly found an excuse and fled into the large bedroom. She took a few deep breaths in the room, only after confirming I would not see anything unusual. Did she grab the new handbag I bought her and walk out? It was about time. And the taxi had arrived too. Be safe. The driver has already texted me. Okay, I know. At this moment, Ye Wenxin was like a pampered little wife. Older baby, younger baby, let us see mommy off together, okay? So, the 3 of us, father and daughters, watched their mom get into the car. Only after the car drove out of the community did we turn and go back inside. Your husband is so considerate. The taxi driver watched the harmonious scene of our family of 4, and naturally assumed Ye Wenxin and I were a young married couple. They even had kids, 2 of them no less. If they were not a married couple, what were they? Nowadays, you rarely see a man willing to watch the kids and let his wife go out and have fun. Especially among you young people, it is too rare. The taxi driver was a man himself, so he understood this deeply. Hearing the term husband, the corners of Ye Wenxin's mouth could not help but curl up. Lin Chen was truly very good to her. Regarding the term husband, Ye Wenxin did not feel averse to it at all either. Ye Wenxin, are you really coming to the reunion dinner today? Where are you right now? Liu Ruyan, Tian, and I are already here. Yeah, Ye Wenxin. Our whole dorm is here except for you. Everyone is asking if you are coming tonight. I am already on the way. There is a bit of traffic. It might take a little while longer. Even though it was the weekend at this time, there were still a lot of cars going back and forth on the road. Okay, Wenxin, as long as you are definitely coming, that is great. Wenxin, we have not seen each other for over a year, right? I have really missed you so much. Ye Wenxin tightly gripped her phone, feeling that her life was slowly getting back on track. Going to find the baby's father was truly a very wise decision. Is classmate Yi really coming? In the reunion hall, a gentle, refined-looking young man, hearing Shui Meiyi and the others constantly mentioning Ye Wenxin, could not help but step forward and ask, "Senior, why are you here?" Seeing the person who arrived, Shui Meiyi was very surprised. Was not this a reunion dinner for their own class? The boy in front of them was not from their class. The boy's name was Cheng Mingshen. He was a senior, one year ahead of Ye Wenxin and her classmates, and also the former student union president of Magic City University. Although Cheng Mingchen was an influential figure at Magic City University, his appearance here today was still somewhat abrupt. I have not seen the counselor in a long time. I happen to know you guys were having a gathering tonight, so I came over to join the fun. Cheng Mingchen knew his excuse was a bit flimsy, but he did not care. Actually, the first time Cheng Mingchen saw Ye Wenxin, he was deeply attracted to this girl. Later, using the opportunity of Ye Wenxin also being a student union member, Cheng Mingchen had planned to use his close proximity to woo her first. Unfortunately, the Ye Wenxin back then, apart from studying, did not care about romantic matters. It could be said that if it were not for that drunken accident, the current Ye Wenxin would definitely still be on the path of pursuing a master's or Ph.D. For a straight-A student like Ye Wenxin, these were plans she had had since childhood. Owain can only say that plans can't keep up with changes. The arrival of the babies completely disrupted Ye Wenxin's life trajectory. During the year plus that Ye Wenxin vanished, Cheng Mingchen had also been asking around everywhere for news about her. Unfortunately, none of Ye Wenxin's classmates knew about her specific situation. Just a few days ago, Cheng Mingchen received news that Ye Wenxin's class was organizing a reunion dinner. Most importantly, Ye Wenxin had confirmed she would attend. Upon getting this news, Cheng Mingchen was so excited he had not slept well for days. After pulling some strings, Cheng Mingchen successfully became a member of tonight's reunion dinner. Is classmate Yi coming? I also have not seen classmate Yi in a long time. Back then, no one knew what happened to classmate Yi, and she suddenly left the school. The traffic is a bit bad on the road. Ye Wenxin might be a little late. Regarding Cheng Mingchen's clumsy attempt to hide his intentions, how could the three girls not understand? Besides, when Ye Wenxin was in college, Cheng Mingchen had acted very proactively towards her. Except for the person involved, Ye Wenxin, who was wholly focused on studying. All the bystanders saw it crystal clear. Then I will go out and wait for classmate Yi. As long as Ye Wenxin was coming, no matter how late, Cheng Mingchen was willing to wait. Ignoring the meaningful smiles the three girls showed, Cheng Mingchen walked towards the hotel's main entrance. Do you guys think tonight, Ye Wenxin and Senior Cheng might start a beautiful romance? I do not know if Ye Wenxin is in the mood for dating right now. I remember back then, Ye Wenxin did not feel any sparks for Senior Cheng at all. Tian was the quickest to regain her senses and spoke with some concern. I did not say much just now, right? I just did not expect Senior Cheng to be so proactive as to even go out and wait for Ye Wenxin. Let us all go out and wait for Ye Wenxin together then. The reunion dinner was definitely going to be split evenly. Ye Wenxin originally planned to squeeze the cost of this dinner out of her daily living expenses. But now that she had me, this small amount of money really was not something to worry about anymore. Although Ye Wenxin did not know exactly what I did, according to my explanation that I had been trading stocks, and since I could transfer 200,000 to her all at once, she felt that the baby's father was still very capable. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the Crown Hotel. Ye Wenxin scanned the code and paid the fare. Junior, you are here. Be careful. Cheng Mingchen, acting like a true gentleman, placed his hand over the top of the car door. Senior, why are you here? Ye Wenxin got out of the car and distanced herself from Cheng Mingchen. Today was a reunion dinner for her own class. Why would the senior be here? Ye Wenxin found it a little strange. I have not seen the counselor in a long time. I heard your class is having a reunion dinner today, so I happened to come by to see the counselor. He brought out the excuse he had thought of long ago. Even if it was a bit forced, it was still an explanation. Junior, compared to the counselor, it has been even longer since I have seen you. When you suddenly left school back then, I did not even know the reason. I asked many classmates, but they did not know the specific situation either. Were you encountering some difficulties back then? Or did something happen in your family? If you are facing any difficulties, you can tell me. I am very willing to help you. Ye Wenxin did not want to chat too much with someone she was not familiar with. Besides, regarding the matter of her having babies, other than the baby's father, what could other men possibly do to help? Junior. Looking at Ye Wenxin's clearly distant expression, Cheng Mingchen felt his heart bleeding. Why could not Ye Wenxin feel his deep affection? Cheng Mingshen's gaze towards Ye Wenxin could not help but hold some resentment. Ye Wenxin was completely baffled. Did she owe the senior money? Why was he looking at her like that? To avoid the awkward atmosphere, the three girls stepped in. Wenxin, long time no see, you have gotten even prettier. Let us go inside. Just when Cheng Mingshen thought he could win Ye Wenxin's favor by flaunting his wealth, something unexpected happened. But I still suspected that at the class reunion, someone would try to poach my wife. So I went online and rented a Rolls-Royce to go pick up Ye Wenxin. My sudden whim unexpectedly ended up serving a massive slap in the face to a Ferrari guy. Just a moment ago, inside the private room for the reunion, Cheng Mingshen secretly glanced at Ye Wenxin several times. Unfortunately, the falling flower pines for love, but the heartless brook babbles on. Ye Wenxin did not even give a single glance from the corner of her eye to Cheng Mingshen. With no other choice, Cheng Mingshen could only find a way to attract Ye Wenxin's attention. Pretending to reach for his phone, he casually placed an object from his pocket onto the dining table. Senior Cheng, is this a Ferrari key? Besides beautiful women, the thing boys like most is luxury cars. Seeing the car key Cheng Mingshen placed on the table, one of the boys exclaimed in surprise. The others, hearing his voice, also looked curiously at Cheng Mingshen. Unfortunately, among all these people staring at him, the person Cheng Mingshen most wanted, Ye Wenxin, was not one of them. Ye Wenxin had no interest in cars whatsoever. Besides, in Ye Wenxin's mind, Cheng Mingshen's car had absolutely nothing to do with her. So naturally, Ye Wenxin did not need to waste any energy paying attention. If Cheng Mingshen were swapped out for the baby's father, Lin Chen, Ye Wenxin definitely would not have acted so much like an outsider. Cheng Mingshen felt a bit disappointed in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Mingshen thought that Ye Wenxin probably just had not noticed. Senior Cheng, Ferrari cars are not cheap. You only graduated a year earlier than us. This starting point is on a completely different level. It is all right. I did not want to be too high profile, so I did not buy a super expensive own. With all the paperwork done, this car only cost about 2 million. Cheng Mingshen put on a very low-key act. Ye Wenxin was chatting with her friends, completely uninterested in what was happening on Cheng Mingshen's side. Wenxin, back then, why did you leave school in such a hurry? Shua Mi had a bad habit. If she had a doubt and could not get an answer, she would feel an unbearable itch in her heart. This matter concerning Ye Wenxin had made Xu Meiyi uncomfortable for almost 2 years. Now that she saw Ye Wenxin in person, Xu Meiyi definitely had to ask and find out clearly. Ye Wenxin looked at the concerned eyes of her roommates, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Sitting across from her, Cheng Mingshen, who appeared to be chatting with others, but actually had his attention entirely on Ye Wenxin, saw Ye Wenxin reveal such a gentle smile, and sank even deeper into his infatuation. As expected of the girl he had his eye on, not seeing her for over a year, she had not just become more beautiful. Her whole being exuded an added feminine gentleness. Ye Wenxin, could it be we all guessed wrong back then? You did not encounter any difficulties, but rather had some good news? Shua Mei felt that something capable of making Ye Wenxin smile so beautifully was undoubtedly a good thing. Ye Wenxin smiled mysteriously, and then announced a massive secret. I had babies. Such explosive news directly stunned her good friends. Wenxin, you really had babies. Why does your figure look exactly the same as before? Xu Mi, do not miss the point. Wenxin, when did you have the babies? How old are the babies? Boys or girls? Tian was still the Owen who immediately asked the key questions. I really did have babies. Because it was too sudden back then. And I had no preparation, that is why I left school so abruptly. They are 2 baby girls. The story between Ye Wenxin and me was not something that could be explained clearly in Owen or 2 sentences. Ye Wenxin chose to proactively skip over it. 2. Wenxin, your husband is amazing. 2. All at once. Ye Wenxin, you are so lucky. Seeing the 4 girls chatting with their heads together, the counselor curiously leaned in. Counselor, we are discussing what clothes are popular this year. After all, this was Ye Wenxin's private matter. It was better not to broadcast it widely. It is good to be young. Looking at Ye Wenxin, who was even prettier than when she was in college, the counselor sighed emotionally. Counselor, you are not that much older than us. You are also very young, okay? Changing the subject was what Shui Meiyi excelled at most. Everyone chatted happily, and the reunion dinner was coming to an end. The four girls did not continue holding their phones to chat. Ye Wenxin remembered my instructions and sent a WeChat message. I think we are almost done here. Did Mingyue arrive? Lin Chen's premise for saying he would come pick her up was definitely that Mingyue needed to help watch the babies. If Mingyue's overtime had not finished yet, Ye Wenxin felt she could just take a taxi back herself. Mingyue has already arrived. Wait for me there, I am heading over right now. I let Jiang Mingyue know, and then called a car online to go pick up the kid's mom. At this moment, at the hotel entrance, Cheng Mingshen had a gentle look on his face. Junior Yi, it is so late. It is not safe for a girl to go back alone. Let me give you a ride. At the reunion, Cheng Mingshen had not managed to attract Ye Wenxin's attention, but now, Cheng Mingshen came prepared, driving the Ferrari right up to the main entrance of the hotel. Senior, your car is way too cool. Even if I work hard my whole life, I might not necessarily be able to afford this car. Bro, be more confident, just remove the words might not necessarily. Screw you, can't you just not bring me down? Hahaha. The boys gathered around the car and started messing around. Cheng Mingshen raised his head proudly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Not to mention in front of these underclassmen. Even among his own classmates, Cheng Mingshen believed he was the most successful Oan. Junior Yi, hurry up and get in. He made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Cheng Mingshen felt that this time, Ye Wenxin surely would not refuse him. Right, no need, senior. Someone is coming to pick me up. Ye Wenxin shook her head, rejecting Cheng Mingshen's kind offer. Someone is picking you up. Who would come to pick you up? Regarding Ye Wenxin's answer, Cheng Mingshen was deeply surprised. So, he subconsciously started probing. Ye Wenxin frowned slightly. What did who was picking her up have to do with Senior Cheng? Did she need to report her personal matters to this Senior Wenxin? A familiar voice wafted over. Ye Wenxin's furrowed brows relaxed, replaced by a bright smile. Lin Chen was here. Senior Cheng, the person picking me up is here. Because Cheng Mingshen stubbornly blocked Ye Wenxin's way, she could only helplessly remind him. Who is this handsome guy? He looks a bit familiar. I do not know who the handsome guy is, but I am very familiar with his ride. Is that a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? That is the ultimate luxury car among luxury cars. Even the base model costs over 6 million, let alone the top trim. Who did this handsome guy just call out to? Wenxin? Is it Ye Wenxin? Duh. How many people named Wenxin do you think we have here? Realizing that I was calling Ye Wenxin, the others very consciously cleared a path. Ye Wenxin, is this the baby's father? He is so handsome. Leaning close to Ye Wenxin's ear, Shui Meiyi exclaimed in awe. Yeah. I will be heading back first. Saying goodbye to her roommates and the counselor, Ye Wenxin quickly ran towards me. Slow down. Catching the little woman running towards me, I led Ye Wenxin into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and drove off stylishly. My God, she really lives up to being our Magic City University's once-in-a-century school beauty. Her taste in men is top-notch. Compared to that handsome guy just now, I suddenly feel that it was only right Ye Wenxin did not fancy me back then. Come on bro, there were plenty of people secretly in love with Ye Wenxin. You are not the only one left broken-hearted. A few people who were on decent terms with Cheng Mingshen originally wanted to greet him, but upon seeing his gloomy face, everyone sensibly left. Cheng Mingshen's feelings for Ye Wenxin were practically written all over his face. Everyone also understood that this Ferrari was intentionally driven over by him to show off, trying to impress Ye Wenxin. What a pity. Cheng Mingshen truly got slapped in the face hard this time. In front of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Cheng Mingshen's 2 million yuan car was instantly eclipsed. Cheng Mingshen believed that his feelings for Ye Wenxin were obvious to everyone. Ye Wenxin herself should not be oblivious to it. Seeing Ye Wenxin wholeheartedly focused on studying in the past, Cheng Mingshen felt he could wait slowly. Now, reality suddenly told him that Ye Wenxin had a boyfriend. It turned out it was not that Ye Wenxin did not want to date. He slammed the passenger door shut heavily. Cheng Mingshen opened the driver's door, got in and chased in the direction the Rolls-Royce Cullinan had just gone. Lin Chen, what is going on with this car? Inside the Rolls-Royce, Ye Wenxin sat somewhat stiffly. She did not have much concept of these luxury cars, but she had heard her classmates' remarks. Ye Wenxin knew I was just a college junior, even if I made enough money trading stocks for an apartment in Crescent Bay. That was basically my entire net worth. The car she was sitting in now, Ye Wenxin knew it definitely was not mine, and it should not be rented, right? Just to pick her up, there was absolutely no need for Lin Chen to rent a car. I got lucky. I hailed this super luxury car as a cab. Ye Wenxin had just asked me in a whispering voice. I was also embarrassed to say it out loud in front of the car owner, so I whispered it directly into her ear. Ye Wenxin's small mouth dropped open into an O shape in shock. Driving a multi-million yuan car as a taxi driver, Ye Wenxin felt that tiny bit of cab fare probably was not even enough to cover the gas. Ye Wenxin gave me a thumbs up, showing she was thoroughly impressed. I smiled. Just hailing a Rolls-Royce as a cab, this bit of luck was already enough to earn Wenxin's look of admiration. If she only knew that ever since she came knocking, and I acknowledged the babies, my luck could be described as bursting through the roof. I naturally held Ye Wenxin's small hand. The two of us looked at each other and smiled. Sitting in the car, we did not say anything more. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the gate of the apartment complex Ye Wenxin rented in. I paid the fare, and then walked straight into the complex. Neither of us noticed that not far from the complex gate, a somewhat familiar car was parked. Cheng Mingshen had followed the Rolls-Royce all the way here. Seeing the Rolls-Royce stop at the gate of this dilapidated complex, Cheng Mingshen knew that Ye Wenxin's boyfriend was not a rich man at all. Watching Ye Wenxin and me get off, and the Rolls-Royce driving away, Cheng Mingshen became even more certain of his assumption. Living in such a shabby place, how could he be rich? Cheng Mingshen felt that Ye Wenxin's boyfriend had deliberately rented a Rolls-Royce to show off, and accidentally caused him to lose a ton of face. But that was not the most important part. The most important part was that a poor kid had actually won over his goddess. Thinking of the woman he had longed for over the years, ignoring his deep affection, yet willingly degrading herself to live in such a shabby place, Cheng Mingshen felt a strong sense of frustration and indignation. Cheng Mingshen waited at the complex gate until past midnight. He still did not see me come out. He knew that Ye Wenxin and her boyfriend had probably already moved in together. Feeling extremely unwilling and bitter, Cheng Mingshen dialed a number. It is me. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Bring a few guys to Dongtian Complex. Hanging up the phone, Cheng Mingshen took Owen last look in the direction Ye Wenxin had just left. He slammed the steering wheel viciously. Stomping on the gas, he arrogantly drove the Ferrari away. The next day, thinking that we could move into our new home the day after, the things I bought online had also been delivered to the parcel lockers in the Crescent Bay complex. To give the kids' mom a surprise, I planned to go over early to decorate the place. As I walked out of the complex gate feeling quite relaxed, I quickly noticed a tail behind me, even though the people behind me deliberately kept a significant distance. For someone like me who possessed top-tier combat skills, spotting a tail was simply too easy. Silently estimating in my mind, I figured there were 5 people tailing me. My social circle was not complicated. Thinking carefully, I could not think of anyone I had offended. Then associating it with the fact that Wenxin rented in this complex, and the babies lived here too, my expression instantly turned serious. The route I originally planned to take to the new house was temporarily changed. Just as I walked into a secluded corner, the people trailing me voluntarily revealed themselves. That is right, it was Cheng Mingshen, who followed me yesterday, and his lackeys. Just when Cheng Mingshen thought he could teach me a lesson, he saw me smirk slightly, and something completely unexpected happened to him. At this moment, being cornered in an isolated alley, Cheng Mingshen looked like he had me dead to rights. What is your relationship with Ye Wenxin? Ye Wenxin. It seemed this guy was an admirer of Wenxin. I quickly formed a judgment in my mind. Ye Wenxin is my wife. Wenxin had already given me 2 babies. Calling her my wife was not an exaggeration, right? Moreover, in my heart, the name of my significant other would sooner or later be written as Ye Wenxin. I answered Cheng Mingshen so kindly, mainly because I wanted to make this man give up completely. After all, no man wants his woman to be constantly coveted by other men, right?
Wife.
You and Ye Wenxin are married. Hearing my answer, Cheng Mingshen clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. Last night, Cheng Mingshen still thought that Ye Wenxin was probably just living with this poor kid. He never expected that the two were actually married and living in such a run-down complex. If Ye Wenxin had married someone richer than him and with better conditions, Cheng Mingshen would not be this furious. The problem was that in Cheng Mingshen's eyes, I was just a completely worthless man, could not even provide a good living environment. For my own woman, what right did I have to make a goddess-level Ye Wenxin willingly marry me? Is there a problem? I have already answered your question. You can give up now, right? Poking straight at Cheng Mingshen's sore spot, I just wanted to shatter all the unrealistic fantasies this man had. Only then would this man stop pestering Wenxin in the future. I started walking, not wanting to waste too much time here. Those packages I bought online still had a lot of things that needed me to assemble them. Right now, I just wanted to get the new home decorated early. Do you think you are worthy of Ye Wenxin? A goddess-level girl like Ye Wenxin. You are making her live with you in that shabby complex. Do you have no sense of shame at all? If I were you, I would sensibly break up with Ye Wenxin sooner and let a man capable of giving her happiness take care of her. Cheng Mingshen was only short of saying his own name out loud. In Cheng Mingshen's heart, the only man worthy of Ye Wenxin was himself. You followed me. From Cheng Mingshen's words, I realized that Wenxin's and my residence had been completely figured out by this guy. It seemed that if I did not show him something fierce, this guy would probably try the same trick again in the future. I definitely did not want my time to be repeatedly wasted by this guy. Besides, there were 2 babies at home. I absolutely had to ensure the safety of the babies and Wenxin. You think you are worthy? And what makes you think you can give Wenxin happiness? I said disdainfully, then glanced at Cheng Mingshen, who even brought helpers just to tail someone. It was better to deal with this kind of guy once and for all. He waved his hand, just based on the fact that I am richer than you. The lackeys behind him were all hired by Cheng Mingshen with money. This was what Cheng Mingshen relied on. You guys attack together. No need to play fair. Cheng Mingshen ordered the 4 guys behind him. They swung their fists at me together. 4 burly young men surrounded me all at once. Watching them approach, my face remained perfectly calm. The advanced combat skill given by the system. I had not had a chance to test it out in practice yet. These sparring partners delivered right to my door. It would be a waste not to use them. With a nimble turn, my body shifted a few times, without even seeing how I made my move. Those 4 guys all hit the ground instantly. What? Did you guys skip breakfast? Or did you use up all your energy last night? Looking at the 4 useless guys he brought, Cheng Mingshen resentfully kicked the one closest to him. Striking a pose, Cheng Mingshen prepared to fight himself. Cheng Mingshen was a black belt in Taekwondo, so he had some actual skills. Without any nonsense, Cheng Mingshen directly threw a punch. From my moves just now, Cheng Mingshen had already realized that I was trained, so this time, Cheng Mingshen prepared a surprise attack. Anyway, as long as he won, the process was not that important to Cheng Mingshen. My eyes turned cold, and with a sidestep, I nimbly dodged Cheng Mingshen's surprise attack. Giving Cheng Mingshen no time to react, I threw a right hook at the same time I dodged, and smashed it ruthlessly into his face. Ah, a squeal like a slaughtered pig rang out. Cheng Mingshen fell heavily to the ground. How's that? Had enough. I crossed my arms, feeling that these sparring partners were truly too useless. I had not even unleashed my real power, and they were all already sprawled on the floor. I have not had enough. If you have the guts, do not leave. Cheng Mingshen endured the pain and stood up. If he admitted defeat now, let alone getting Ye Wenxin, Cheng Mingchen would lose absolutely every shred of dignity. I nodded, gesturing to Cheng Mingchen to use whatever tricks he had up his sleeve. I found that the system provided advanced combat skill was truly amazing. However, those few moves just now were really not satisfying enough. Now that someone was eager to serve as a sparring partner, what reason did I have to refuse? At most, I would just finish the fight quickly later, so as not to delay assembling the toys for the babies today. Cheng Mingchen quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Wei, it is me. I have run into a bit of trouble. Bring a few of the more skilled brothers over. The location is Dongtian Complex. While on the phone, Cheng Mingchen did not forget to keep an eye on my every move. He was afraid I would launch a surprise attack on him. After all, that is what Cheng Mingchen himself had just done. Only when he put away his phone and saw that I still had not made any move, did Cheng Mingchen secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The four guys lying on the ground finally crawled up. The group gathered around Cheng Mingchen, knowing backup was coming soon. Their expressions started looking smug again. It did not waste much of my time. A man wearing a martial arts uniform walked towards me with 7 or 8 guys. Brother Wei, you are here. Seeing the newcomer, Cheng Mingchen quickly went to greet him, perking up as if injected with chicken blood. Who beat you up like this? The man called Brother Wei looked to be in his early 30s. Brother Wei frowned. He knew how skilled Cheng Mingchen was, a taekwondo black belt, accompanied by 4 of his own little brothers. And yet every single one of them was bruised and battered. Brother Wei, it is this punk. He beat us up like this. You absolutely have to teach this punk a good lesson, and vent this anger for me and the brothers. Also let him know what happens when you cross the wrong people. Cheng Mingchen pointed at me, as if he were already visualizing me beaten to the ground by Brother Wei. Ignoring the pain on his face, Cheng Mingchen actually flashed a smug smile at me. Just him alone. Brother Wei was clearly somewhat in disbelief, seeing that I was just a youngster in my early 20s. How could I be so skilled as to injure Cheng Mingchen and his 4 lackeys all at once? Brother Wei, it was just him. Although Cheng Mingchen was reluctant to admit it in his heart, that I single-handedly took down the 5 of them, he still gritted his teeth and spoke the truth. With the facts plain to see, Cheng Mingchen had no way to cover it up. Kid, what do you have to say for yourself? Brother Wei did not attack immediately. It seemed he wanted to sound me out first. If you are going to fight, hurry up. You guys have already wasted a lot of my time, I said, getting a bit impatient. I had thought the reinforcements Cheng Mingchen called would just attack without a word. Seeing this person named Brother Wei actually dawdling around, and remembering that I still had so many packages to unpack, I was indeed getting annoyed. Brother Wei, that punk is too arrogant. Hurry up and teach him a lesson. Cheng Mingchen could not stand seeing me act so casually, and urged anxiously. Brother Wei narrowed his eyes, as if contemplating something. Kid, since you're so cocky, then I won't hold back. Brother Wei, let the brothers attack together. Cheng Mingchen had witnessed my skills, after all. Brother Wei waved his hand. A tall burly man from the back stepped forward, glanced at Cheng Mingchen, and did not say a word. Bring it on. Facing a burly guy, who was a full head taller than my 1.8-meter frame, I showed absolutely no extra emotion. The burly man cupped his fists in a salute and then charged at me. Not bad. Seeing the burly man's nimble movements, I praised him internally, unfortunately in front of me, who possessed top-tier combat skills. The burly man's skills could only be considered child's play. A sidestep, a leg sweep, a punch. In just a few short seconds, before some people even realized what happened, the burly man had already fallen heavily to the ground. Seeing the burly man fall, some could not hold back anymore. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to seek revenge on me. Stop! A sharp yell rang out. Brother Wei halted his subordinates' actions. He swept a stern gaze over them. The men lowered their heads. As someone who had studied martial arts for 20-some years, the moment I moved, Brother Wei recognized the depth of my skills. Brother Wei knew that the young man in front of him was an expert. No, not just an expert. More accurately, an expert among experts. Brother Wei knew that even if he and his brothers attacked together, They would not be a match for this young man. Realizing this, he shoved aside Xinxin, who was blocking him, then put on a smiling face and walked toward me. Little brother, I was blind not to recognize MT. Tai, I have offended you. I apologize to you right here. He respectfully bowed to me. Brother Wei's actions dumbfounded everyone behind him. For a moment, they all doubted their own eyes. Little brother, today's matter was purely a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against my subordinates. Brother Wei wore a fawning smile, trying to get on my good side. Seeing that I was completely unmoved, Brother Wei turned around and shouted at the 4 lackeys, who had followed Xinxin and trailed me from the start. You guys, get over here and apologize to this gentleman right now. Although the 4 who were called out still did not understand why there was such a dramatic shift. Since their boss ordered them, they did not dare to disobey. Their own boss had bowed to the man as underlings for their apology. How could they not kneel? We are sorry, sir. We were blind and offended you. Please forgive our ignorance. I glanced at the 4 of them, still showing no reaction. These were just small fries. The one who really wanted to cause trouble for me was the guy coveting my woman, right? Brother Wei, what are you doing? He is just a poor kid. Is he worth you and the brothers apologizing to him? Brother Wei, if the brothers can't beat him, you can. Xinxin clearly had not grasped the situation yet, and still wanted Brother Wei to fight personally. In Xinxin's eyes, Brother Wei's martial arts skills were unfathomable. There was absolutely no need to fear a young kid. Get lost. Today's mess was caused by Xinxin. Brother Wei had not even found the time to deal with him yet, and Xinxin had conveniently jumped out himself. With Owen's swift kick, Xinxin was sent to the floor once again. Brother Wei, what is the meaning of this? Brother Wei, do not forget that the martial arts gym you opened had the financial backing of my dad. Go back and tell your dad. The money he invested in the gym, I will return 3-fold. But from now on, I, Long Wei, and your Cheng family have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Thinking that Xinxin was so blind that he dared to offend a master like me, Long Wei just wanted to sever ties with Xinxin's family as quickly as possible. Xinxin was dragged away by a lackey, unable to utter a single word more. Little brother, my name is Long Wei, the head of the Long Wei Martial Arts Gym. If there is ever anything you need my help with in the future, just say the word. I, Long Wei, absolutely will not hesitate. Little brother, does this satisfy you? Afraid that I would not believe his words, Long Wei immediately added, I, Long Wei, swear, in the name of the Long Wei Martial Arts Gym, I will absolutely make good on what I just said. You guys, pass the word down. From now on, when you see this gentleman, you must respect him as if you were seeing me. Got it? Such absolute fawning. For Long Wei to go to this extent, it only showed that my strength had truly intimidated him. I waved my hand dismissively. Handling Xinxin was enough. As for this Long Wei, seeing that his attitude was quite sincere, I was not going to hold a grudge. Glancing at Long Wei, I said coldly, I won't pursue it this time, but if your subordinates ever follow me again, or follow my wife, bear the consequences yourselves. Yes, I guarantee there will absolutely not be a next time. Long Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I did not hold it against him, it was fine. Right then, Ye Wenxin sent me a message. Lin Chen, what time does your morning class end? Do the babies miss me? Or does the baby's mom miss me? I did not answer the kid's mom's question directly. I am being serious with you. Fortunately, they were chatting on EarthChat. Ye Wenxin found her small face, disappointingly blushing again. The interior decorator just contacted me, asked if we have time this morning. They want to go over and install the stuff. As for the style of the furniture, the colors, and other small details, I let Ye Wenxin make all the decisions. So for the past 2 days, the interior decorator has been communicating directly with her. I will head over to our new home right now. Have the designer and the workers go straight there. Okay, I will let the designer know. Once the installation is complete, there is a remaining balance of 58,000 to be paid. I will transfer 60,000 to you right away. A moment later, I received the 60,000 yuan transfer from Ye Wenxin. Is the extra 2,000 pocket money from the mother of my kids? I asked, half joking. I realized that this feeling of getting pocket money from my wife
Was actually pretty great.
having a glib tongue. Knowing she could not out-argue me, Ye Wenxin could only symbolically express her embarrassment. The babies need their formula. I am not chatting with you anymore. Putting down her phone, Ye Wenxin looked worried. Of the 200,000 Lin Chen gave her, only 90,000 was left. The expenses recently were indeed quite high. I wonder if Xinxin and Niannian missed their papa. Putting away my phone, I muttered to myself. The people from the soft furnishing company really were professionals. In no time, they had everything set up. After checking the quality, I transferred the remaining balance for the decoration to the designer. With the new home all set, I naturally rushed back to see my precious Xinxin and Niannian. I used my key, exercising my rights as the male head of the household, and opened the front door of the apartment. Now that I lived here every day, Jiang Mingyue proactively handed over her front door key. Papa, Papa, the two little ones were now very familiar with their dad's voice. Upon hearing my voice, the two little treasures immediately waddled over and rushed toward the door, opening their chubby little arms. Both babies were in the asking for a hug mode. Papa, hug. I scooped up own baby in each arm, and then planted a kiss on each of their little cheeks. Dada, dada, mimicking their papa. Xinxin and Niannian aimed at my face and offered their own sweet kisses. Feeling something wet and sticky on my face, I knew this was the evidence of love left by my two little treasures. Detected sweet interaction between host and babies. Rewarded host with top-tier royal chef skill and 500,000 yuan. As the system's voice faded, various cooking skills appeared in my mind. Then I checked the text message on my phone. Whoa, good heavens. 500,000 yuan really had just hit my account. I was just worrying about whether I needed to find a part-time job since the previous 250,000 was almost gone. And now it delivered money right to me again. You are back. Hearing the noise, Ye Wenxin walked out of the kitchen, flashing me a sweet smile. Go wash your hands first. Dinner will be ready in a minute. I looked at the little woman wearing an apron, still holding a spatula in her hand. It gave me a strong visual of a little wife waiting for her beloved husband to come home. Xinxin, Niannian, Papa is going to wash his hands first. You guys play in the living room for a bit, okay? Placing the two babies on the blanket in the living room, I went to the bathroom to wash my hands. Recently, all 3 meals a day were prepared by Wenxin. Now that I had acquired the top-tier royal chef skill, I secretly thought about showing off my skills for Wenxin sometime. Consider it a surprise. The lunch Ye Wenxin prepared consisted of 3 dishes and own soup, which was just right for a family of 4. While enjoying the delicious food prepared by the kids' mom, I discussed moving plans with her. Wenxin, how about we move this afternoon? Thinking that the new home was already decorated, I could not wait to let my babies and their mother move in. The environment of this rented place was really not good. I felt that having my precious daughters living here was truly an injustice to them. Won't the afternoon be too rushed? We had originally only tentatively planned to move tomorrow. It was not confirmed. My sudden proposal to move this afternoon left Ye Wenxin completely unprepared. What is rushed about it? Later, I will help you pack things up and have a moving company deliver them to Crescent Bay. Then I will call a taxi, and our family of 4 can just go over along with the moving company's truck. Ye Wenxin was also very much looking forward to the new home. Seeing me so enthusiastic, Ye Wenxin did not say anything more. Hearing family of 4, her heart felt sweet. In the afternoon, we quickly arrived at the new home. I had put a lot of thought into decorating the living room's accent wall, and the decorative wall in the dining room and so on. Of course, these were definitely designed based on Ye Wenxin's preferences. It looks great. Ye Wenxin nodded emphatically. Ye Wenxin understood all my intentions. I intentionally left this hallway area blank. Later on, I want to make a photo wall here, specifically for photos of our family of 4. Family of 4. Hearing me say these 4 words so naturally again, Ye Wenxin's eyes felt a little moist. It seemed the baby's dad always had her and the girls in his heart. After Ye Wenxin finished tidying up the rooms, she walked around the kitchen, She felt like a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. You are tired today too. Do not cook yourself, I will order takeout. I walked over to the kid's mom, took her hand, and led her to sit on the sofa in the living room. Ordering takeout is too expensive. I would better buy some groceries and cook myself. Ye Wenxin knew that recently, because of renovating and decorating the new home, the expenses were who knows how many times higher than usual. Of the 200,000 I transferred to her a few days ago, Ye Wenxin calculated that only 90,000 was left, although 90,000 was not a small amount.
Ye Wenxin felt
That money should be spent where it is most needed. After all, while the two babies at home could not be called gold-swallowing beasts, calling them money shredders was not an exaggeration at all. Besides, in another 2 years the older and younger baby would be starting daycare. That is when the real spending would begin. Because Ye Wenxin had to take care of the babies, she could not go out to work. I was still just a college junior. Naturally, she wanted to save wherever possible. Wenxin, are you worried about money? Grabbing Wenxin, who was about to get up and go grocery shopping, I asked seriously. I do not mean that. I just think the expenses for the older and younger baby are quite high, so we should save where we can. Ye Wenxin did not want to put too much pressure on me. After all, having the babies was entirely her own decision. When I suddenly learned the truth, I did not run away, and I even treated the babies and her so well. Ye Wenxin already felt very satisfied. For the days ahead, Ye Wenxin decided that once the babies started daycare, she would find a job to help share some of my financial burden. Being my woman, you do not need to save, I declared domineeringly. I was a man with a super dad system after all. Wenxin, still thinking about saving money, was not that looking down on me, and even more so, looking down on the system. Without giving Wenxin a chance to speak, I took out my phone and tapped a few times. Ye Wenxin heard her EarthChat chime. She glanced at me and opened it. Lin Chen, why did you transfer 500,000 to me? Ye Wenxin's voice even trembled a bit. Wenxin, the stock market has been in a crazy bull run these past few days. Several stocks I bought surged massively. 2 of them even hit the daily limit multiple times. This 500,000 is the profit from these past few days. I know our household expenses have been quite high lately, so I withdrew these profits. I felt I was truly too smart by saying from the start that I traded stocks. Now, no matter how many rewards the system gave, I could just withdraw them directly. I did not even need to find an excuse. Lin Chen, is not this too much? With so much money you would better keep it yourself. Ye Wenxin's little heart could not quite take it. Was the baby's father really just a college junior? This speed of making money was way more impressive than those so-called white-collar workers. What is with this you and me? I said. You are the finance minister of our family. When a man earns money, of course, he gives it to his woman to manage. Taking Wenxin's phone, I tapped confirm receipt. And just like that, the matter was settled. For the first dinner in our new home, it was naturally very lavish. I ordered 6 dishes that Wenxin and I liked. Of course, I also ordered baby meals for the 2 babies. Our family of 4 ate in a truly warm and happy atmosphere. I have something I want to discuss with you. After dinner, Ye Wenxin was in charge of cleaning up. I was in charge of taking out the trash. After everything was done, Ye Wenxin spoke to me very seriously. What is it? I sat up straight from my half-reclining position on the sofa. It is just that the babies are already 10 months old, and their birth certificates have not been processed yet. Ye Wenxin was a bit embarrassed to bring it up. This was probably her failure as a mother, right? Back then, she only thought about giving birth to the babies on her own, but did not realize that for many things, it just would not work without the father's involvement. Birth certificates. To me, a novice dad, this term was a bit unfamiliar. Are there some documents needed that are hard to get? Tell me, I will go sort it out tomorrow. Something so important for the babies. Yet Wenxin had not gotten it done for them until now. My intuition told me that getting this birth certificate must be quite troublesome. It is not that the documents are hard to get, it is just. Ye Wenxin could not quite say it out loud. The reason she delayed it for so long. really was not the problem I had mentioned. Actually, processing the baby's birth certificates was not difficult. The difficulty lay in the fact that back then, Ye Wenxin lacked own absolutely essential item, the baby's father's ID card. Looking at Wenxin hesitating, I seemed to understand somewhat. No, a marriage certificate is not needed. Seeing my thoughts going off track, Ye Wenxin immediately shook her head. We just need the ID cards of the baby's mom and dad. Not daring to let me guess wildly, Ye Wenxin gave the answer. Just ID cards. That is too easy. Tomorrow, I will go get the birth certificates for our Xinxin and Niannian. I naturally felt that the sooner we got the baby's birth certificates done, the more at ease I would feel. It was just that the marriage certificate mentioned just now, I realized I should also find a time to have a good talk with Wenxin about it. But before getting the birth certificates, we should give the older and younger baby official names, right? Xinxin and Niannian are just nicknames. They can't be used as real names. You are Xinxin and Niannian's father, you choose. Besides, I chose the nicknames for the older and younger baby, so the official names should be chosen by their dad. After some pushing back and forth, the two fully displayed their gentlemanly spirit. How about this? We each think of a few nice-sounding names, and then let the older and younger baby choose themselves. How about that? Lin Chen, you just want the older and younger baby to take responsibility for their own names, right? In her heart, Ye Wenxin strongly agreed with my idea, but verbally, she could not resist teasing a bit. The baby's dad was too cunning, actually making the babies take the blame themselves. Ye Wenxin tore a few pages from a small notebook. Then she tore these pages into several neat small squares of paper. She handed me a pen and a few small pieces of paper. In no time, the two of us had written multiple names on the papers and crumpled them into little balls. Now, let our older baby and younger baby decide their own names to show the baby's full autonomy. Ye Wenxin even specifically tossed the fruit bowl a few times to mix up the slips of paper she wrote with mine. Older baby, younger baby, come here. Papa and Mama are going to play a game with you. I scooped up Owen daughter in each arm and sat them down in front of the paper balls. Come, older baby, younger baby. Inside these are the names Papa and Mama chose for you. Now you decide for yourselves what your official names will be. To prove that this was the older and younger baby's own choice, I even took out my phone and started recording a video. Empty words mean nothing. Solid video footage is the best evidence. Watching my actions, Ye Wenxin gave a helpless smile. The babies being tricked by their own dad at such a young age. Is not it a bit pitiful? Soon, both babies had chosen their own names. Ye Wenxin, full of curiosity, opened the slip of paper in front of the older baby. It read Lin Xinxin. So our older baby likes the name Xinxin. Mama announces, the official name of our older baby, little Xinxin, is Lin Xinxin. The older baby's name was settled. Next up was the younger baby. Let Mama see. What name did our younger baby choose? Little Niannian was very clever. Even if she did not fully understand what her mom meant, she still cleverly handed the slip of paper in front of her to her mom, Lin Qingyu. So little Niannian likes this name. Mama announces, our younger baby's official name is Lin Qingyu. Just like that, the two babies' official names were decided. Ye Wenxin realized that with me around, many things were just that simple to handle. Ye Wenxin clapped her hands. The older and younger baby happily followed along, clapping their little hands too. On the first day in the new home, completing such a major task, the smile on Ye Wenxin's face never faded. The babies played happily during the day. At night, I quickly coaxed them to sleep. Ye Wenxin thought about her relationship with me. Right now, they probably were not at the stage of sharing a bed, right? But having me sleep on the sofa did not seem like a long-term solution either. For a moment, Ye Wenxin did not know how to bring it up. I looked at Ye Wenxin's hesitant expression. What is wrong? Are you not used to the new bed, just like a baby? Do you want me to keep you company for a while? Seeing Wenxin's conflicted look, I automatically jumped to a conclusion. Being unable to sleep in a new bed seemed to be a common thing. I did not think it was strange at all. No need. I am fine with new beds. Hearing that I wanted to keep her company, Ye Wenxin's face instantly turned red again. Lin Chen clearly did not mean it that way. Why did I misunderstand? Lin Chen, where are you sleeping? Seeing me staring at her, Ye Wenxin could only bite the bullet and ask this difficult-to-speak question. Wenxin? Where do you think I should sleep? Seeing that the mother of my children was actually 2 years older than me, yet acting so shy, I could not help but want to tease her. Wenxin, we have even had 2 babies, Xinxin and Niannian. Where do you think I should sleep? I took a few steps forward, my body almost pressing against Ye Wenxin's. Lin Chen, I can sleep in the same room as the babies. You can have the master bedroom. Completely overpowered in presence, Ye Wenxin stated she could surrender her territory. You sleep with the babies. But in the baby's room, there are only 2 cribs. With your height, I do not think you can fit. Holding back the laughter that was about to spill out, I continued teasing Wenxin. Then I leaned my body slightly forward again. Ye Wenxin could only extend both arms to maintain some distance between herself and me. However, the moment Ye Wenxin's arms touched my body, she felt as if her whole body had been electrocuted. Did she just touch? Pectoral muscles. Lin Chen looked so lean, yet he actually had pectoral muscles. The time Ye Wenxin and I crossed paths was when they were both drunk. Even when Ye Wenxin woke up later, she was too ashamed to take another look at me. So Ye Wenxin had absolutely no idea that the father of her babies actually had such a great physique. Lin Chen has pectoral muscles. Does that mean he also has abs? Are Lin Chen's abs the legendary kind? The most perfect 8-pack abs? Ye Wenxin's mind could not help but run wild with imagination. Just kidding. I prepared a folding bed in the study. I will sleep there. I saw Wenxin keeping her head down the whole time, completely unaware that inside her head, she was fantasizing about my physique. I thought she was just too shy to look up. Ye Wenxin was pulled back to reality by my words. She belatedly realized that she seemed to have turned into a pervert. Ye Wenxin hurriedly took a step back, not daring to look at my face anymore. Then she fled straight toward the master bedroom. At the moment she closed the bedroom door, she softly murmured 2 words. Good night. Why so shy? I was just making a joke. I muttered to myself, amused, and walked back to the study. After her emotions settled down, Ye Wenxin gently opened the bedroom door. The 2 babies were sleeping in the next room. Ye Wenxin naturally could not sleep with her door closed. That night, perhaps because of the new environment, the babies did not sleep soundly. Ye Wenxin and I got up 5 times during the night, barely making it until dawn. Because I had the top-tier combat skill buff, I did not feel it was a big deal, and still looked full of energy. Ye Wenxin was different. A girl's physical stamina inherently could not compare to a boy's. Besides, Ye Wenxin had been taking care of the babies long term. So being physically exhausted was quite normal. After I got up, I went to check on the baby's room first. Seeing the little treasures sleeping soundly, I tiptoed out of the room. I did not enter the master bedroom. I just glanced inside. Ye Wenxin was very still on the large bed, showing no signs of waking up. I did not disturb the sweet dreams of the mother and daughters. I simply washed up, grabbed the front door keys, and went to buy breakfast. Carrying the soup dumplings and spicy soup that Wenxin liked, I also bought a few piggy-shaped custard buns for the babies. Gently opening the door, I was not sure if Wenxin and the babies were awake yet. Lin Chen, you went out. Ye Wenxin, with a sleepy face, walked out of the baby's room. She had habitually gotten up to check on the babies, and had not noticed at all that I was not home. She had assumed I was sleeping soundly in the study. Yeah, I bought breakfast. Let us eat it while it is hot. Since Wenxin was already up, I waved the delicious food in front of her. Wenxin was a little foodie. This was something I had slowly discovered during our interactions over the past few days. Spicy soup, soup dumplings. Wait a sec, I will go brush my teeth and wash my face. Wenxin, I do not have classes this morning. I will go get the baby's birth certificates done today. While eating breakfast, I talked about my plans for the day. Okay, I will give you my ID card later. Although Ye Wenxin had not processed the baby's birth certificates, she had long since asked clearly about the related procedures. Then she explained them to me in detail. I looked at the sweetly sleeping babies. I did not have the heart to wake the little treasures up. I will collect today's morning kiss when Papa gets back. Be safe on the road. Ye Wenxin walked me to the door, giving me instructions like a little wife. After saying goodbye to Ye Wenxin, I took a taxi directly to the Women's and Children's Hospital, then found the obstetrics department. Sir, this is the obstetrics department. How can I help you? Seeing me appear alone in the obstetrics department, the nurse at the duty desk asked curiously. Such a young, handsome guy should not be appearing in the obstetrics department. Could it be that the handsome guy was lost? The little nurse was clearly someone who judged by appearances. Sir, did you come to the wrong place? Where do you want to go? Should I take you there? The director's ward rounds time had already passed. The little nurse thought, even if she stepped away for a bit, it would not be a problem. Hello, I would like to get the medical certificate of birth. I stated my purpose directly. Medical certificate of birth. Are you a family member of Owen of the Mothers? Why have not I seen you before? The little nurse looked shocked. Did the handsome guy already have an owner? The handsome guy coming to get a medical certificate of birth could only mean that his baby was already born. The little nurse felt somewhat aggrieved in her heart. Why did all the top-tier guys belong to someone else? The other two nurses at the duty desk had actually been secretly paying attention to my situation as well. Now, hearing my words, they both came over. Sir, which bed's baby are you getting the medical certificate of birth for? Such an incredibly handsome guy. The three of them felt that if they had seen him, they definitely would not have forgotten. Since none of them had any impression of me, it could only mean this was the handsome guy's first time at the hospital. My babies are already 10 months old. Due to personal reasons, I have not had time to process it until now. Knowing the nurses had misunderstood, I smiled slightly and explained. 10 months, that should not be right. Even if the baby was born 10 months ago, as long as I have seen you once, I have a photographic memory when it comes to handsome guys. The little nurse was still quite naive. Searching seriously in her mind, she accidentally spilled her true inner thoughts. Xinxin, the nurse next to her, pulled the little nurse's arm, saying such embarrassing things right to a handsome guy's face. The hospital director would probably die of embarrassment. Realizing she had slipped up, the little nurse cutely covered her mouth with her hands. Sir, I am sorry. The other nurse did not know how to explain either. She could not exactly say that her colleague was just a girl obsessed with good looks, could she? It is fine. Can I process the baby's medical certificate of birth here? I could tell that the little nurse meant no harm. Naturally, I would not make a fuss about it. Yes, of course, sir. Since your baby is already 10 months old, to process the medical certificate of birth, you need to provide the hospital admission records of the baby's mother from when she gave birth, as well as your and the baby's mother's ID cards. Seeing that the handsome guy had no intention of blaming her colleague, the nurse breathed a sigh of relief. If they had encountered some unreasonable person, it would be hard to say how things would turn out. Okay. I took out the documents I had prepared long ago and handed them over. Ye Wenxin, is that the Ye Wenxin who gave birth to twin baby girls back then? Her. She is prettier than a fairy. I finally saw it clearly. That little nurse named Xinxin was purely obsessed with good looks. And she did not discriminate by gender either. Which Ye Wenxin? Is it that woman who came to have a baby all by herself? Well, not entirely by herself. At least she had another woman with her. She looked decent, but what a pity. From start to finish, the baby's father never showed up. If you ask me, that woman was definitely someone's mistress. Then, when the guy saw she had girls, he did not even want the kids anymore. Xinxin had not finished sighing emotionally yet. From afar walked over a chubby woman also wearing a nurse's uniform. The chubby nurse had just walked over and had not heard my earlier conversation with the nurses. Because my back was facing the chubby nurse, she naturally could not see my face, and it was even more impossible for her to know my identity. Xiaojiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Gossiping about patients behind their backs is inherently a major taboo in the hospital, especially now that this Xiaojiang is bad-mouthing Ye Wenxin. That nurse shot me a worried glance. She was afraid that today's matter would not be easily smoothed over. Actually, Ye Wenxin had not offended that Xiaojiang at all. Ye Wenxin was just giving birth at the hospital. She had neither the opportunity nor the reason to offend a nurse there. It could only be said that Ye Wenxin's beauty was too outstanding. Some people would automatically treat Ye Wenxin as an enemy. That Xiao Zhang was one of them. Her face, figure, skin, etc. There was not a single feature she could compare favorably with Ye Wenxin. Xiao Zhang could only use Ye Wenxin having babies, without a husband present as a punching bag to vent her jealousy. It could only be said that this Xiao Zhang's mindset was quite twisted, and she was truly unsuited for the medical profession. Say that one more time. I turned my head and glared intently at the chubby nurse gossiping behind Wenxin's back. Wenxin went through so much hardship to give birth to my babies. Yet someone dared to ruin her reputation. My fists clenched until they cracked. If it had been a man saying these things, my fists would have already met his face. Who are you? When I turned around, the chubby nurse instantly turned into a boy-crazy fangirl. This was the first time the chubby nurse had seen such a handsome man. However, unlike Xinxin's pure appreciation for handsome guys, the chubby nurse's gaze was not quite clean. I gave the chubby nurse a look of disgust, and then dominantly declared, "I am Ye Wenxin's husband." Did not this chubby nurse say Ye Wenxin was a mistress? Now that her husband had appeared, would not the chubby nurse's slander be self-defeating? And what did she mean by seeing she had 2 girls and not wanting them anymore? My 2 little treasures were so adorable. I could not dote on them enough. How could I possibly abandon them because of their gender? Ye Wenxin's husband. She had a feeling of impending doom. The chubby nurse's body even started to sway, gossiping about a patient behind their back, only to be caught red-handed by the patient's family member. The chubby nurse knew that saying anything more now was useless. She was probably going to have to pack her bags and leave, losing her job just because she could not keep her mouth shut. The outcome of the matter was still very satisfying. After the hospital director stepped forward to apologize, the chubby nurse was indeed fired. I did not make a big fuss out of it either. Holding the completed medical certificates of birth for the babies, I went home. There were not many people processing birth certificates today. An hour or so later, I was back home again. Just as I opened the door, "Papa, Papa," the 2 little treasures heard their papa's voice, and immediately crawled over eagerly. I squatted down and picked up the 2 treasures. The 2 delayed morning kisses were delivered. As for the first identity document Papa mentioned, the 2 treasures had absolutely no interest in it. Is it done? Did everything go smoothly? Ye Wenxin, who had been hanging clothes on the balcony while watching the babies, walked over upon hearing my voice. It is done. Everything went smoothly. With good intentions, I hid what the chubby nurse had said. I did not want Ye Wenxin to feel unhappy because of some bad words from a stranger. Since the babies were not interested in their own medical certificates of birth, I could only entrust them to the baby's mother for safekeeping. Mama is a good manager. Let us hand over the first identity documents of our Lin Xinxin and Lin Chen to Mama for safekeeping. Okay, I teased my 2 daughters, not noticing the kids' mom acting unusually. She also seemed to gladly accept this special identity as the household manager. At this moment, Ye Wenxin and I were taking the 2 babies to the 2nd floor of the mall to watch other kids draw. Suddenly, a voice tinged with tears sounded next to my ear. My drawing. That voice was too close. I had a bad premonition in my heart. Sure enough, seeing the younger baby holding a black, fine liner pen, laughing merrily over there, I knew my baby had caused trouble. Younger baby, I did not know what to say. Ye Wenxin and I had been very careful. I did not expect the younger baby still managed to find a tool to commit the crime. I did not know how the younger baby got hold of that fine liner pen and directly drew a stroke on another child's drawing paper. Perhaps in the younger baby's mind, she was helping the little brother draw. Anyway, looking at the bright smile on her face, the little Owen probably did not know she had caused trouble. Oh no, what do we do now? My Xiaoming's drawing was almost finished. A woman around 30 spoke up anxiously. It must be the little boy's mother. Mom. My drawing. Hearing his mom's words, the little boy cried out, feeling wronged. The drawing he worked so hard on was originally meant for everyone to admire. Now that there was an extra black line on the drawing paper, the little boy felt he was definitely going to be laughed at. What a pity. This child's drawing is quite good. Seeing a commotion here, everyone gathered around. No need to say much. The onlookers naturally understood what happened. It was just that the little baby holding the tool was too cute. Everyone could not bear to criticize the little treasure. How about drawing another own? Such a small baby does not know anything. Even if you scold her, it is useless. Little friend, you are an older brother. Do not hold a grudge against a little sister. The onlookers were all won over by the younger baby's cuteness. They actually turned around and started consoling the little boy. Mom, hearing everyone's words, the little boy felt even more wronged. Little friend, my younger baby messed up your drawing. I apologize to you on her behalf. Since my own treasure caused the trouble, I naturally had to step forward. Xiaoming glanced at the younger baby who was smiling brightly at him, curled his lip, and did not say anything. Only, his tears of grievance never stopped falling. Little friend, how about this? Uncle also studied drawing. Why do not you let Uncle try? And see if I can salvage the messed up part, okay? The place where the younger baby drew the black line was right next to the panda the little boy drew. I already had an idea in my mind. Okay. The little boy wiped his tears with his hand and agreed to my suggestion. I picked up a paintbrush and where the younger baby scribbled, I outlined a few strokes and added a few more. A little panda. The little boy was the first to cry out. It could be seen that the little boy was very satisfied with what I drew. This little panda is drawn so realistically. It is even more realistic than what Master Wu paints. Master Wu? You mean that inkwash painting master? I have also admired the pandas he paints. What this gentleman painted is indeed a notch above Master Wu's. As for the words of praise, I did not take them to heart. I possessed the top-tier painting skill given by the system. Could the paintings I produce be ordinary? Little friend, is this okay? I painted to clean up the younger baby's mess. Of course, I had to ask the opinion of the person involved. Uncle, you paint so beautifully. I hope I can also become a master like Uncle. The matter was resolved. I smiled, not wanting to linger any longer. I pushed the stroller, preparing to leave. Sir, please wait. Gu Ying, who had been paying attention to the commotion here all along, blocked my and Ye Wenxin's path. Hello, sir. I am a drawing teacher here. I just saw the panda you painted. It is truly a masterpiece. Your painting skills are second to none in the country. Gu Ying gave me a hefty compliment. My expression remained calm, showing no reaction. I knew the other party stopping me was definitely not just to say a few nice words. Sir, a friend of mine ran into a difficult problem. It requires a painting master like you to solve it. I wonder if I could take up a little bit of you and your wife's time to move to our training room and take a look. Teacher Gu, here are the little pastries you asked me to buy. Before I had time to respond, a girl who looked like an assistant ran over. She held a few beautifully packaged little pastry boxes in her hands. Sir, these are some little pastries I prepared for the babies. I hope the babies will like them. Gu Ying took the little boxes handed over by the girl and brought them to the front of the stroller. Are you the older baby and the younger baby? Uncle had this older sister. Buy some delicious food for our older baby and younger baby. I wonder if the older baby and younger baby like it. Upon seeing the delicious food, the older baby and younger baby's eyes instantly lit up. They waved their chubby little hands. If Ye Wenxin had not stepped forward to stop them, the baby's little claws would have already touched the little cakes. Mama, mama, the two little treasures simultaneously let out sounds of dissatisfaction. Ye Wenxin shook her head at the babies, showing no intention of yielding. Papa, Dada, seeing that Mama disagreed, the babies very cleverly switched their target for help. Sir, why do not you let the babies eat a little first? I see the babies are probably hungry. And it is a good time to trouble you to take a look for my friend. If it is hard to resolve, I absolutely won't force it. I looked at the older and younger baby who were practically drooling. I exchanged a glance with the kid's mom. Lead the way. Since Guing was smart, knowing to start with the babies, I will just treat it as a tour of the training institute. Led by Guiying, Ye Wenxin and I, along with the babies, walked into the reception room of the training institute. The girl who bought the cakes just now was very perceptive. Seeing her boss, Guiying, being so polite to me, the girl did not need to ask anything more. To know my identity was not ordinary. She immediately, enthusiastically served tea and poured water. The girl even wanted to feed cake to the older and younger baby. Ye Wenxin politely declined the girl's kind offer. Her own babies. Ye Wenxin did not feel comfortable leaving to someone else's hands. Understanding the baby's mother's intention, the girl stood to the side holding tissues, ready to assist. Gu Ying did not dare delay time. After inviting me to sit down, he immediately stated his purpose for inviting me in. Sir, it is like this. My friend acquired a very famous painting. He originally intended to give it to his father-in-law as a 60th birthday gift. Because of a child's mischief, that painting was damaged a little bit. Sir, to be completely honest, my friend has also looked for quite a few masters, wanting to salvage that painting. Unfortunately, among all the masters in Jiang City, not a single person dared to take this job. Those people who are always so high and mighty when there is no issue, calling themselves masters. When truly encountering a problem, all they do is shake their heads own by own. I raised an eyebrow. So they had taken a liking to my painting skills. That painting is very valuable. If it were an ordinary painting, if it is ruined, it is ruined. There would be absolutely no need to waste so much effort, right? Indeed. My friend spent 3 million to buy that painting. That is why he wanted to ask for someone's help. Gu Ying knew he could not hide anything. Hearing the price of 3 million, Ye Wenxin could not help but look up at me. This favor was not an easy own to do. If it was not handled well, and the other party turned around and said you ruined his painting, and demanded compensation, what then? The worry in Ye Wenxin's eyes was transmitted to me clearly. I nodded at Wenxin. Although I had the top-tier painting skill given by the system, and I was very confident in my painting abilities. However, the saying the human heart is unpredictable was not without reason. Furthermore, I did not even know this Gu Ying, let alone the friend he mentioned. I did not want to wade into these inexplicably muddy waters. Mr. Gu, I am afraid I can't help your friend. Thank you for the cakes. My daughters seem to like them very much. Politely expressing my thanks, I stood up and walked towards the stroller. When I stood up, Gu Ying also stood up. Seeing that I was really about to leave, Gu Ying got a bit anxious. Old Gu, where is the expert you mentioned? An urgent voice successfully interrupted the words Gu Ying was about to use to make me stay. This old Zhao arrived at a truly opportune moment. Gu Ying was not even sure if, had he arrived any later, old Zhao would have had the chance to ask the expert for help. Old Zhao, you are finally here. Gu Ying checked his watch. For old Zhao to rush here in about 15 minutes was considered quite fast. Old Gu, where is the master you spoke of? He looked around the reception room. Inside the reception room, besides Gu Ying and the female assistant old Zhao recognized, there was only a great beauty and a handsome guy left. Of course, old Zhao did not ignore the two cute babies in the stroller. It is just that old Zhao's mind was entirely focused on the master. Gu Ying respectfully introduced me to old Zhao. I am sorry, sir. You see, I was so excited I did not even ask your name, Lin Chen. My own name was not a secret. I had no intention of hiding it. Mr. Lin, could you please take a look at this painting for me? Seeing Guiyong's attitude towards me, the man called old Zhao understood that this handsome guy was not simple. Old Zhao, in order to save this painting, old Zhao has used all the connections he could these past few days. Unfortunately, even the person reputed to be the top painting master in Jiang City did not have the ability to turn the tide for old Zhao's painting. For old Zhao, what he cared about was not the 3 million. What old Zhao truly cared about was that this painting was something his father-in-law had coveted for a long time. Old Zhao wanted to give it to him on his 60th birthday. Now look what happened. Because of old Zhao's momentary carelessness, he left the painting in the study without putting it away properly. The result was that his own daughter added a thick stroke to it. I took a long look. It truly was a masterpiece, and it had some age to it. No wonder this man named Old Zhao spent 3 million to buy it. It was indeed worth this price. Mr. Lin, I heard from old Gu that you have the skill to turn decay into magic. I wonder if I could ask you to help and salvage this painting for me. Old Zhao looked at me with an earnest expression. Although this Mr. Lin looked very young. Old Ge had said Mr. Lin was highly skilled. Old Zhao firmly believed this. This painting of yours is too valuable. With Owen's simple sentence, I stated my stance. This was a painting of a sunrise in the east. Originally, the artistic conception of the painting was already very good. Unfortunately, next to the rising sun, that heavy black pen mark destroyed the artistic conception of the entire painting. In my mind, on how to salvage this painting, I already had a general idea. But you can know a person's face but not their heart. Right now, this old Zal looked like he was anxiously begging for help. I could not guarantee that after I made my move, that old Zhao would not start picking faults or something. Mr. Lin, please rest assured, as long as you are willing to help, no matter what the outcome is, I will bear all responsibility myself. Old Zhao was also a smart person. Without me needing to say much, he immediately understood what I meant. Old Zhao was very tactful. He made a guarantee, knowing empty words meant nothing. Old Gu, help me print out a statement, stating all consequences will be borne by me, Zhao Zhigang. When Ye Wenxin heard Zhao Zhigang say, that painting was ruined by his daughter, she thought of the younger baby in her own family. Children's mischief truly did not discriminate by age or occasion. At the time, Ye Wenxin felt a bit soft-hearted, but thinking about how that painting was worth 3 million, Ye Wenxin did not rashly want me to step in and help. Now, seeing Zhao Zhigang's attitude being so sincere, Ye Wenxin wanted to urge me to reconsider, no matter whose child caused trouble. In the end, the ones who help clean up the mess, are not they always the child's parents? I understood Wenxin's meaning, and gave her a reassuring look. Ye Wenxin instantly understood. Knowing I had my own plans, Ye Wenxin did not say anything more. She just watched silently. I already had an idea in my mind. So naturally, there was no need to waste time. I picked up the paintbrush and started working right away. Zhao Zhigang and Ga Ying, watching me, simultaneously thought, a master is indeed a master. In Zhao Zhigang and Gu Ying's eyes, I was acting like I could just pick up a brush and go. Done. After about 10 minutes, I put down the paintbrush. I took a few steps back to make room. I let Zhao Zhigang and Gu Ying see for themselves. While I was painting, Zhao Zhigang and Ga Ying did not dare to step forward. After all, masters all have their own temperaments. Zhao Zhigang and Gu Ying were worried that if they stepped forward and watched Master Lin paint, it would make Master Lin unhappy. Seeing that my entire painting process was done in own breath, without even a moment's pause, the two of them knew they had finally found the right person this time. This, Zhao Zhigang and Gu Ying, who had already prepared themselves mentally, upon seeing the painting I had altered, were still stunned. Lin Chen, could it be that they do not like it? Ye Wenxin had not stepped forward while I was painting either, so she did not know how I painted. Now, seeing that Zhao Zhigang and Gu Ying had stopped talking, Ye Wenxin became a bit worried. Mr. Lin, you truly are a master among masters. Mr. Lin, thank you so much, thank you. Finally recovering from the pleasant surprise, Zhao Zhigang carefully touched the scroll. He thanked me profusely. Mr. Lin, if I had not watched you paint it with my own eyes, I truly would not believe that this eagle was produced by the hands of a young man in his 20s. Gu Ying was also incredibly shocked. However, having witnessed it with his own eyes, Gu Ying could only say to himself that his perspective was too narrow. He used to think a master had to be someone with a white beard. Ye Wenxin looked beside the sun. The previously very conspicuous black pen mark had now transformed into an eagle spreading its wings to soar high. In her heart, besides shock, there was only more shock. In Ye Wenxin's mind, a phrase instantly flashed by: an eagle should spread its wings and soar high, flying above the highest heavens. It was originally a painting of a sunrise in the east. Because of my stroke of genius, the artistic conception of this painting was elevated by more than just own level. Ye Wenxin realized that on the baby's father, there were still many shining qualities she did not know about. Ye Wenxin looked at me with eyes that were somewhat sparkling. If you looked closely, you could even see a hint of admiration in her eyes. Mr. Lin, thank you so very much. My father-in-law will definitely love this gift very much. Thank you. By the way, Mr. Lin, would it be convenient to add your Earth chat? Zhao Zhigang had already taken out his phone, looking at me earnestly. My father-in-law is a painting enthusiast. If there is anything he needs in the future, could I trouble you a bit? I nodded. Since he wanted to show filial piety to the elderly, I would not refuse. Adding my Earth chat excited Zhao Zhigang for a long while again. Gu Ying originally also wanted to ask to add me. Unfortunately, Gai Ying could not find a suitable excuse. He could only temporarily give up. Mr. Lin, thank you for helping me salvage this painting. I know this is not something that can be measured with money, but this is a token of my appreciation. Hearing the sound of my Earth chat, I picked up my phone and saw that Zhao Zhigang had transferred 300,000 to me. Ye Wenxin had already stood next to me, so naturally she saw this transfer too. Outwardly she did not say anything, but inside, Ye Wenxin was incredibly shocked. Just now, Lin Chen only spent 10 minutes, and Zhao Zhigang transferred 300,000 to him. Was not the baby's father a bit too impressive? I was just helping out. There is no need for this money. Mr. Lin, please, you must accept this money. You did not just help me out a little bit. Mr. Lin, I know you do not care about this 300,000, but this is also a token of my gratitude. Please, do accept it. Zhao Zhigang looked like he would not let it go. If I did not accept the money, I really had no choice but to accept the money. Sent off by Zhao Zhigang and Gu Ying all the way, Ye Wenxin and I walked out the doors of the Drawing Interest Institute. Lin Chen, how do you paint so well? Ye Wenxin asked curiously. I told you long ago. I have many skills. You just take your time and discover them. I would not miss the chance to tease the kid's mom. What I said was quite serious. It was just that my face drawing close, and the hot breath almost exhaling onto her face, still made Ye Wenxin's small face blush uncontrollably. All right, no more teasing. Let me transfer the 300,000 to you, our family's great manager. In public, I abandoned the idea of teasing the kid's mom. After all, Wenxin blushing had a unique charm of its own. I did not want other men seeing such a feminine side of Wenxin. No need, you just transferred 500,000 to me last time, plus the remainder from before. I have plenty of money now. You do not need to transfer it to me. You have heard the saying men turn bad when they have money, right? Although I am not that kind of man, it is still better for the woman to manage the money in the family. Then transfer 200,000 to me. Keep the remaining 100,000 with you. You can't be walking around without any money on you. A guy going out always has times when he needs to spend money. Seeing my firm attitude, Ye Wenxin could only agree. Ye Wenxin realized she truly felt more and more like the mistress of the house now. This feeling also allowed Ye Wenxin to find a sense of home's warmth. Okay, then I will transfer 200,000 to you. We will use the remaining 100,000 to buy things for our family's 3 treasures. I tapped a few times on my phone. 20,000 was transferred to Wenxin's card. Ye Wenxin did not miss the 3 treasures I just mentioned. There were the older baby and the younger baby. 2 treasures in the family. That goes without saying. Then as for the 3rd treasure, did Lin Chen mean herself? The answer was quite obvious. Ye Wenxin thought about how she was also considered a treasure by me. Her heart felt incredibly warm. At this time, we passed by a Chanel boutique. I think this suit skirt looks pretty good. With your great figure, it will definitely look very beautiful on you. Go try it on. As soon as the shop assistants saw customers walking in, they immediately came over to greet us. The babies are so beautiful. Are they twins? The shop assistant's eyes instantly lit up. Sir, madam, you two look so young. Are these your babies? A younger shop assistant seemed to disbelieve that the 2 of us were already parents to these babies. These are our babies. Seeing someone praising her little treasures, Ye Wenxin was naturally happy. Oh my god, you gave birth to twins. And your figure is still maintained so well. It is truly enviable. These shop assistants naturally had a way with words. Praising customers was their specialty. However, what this shop assistant said to Ye Wenxin. Everyone. However, what this shop assistant said to Ye Wenxin was actually the truth. Because if she was not bringing the babies along, absolutely no on. Everyone. If she was not bringing the babies along, absolutely no on. Would associate Ye Wenxin with the identity of a mother. What is going on with you guys? Are you not receiving customers anymore? Because everyone was gathered around Ye Wenxin and the babies. No one noticed that a new customer had entered the store. The shop assistants followed the voice and looked over. It was a young woman wearing very heavy makeup. Originally, the woman's looks could be considered decent. But with a great beauty like Ye Wenxin there as a comparison, the woman's looks were just so. Hello, miss. Is there anything we can help you with? Since another customer had entered the store, the shop assistants naturally could not continue gathering around the babies and Ye Wenxin. The woman, who originally thought of herself as a great beauty, upon clearly seeing Ye Wenxin's face and the two babies in the stroller, suddenly felt uncomfortable inside. In the woman's mind, women who have given birth all become haggard housewives. But now, she herself was actually being outshined by a haggard housewife. How could this young woman bear such an embarrassment? She glanced at the babies in the stroller. They were indeed very beautiful. Yet the young woman could not bring herself to like them. The two babies being so beautiful only proved that their mother had good genes. Wenxin, I will watch the babies. You go try on that suit skirt. Towards irrelevant people, I did not even spare a single glance. Madam, which suit skirt would you like to try? I will go get it for you. The shop assistant was not yet clear on exactly which skirt I was referring to. Seeing an opportunity to be of service, the shop assistant happily offered her help. That blue Owen. Knowing Wenxin was reluctant to spend the money, I spoke up directly. The kid's mom had left me with 100,000 in pocket money, after all. I had plenty of confidence. Okay, please wait a moment, I will go get it right away. Without needing Ye Wenxin to state her size, the shop assistant walked towards the clothing racks. Madam, with your great figure, a size S will be perfect. Hearing the shop assistant repeatedly call her madam, Ye Wenxin still felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Ye Wenxin and my relationship still lacked that piece of paper. But in the eyes of outsiders, the two of them even had babies together. And it was a pair of twins right off the bat. If they are not a married couple, what are they? Ye Wenxin knew she could not explain it to everyone owned by On. So she silently accepted the title of madam. Go try it on. Urging Wenxin to go into the fitting room, I pushed the stroller and brought the babies to the resting area nearby. Get me a set of that blue suit skirt too, I want a size S. I do not know what kind of mentality it was, but the young woman wanted to try on the exact same style of suit skirt as Ye Wenxin. It was obvious the young woman was doing it on purpose. She even deliberately raised her voice quite a bit when she spoke. Even I, who was quite a distance away from the woman, heard it clearly. What kind of person had such a strong mentality to actually want to wear the same outfit as Wenxin? As the saying goes, wearing the same outfit is not scary. Whoever is uglier is the one who gets embarrassed. Regarding Wenxin's looks and figure, I had absolute confidence. Out of curiosity, I turned my head to look at the woman who did not know her own limits. Then I turned my head back. With just own glance, I made an evaluation of the woman in my heart, very ordinary. The woman did not expect me to suddenly look at her. Although it was very brief, the woman was still stunned by my handsome looks. This is way too handsome. Miss, I am sorry. That blue suit skirt is our Chanel's new arrival for this year. We only have own set in each size, the shop assistant explained politely. Because of the shop assistant's words, the woman withdrew her gaze that had been fixed on me, thinking that her looks could not compare to a woman who was already a mother, and even her husband was devastatingly handsome. And now, even just trying on a skirt, she was own step behind. The woman's psychology instantly twisted. Then I will wait until she is done trying it, and then I will try it. Anyway, when buying clothes, it is not based on the order of who tries them on first. It depends on who can afford to pay for it. The woman smugly shook the bag in her hand. Since they were already a married couple, no matter how handsome he was, he had nothing to do with her. Rationally detaching herself from the handsome guy's looks, the woman knew she also had her own advantages. After all, Ye Wenxin and I were dressed very casually for shopping today. It was quite normal for the woman to assume that I did not have money.
What is the use of being handsome?
Nowadays, a man without money is nothing, because of a sour grapes mentality. The woman's attitude towards me now also underwent a massive change. After silently mocking me a few times in her heart, the woman waited to see the awkward situation of us ultimately not being able to afford it. Chanel's new arrivals. The prices were definitely not cheap. In order to outshine Ye Wenxin, the woman decided, even if it meant eating instant noodles for the next half a year, she absolutely had to keep up appearances. A beauty is indeed a beauty. It is like this skirt was designed specifically for you. It looks so stunning. The shop assistant waiting outside the fitting room door, upon seeing Ye Wenxin walk out, immediately started praising her. Miss, if you ask me, with this suit skirt, only you can bring out its true charm. A woman dresses for the own who delights her. Ye Wenxin only wanted to know my opinion in her heart. Although there was a mirror in the fitting room and Ye Wenxin had looked at herself and felt this suit skirt indeed looked very beautiful on her. However, is not it said that men and women have different perspectives? Ye Wenxin was not sure. If my perspective aligned with hers, it looks great. The mother of my kids looks great in anything, I praised sincerely. Wenxin indeed looked good in whatever she wore. Especially the first time I saw Ye Wenxin in pajamas. That was the most beautiful. So troublesome. Are you done trying it? If you can't afford it, do not try it on casually. If you get it dirty, I am afraid you won't be able to pay for it. And you guys, look at them. They are dressed just like those poor students. Can they afford Chanel? If you want to increase your sales performance, you can't just let anyone try on clothes, can you? Doing this will waste the precious time of true customers. The woman saw Ye Wenxin come out of the fitting room and was also stunned. She had to admit, when Ye Wenxin wore that suit skirt, she truly looked too beautiful. Out of jealousy, the woman now only wanted to quickly take this blue suit skirt off the woman who was prettier than her. Do you like it? Ignoring that baffling woman, I asked the kid's mom with a look full of doting. Originally, Ye Wenxin did not want to buy such an expensive skirt, but since someone looked down on her and me so much, Ye Wenxin actually did not want to let that sharp-tongued woman have her way. I could easily make 300,000 just by casually painting. Ye Wenxin felt that the baby's father was very capable. That woman was just a snob looking down on people. If you like it, we will buy it. If my woman likes it, I make the decision on the spot. Buy it. Do you know how much this Chanel suit skirt costs? Saying you will buy it without even asking the price. This is Chanel's new arrival for this year. The price is beyond what poor people like you can imagine. The woman just could not stand that Ye Wenxin was not only prettier than her, but also had a devastatingly handsome husband. Anyway, since she had already played the villain, the woman was going to carry this detestability through to the end. As long as my wife likes it, that is all that matters. Why do I need to ask the price? Only those whose wallets are not bulging enough need to ask the price and compare before buying things. I originally did not want to pay attention to that woman barking wildly like a mad dog, but because Ye Wenxin and I ignored her, the woman's words became more and more out of line. So I fired back without holding back. Originally, the woman was banking on the assumption that the two of them were poor and could not afford Chanel clothes, which is why she was mocking so brazenly. Now look, the handsome guy was actually turning it around and saying she was poor. The woman's only sense of superiority was trampled underfoot like this. The woman definitely could not swallow this anger. If you have money, then pay for it. Do not just talk the talk. Having money is not just about moving your lips. The woman felt she should use provocation to force these two poor people to show their true colors. Wenxin, just wear the new clothes to walk around later. I originally thought that bringing the babies, it would be more convenient to dress casually. But some people are just snobbish and do not understand anything. They only judge people by their appearance. Truly, incredibly superficial. After finishing speaking to Wenxin, I turned to the shop assistant. We will take this outfit. Please pack up the clothes my wife just took off. Did not that woman want to try it on? I said earlier, as long as Wenxin likes it, I would not even give that classless woman the chance to try it on. Okay, please wait a moment. Hearing my words, the shop assistant Knew that today she had encountered a low-key wealthy couple. They were not poor at all. They dressed that way entirely for the convenience of taking care of the babies. Pretend. Let us see how long you can pretend. The woman did not believe my words at all, insisting on staying to watch the good show. Sir, this suit skirt is 68,800 yuan in total. Will you be paying by card or cash? Card. Wenxin had let me keep 100,000 as shopping funds. Following a beep sound, the woman did not see the scene she was hoping for. Sir, here is your receipt, please keep it safe. The shop assistant handed over the receipt with a face full of smiles. The handsome guy was truly generous with his money, buying a skirt costing tens of thousands just because his wife liked it. In her heart, the shop assistant directly enshrined me as an exemplary husband. This is impossible due to her obsession. The woman just refused to accept the reality that she had been outshined by the beauty once again. Leaning closer, it seemed the woman wanted to check if the receipt in my hand was real. Miss, the outfit you were eyeing has already been bought by this beautiful lady. Why do not you see if there are other ones you like? Regarding the woman's behavior, even the shop assistant could not stand it anymore. The handsome guy and the beautiful lady did not provoke you. Why do you have to be so hard on them at every turn? I only wanted that suit skirt. I do not like any of the others. She curled her lip. The woman had only intended to pretend to be tough to put Ye Wenxin down. Now, the woman would not actually spend half a year's living expenses just to keep up appearances. At this time, standing outside the store, Ye Wenxin looked at me with a smile on her face. Lin Chen, why did you buy clothes for me without even blinking an eye? This was almost 70,000 yuan. This is my first time wearing such expensive clothes. I smiled and patted her head. Silly, as long as you like it. Never mind 70,000, even 700,000 I would not blink an eye. Hearing this, Ye Wenxin's cheeks blushed involuntarily. So she was this important in the baby's father's heart. It seemed that accident back then was not entirely a bad thing. I accompanied the two babies wandering around the mall and buying ice cream to eat. Unexpectedly, enemies often cross paths. We ran into that woman from the clothing store again, and the younger baby actually got her dress dirty. At this moment, the woman let out a shriek, "My dress." Then she subconsciously looked down. A small handprint smeared with pink cream had landed on her dress. You. What is wrong with your child? Why did she smear cream on my dress? The woman yelled at the culprit, the younger baby. Hearing the scream, Ye Wenxin and I abruptly turned our heads and saw it was that woman we met earlier. I thought to myself, this is not good. Your child got my dress dirty. Tell me, what are you going to do about it? Knowing that trying to reason with a baby sitting in a stroller would get her nowhere, the woman shifted her target, full of confidence. Were not they acting all high and mighty, refusing to acknowledge her earlier? Now that their child caused trouble, let us see how I deal with them. I glanced at the younger baby, who was smiling brightly, not looking angry at all. For such a small baby, grabbing things randomly is quite normal. It is just a bit of cream, it can be washed off. We will pay for the dry cleaning. I felt that my way of handling it had absolutely no problem. Just paying for dry cleaning. Do you know what kind of dress this is? This is also a Chanel dress. Do you think just paying for dry cleaning will solve this? The woman remembered that I bought Ye Wenxin a suit skirt for over 60,000 without blinking an eye. Greed suddenly flared up in her heart. Since this was also a Chanel dress, she definitely had to extort a good amount. This is just normal cream. Even without dry cleaning, it can be washed off very easily. Ever since starting college, Ye Wenxin had washed her own clothes and stuff. The woman wanted to use this to extort me and her. Ye Wenxin's stance was that no matter how capable the baby's father was at earning money, he absolutely could not indulge the woman's crooked behavior. This is my dress, your child ruined it like this, and you want to just wash it and be done with it. Look at this cream, it is so disgusting. I will never wear this dress again. The responsibility for this matter lies entirely with your child. As parents, the guardians, you definitely have to take responsibility. I won't say much else. Either you compensate me with an identical dress, or you compensate me with the clothes you are wearing right now. Wanting to achieve her goal, the woman did not care about proactively exposing her intentions anymore. At this time, the shop assistant lady came out to use the restroom and happened to encounter them. Miss, this dress you are wearing is our Chanel style from 3 years ago. It has not been sold on the market for a long time. Moreover, this kind of cream that little babies eat is entirely plant-based and very easy to wash off. Never mind dry cleaning, even if hand-washed. It won't leave a single trace. Trying to use a dress from 3 years ago that was already out of style to exchange for the beauty's new arrival suit skirt worth over 60,000. The shop assistant truly felt that the woman's greed was quite extraordinary. This is between us, why are you butting in? Having her bluff called by the shop assistant, the woman's face looked slightly unnatural. The dress the woman was wearing was indeed not a new Chanel arrival. She bought this dress last year. When she bought it, it was already an old style. It was just that it had not been taken off the shelves yet. And Chanel was selling it at a discount. The woman wanted to keep up appearances, but could not afford the expensive new arrivals. She could only settle for the next best thing. She originally thought that as long as it was the Chanel brand, it would be enough to bluff Ye Wenxin and me. She did not expect that the Chanel shop assistant would expose her little scheme. Even if this dress of mine is not a new arrival now, it was a new arrival when I bought it. Regardless, you definitely have to compensate me. If you do not want to use the own you are wearing to exchange, then compensate me with 50,000 yuan. When I bought it, it cost over 60,000. I am already giving you a discount. The woman acted as if she had already made a concession. In her heart, she was thinking that she was definitely going to slaughter this fat sheep today. I will pay 100 yuan for dry cleaning. If you are not willing, you can call the police to handle it. Not wanting to reason with a shrew, I stated my stance clearly. 100 yuan. Are you dismissing a beggar? 100 yuan and her target of 50,000. The difference was over 500 times. They were on completely different levels. The woman's anger instantly flared up. It seems you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since I am talking nicely, and you refuse to listen, then I won't be polite to you anymore. Saying this, the woman took out her phone. Originally, I thought the woman was going to get physical. I had already prepared myself to protect the babies and Wenxin. Seeing the woman just take out her phone, my hands that had curled into fists relaxed. Brother Bin, it is Xiao Xiao. I have run into some trouble. My dress got dirty by a kid. But her parents are unreasonable and refuse to take responsibility. I do not know what to do. I am just a girl. I can't win a fight against them. Okay, Brother Bin, I am at Wuyue Plaza. I will wait for you here. Hanging up the phone, the woman looked at Ye Wenxin and me smugly. It could be seen that the woman's ability to turn black into white was quite considerable. If you do not want to stir up trouble, resolve this before Brother Bin arrives. Once Brother Bin gets here, I can't guarantee he will be as easy to talk to as me. This woman was named Xiao Xiao, but her ambition was not small at all. Trying to extort 50,000 from me, and still thinking she was easy to talk to. It did not make me wait very long. 5 or 6 burly men appeared in front of us. Their entire arms were covered in tattoos. At a glance, they looked like people you should not mess with. Brother Bin, you are here. Brother Bin, you are still the most impressive. The brothers you brought are so imposing. Seeing her backer arrive, the woman immediately went up to greet him. This man called Brother Bin did not refuse anyone. He pulled the woman who threw herself at him into an embrace and pinched the woman's slender waist. Stop it, Brother Bin, so many people are watching. She clearly offered herself up. Yet at this moment, the woman pretended to be a coy little girl. Brother Bin, you help me settle this matter first. When we get back tonight, I will reward you properly. The woman leaned close to Brother Bin's ear and proactively offered her payment. Xiao Xiao knew that to get Brother Bin to take action, it would be impossible without offering some sweet benefits. The parents of the troublemaking child Xiao Xiao mentioned had their backs facing them from start to finish. Brother Bin felt this was a serious insult to him. Ignoring him like this, Brother Bin was not just standing up for Xiao Xiao anymore. Now it was a major issue concerning his own face. Brother Bin wanted to see exactly what kind of people had such guts. Is it your child who got my woman's dress dirty? Since he was stepping up, he definitely needed a pretext. As the saying goes, marching with a just cause. The woman was now waiting to see how Ye Wenxin, who snatched her suit skirt, would beg her for her man's sake. Thinking of this, her face was completely written with smugness. If a fight really breaks out later, push the babies into the fitting room. I knew my own capabilities. But Xinxin and Niannian were still so small. I did not want the two little treasures to get frightened or anything. Lin Chen. For Ye Wenxin to say she was not worried would be a lie, especially when the other party was 6 hooligans who clearly did not look like good people. Ye Wenxin was just afraid that I would suffer a loss being alone. Do not worry, I will be fine. I comfortingly stroked the kid's mom's hair. The feeling was as good as ever. Ye Wenxin nodded heavily. She took her phone out of her bag and gripped it tightly in her hand. Ye Wenxin was already prepared. If the situation did not look right, she would immediately call the police. Are you guys done or not? Do not tell me you got scared seeing Brother Bin arrive. I told you a long time ago. Before Brother Bin arrived, if you had just resolved this matter, would not it have been fine? You insisted on making our Brother Bin step forward. You guys really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The woman thought I was scared. The expression on her face became even more smug. Brother Bin, I knew that as long as you stepped forward, there is nothing that can't be resolved. The woman felt her backer was truly amazing. At this moment, Brother Bin had even thought up his posturing lines. He was just getting ready to show off in front of the woman, and then receive her admiring gaze. But when he saw my face as I turned around, Brother Bin suddenly seemed to lose the ability to form words. He could not even utter a single complete sentence. Brother Bin, it is this person's child, who got my dress dirty and refuses to compensate. The woman did not notice Brother Bin's abnormal state. Seeing me finally turn around, the woman immediately pointed at me and yelled. Since the woman called for backup, I looked directly at that supposedly very capable Brother Bin. Do you want to know what happened? I did not directly state the whole process of the incident. That Brother Bin seemed to have not recovered his language function yet. He just stared at me blankly and nodded. Her long, outdated dress. Got some cream on it from my daughter. My wife is willing to pay 100 yuan for dry cleaning, but she wants to extort 50,000. I was not explaining this to that whatever Brother Bin. For me, I just did not want to let the woman spout nonsense right to my face. As for what that whatever Brother Bin thought, it was absolutely unimportant to me. What do you mean outdated dress? So, what if it is outdated? I just like wearing a Chanel dress from 3 years ago, so what? I just like styles from 3 years ago, so what? And you say I am extorting you? Did not you guys just buy a Chanel suit skirt too? You can spend over 60,000 on a suit skirt. Why can't my dress be worth 50,000? The woman was indeed pestering unreasonably. However, the woman also wanted to indirectly remind Brother Bin that these were a pair of fat sheep that could be properly slaughtered. Slap. Before the woman even finished speaking, a sudden slap landed squarely on the woman's face. Brother Bin, you.
Why did you hit me?
The woman held the slapped side of her face full of disbelief. Was not everything fine just a moment ago? Why would Brother Bin suddenly change his attitude? Nothing seems to have happened in between. Could it be that Brother Bin hit the wrong person? The woman's head was filled with giant question marks. You are exactly the one I am hitting. You have got a lot of nerve, actually daring to try and extort Mr. Lin. Do you have any idea who Mr. Lin is? Mr. Lin's daughter getting your dress dirty is doing you a huge favor. So what if Mr. Lin spent over 60,000 to buy a skirt for Mrs. Lin? Is it your place to be jealous? Look at your own status. How dare you compare yourself with Mrs. Lin? If I had not been fortunate enough to meet Mr. Lin once before, I would have been completely screwed over by you today. I frowned. This Brother Bin knew me. I had no impression of such a person. After fiercely scolding the woman, Brother Bin immediately trotted over to me. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Wang Bin. You certainly would not remember a nobody like me. A few days ago, Brother Wei Long Wei brought us, and we had the privilege of witnessing Mr. Lin's skills. I am a subordinate of Brother Bao, the on you knocked to the ground. I was standing in the back at the time, so Mr. Lin definitely did not notice me. After some explanation, Wang Bin effectively introduced himself. Of course, Wang Bin did not expect me to remember him. Wang Bin knew his own status very well. Mr. Lin, please be the bigger person, and do not lower yourself to the level of a nobody like me. With a standard 90-degree bow, Wang Bin's attitude was truly incredibly respectful. Witnessing this highly dramatic scene, the woman, aside from gaping with her mouth wide open, could not utter a single word. The woman had thought that the most powerful person she knew was Wang Bin, but in front of me, Wang Bin was absolutely nothing. Then what other backing did the woman have? The woman instinctively shrank back. Now, let alone extorting 50,000 yuan, as long as the Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin Wang Bin mentioned could let her off the hook, the woman would feel that heaven had taken pity on her. I and Ye Wenxin also had not expected things to take such a drastic turn. The hand Ye Wenxin was tightly gripping her phone with relaxed a bit. However, Ye Wenxin also knew that this matter had been easily resolved by the baby's father. No, to be more precise, it was that when the other party saw my face, he did not dare to cause trouble anymore. Knowing that Wang Bin definitely would not dare to stop us, I held Wenxin's hand with one hand and pushed the stroller with the other. Let us go. Okay. Ye Wenxin nodded obediently. When she looked at me, there was a faint glimmer of admiration in her eyes. The baby's dad is really amazing, resolving the situation just like that. Take care, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. Seeing that I had no intention of holding a grudge against him, Wang Bin's anxious heart finally settled back into his chest. Only after the woman saw us leave did she dare to hold her face and walk over to Wang Bin. Now, let alone 50,000 yuan, even that 100 yuan dry cleaning fee, the woman would not dare mention again. Slap, whack. Wang Bin backhanded her with 2 more heavy slaps. To be honest, Wang Bin had a lingering fear of having barely survived a disaster. Brother Bin, I did not do it on purpose. I did not know what kind of status that Mr. Lin had. Brother Bin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. In the future, whenever I see Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, I will definitely take a detour. Ye Wenxin, having just returned from shopping at the mall, slumped onto the sofa. So tired. Finally back home. Ye Wenxin had only been in charge of pushing the stroller. Yet she felt like her 2 legs no longer belonged to her. I took the 2 babies out of the stroller and let them crawl around and play in the living room by themselves, because there was nothing in the new home's kitchen. Ye Wenxin this time had bought all the daily necessities: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and tea. With so many things, Owen could imagine how heavy they must be. Ye Wenxin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stood up again, preparing to help me share some of the burden. Ye Wenxin was worried I would get too tired. Lin Chen, give me this bag. Wenxin reached out, wanting to take a large bag from my hand. No need. How can I let a woman do this kind of heavy lifting? I turned my body slightly, dodging the hand Wenxin reached out towards me. I walked straight towards the kitchen. I would never let my own woman do heavy lifting. Lin Chen, are not you tired? Seeing how relaxed I looked, Ye Wenxin started to doubt her understanding of life. Is this the difference between men and women? The things I was carrying in my hands, if not nearly 100 pounds, were at least several tens of pounds, right? At the very least, that bag of rice alone was 20 pounds, plus oil, condiments, flour, mineral water, and other miscellaneous items. Just thinking about it, Ye Wenxin knew the weight would not be light. But looking at me, it seemed as if these things had no weight at all. Ye Wenxin thought about how she had not carried anything, yet she already felt aches in her arms and thighs. Comparing herself to me, she felt a bit embarrassed. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? I carried the things into the kitchen and put them away simply. As soon as I walked out the kitchen door, I saw Wenxin looking listless. I walked up to her with some concern. I touched Wenxin's forehead. Good. No fever. And no, just a bit tired. Ye Wenxin was originally lamenting inwardly about being too useless. Realizing I had misunderstood, she quickly found an excuse. Actually, it was not really an excuse. After shopping for half a day, Ye Wenxin genuinely felt quite tired. Detected that the baby's mother is physically exhausted from taking care of the babies. Rewarded host with top-tier massage skill. This is a skill that can help the host and the baby's mother increase their affection. I hope the host will make good use of it. Listening to the system's voice, I could not help but complain internally. This system is really quite gossipy. Just give the reward if you are going to give it. Why did it have to add that extra sentence? Did it think I did not know that massaging the kid's mom, this kind of zero-distance contact, would trigger some subtle feelings? However, complaining aside, I still carefully memorized the various massage techniques that appeared in my mind.
Wenxin, sit here.
Having acquired the top-tier massage skill, I was immediately ready to put it into action. Pulling Wenxin, I had the kid's mom sit on the sofa. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Seeing me sit down next to her, and then reach out to place her legs on my lap, Ye Wenxin instantly lost her composure. This kind of posture was way too intimate. The two babies were still in the living room. It really was not appropriate to do this in front of the babies. Relax. I just want to give you a massage. Holding down Wenxin's squirming calves, I spoke softly. In this kind of weather, everyone was dressed rather skimpily. If Wenxin kept moving around like this, I could not guarantee I would not get turned on. Hearing me say I was going to give her a massage, Ye Wenxin knew her thoughts had gone off track again. She hurriedly sat up straight. Ye Wenxin did not dare to move anymore. Since it was a massage, I naturally had to find the right acupressure points. Having already acquired the top-tier massage skill, I could naturally distinguish the various acupressure points on the legs. Knowing Wenxin was tired, I directly and gently massaged her Zuzanli point. This Zuzanli point has the effect of strengthening the body and improving health. It was very suitable for Wenxin right now. My massage technique was very skilled. Oan could not tell at all that this was my first time giving someone a massage. As for the pressure of the massage, because I was worried Wenxin's skin was delicate and she would feel pain, I slowly increased the strength of my hands. It was like boiling a frog in warm water. Ye Wenxin actually did not feel any pain, enjoying my massage, because her body felt comfortable. Ye Wenxin even started to feel drowsy. Seeing Wenxin's little head nodding and tilting towards the sofa, I knew the kid's mom was sleepy. Just when Ye Wenxin's head was about to hit the sofa, I was quick with my hands and eyes, catching Wenxin's upper body with own arm. If this action of mine was filmed, it could truly be considered a scene from an idol drama. Afraid the babies would wake their mom, I gently picked up Wenxin and walked into the master bedroom. I tenderly placed the kid's mom onto the large bed. The mattress was very soft. Ye Wenxin slept incredibly soundly. I was worried Wenxin might catch a cold, so I pulled over a thin blanket and covered her with it. With everything settled, I took a look at Wenxin, who still had a smile on her face even in her sleep. I could not help but curl up the corners of my mouth, thinking of the two little treasures in the living room. It was almost time for their afternoon nap too. I tiptoed out of the room and gently closed the bedroom door. With their dad here to take care of the babies, let the kid's mom get a good sleep. Walking into the kitchen, I mixed 2 bottles of formula. I did not give the bottles to the babies to drink immediately. I placed the bottles in the bottle warmer first. Scooping up own daughter in each arm, I carried the 2 little treasures into their own room. I placed the 2 babies into their respective cribs. Older baby, younger baby, you guys lie down nicely. Papa is going to get your food. Papa, Dada, the 2 little treasures obediently lay down, reaching out their chubby hands to welcome the love formula Papa made for them. The babies had very good habits. After drinking the formula and playing with their hands for a while, the 2 treasures drifted off to a sweet sleep, covering each baby with a small blanket. I quietly walked out of the small room. I did not close the door to the small room completely. Instead, I left a rather sizable crack open. Wenxin and the babies were all asleep. I walked into the kitchen and put away the big pile of things I just bought. To be honest, Wenxin did most of the chores at home. It seemed the most I helped Wenxin with was playing with the babies. Thinking of this, I felt a bit embarrassed. I took out my phone and placed an order for a sea bass, a pineapple, and some other vegetables on a local delivery app, possessing the top-tier royal chef skill given by the system. While placing the order, I already started planning the dishes in my head. The local delivery speed was still reliable. After the complex security guard confirmed the delivery person's identity with me, I very easily received the groceries I ordered. Taking the groceries to the kitchen, I quietly went into the small room to check again. The older baby was a calm sleeper. Her small blanket was still covering her properly. I did not go into the master bedroom. I was worried about waking the kid's mom. I knew that if Wenxin woke up, her first reaction would definitely be to come out and check on the babies. Since I wanted to give Wenxin a surprise, it was naturally best to do it without her knowing. I rolled up my sleeves and put on Wenxin's apron. Cooking, for me, was something that came effortlessly. Ye Wenxin did not even know when she fell asleep, opening her eyes and seeing herself sleeping on the large bed. Ye Wenxin was in a daze for a moment. Subconsciously, she wanted to go check on the babies. While looking for her slippers, Ye Wenxin suddenly remembered. Now that the baby's father was at home, she did not have to be in such a rush. Was this the feeling of reliance? Before, when she was the only one taking care of the babies at home, Ye Wenxin's nerves were tightly wound every single moment. Now that she had me, she finally had someone to lean on. Ye Wenxin did not know I was the one who carried her into the room. Naturally, she could not find her slippers by the bed. At that time, her slippers were by the sofa. Thinking of this, Ye Wenxin had no choice but to walk out of the room barefoot, to look for her slippers. Finding her slippers, Ye Wenxin went to check on the baby's room again. The two babies were sleeping very soundly. Ye Wenxin did not disturb them. The younger baby was quite well behaved today. She actually had not kicked off her small blanket. In her heart, Ye Wenxin praised the younger baby's good behavior today. What Ye Wenxin did not know was, the reason the younger baby behaved so well was entirely because the baby's father had already checked on them. Ye Wenxin first looked at the study, which was my room. The door was open, and no one was there. Not on the balcony either. The only place left was the kitchen. Based on the fact that I had never cooked before, in Ye Wenxin's consciousness, she naturally assumed I did not know how to cook. It was only because there was nowhere else to look that Ye Wenxin came to the kitchen. However, seeing me busy in the kitchen, yet not making any loud noises, Ye Wenxin was truly stunned. You are awake. Perfect timing. The dinner I prepared is almost ready. Go, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Ah, eat. Ye Wenxin was completely unprepared. She was going to eat right after waking up. Yes, it is time to eat. Hurry and go wash your hands. Later, when the older and younger baby wake up, we still have to feed them. I turned Wenxin around and pushed her towards the bathroom to wash her hands. I will go bring out the dishes. Dinner's ready. My speed was also very fast. In the time it took Ye Wenxin to wash her hands, a table full of dishes had already been served in the dining room. Lin Chen, did you make all of this? Ye Wenxin could not quite believe it. I made so many dishes all by myself. When did Lin Chen learn to cook? Of course I made it. Or do you think it was the older baby? Or the younger baby who made it? This is too much. Sweet and sour pork with pineapple, sweet corn with pine nuts, steamed sea bass, braised pig trotters, and a 7-color soup. Ye Wenxin suddenly felt like she was dining in a grand hotel. Even when Ye Wenxin cooked herself, it was just ordinary home-style dishes. Dishes like these, Ye Wenxin would not dare try making. Without the diamond drill, do not take on the porcelain mending job. It is not too much. Consider it a celebration of moving into our new home. Hurry up and taste how my cooking is. It was true that I had the top-tier royal chef skill given by the system, but since it was my first time actually cooking, I was still a bit expectant of Wenxin's evaluation. Okay. Picking up her chopsticks, Ye Wenxin picked up a piece of sea bass and put it in her mouth. Amazing, Lin Chen. Where did you learn to cook like this? This sea bass is so fresh and delicious, it melts in the mouth. It is who knows how many times more delicious than what I have had in grand hotels. Ye Wenxin originally only had a let-us-try-it attitude, but after own bite of the sea bass, Ye Wenxin's inner foodie was thoroughly awakened. I am self-taught. Come, try the others. Without discussing with Wenxin how my cooking skills were acquired, I quickly changed the subject. Okay. With delicious food in front of her, Ye Wenxin naturally would not chase after me asking those pointless questions. After tasting every dish, Ye Wenxin could not even form words of praise anymore. Because our great beauty, Ye Wenxin's small mouth, was now solely functioning to enjoy the delicious food. However, Ye Wenxin still gave me a thumbs up. Watching Wenxin looking so adorable, my face was full of doting. Since Wenxin liked eating the food I made, then I will just make it more often when I have the chance in the future. To me, sayings like men should not enter the kitchen were purely excuses made by lazy men. A responsible man, helping his woman share some household chores is a very normal thing. Lin Chen, you eat too. Following the principle of not hogging all the good food to herself. And since I was the one who made these delicacies, Ye Wenxin naturally wanted to share with the baby's father. Okay. I picked up my chopsticks. The two of us enjoyed our first true family meal together after moving into the new home. Just as the two of us finished eating, some noise came from the small room. The older and younger baby must be awake. The two little babies also joined the battle of eating dinner. I held the prepared baby meal and fed the treasures spoonful by spoonful. They had looks of absolute satisfaction on their faces. Before, when I cooked, the older and younger baby did not give me this much face. Looking at the small bowl that had already hit bottom, Ye Wenxin said, sounding a bit sour, "Older baby, younger baby, mama is jealous." While using a tissue to wipe the baby's mouths, I teased the baby's mom, who says I am jealous. I just think the older and younger baby lack taste, that is all. Ye Wenxin stubbornly refused to admit that she was actually feeling jealous inside. Ye Wenxin also started picking on the babies, knowing they could not understand what she was saying anyway, and could not possibly speak up to retort. Mama, mama, hearing mama call them. The older and younger baby flashed mama a fawning smile. Go play with your papa. Mama is going to wash the dishes. Ye Wenxin deliberately kept a straight face. But after getting the bright smiles of the two little treasures in return, Ye Wenxin could not hold it back anymore. Prift. She chuckled out loud. Ye Wenxin was in a very good mood. She originally thought a boy my age would definitely be the type to stay far away from the kitchen. She did not expect to have encountered a treasure of a boy. I wanted to go to school for classes. Unexpectedly, the older baby hugged my thigh and refused to let go. Older baby, Papa is going to be late for class. Let Mama hold you, okay? Ye Wenxin knew I still had to go see the counselor. So she hurried forward to coax the older baby. Papa, Papa, the usually obedient older baby, was being stubborn this time. Her chubby little arms hugged my neck tightly. Ye Wenxin did not dare to use too much force, afraid of pulling the older baby's little arms. Older baby, let go. Mama will give you something delicious, okay? Papa. The older baby turned her head and buried her little face in my other shoulder. The older baby was using practical action to tell her mom, food does not work anymore. I pointed at the older baby's bulging little tummy. Wenxin already fed her so full. How could she possibly eat any more? Ye Wenxin's sweat dropped. She could not even handle a 10-month-old baby. Forget it. How about I take the older baby with me? I was just planning to talk to the counselor about moving out of the dorms. The older baby is the best excuse. Is that allowed? Although college students are allowed to marry and have kids now, it seems Magic City University has not had this precedent before. Why would not it be allowed? Our older baby is so cute. Maybe the counselor, upon seeing the older baby, will be melted by her cuteness. But do not you still have a class this morning? If it were just seeing the counselor, that would be easier to manage. The point is I also have a class this morning. I can't just see the counselor and then bring the older baby back home. Running back and forth like that, I definitely would not make it in time. It is fine. Pack some teething biscuits for the older baby. Taking her to class should not be a problem either. I thought about how the older baby was usually quite well behaved. If she really started fussing, giving her some little biscuits to eat should be able to soothe her. All right, older baby, Papa is taking you to school. With everything prepared, I grabbed my backpack and got ready to head out. Papa, seeing Papa pushing her sister out the door, the younger baby waddled over. Younger baby, Mama will hold you. Afraid of a repeat performance, Ye Wenxin immediately intercepted the younger baby halfway. Me taking the older baby to school was already making Ye Wenxin quite worried. If the younger baby realized what was happening and wanted to go along too, just thinking about it, Ye Wenxin did not even dare to imagine the scene. Older baby, let Papa tell you something. Papa is taking you to school. You can't be noisy, okay? Otherwise, in the future, Papa won't be able to take the older baby to school anymore. Oh, the older baby let out a long, milky response. I had the illusion that the older baby fully understood what I said. I pushed the stroller. Sitting in the stroller, the older baby poked her little head out, looking curiously at the uncles and aunties passing by. The older baby seemed to indicate that this was her first time seeing so many uncles and aunties appearing together. The classmates who recognized me were all stunned. Is this really the school heartthrob Lin Chen? Why is he bringing a little baby to school? It is the school heartthrob Lin Chen himself. I heard he broke up with Liu Ruyan. What is this all about? You know Lin Chen and Liu Ruyan broke up, but you actually do not know about Magic City University's most beautiful school Belle, Ye Wenxin, and Lin Chen's situation. The great beauty Yi. Has not the great beauty Yi been missing for over a year? What does she have to do with Lin Chen? Your news is way too outdated. As far as I know, the great beauty Yi and Lin Chen even have kids. This little baby must be the great beauty Yi gave birth to. Oh, is not this Lin Chen? What? Bringing a child to beg for mercy from the counselor, but staying out all night. Should be recorded in your file, right? When the time comes, it is hard to say whether you will even be able to graduate. Will bringing a child really help? This Liu Ruyan. After realizing that following our breakup, I not only was not living a decadent life as she imagined, but was instead now involved with Magic City University's goddess, Ye Wenxin. And we even had kids together. Not only that, I also owned a house worth 5 million for Liu Ruyan, who broke up with me over money. How humiliating must this be? Watching me living such a happy life, while she got absolutely nothing from Jia Qianming. Liu Ruyan must definitely be feeling incredibly unbalanced inside. Lin Chen, if you lower your head and apologize to me, maybe I can help you smooth things over with the student union. As long as the student union turns a blind eye to what happened last night, this matter can just fade away. Liu Ruyan put on an arrogant, high and mighty look. Of course, Liu Ruyan's true thought was, even if I really did lower my head and apologize to her, she absolutely would not say a single word to help me. In Liu Ruyan's mind, the fact that I was doing so well after our breakup was an offense to her personally. Seeing Liu Ruyan acting as if she owned the student union, a wave of contempt washed over me. A good dog does not block the way. Under Liu Ruyan's stunned gaze, I pushed the stroller and calmly walked past her. I had realized that Liu Ruyan's character was truly terrible. I felt like I must have had severe myopia in the past to actually let Liu Ruyan be my girlfriend. Compared to Ye Wenxin, this Liu Ruyan was nothing but dust. Just you wait and cry. She stomped her foot in hatred. Liu Ruyan felt that I was just putting on a brave front right now. Once the school's disciplinary action came down, Liu Ruyan did not believe I could keep up the act. When I arrived at the counselor's office, the counselor was currently discussing something with a male student wearing a student union badge on his chest. Seeing me pushing a stroller, not just the male student, but the counselor also could not help but stare. Teacher Zhou, that is how it is. According to the information our student union received, this probably is not the first time. Teacher Zhou, we hope you will handle this matter. If it sets a bad precedent for other students, that would not be good. The male student had probably recognized me. While speaking to the counselor, he even deliberately cast a few glances my way. I understood in my heart that this was a student union official coming to complain to the counselor about me. I figured Liu Ruyan's shadow was definitely behind this. But it did not matter. I had brought the best evidence with me. I believed the counselor was a reasonable person. All right, I understand. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is truly as you say, I will deal with it strictly. Having gotten the attitude he wanted, the male student left satisfied. Upon seeing the little baby in the stroller, Teacher Zhou's eyes could not help but look over several times. Lin Chen, this little baby is. Turning around, Teacher Zhou was like a face changer, looking at the older baby with an auntie smile. Teacher, this is my baby. Without any concealment, I openly stated the older baby's identity. So the recent rumors in the school are true. Our Magic City University's school beauty, Ye Wenxin, really gave birth to your child. Lin Chen, when did you win over Ye Wenxin? How come I have not heard a single thing about this? Tell me, I have been your counselor for 3 years. How could I only find out about such a big thing by hearing it from others? Are not you being too unloyal? If at this moment, ON could ignore the counselor's gender and age, I truly wanted to give him the nickname King of Gossip. Looking at the counselor's eyes, which practically screamed, I am so gossipy, I sighed somewhat helplessly. Teacher Zhou, the matter between Ye Wenxin and me can't be explained clearly in just a few words. However, Ye Wenxin and I do indeed have children. This is my family's older baby Lin Xinxin. The older baby was probably getting bored sitting in the stroller. Her small body started squirming restlessly. I reached out and picked her up. Older baby, could it be there is also a younger baby? Teacher Zhou's reaction was indeed fast, instantly picking up on the nuance in my words. Yes, my family has twins. This is the older sister. The younger sister, Lin Qingyu, is at home. When mentioning my own babies, my tone was incredibly proud. Lin Chen, you are really something. Nowadays, the quality of young people is generally declining. But you are quite impressive, hitting 2 targets at once. Teacher Zhou patted my shoulder, his face also carrying a look of pride. This was his student after all. If the student is awesome, the teacher is naturally happy too. If the male student from the student union who just left saw the scene unfolding right now, his jaw would definitely drop. Is this the so-called strict handling? This is the older baby, right? She is so cute. Come, let uncle hold you. It was obvious Teacher Zhou also really liked daughters. Auntie, the older baby was not shy either. Stretching out her chubby arms, she threw herself from my embrace into Teacher Zhou's. Teacher Zhou very patiently corrected her. It is uncle, not auntie. He got to hold the baby, but the baby's form of address for him was quite incorrect. Auntie, auntie. The older baby was also very persistent. What she called him was the right way. Older baby. Call me uncle. I am uncle. Call me uncle, and later uncle will buy you candy to eat. It felt a bit like the big bad wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Teacher Zhou's current appearance, compared to his tall and sturdy image, truly formed a massive contrast. Papa, the older baby, stretched out a little arm and called out to me softly. I half snatched my daughter back from Teacher Zhou's arms. You kid, you are too stingy. Can't you let me hold her a little longer? Girls are still the best. That stinky boy in my house only knows how to make me angry all day. Papa, as if understanding Teacher Zhou's words, and feeling that this auntie was going to snatch her away, the older baby hugged my neck tightly. Teacher Zhou, if you want a daughter, you have to work hard yourself. I gave the counselor a keep trying gesture. I received an eye roll from the counselor in return. Is this something I can achieve by working hard alone? Teacher Zhou's expression implied, the wife at home is not willing. What that student just said. You heard it all. What do you have to say for yourself? The matter of Magic City University students staying out all night could truly be treated as a big deal or a small deal. If handled lightly, the counselor criticizing a few sentences would be the end of it. But if blown out of proportion, if a mark was left on the file, it could affect graduation. Teacher Zhou, I brought the older baby here. This is the best excuse. Wenxin taking care of 2 babies alone. Simply can't manage it. Lin Chen, you did not do anything wrong. The counselor nodded heavily, looking at me with an added hint of appreciation in his eyes. Lin Chen, since Ye Wenxin gave birth to 2 babies for you, you should shoulder this responsibility. Do not worry about the student union dorm check last night. I will explain it to the dean of students. I will write you another leave of absence pass. Nowadays, college students are allowed to marry and have kids. We teachers at Magic City University are not old fogies either. Teacher Zhou, the 2 babies at home are still small. The baby's mom definitely can't take care of them all by herself. I would like to apply to move out of the dorms entirely. I did not come here just for a leave of absence pass. If it were just a pass, The counselor's authority could only grant a maximum of own month. For me, I definitely needed to continuously take care of the babies in the future. Move out of the dorms. The counselor looked at me in surprise for a moment, not expecting me to make such a decision. After pondering for a brief moment, the counselor nodded heavily. How about this? There is a little over a month left in this semester. I will write you a leave pass for now, and then give the college administration a heads up. Starting from next semester, you can just officially move out of the dorms. In the counselor's view, me, a college junior, having to raise 2 babies, the financial pressure would not be ordinary. Being able to help save a little was better than nothing. Oh, right. Seeing your baby for the first time today. I did not prepare anything. Consider this 1,000 yuan as a meeting gift for the baby. Teacher Zhou, there is no need. I quickly refused. I brought the older baby here. But it was not to collect gifts. Do not return it to me. Otherwise, your leave pass and your plan to move out of the dorms next semester. Forget about them. Teacher Zhou deliberately kept a straight face. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Knowing the teacher meant well, I smiled and tapped receive payment. Just as I walked out of the office, I ran into my roommates on the way. Lin Chen, is this the baby of you and school beauty Yi? You actually brought your family's treasure here. It is still our brother Chen's genes that are impressive. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful little baby. Auntie, the older baby seemed to quite like the uncle in front of her. She was calling everyone auntie now. Her chubby arms reached out towards Ma Xiaoyu. The older baby wants a hug. Brother Chen, does the baby want me to hold her? Brother Chen, then I will give it a try. Ma Xiaoyu had not expected that he would actually win the little treasure's favor. Ma Xiaoyu, have you held her enough yet? Let me hold her. What do you mean enough? I only just got to hold her, okay? Seeing Shui Jiaoyi reach out his hands, Ma Xiaoyu turned his body slightly, dodging Shui Jiaoyi's grasping paws. My roommates, looking at such an adorable baby, all wished they could immediately find a wife. And also have such a cute baby. I really had no choice but to take the older baby to class with me. While everyone thought Professor Lao Zhang, known as Fa Hai, would kick me and the baby out of the classroom, my ex-girlfriend Liu Ruyan had already assumed a posture of watching a good show, as if she could already see me being severely reprimanded, and then kicked out of the classroom. But completely unexpectedly, a jaw-dropping scene occurred, just a moment ago, sitting in the classroom with the older baby. Because it was the notoriously strict Professor Lao Zhang's class, the students did not even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing Lao Zhang walk into the classroom, the corners of Liu Ruyan's mouth started rising again. Lin Chen daring to bring a baby to Lao Zhang's class. She was just waiting to see the good show of me being kicked out of the classroom. Of course, also the baby Ye Wenxin and I would definitely be kicked out together too. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan's body instantly sat up straight, because the stroller was too conspicuous. As soon as Professor Zhang walked into the classroom, naturally it was the first thing he saw. Because of Professor Zhang's gaze, the students all held their breath. Everyone was praying. Fa Hai, please do not get angry at such a cute baby. Of course, Liu Ruyan was not among them. Liu Ruyan was wishing Professor Zhang's anger would flare up as big as possible. Little babies are very sensitive. The older baby, who was originally struggling hard with her lollipop, also noticed the unusual atmosphere in the classroom. Looking up and seeing a bald grandpa staring at her constantly, the older baby was not scared. Instead, she offered a sweet smile, raising the lollipop slightly. The older baby seemed to want to tell this grandpa, the lollipop is delicious. The originally stern-faced Professor Zhang was instantly melted by the older baby's sudden smile. His face unconsciously relaxed. It was probably because he was afraid of scaring such an adorable baby. What is wrong with Fa Hai? Could it be he got scared? Are you kidding? Who is Fa Hai? What kind of situations has not he seen to be scared? Could it be he was charmed by Lin Chen's baby? The students below, seeing Professor Zhang taking no action, started whispering among themselves. Of course, everyone did not dare to be too loud. The nickname, Fa Hai, could only be used in private. Although he could not clearly hear everyone's discussions, the sounds the students made still vaguely reached Professor Zhang's ears. Professor Jiang withdrew his gaze and steadied his mind. Professor Jiang walked up to the podium. Class begins, the stern voice rang out. The students did not dare make another sound of discussion. Liu Ruyan looked dumbfounded at Professor Jiang, who turned on the projector and started teaching. What does this mean? Lin Chen bringing a baby to class was just tacitly approved like this. And it was tacitly approved by the strictest Fahai of the finance department. Liu Ruyan could not quite wrap her head around it. Why was it that no matter what trouble Lin Chen encountered, he could always resolve it so easily? After making sure the older baby was obediently eating her lollipop and playing with her toys, I also started listening to the lecture attentively. In Lao Jiang's class, do not expect that during final exams, there will be any highlighting of key topics or anything. As long as you have not been paying attention in class normally, I guarantee you will be retaking the credits next semester. Detected host bringing baby to class for the first time. Congratulations to host for obtaining reward. On commuter car. The reward will be sent to the host via courier. Please keep your phone line open. A commuter car. This is good stuff. I had also realized that recently, with more opportunities to take the babies out, not having a car was indeed quite inconvenient, especially as the babies are slowly growing up. In the future, opportunities for outings will increase significantly. A car is indeed a necessity. It is just that sending a commuter car via courier, I truly could not figure out which courier company would take on this job. During this class, what the students felt most strongly was that Professor Jiang's gaze kept uncontrollably darting towards the older baby. Before, it was Professor Jiang preventing students from losing focus. Now, it had become the students worrying about Professor Jiang losing focus. Go back and prepare well after class. Next class will be a pop quiz. Professor Jiang tried hard to straighten his expression. Leaving behind a cool sentence, he walked out of the classroom. Of course, before leaving, Professor Jiang deliberately took one last look at the older baby, and even revealed a kindly smile. Did you guys notice? This entire class, Fahai did not lose his temper once from beginning to end. Yeah, scared me to death. When Fahai called on me and I could not answer, I thought I was going to get scolded terribly. I did not expect Fahai to let me off so easily. I noticed something was not right too. Today Fahai's lecturing was very gentle. Could Fahai have been possessed by Bai Suzhen? What nonsense are you talking about? Fahai was clearly afraid of scaring the older baby, so he did not dare speak too loudly. That is all. I actually counted. In our class, Fahai looked at our cute older baby 26 times. The older baby is truly our protective talisman. If only the older baby could come to all of Fahai's classes in the future, would not that mean we would never get scolded again? Brother Chen, so the cute older baby can come to class often. The boys in the class also followed Ma Xiuyu and the others' lead, calling me Brother Chen. My older baby is still small. It is impossible to bring her often. Knowing what they were trying to say, I rejected them coolly. Are you kidding? Bringing the older baby to class often? Would not that mean the older baby has to sit in the stroller all the time? I could not bear to let my baby suffer. Brother Chen, how are you getting back with the baby? Do you want me to help you call a taxi? The other students had all left. My 3 roommates stayed behind. I shook my head. No need. Did not the system say it couriered a commuter car to me? Of course, I was waiting for the system's reward. Right then, my phone rang perfectly on cue. I picked up my phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number, so I casually answered it. Just deliver it to the school gate. Okay, I will be out in 10 minutes. Hanging up the phone, I was also somewhat expectant to see what the commuter car the system rewarded me with actually looked like. Ma Xiaoyu, Shui Jihaowei, and Wu Yuli simultaneously took out their phones and tapped a few times. This was what the 3 of them had secretly agreed upon just now. Seeing my baby for the first time today, the 3 of them were now considered uncles. Red envelopes definitely could not be skipped. The Earth chat notification sounded 3 times in a row. I picked up my phone. It was 3 Earth chat transfer messages. Each Owen was a transfer of 800 yuan. Brother Chen, this is our meeting gift for the babies. It is a bit small, please do not despise it. The living expenses for the 3 of them were sent by their parents at a fixed time every month. I also knew that the three of them were used to spending freely normally. They could not really save up any spare cash. Sometimes after topping up an online game, by the end of the month, the three of them had to survive on instant noodles. Knowing it was not easy for my roommates, I tapped return transfer. I appreciate the gesture, brothers. I won't accept these red envelopes. Brother Chen, this is a small token from the three of us. Having to raise 2 babies all of a sudden, your pressure must not be light. We do not have much savings. Please do not think it is too little. I really do not need it. With my financial ability, raising 2 babies is not a problem. I was someone with a system, after all. Raising the older baby and younger baby was truly a piece of cake. Brother Chen, you do not need to put up a brave front. If you are short on money, just let us know. Even if it is not a lot, we can still scrape together a little bit to help you. I really do not need it. Oh, right? I asked a friend to buy a commuter car. It should be delivered by now. Want to go take a look together? A commuter car. Brother Chen, you are a car owner now. You are way too awesome. How come you are always one step ahead of us in everything? What do you mean one step ahead? Brother Chen is who knows how many steps ahead of us, okay? I do not even know where my girlfriend is yet. And Brother Chen has already completed the steps of having babies. And buying a car. Brother Chen, once you buy a house, you will truly be a certified winner in life. In the minds of these 3 boys, buying a house meant completing more than half of Owen's major life events. What if I told you guys, I already have a house? While pushing the stroller towards the classroom door, I casually dropped a massive bombshell. Brother Chen, what do you mean by that? You are already a homeowner. Leaving us brothers so far behind, is not that too unbro-like? Brother Chen, right now, I am completely and utterly blown away by you. At the Magic City University gate, a man wearing the uniform of a local delivery service was already waiting there. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? I nodded. I am Lin Chen. I looked around the courier. There was no commuter car. Could it be the system was joking with me? It should not be. Hello, Mr. Lin. Because the item in this delivery is extremely valuable. The courier handed over a tightly wrapped box. Is this the commuter car? A commuter car packed in a box. It could not be a model, could it? If I could summon the system, I would definitely ask it clearly. Brother Chen, this is. Did not you say you asked a friend to buy a car? Your friend should not have superpowers. To shrink a car and put it in a box, right? This box was definitely couriered to me by the system. I also wanted to know what exactly the commuter car the system mentioned was. With doubts, I opened the box. A BMW car key. Brother Chen, the commuter car you mentioned is a BMW. This humble brag is way too impressive. Seeing that what was lying in the box was a BMW car key, Ma Xiaoyu and the others could no longer stay calm. To college students, a BMW is a luxury car. Yet, in my eyes, a luxury car had actually become just a commuter car. What kind of concept was this? Just now I said I already owned a house. Now I have a BMW car too. Wife, kids, house, car, he has everything. If this is not a winner in life, what is? Ma Xiaoyu suddenly felt that his 3 years of college were spent in vain. He has everything. But what about himself? He has not even held a girl's hand. Not to mention his dry wallet. Brother Chen, take us to see your new BMW. Luxury cars and beautiful women, these are every boy's dream. Although they had no destiny with beautiful women, the desire to see a luxury car could still be satisfied. Older baby, Papa is taking you to see our new car. Okay. I did not ignore the older baby, who was still struggling with her lollipop. I first wiped the drool from the corner of the older baby's mouth. Papa, as for what a new car was, the older baby had no concept. She gave Papa a huge smile, and then continued fighting with her lollipop. Older baby, Uncle will go buy a whole bunch of lollipops later. You tell Papa to bring you here often in the future, okay? Auntie, hearing there would be candy to eat. The older baby happily waved her hands. Older baby, it is Uncle. I am Uncle, not Auntie. Hearing the older baby call him Auntie not for the first time, Ma Xiaoyu seriously corrected her. This concerned his dignity as a manly man. Ma Xiaoyu definitely had to rectify his gender identity. As soon as we walked out of the school gate and arrived at the parking lot, we ran into Liu Ruyan. Oh, is not this the new father, Lin Chen? Are you heading back with the child? Lin Chen, are you overly excited because you dodged the punishment? This is a car parking lot. Shared bicycles are not kept here. Liu Ruyan, why are you here? Looking at the person speaking, without me needing to say anything, Ma Xiaoyu fired back directly. Lin Chen, my boyfriend is driving over to pick me up to go out. Of course I am waiting in the parking lot. But you guys coming to the parking lot is a bit weird, is not it? Mentioning the word boyfriend, Liu Ruyan deliberately glanced at me. When she was dating me before, I had also driven her out for fun. Except, that car was not an actual car. I was just riding a yellow shared bicycle. Liu Ruyan just wanted to provoke me. So what if you can get a leave of absence approved by the counselor, dodge the school's punishment, and bring a child to class without getting kicked out by Professor Zhang? Right now, standing here without a car, would not Lin Chen still end up being ridiculed by her? Through the Jia Qianming incident, Liu Ruyan had now learned her lesson. As for this new boyfriend, Liu Ruyan had thoroughly verified that he owned a car before agreeing to date him. At this moment, my ex-girlfriend Liu Ruyan frantically mocked me for being a poor loser who could not afford a car. To defend me, my roommate spoke up angrily. Now that our brother Chen's woman has become Senior Yi, the school beauty of Magic City University, the class of his vehicle definitely has to upgrade. Upgrade? How exactly? A two-wheeler turning into a four-wheeler. True, you do have a four-wheeled vehicle now, but it seems a bit small, only big enough for a child. Liu Ruyan deliberately covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes sweeping over the older baby's stroller a few times. What this four-wheeled vehicle was naturally self-evident. The older baby did not like this woman, Liu Ruyan, at all. Seeing her, the baby babbled and pouted, while continuously waving the lollipop in her hand. Brother Chen, show these blind people what a real four-wheeled vehicle is. Even the dullest person could see what Liu Ruyan meant by her performance. Xue Jiahui did not want to see Liu Ruyan acting so pretentious, and quickly urged me. I glanced at the parking lot where two new BMWs were parked. ON was a sedan, probably a BMW 1 Series, priced around 200,000 yuan. The other was a large BMW. I recognized at a glance that it was a BMW X5, an absolute beast among SUV models. The price should be around 600,000 yuan. Whether it was the exterior or the spaciousness, I honestly really liked it. However, recalling the system saying that this reward was just a commuter car, my gaze instinctively stopped on that small BMW. A commuter car that is a BMW, it must be that own. Pretend. You guys can pretend all you want. I have plenty of time. My boyfriend won't be here for a while anyway. So, I will just watch how you guys manage to wrap up this act. Liu Ruyan had just received a message from her boyfriend, saying he was stuck in traffic and would be a bit late. Originally, Liu Ruyan felt that, since this was only her second official date with this new boyfriend and he was already late, she was quite unhappy about it. But now, Liu Ruyan did not blame her new boyfriend at all. It was exactly because her boyfriend was delayed by traffic that she got to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself, right? I glanced at the smug-looking Liu Ruyan and pressed the car key in my hand. Beep, beep, accompanied by the deep sound of the car unlocking. The headlights of the BMW X5 lit up. Holy crap, Brother Chen. You said you bought a commuter car. And this is your commuter car. Using a BMW X5 level car just to commute. Brother Chen, do you have to be this awesome? Brother Chen, I am completely and utterly blown away by you right now. This level of badassery of yours is about to shatter the sky. Outwardly I looked calm, but inside, I was absolutely shocked. The commuter car the system mentioned was actually a BMW X5. Awesome. I secretly gave the system a thumbs up. This is your car. That is hilarious. This is a BMW. Do you really have to flatter yourself like that? Even though Liu Ruyan saw my hand move, she was still quite a distance away from me. She could not clearly see what I was holding. Liu Ruyan thought that Xu Jiahui and the guys were just trying to help me save face. It just so happened that the BMW's headlights flashed, So they claimed the BMW was mine. By that logic, since she was also standing in the parking lot, could not she also say that this BMW belonged to her, Liu Ruyan? Liu Ruyan, I realized that not only is there something wrong with your brain, but your eyesight is bad too. Could it be that you have never ridden in a BMW? And you are jealous of the woman who gets to sit in Brother Chen's passenger seat, which happens to be Senior Yi. Shujai Hui had watched me press the BMW key fob. If this BMW X5 was not mine, could it possibly be Liu Ruyan's? You guys, Liu Ruyan's face flushed red with anger. Back when she was my girlfriend, she never saw Shui Jiahui and the others treat her with such enthusiasm. Now that my girlfriend was Ye Wenxin, logically speaking, Ye Wenxin and Shui Jiahui's group were not even that familiar with each other. So why were they defending Ye Wenxin so fiercely? Brother Chen, ignore those jealous people. Brother Chen, can I take a look inside? Ma Xiaoyu could not hold back anymore. This was a real, tangible BMW X5. For these college students, they used to only be able to admire them on the road, but now, it was right here for them to touch. Of course, I did not mind at all. Liu Ruyan crossed her arms, looking completely unconvinced. She looked around. Why was there no sign of the BMW's real owner? Logically, since the doors were unlocked, the owner should not be far away. Liu Ruyan was still hoping to watch me get scolded by the real owner of the BMW. This is amazing. This is my first time getting so up close and personal with a luxury car. Ma Xiaoyu pulled open the driver's side door, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Why was not the owner showing up yet? With such a perfect opportunity right now, they could be caught red-handed and arrested. Liu Ruyan was dead set on humiliating me, hoping the BMW owner would hurry up and appear. After waiting for a few minutes, Liu Ruyan did not see anyone else show up in the parking lot. She prepared to take her phone out of her bag and courageously do the right thing. After experiencing the feel of a luxury car, the guys did not linger and voluntarily got out. Brother Chen, sorry for holding you up. Looking at my roommates, I smiled. Next time we get a chance, I will take you guys out for a spin. The fact that all guys love cars is something I perfectly understand. That would be awesome. Long live Brother Chen. Going for a spin in a BMW X5. Just thinking about it is incredibly cool. Under Liu Ruyan's disbelieving gaze, I got in and pressed the push to start button and drove the BMW X5 smoothly out of the parking lot. Dabao, what do you think of Daddy's driving skills? Luckily, I had the foresight to learn how to drive and get my license at 18. Otherwise, I would not even know how to drive my own car now. Dada. Car. Dabao's language skills were limited. She could only communicate with these simple words. Dabao is saying Daddy looks so handsome driving, right? Daddy thinks so too. In front of my own baby, I was not modest in the slightest. This is really Ye Chen's car. Only when the BMW X5 had completely disappeared from sight did Liu Ruyan finally snap back to reality, thinking about the fact that I owned a 5 million yuan apartment in Crescent Blue Bay and was now driving a BMW X5. Liu Ruyan could not swallow her bitter resentment no matter what. Was God playing a cruel joke on her? When she initially broke up with me, Liu Ruyan had wanted to find a wealthy second-generation heir. Unfortunately, she did not meet a rich heir, but she foolishly lost me, a hidden wealthy heir. Liu Ruyan felt the urge to vomit blood. Was this what people called picking up a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon? Liu Ruyan, maybe you should go get a pair of glasses. With such terrible eyesight, I really do not know how you dare to go outside. Thinking back to when Liu Ruyan was in study hall, saying that I was not good enough for her, Shu Jiahui felt a surge of anger in his gut. If someone like Brother Chen was not good enough for this kind of woman, Liu Ruyan really knew how to flatter herself. What is going on with Wang Haolin? How could a traffic jam take him this long? Liu Ruyan muttered a few complaints, but she was actually saying it for Shu Jiahui and the others to hear. She wanted them to know her boyfriend was also a car owner. Shu Jiahui and the guys, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks when they saw Liu Ruyan waving at a Hyundai. The three of them exchanged a glance. and ambiguous smiles simultaneously appeared on their lips. Haolin, my legs are sore from waiting, Liu Ruyan said coquettishly upon seeing her boyfriend. As she spoke, she deliberately bent down and rubbed her calves. Watching Liu Ruyan's pretentious acting, a trace of disdain flashed through the eyes of Shui Jiahui and the others. She had not even stood there for long, and her legs were already sore. At this rate, Liu Ruyan should not even use her legs to walk anymore. She might as well just use a wheelchair. Yannian, it is all my fault. I will buy you a gift later to apologize. Seeing his girlfriend blaming him, Wang Haolin immediately started apologizing. He had to properly coax his new girlfriend. Oh, Liu Ruyan, is this your wealthy boyfriend? Back when you were dating my brother Chen, you were simultaneously looking for a rich guy. Looks like you finally got your wish. It is a pity though. I wonder if this Hyundai is enough to satisfy you. You would not be sitting in a Hyundai while looking for an even richer guy, would you? What do you mean? Who are you guys? Upon hearing Shui Jiahui's words, Wang Haolin's hand, which had been rubbing Liu Ruyan's leg, paused. Wang Haolin was not an idiot. They were implying he was just a backup plan. What man would be willing to be treated as a spare tire? We are Liu Ruyan's classmates from the exact same class. Shu Jiahui emphasized specifically. The implication was very clear regarding Liu Ruyan's affairs. As her classmate, he was not just making things up. Shu Jiahui, do not talk nonsense. Lin Chen and I broke up ages ago. Besides, my breakup with Lin Chen has nothing to do with my boyfriend. Liu Ruyan sounded incredibly self-righteous. Back when Liu Ruyan broke up with me, it genuinely had absolutely nothing to do with Wang Haolin. Right, you breaking up with my brother Chen was for your rich heir boyfriend. But I heard he was a fake. So you dumped him too. Liu Ruyan, it has only been a few days, and you have already found yourself another rich guy. Or is this own just a temporary transition as well? Shu Jiahui cast a meaningful glance at Wang Haolin. The guy's eyes were filled with pity. Being looked at like that filled Wang Haolin with rage. No matter how dense Wang Haolin was, he understood perfectly. It seemed this Liu Ruyan was a player. She really was treating him like just another fish in her pond. Looking at the pitying gazes from Liu Ruyan's classmates, Wang Haolin instantly felt like a clown. I did not. Liu Ruyan wanted to say she did not get with Wang Haolin for money. However, she had not forgotten the things she had declared in the classroom back then. Seeing the knowing looks on Shui Jiahui's and the others' faces, Liu Ruyan did not know what to say. If she lied, they would definitely expose her. But telling the truth was definitely out of the question too. Liu Ruyan, you are really something. Seeing Liu Ruyan stammering, Wang Haolin knew her classmates were telling the truth. Angrily, Wang Haolin pulled open his car door, slammed on the gas pedal, and drove straight off. Haolin, no longer caring about bickering with Shui Jiahui. Liu Ruyan chased after the Hyundai for several steps, but the car showed no signs of stopping. Let us go, brothers, back to the dorm. Shu Jiahui and the guys walked happily towards the school gate. This counts as getting revenge for brother Chen. That felt so good. Shu Jiahui. With her backup plan gone, Liu Ruyan had a stomach full of anger and nowhere to vent it. She turned around, ready to settle the score with Shui Jiahui's group. Unfortunately, what awaited Liu Ruyan was just an empty parking lot. As for Shui Jiahui and the others, they were long gone. Dabao, we are home. I drove the car straight into our residential community. Originally, I had wanted to call and have Wenxin bring Xiaobao downstairs to check out our new family car. But my phone kept indicating that Wenxin's line was busy, so I had no choice but to take Dabao up home first. Mama, the moment I opened the front door, Dabao, sitting in her stroller, started looking for her mom. After being out with Daddy for the entire morning, Dabao made it clear that she missed Mommy very much. Dada, hearing his sister's voice, little Xiaobao toddled toward the doorway, coming to look for Daddy. Dabao had not seen her mom all morning, and Xiaobao, who stayed home, had not seen his dad and sister all morning. I scooped Dabao out of the stroller with one arm, picked up Xiaobao with the other, and closed the front door. Xiaobao, where's Mommy? Usually whenever I opened the door to come home, Wenxin would come out to greet us. Especially today, since it was my first time taking Dabao to school. Wenxin definitely should have come out to check on how Dabao did, but even with the two babies making such a commotion, Wenxin was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, I found this strange. Mama. Xiao Bao understood his daddy's words, and kept pointing eagerly at the balcony, following Xiao Bao's chubby little hand. I indeed saw Wenxin out on the balcony talking on the phone. It must have been a very important call, because Wenxin had closed the glass door between the balcony and the living room. What I did not know was that the call Ye Wenxin was taking right now was from her mother. Ye Wenxin still had not told her family about getting pregnant and having kids. Wenxin, you used to say you wanted to get your master's and Ph.D. after finishing your undergrad. Why are you now saying you plan to just keep working? Actually, this question had been bothering Wenxin's father, Ye Xiaoping, and mother, Bai Wanqing, for a long time. The couple could not understand why their academically brilliant daughter would be in such a rush to work right after finishing her bachelor's degree. Although Ye Wenxin's family was not filthy rich, fulfilling their daughter's dream of pursuing postgraduate studies would have been a piece of cake. Originally, during Wenxin's senior year, when she said the school arranged an internship, my father-in-law and mother-in-law were quite reluctant. After all, in their minds, their daughter was someone who was going to pursue advanced degrees. What was the point of interning so early? However, because Wenxin's attitude was unusually firm back then, her parents did not argue the point further. The truth was, Ye Wenxin had no other choice at the time. If she had not said she was doing an internship, she would have definitely had to go home for the holidays. If she had gone home with a huge pregnant belly, would not her secret have been completely exposed? Later, after giving birth to Dabao and Xiao Bao, Ye Wenxin had even less opportunity to visit home. Regarding her parents urging her to come home, Ye Wenxin could only use being busy with work as an excuse to put them off. Mom, after my internship I realized that starting work early is actually pretty good. I get to accumulate more social experience. Nowadays there are plenty of masters and Ph.D. grads who struggle to find jobs after graduating anyway. Ye Wenxin spoke to her mother with feigned casualty. No matter how much she wanted to continue her studies deep down, Owen look at Dabao and Xiao Bao in my arms, and Ye Wenxin could only silently choose to give up on her dream. I was indeed in the living room playing with Dabao and Xiao Bao in my arms, but I was also keeping a close eye on Wenxin, who had locked herself on the balcony for her call. Catching a fleeting look of disappointment on her face, my heart ached a little. Wenxin must have given up so much for Dabao and Xiao Bao. Now, she could not even make a phone call out in the open. Child, if you try to work and study at the same time, will the results be the same as focusing purely on your studies?
Wenxin, are you worried about money?
Actually, with our family's financial situation, you do not need to worry at all. In the past, the reason Mom limited your living expenses was out of fear that you would become materialistic in college. Wenxin, your dad is the general manager of a large company, after all. His income is not shabby at all. Your dad and I have discussed it, and you should just quit your job and focus on your studies. My mother-in-law rattled off a whole bunch of things like a machine gun, while my father-in-law, standing right beside her, nodded repeatedly. With such a smart child in their family, it would truly be a waste if she did not get her master's and Ph.D. Mom, people always say daughters should be raised in wealth. But you and Dad even ganged up to trick me before, saying our family was not well off. Amused by her mother's words, Ye Wenxin could not help but chuckle. She realized that in her mother's heart, she was still just a child who had not grown up. In reality, back when Ye Wenxin was in high school, she had already figured out that her family was quite wealthy. However, since Ye Wenxin did not have the habit of spending lavishly, there was simply no need for her to expose her parents' little white lie. Wenxin, that was all your father's idea. Mom did not want to trick you either. My mother-in-law instantly passed the buck to her husband, without blushing or skipping a beat. My father-in-law, who had been happily listening to his beloved daughter speak, immediately sat up straight upon hearing his wife's words, ready to object. But after receiving a warning glare from his wife, He could only silently take the blame. Mom, do not think I do not know. When it comes to family matters, Dad listens to you about everything. Having found a good opportunity to change the subject, Ye Wenxin ruthlessly exposed her mother's true identity, the master of shifting blame. Hearing his daughter clear his name, my father-in-law nodded in vigorous agreement. Daughters were indeed the best, loyal and protective. He listens to me about everything. Your dad is used to being the boss at the company. You think he will listen to me at home? My mother-in-law absolutely refused to admit that raising their daughter poorly had been her idea. Although the results of raising her that way had been quite good, she was not sure if her daughter secretly blamed her for it. Mom, you manage plenty of students at your school too. No matter how mischievous those students are, they all have to behave obediently once they are in your hands. You are telling me you can't handle Dad. How can you compare your dad to those little kids? My mother-in-law did not even notice that for the rest of the conversation, she was being completely led by her daughter. Ye Wenxin ended the call with her mother and pushed open the glass door. Was Da Bao a good girl? Mama, having not seen her mom all morning, Da Bao stretched out her little arms, demanding her mommy pick her up. Mommy's got you. Did our Da Bao behave well, going to school with Daddy? Ye Wenxin took Da Bao into her arms, suppressing the uneasy feelings in her heart. In front of the babies, Ye Wenxin always tried her hardest to be a sunny and happy mother. Our Da Bao was super well behaved. Even the school's notorious Fahai, Professor Jiang, really adored our Da Bao. Professor Jiang's surprisingly gentle teaching style today was something I had naturally noticed, and, of course, I understood perfectly well that this was entirely due to Da Bao's charm. Fahai Professor Jiang's class. Lin Chen, why did not you tell me earlier that it was Professor Jiang's class today? If you had told me sooner, I definitely would not have let you take Da Bao along. Having also been a student at Magic City University, Ye Wenxin was no stranger to Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang's fearsome reputation was something Ye Wenxin knew all too well. How could Da Bao possibly control herself? If Da Bao caused trouble, would not Lin Chen be the one taking the blame? Thinking of this, Ye Wenxin looked at me with a face full of worry. She had no idea what kind of punishment I might have received from Professor Jiang today. It is fine. Our Da Bao is loved by everyone and everything she meets. Even the strict and impartial Professor Jiang could only fall in love with our Da Bao the moment he saw her. Da Bao really did not cause you any trouble. Ye Wenxin knew that their babies were extremely popular. This was something Ye Wenxin never doubted for a second. However, attending class was a serious matter after all, especially when it came to Professor Jiang's class. Whether Da Bao was cute or not did not seem to hold much weight in that context. I chuckled and sat down on the sofa, recounting everything that happened at school today to Wenxin. I also mentioned how much all my classmates loved Da Bao, except for Liu Ruyan, of course. Ye Wenxin went from being calm initially to eventually being unable to hide her shock. Da Bao actually had this kind of power. She actually managed to tame Professor Jiang and make him act like a gentle teacher for once. Wenxin, that phone call just now was, after finishing my story about Da Bao at school, I certainly had not forgotten the look of fleeting disappointment on Wenxin's face while she was on the phone. A call from my mom. Ye Wenxin did not try to hide anything, and she told me what her mother had said. Wenxin, now that Da Bao and Xiao Bao are weaned, if you want to pursue your master's and Ph.D., I support you. I knew that in order to give birth to Da Bao and Xiao Bao, Wenxin had sacrificed far too much. Now that the babies were fully weaned, Wenxin naturally had the time to go and do the things she loved. Ye Wenxin realized that when talking to me about weaning the babies now, she was not nearly as shy as she used to be. Wenxin, we can hire a nanny to take care of Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Look, I am a junior now, and I do not have classes every single day. If you go to grad school, you won't need to be on campus every day either. Between the two of us, our schedules are relatively flexible. If we hire a nanny on top of that, there won't be any problems. I did not want the babies to be the reason Wenxin had to give up on her academics like this. For an academic achiever like Wenxin, continuing her studies was definitely something she would be extremely passionate about. But if we hire a nanny, I constantly see news about nannies mistreating babies. Previously, due to financial constraints, Ye Wenxin could not afford to hire a nanny. Now, just with the money I had given her alone, Ye Wenxin did not have to worry about those things at all. Do not worry about that. We will look for proper, legitimate agencies, with good reputations. That way, there should not be any issues. That is actually a good idea. Ye Wenxin nodded. She realized I had thought of solutions for all of her concerns. The thought of being able to continue her studies again visibly improved Ye Wenxin's mood.
Wenxin, about your parents.
I knew Wenxin had never told her family about giving birth to Da Bao and Xiao Bao, but the babies were slowly growing up. Keeping it a secret forever was not a real solution. Moreover, it was not like Wenxin could avoid going home forever. It had already been over a year. Perhaps Wenxin's parents were already getting suspicious. Lin Chen, I still have not told my parents yet. In the past, when Ye Wenxin was on her own, she had not dared to bring Da Bao and Xiao Bao back home. Later, after she found me, the two of us had never formally discussed the topic. Being a girl, after all, Ye Wenxin felt it was awkward for her to bring it up first. Wenxin, the babies are already this big. I think it is time we let auntie and uncle know about this. Ye Wenxin knew in her heart that what I was saying was right. It was just that she was still incredibly worried. After all, having children out of wedlock was not exactly a glorious thing. Ye Wenxin was afraid her parents would not be able to accept it. Do not be afraid. Whatever happens, we will face it together. I tightly held Wenxin's small hands and realized they were a bit cold. Seeing the determination in my eyes, her hands slowly began to warm up. Okay. Ye Wenxin flashed me a brilliant smile. This feeling of having someone there to shoulder the burden with you whenever something happens was truly wonderful. Wenxin, I go on summer break in a little over a month. When the time comes, we will take Da Bao and Xiao Bao and go visit your parents first. I am sure that auntie and uncle will absolutely adore our Da Bao and Xiao Bao the moment they see them. Since Wenxin had agreed, I naturally had to make specific arrangements. We are going this summer. Realizing she only had a little over a month before she had to come clean to her parents about having already given birth to children, Ye Wenxin's heart still felt somewhat hollow and panicked. Ye Wenxin remembered that when she went off to college, her parents had repeatedly and emphatically warned her not to date anyone during her university years. Look at her now. She indeed had not dated, but instead, she skipped several steps and went straight to having babies. Ye Wenxin was terrified that her parents' hearts would not be able to take the shock. Da Bao and Xiao Bao are already over 10 months old. In another month or so, they will be almost a year old. I think our Da Bao and Xiao Bao must also really want to meet their grandpa and grandma. Once Da Bao and Xiao Bao have met your parents, Wenxin, I want to take you and the babies back to my hometown for a visit. I looked at Wenxin with utmost seriousness. As for the name of my significant other, ever since I learned of Da Bao and Xiao Bao's existence, I had already firmly set my heart on the name Ye Wenxin. Meet your parents. Lin Chen was officially planning to take her to meet her future in-laws, meeting her parents first. And once both sets of parents had been met, did not that mean their relationship was going to be officially settled? Thinking of this, a deep sense of security settled into Ye Wenxin's heart. It turned out that Lin Chen had cared about her all along. Because of this realization, the tense expression on Ye Wenxin's face, she slowly relaxed, having Lin Chen to face her parents together with her, and with Da Bao and Xiao Bao, these two adorable darlings. Ye Wenxin felt that getting past her parents would be much easier. Of course, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws sooner or later. Knowing Wenxin was worried, I deliberately joked with her. Who is an ugly daughter-in-law who is ugly? Loving beauty is every girl's nature, especially since Ye Wenxin was a stunning beauty herself. Being suddenly described by me as an ugly daughter-in-law, Ye Wenxin obviously was not going to accept it. Wait, who is your wife? I am certainly not. Realizing she had fallen into my trap, Ye Wenxin's small face instantly turned bright red. All right, our baby's mother is definitely the most beautiful wife. Is not that right, Da Bao, Xiao Bao? Wenxin had already snapped out of her nervousness. Naturally, I was not going to keep teasing the mother of my children. If I actually pushed Wenxin over the edge, I really did not know what the consequences would be, at least up until now. I had not seen what Wenxin looked like when genuinely angry. Wenxin's temper was actually incredibly good. Dada. Car. Dada. Da Bao, who was being held in Ye Wenxin's arms, played with her mother's dark hair, while her little mouth babbled about daddy's little secret. What car? Did our Da Bao go out with daddy? And see lots of pretty cars? Ye Wenxin did not understand what Da Bao meant. She thought Da Bao was just sharing with her the cars she had seen on the road. Wenxin, I tried calling you earlier but the line was busy. Since Da Bao had already sold me out, I figured I might as well just say it directly. Really, she took out her phone and checked. Sure enough, there was a missed call from Lin Chen. I was probably on the phone with my mom then. Calculating the time, it indeed matched when she was on her call. Lin Chen, did you call me back then for something specific? If there was no urgency, Lin Chen would not usually call her. I originally wanted you to bring Xiao Bao downstairs to see our new family car. Since your phone did not connect, I had to bring Da Bao up first. I said it very calmly, as if that BMW X5, just as the system had said, was nothing more than a simple commuter car. Of course, I genuinely felt that way now too. Our new family car. Lin Chen, when did you buy a car? With more opportunities to take the babies out recently, Ye Wenxin had also realized the inconvenience of traveling. Having a car would certainly make things much more convenient. However, Ye Wenxin did not want to increase my financial burden, so she had not brought it up. Ye Wenxin did not know when I bought a car. Plus, I had transferred all my money to her. Even if she left a small portion for me, I should have spent most of it by now. Ye Wenxin was worried that I would exhaust myself just to buy a car, or even stray onto the wrong path. I did not buy this car. Do you remember me saying that I started trading stocks as soon as I entered college? There is a company I have held shares in for 3 years. This year, that company held an event to give back to their veteran shareholders. I also got a raffle ticket. Originally, I thought it was just a marketing gimmick by the company. Who would have thought they would notify me today that I won a car, and they even handled all the paperwork for me. They delivered it right to the school gate. That company is too generous. They actually gave away a car. Ye Wenxin was innocent at heart, after all. She did not doubt my words in the slightest. While taking Ye Wenxin down to the complex to see the new car, something unexpected happened. At that moment, Ye Wenxin stood in the complex, looking around. Lin Chen, where did you park the car? Ye Wenxin only saw an imposing, brand new BMW X5 parked in a spot not far away. Ye Wenxin felt that a car I won in a raffle could not possibly be such a nice car. So she subconsciously skipped right over the BMW. You two just moved in, right? I have seen you young couple going in and out with the kids a few times. Housing prices in our complex are not cheap, you know. You guys are renting, are not you? Makes sense, looking at your age. If your families were going to buy you a house, they would have bought it when you got married. You would not have waited until the kids were born to buy your own. Just as I was about to answer Wenxin's question, an auntie sidled up from behind. It started as a normal conversation, but as she spoke, the tone shifted entirely. I frowned. How come there are such snobbish people everywhere you go? Besides, whether I was renting or buying, what did it have to do with this auntie? The house my family owns here was bought as a marital home for my son. My son has been married for 2 years. I am staying here to take care of my son and daughter-in-law. Just waiting for my daughter-in-law to give me a chubby, healthy grandson. Speaking of children, the auntie's eyes could not help but peek at Da Bao and Xiao Bao in their stroller. Her envious gaze was hard to conceal. Listening to the auntie's rapid-fire monologue, Ye Wenxin froze in place. Who did I provoke? I just wanted to come out and see our car. Young folks, let me tell you. Our complex is the best in Zhangcheng City. The schools the kids go to here in the future are also the best. Unfortunately, only homeowners can enjoy these perks. Renters do not get these privileges. With these twins of yours, getting them into school later is really going to give you a headache. I glanced at the woman, leaving aside the fact that I was not a renter at all. Even if I really was a renter, was it her place to act so high and mighty in front of me? Auntie, which building do you live in? In my building. Except for the 3-bedroom unit I live in, the adjacent units are all 2-bedroom ones. I had just seen this woman walk over from the adjacent unit, so it should be a 2-bedroom. Since she wanted to show off, I decided to fulfill her wish. I am the homeowner of Unit 1, right next to you. The auntie held her head high. In front of renters, she felt a tremendous sense of superiority. So what if this young couple rented a 3-bedroom apartment? Could people who rent ever compare to actual homeowners? Unit 1, huh? I nodded to show I understood. Is there a problem with Unit 1? The auntie felt my expression was off, it was far too plain. Should not an ordinary renter feel profound respect? For a homeowner who could buy such an expensive house, there is no problem at all. I just understand a bit. Why your daughter-in-law has not had kids yet. You know my daughter-in-law. Because it concerned her future precious grandson. The auntie immediately grew tense. If this young man knew her daughter-in-law, and knew the reason why she was unwilling to have kids, the auntie felt that her wish to hold a grandson might finally be fulfilled. I do not know her. I shook my head firmly, shooting down her guess. Then what you just said. He did not know her daughter-in-law, yet claimed to know the reason. The auntie felt a bit played. Your home is a 2-bedroom apartment. Right now, 2 generations are already crammed in there together. If your daughter-in-law had a baby, there would be absolutely nowhere to live. Look at my family. It is just 2 adults and 2 babies, and our 3-bedroom apartment is just barely enough. I am guessing your daughter-in-law simply does not dare to have a child, trying to act superior in front of me. That depends on whether I am willing to give you the chance. You are saying my house is small. The auntie finally realized what was going on. Not only did she fail to show off, but she was also thoroughly mocked by this young man. She had originally just wanted to flaunt her wealth in front of this young couple, who told them to have such adorable twins. While her own daughter-in-law had not shown any signs of pregnancy at all, the auntie naturally could not swallow the anger in her heart. You are just a mere renter. So what if you rent a 3-bedroom apartment, with just own word from the landlord telling you to move out? You would have to pack up immediately. The auntie felt that, as a homeowner, she had to overpower this young man in terms of presence. She raised her voice, wanting everyone to know that this young couple were just renters in the complex. Who said Mr. Lin is a renter? Mr. Lin is a homeowner in our complex. He just moved in recently, that is all. Security guard Brother Guang, who had helped me move my packages last time, walked over. You are saying they are homeowners here? The auntie pointed at me, looking completely unconvinced. But since it came from the complex's security guard, no matter how unwilling the auntie was to believe it, she had to. If I had claimed to be a homeowner myself, the auntie would have definitely thought I was bragging. Now that there was a strong witness, the auntie's question truly sounded like a desperate dying struggle. That is right, Mr. Lin is a homeowner here in Crescent Blue Bay. Is there a problem? Brother Guang asked the woman seriously. No. I just thought they were renters. It is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Well, this was great. She came over to show off, but ended up getting brutally slapped in the face instead. Her 2 generations were squeezed into a 2-bedroom unit. Yet she had the nerve to run over and mock a young couple living with their babies in a 3-bedroom apartment. The auntie's not-so-fair face flushed slightly red. Mr. Lin, this is your vehicle gate pass. It was just finished, so I brought it over for you. Human emotions are truly quite strange. From the very beginning, security guard Guang had a great impression of me. Add to that the fact that I did not look down on security guards, and displayed highly polite, refined manners. It directly led to Brother Guang taking my affairs very seriously. He even personally delivered my processed vehicle pass to me. Bought a car, young man. Makes sense, with 2 kids at home. Not having a car is indeed inconvenient. Like my son, before he even got married, we already bought a car for him. I was stunned for a second. This auntie really knew how to push it. Then, I put on an expression that said, please, continue your performance. My son is also very picky. He would not buy anything but BBA. This security guard should know. My son drives an Audi. The auntie had been listening from the side, and upon hearing the guard's words, she immediately interjected again. She figured she could not be wrong this time. The guard had just said the vehicle pass was newly made, which could only mean this young man had just bought a car. The auntie felt she had already been bested in terms of housing, so she had to win back some face no matter what. Yes, I know this homeowner's son. He drives an Audi A3. Brother Guang was quite cooperative, confirming that the auntie's son indeed drove an Audi. See, young man, I did not lie to you, right? My son just has that kind of temperament. He wears nothing but designer clothes and refuses to drive anything but BBA. To be honest, we spoiled him into being like that. The underlying meaning in the auntie's words had already shifted to showing off her wealth. Without a solid financial foundation, even if you wanted to spoil someone, you would not have the capital to do so, right? Is an Audi A3 very expensive? Ye Wenxin, who had not said a word the entire time, really could not stand the auntie's pretentious behavior anymore. Although Ye Wenxin was a girl and did not know much about cars right now, let alone the Audi A3. Even the A7 had been out for a long time. If your family is so rich and you really spoiled your son, why did not you buy him a better own? It is all right, I guess just a little over 200,000 yuan. I looked at Wenxin, trying hard to suppress a smirk as I gave the answer. In my heart, I was already giving Wenxin a massive thumbs up. That was an excellent question. Young man, do not speak so arrogantly. What do you mean, just a little over 200,000 yuan? We bought our son's Audi for well over 200,000. Besides, can you afford a car this expensive? Such a young couple, having to raise 2 babies. And the security guard just said you are newly moved in homeowners, which means you just bought a house. The auntie looked at my and Ye Wenxin's outfits. We were not wearing any designer brands. She naturally assumed that even if I bought a house, I definitely bought it on a mortgage. I probably even borrowed a ton of money. Buying a car now is probably because you have 2 kids, and traveling is inconvenient, so you had no choice. Looking at this auntie who kept picking fights with me, I was utterly speechless. But since she was so eager to seek out humiliation, I definitely had to fulfill her wish. I indeed would not buy an Audi A3. I nodded, validating the auntie's words. Even if the system had not rewarded me with a big BMW, I still would not have chosen an Audi A3. The space is too small. The auntie, however, felt very vindicated hearing this. I told you so, a young couple like you. Just managing to buy a house is already very difficult. How could you possibly afford an Audi on top of that? Also, even though my family has 2 generations living together, this house was bought in full with cash. If we had taken a mortgage, buying a 3-bedroom would have been no problem. I just did not want my son to have too much financial pressure in the future. Seizing the opportunity, the auntie tried to save face. My husband also bought our house in full. My husband said a 3-bedroom is only 5 million anyway. Why would we need a mortgage? If we took a mortgage, we would have to remember the repayment date every month. It is too troublesome. Ye Wenxin had a good temper, but she was not a pushover either. Seeing this auntie, whom they did not even know, inexplicably and constantly putting me down, Ye Wenxin naturally could not stand by and watch. Oh, only 5 million. Ye Wenxin's breezy tone instantly deflated the auntie's arrogant swagger significantly. Just listen to what she said. 5 million to buy a house was only that much. Then all that bragging she did earlier, was not it just a massive joke? It turned out the clown was actually herself. Wenxin, I bought car seats for Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Come see how they look. Okay, Ye Wenxin nodded very cooperatively, but stood there without making a move. I understood in my heart. Wenxin still did not know what kind of car our family had, so she did not dare act rashly. I curled my lips into a smile, took the car key out of my pocket, and pressed it. Beep, beep. The aggressive sound of the BMW X5 rang out, accompanied by its domineering headlights flashing on. The auntie standing nearby was instantly dumbfounded. It was actually a BMW X5. Just moments ago, she had been endlessly praising her family's Audi A3. Right now, The auntie was so embarrassed she could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Forget about the auntie. Even Ye Wenxin was shocked. She never expected that the car her husband won in a raffle would actually be a BMW X5. This kind of luck was unmatched, was not it? Your big sister has already tried out her seat. Does our Xiaobao want to try his? I smiled at Wenxin and picked Xiaobao up from the stroller. Mama, seeing Daddy only pick up her sibling. Bao stretched her little arms toward her mom, asking for a hug. Mommy's got you. Thinking about how clingy Bao had been since coming home, Ye Wenxin felt incredibly happy in her heart. Originally, she had felt that after the 2 babies got a daddy, they were not as clingy with her as before. Ye Wenxin now realized she had just been overthinking it. Perhaps in the babies' hearts, because they had not spent as much time with daddy, they naturally needed to be clingier with him to build their bond. Mr. Lin, then I won't disturb you any longer. Brother Guang watched the heartwarming scene of our family and could not bear to interrupt. Thank you. I was thanking him for specially delivering my vehicle gate pass. The auntie who had wanted to show off while we were talking had already secretly slinked away. Such a massive BMW. Even if the auntie was completely brainless, she could figure out that it was definitely much more expensive than her son's Audi A3. Originally, it was because she was jealous of them, having 2 such adorable babies at once, that she deliberately stepped forward to pick a fight and find psychological balance. Now look, not only did she fail to find that balance, she ended up walking away with her tail tucked between her legs. I guessed from now on that auntie would have to take a detour whenever she saw my family. After all, it was truly too humiliating. Her house was smaller, and her car was cheaper. The auntie really had nothing left to brag about. Lin Chen, you won a BMW X5. Now that there was no one else around, Ye Wenxin finally had the chance to ask the question burning in her mind. What company is this generous to actually give away a BMW X5 as a prize? This is real, hard cash. Ye Wenxin could not quite bring herself to believe it. Yeah, I got lucky and won the grand prize. In order to make Wenxin believe me, I acted completely unfazed. The grand prize. This BMW X5 must be really expensive, right? Ye Wenxin recognized BMWs as a brand. But as for the different BMW models and their specific prices, she truly did not know much. Regardless, just by looking at the X5's model you could tell that it certainly was not cheap. Otherwise that auntie would not have secretly slinked away, right? It is around 600,000 yuan. Even though it did not come out of my own pocket, I still knew the approximate price. 600,000. Lin Chen, is not your luck a bit too good? Hearing the price, Ye Wenxin's small mouth fell open slightly. She had guessed that this BMW X5 would not be cheap, but she never imagined that it would cross the 500,000 yuan threshold. Of course, ever since I got you and the babies, my luck can no longer be described as merely good. Filled with absolute pride, I felt like I was the ultimate winner in life. Wenxin, let me take you and the babies out for a spin. I closed the back door, took Wenxin's hand, and had her sit in the passenger seat. Then I got in and pressed the push to start button. Bao, Xiaobao, sit properly now. After the babies flashed brilliant smiles, I stepped on the gas pedal. Lin Chen, when did you learn to drive? Originally a little nervous, Ye Wenxin, gripping her seatbelt tightly, slowly relaxed her entire body. Upon sensing my proficient driving skills, I learned my freshman year of college. Although I do not drive often, I practice with my dad's car every time I go home for winter or summer breaks. You can trust my driving skills. Originally, Ye Wenxin had planned to learn to drive after graduating from college. But before she even graduated, all her plans had been thrown into chaos. At this moment, she felt that having her plans thrown into chaos like this was actually quite nice. Looking at the babies in the back row and then at me beside her, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Ye Wenxin's best friend, Jiang Mingyue, came over to visit and started gossiping about my cohabitation life with Ye Wenxin. Jiang Mingyue looked at Ye Wenxin with a wicked smirk. Wenxin, let me ask you a personal question. Jiang Mingyue sneakily peeked out of the kitchen, only after confirming that I was in the living room playing with Bao and Xiaobao. and would not overhear their conversation, she continued.
What question?
Ye Wenxin did not think much of it, assuming Mingyue was going to ask some girl talk question. Wenxin, you and Lin Chen have been living together day and night for so many days now. And now you have moved into your own new place. Pausing, the smile on Jiang Mingyu's face grew even more mysterious. Wenxin, you and Lin Chen, have you two done anything? With a beaming smile on her face, Jiang Mingyue's expression practically screamed, I want the gossip. The hand Ye Wenxin was using to wash the dishes trembled, and she almost dropped the bowl. Mingyue, what kind of question is that? Her relationship with Lin Chen was pure and innocent. Well, that was not entirely true either. They had already produced De Bao and Xiao Bao, so it could not really be called an innocent relationship anymore. No, nothing has happened between Lin Chen and me. Ye Wenxin denied it firmly. Having De Bao and Xiao Bao was an accident. It had nothing to do with Mingyue's current question. Ye Wenxin felt very confident in her denial. As for her beet red face, who knows why it was like that? Really nothing at all. That should not be. By all accounts, whatever should have happened between you two should have happened long ago. It seems to me that Lin Chen cares for you a lot, and you seem very satisfied with Lin Chen too. Look, you are a lone man and a lone woman under the same roof, and absolutely nothing has happened. What lone man and lone woman? Are not De Bao and Xiao Bao here too? Also, as a girl, why is your head filled with such messy thoughts? Ye Wenxin was too embarrassed to even repeat the nonsense Jiang Mingyue was spouting. How is this messy thoughts? I am just caring about you, okay? You and Lin Chen already have De Bao and Xiao Bao. Your relationship, Before Jiang Mingyue could finish her sentence, Ye Wenxin clamped a hand over her mouth. Ye Wenxin cast a worried glance outside the kitchen, only after ensuring I probably had not heard Mingyue's words. Did Ye Wenxin let out a small sigh of relief? Although it was a 3-bedroom apartment, the kitchen door was not closed, and the space was only so big. Ye Wenxin was genuinely terrified that I would hear Mingyue's words. If I mistakenly thought that was what she wanted, Ye Wenxin would be too ashamed to ever face me again. Do you want me to let go? After receiving Mingyue's frantic nodding in the affirmative, Ye Wenxin laid down her conditions. Promise you won't talk nonsense anymore, and I will let go. Eager to regain her freedom, Jiang Mingyue had no choice but to keep nodding. Wenxin, really, nothing between you and Lin Chen. The moment her mouth was freed, Jiang Mingyue's gossiping was ready to start up again. But upon seeing Wenxin's hand reaching toward her once again, Jiang Mingyue swiftly clamped her own hands over her mouth. Jiang Mingyue was silently promising that she truly would not say another word. Lin Chen and I really have not done anything. I sleep in the master bedroom, and Lin Chen sleeps in the study. Knowing that just saying it definitely would not make Mingyue believe her, Ye Wenxin grabbed Jiang Mingyue's hand and led her out of the kitchen. Mingyue, let me show you around. Speaking loudly enough for me to hear, Ye Wenxin found an excuse to prove her innocence. See, I did not lie to you, did I? Pulling Mingyue into the study, Ye Wenxin pointed to a folding bed in the room and said seriously, there is even a quilt laid out on the bed. Oh, and look, and you can tell someone sleeps here. Ye Wenxin thought Mingyue would surely believe her now. It is a folding bed. Just a transition. A temporary transition. Jiang Mingyue put on the look of someone who had been there and done that. That knowing expression made Ye Wenxin feel embarrassed all over again, thinking back to the time she touched my muscles. Ye Wenxin's small face could not help but flush red again. See, I told you there was something going on between you and Lin Chen. Jiang Mingyue pointed at Wenxin's face, wearing an I knew it expression. No, Lin Chen and I really have not. Ye Wenxin anxiously tried to defend herself. Unfortunately, Jiang Mingyue's phone rang. Jiang Mingyue picked up her phone, her expression instantly turning as serious as if she were facing a formidable enemy. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Mingyue answered the call. Director Zhou, it is Mingyue. If Heavenly King Zhang does not have the time, it is not something a lowly assistant like me can decide. I also think these superstars put on way too many airs. We should find someone with real talent to put Heavenly King Zhang in his place. Director Zhou, I am honestly looking for hidden talents among the common people. I promise I will bring back a recording of a master for you. Only when the busy beep 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 sound came from the phone did Zhang Mingyue finally put it away. Mingyue, is it something about work? Ye Wenxin knew Mingyue had been very busy lately, but Ye Wenxin had not expected Mingyue to be this busy. She had only been out for a little while and already work calls were chasing her down. You have to know, Zhang Mingyue's job usually offered a lot of flexibility. In the past, as long as Mingyue finished the tasks at hand, skipping half a day of work was not a problem at all. This was also why Zhang Mingyue was able to help Ye Wenxin take care of Da Bao and Xiao Bao. However, looking at the situation today, Mingyue was not just ordinarily busy. Wenxin, our company is organizing a massive talent show. We originally invited Heavenly King Zhang to be the opening guest, but right on the day we were supposed to officially sign the contract, Zhang's side actually stood me up. For our talent show, all the promotions and posters have already been put out. Now the opening guest has bailed at the last minute. This is truly fatal for us. Mingyue, if that Heavenly King Zhang bailed, you can just find other celebrities. Ye Wenxin was a bit puzzled. There are plenty of famous singers who can sing, not just Heavenly King Zhang. Zhang Mingyue sighed. If only it were as simple as Wenxin made it sound. Celebrities, you know. They care about face more than anything. This is a matter of their status in the industry. Who would be willing to just act as a substitute? I heard you say on the phone just now that you are looking for hidden talents among everyday people. Would not that be easier than inviting celebrities? Celebrities put on airs, but ordinary people should not, right? It is not easy either. They are hard to find. Zhang Mingyue was genuinely feeling frustrated recently. In Jiang Mingyue's view, it was enough for her to be stressed by herself. There was no need to make Wenxin worry alongside her. Mingyu, actually, you sing really well too. Why do not you volunteer yourself? To help her friend relieve some stress, Ye Wenxin started joking around. Wenxin, it would be better if you went and tried out instead. I might be a mic hog at KTVs, but if you asked me to sing for real, I would probably scare people away. Regarding her own abilities, Zhang Mingyue was quite self-aware. I came here today to see Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Let us not let work stuff affect your mood. Wenxin, I have not seen them for a few days. And the two little darlings have gotten even prettier. Honestly, Wenxin, I am a little envious of you. To actually be able, in a completely intoxicated state, to just pick up a super handsome guy like Lin Chen. Zhang Mingyue envied Wenxin from a genetic standpoint. If my looks were not reliable, the two little babies might not have grown up to be so beautiful. Mingyu, what do you mean picked up? Regarding her best friend's train of thought, Ye Wenxin really wanted to buy a block of tofu and have Mingyu smash her head against it. Oh, then I misspoke. I mean you have incredibly good luck to be picked up by a handsome guy like Lin Chen. Zhang Mingyue corrected her slip of the tongue just in time, blinking her big eyes. Surely she had not said it wrong this time, right? Ye Wenxin truly did not have the courage to sit in front of me and the babies and discuss this topic. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, godmother is here. Zhang Mingyue did not notice Wenxin's embarrassment. In Zhang Mingyue's mind, her previous topic of conversation was completely innocent. Jiang Mingyue was purely praising Wenxin for finding such good genetics for the babies. Gma, hearing their godmother's voice, Da Bao and Xiao Bao abandoned the toys in their hands and immediately reached out their little arms for a hug. Godmother's got you. Towards the two little darlings, Zhang Mingyue naturally made sure to treat them fairly. Da Bao and Xiao Bao clung to their godmother and played for quite a while. The two babies started to feel sleepy, and their little hands started rubbing their eyes. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, time to go to sleep. Daddy will go make some formula, and mommy and godmother will change your diapers. Okay. Lin Chen, how about I coax Da Bao and Xiao Bao to sleep? Seeing that it was clearly long past the baby's nap time, yet Da Bao and Xiao Bao were refusing to sleep. Ye Wenxin felt a bit helpless. I will do it. You stay and chat with Mingyue for a bit. I picked up own baby in each arm and walked into their room. If Wenxin were to put the babies to sleep, then it would just be me and Zhang Mingyue. staring awkwardly at each other in the living room. I felt that would be way too weird. Wenxin, Lin Chen is really so considerate of you. Jiang Mingyue pulled Wenxin over and gave her best friend a meaningful wink. The implication was naturally self-evident. Yeah, Lin Chen treats me very well. This time, Ye Wenxin did not avoid the topic. She admitted it openly and generously. Wenxin, I am still single, you know. You can't just force-feed me PDA like this. I am genuinely hurt. Jiang Mingyue dramatically clutched her heart, successfully making Ye Wenxin laugh. Wenxin, does Lin Chen know how to coax the babies to sleep? Jiang Mingyue felt that my being considerate was own thing, but when it came to putting babies to sleep, would not he be a bit unreliable? He does. Did not you see him do it once last time? Lin Chen sings lullabies to put Da Bao and Xiao Bao to sleep. Ye Wenxin indicated that me coaxing the babies to sleep was not just a own-time occurrence. Lullabies. A flash of inspiration hit them, and Ye Wenxin and Jiang Mingyue cried out simultaneously. They had been fretting over this for so long. How could they have forgotten about me? My skill at singing lullabies was already masterclass. Was not I exactly what Jiang Mingyue was looking for? A hidden talent among the common people. Wenxin, let me borrow your Lin Chen. Because her relationship with me was not that close. Jiang Mingyue had to ask Wenxin for help. Your Lin Chen. Ye Wenxin did not feel an ounce of rejection towards Mingyue's words. Instead, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. This still depends on what Lin Chen wants. I can't force him to do it. Wenxin, you are favoring your husband over your best friend, are not you? Wait, no, you and Lin Chen are own family now. I am the outsider now. To win sympathy, Jiang Mingyue could only pretend to be pitiful. What are you talking about? I did not say I would not help you. It is just that the final decision rests with Lin Chen. All right, I will definitely try my best to persuade Lin Chen to help you. Is that good enough? That is more like it. Later, after Lin Chen finishes putting Da Bao and Xiao Bao to sleep, you absolutely have to put in a good word for me. Jiang Mingyue suddenly felt a bit of regret. Why had she been so hostile towards me in the beginning? If she had just treated Lin Chen nicely from the start, Lin Chen might have agreed to help her without a second thought. No, wait, she was just looking out for Wenxin. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue tossed her feelings of regret to the back of her mind. Right as I walked out of the baby's room, I had not expected that Wenxin and Jiang Mingyue would look as if they were waiting for me. Lin Chen, Wenxin called out to me. Mingyue has something she wants to ask for your help with. What is it? I was a bit curious. What kind of help could I possibly offer Jiang Mingyue? However, as long as it was Wenxin asking, I definitely would not refuse. Plus, Jiang Mingyue was also extremely good to my two little babies. Mingyue's company is organizing a talent show. The opening guest they originally invited suddenly backed out. With no other choice, they want to find an alternative guest to sing the opening. I indicated that it was not that I was unwilling to help, but that I genuinely did not know any celebrities. I felt like I could not be of much assistance. I did not explain it clearly just now. Ye Wenxin hastily explained, seeing that I had misunderstood her. Mingyue's company is not planning to hire a celebrity as the opening guest anymore. They told Mingyue to find a hidden talent among everyday people. After Ye Wenxin finished speaking, she blinked her beautiful big eyes at me. Surely Lin Chen understood what she meant by now, right? Jiang Mingyue was also staring intently at me. Jiang Mingyue knew that as long as I was willing to sing, her skipping work today would not be an issue at all. You want me to sing? Prompted by Wenxin, I finally remembered that I was someone who possessed top-tier singing skills granted by the system. It seemed they indeed did not need to look for anyone else. Yes, Lin Chen, the lullabies you sing for the babies. Mingyue and I have both heard them. You sing incredibly well. Lin Chen, could you please just do Mingyue this favor? Mingyue actually skipped work today to come see Da Bao and Xiao Bao. If she can't bring back a high-quality recording of a song, Mingyue will definitely get punished. Ye Wenxin brought her hands together in front of her chest in a pleading gesture. Seeing Wenxin looking so adorable, I could not help but let the corners of my mouth rise. Honestly, at first I genuinely had not thought of myself. To me, just singing a song was really no big deal, no problem. What song do you want me to sing? It won't be a lullaby, will it? I said, half joking. No lullabies, definitely not a lullaby. Seeing me agree so readily, Jiang Mingyue's mood instantly lightened significantly. Wenxin has a great eye. Lin Chen is very loyal and upright. I can sing anything. Endowed with top-tier singing skills. Why would I need to be picky about what song to sing? Anything. Jiang Mingyue was shocked by my tone. Even those so-called heavenly kings had their own so-called comfort zones. Yet Lin Chen actually said he could sing anything. Lin Chen, then could you sing Blue and White Porcelain? Jiang Mingyue knew this song was a real test of vocal skill. If I said I did not like singing this song, Jiang Mingyue definitely would not force me. Sure. Without even needing to think about it, I agreed immediately. To be honest, Blue and White Porcelain was a song I personally liked very much anyway. Hearing me say, no problem, Jiang Mingyue's face bloomed with joy. Lin Chen, whenever you are ready, you can start. Jiang Mingyue took out her phone and opened the voice recorder app. I cleared my throat and unleashed my top-tier singing skills to their fullest. Jiang Mingyue and Ye Wenxin were completely immersed in my singing. A few minutes later, Jiang Mingyue got a recording she was satisfied with, and then looked at Ye Wenxin, saying, Wenxin, your Lin Chen is actually pretty amazing. Turns out a hidden master was right beside us all along. Hearing Jiang Mingyue call me her Lin Chen, Ye Wenxin unconsciously glanced at me, her cheeks flushed red. And right then, she met my gaze. I grinned at her, as if silently accepting Jiang Mingyue's title for me. Early the next morning, because there was a lot to do, Ye Wenxin woke up very early. Lin Chen, when did you get up? Watching me walk in the door carrying breakfast, Ye Wenxin was burning with curiosity. Why did I always look so incredibly energetic? Ever since I moved out of the dorms and started taking care of the babies with her, Ye Wenxin knew that the amount of sleep I got was not any more than hers. Yet my mental state was exceptionally good. I have great stamina. I thought you would have experienced that deeply by now. I winked at Wenxin. And then, as expected, I watched Wenxin's small face turn bright red. She could not say a word for the longest time. Because of my words, Ye Wenxin, all the way until she finished breakfast, did not dare lift her head to look at me even once. It was really because my words were way too suggestive. Wenxin, your face is about to fall into your bowl. Seeing Wenxin looking so shy, I could not resist teasing her again. The disposable bowl of spicy soup had already hit the bottom, but Wenxin showed no intention of lifting her head. Wenxin, how about I give you my bowl? I said it out loud, but the smile curving on my lips indicated that my words were not to be taken literally. No need, I am full. Ye Wenxin jerked her head up like a reflex, not wanting the title of glutton to be pinned on her. However, upon seeing my bright, beaming smile, Ye Wenxin belatedly realized she had been tricked. I am going to change clothes, she muttered in annoyance and fled into the bedroom. Wenxin, actually, you look really pretty in your pajamas. I deliberately called out behind her back, and successfully watched Wenxin slam the master bedroom door tightly shut. I could not hold it back anymore and burst out laughing. I finished my own breakfast and did a quick cleanup, but Wenxin still had not come out. It was just changing clothes. Could it be that Wenxin was too embarrassed to face me? I checked my watch. The nanny should be arriving soon. Knock knock. I gently knocked on the master bedroom door twice. Wenxin, the nanny is about to arrive. Are you done changing? From inside the bedroom, Ye Wenxin did not answer. She stared at her flushed face in the vanity mirror, truly lacking the courage to go out and face me.
Wenxin, is it inconvenient for you?
Need my help. Knowing Wenxin was just shy, I administered a strong dose of medicine. If Wenxin was too embarrassed to come out, then I would just go in. No need, I am changed. I will be right out. Hearing that I was going to come in and help, Ye Wenxin quickly patted her cheeks a few times, trying hard to calm her emotions. Ye Wenxin, why are you so easily embarrassed nowadays? You and Lin Chen even have babies together. It is just a few words, what is the big deal? Calm down. Calm down. Ye Wenxin, you are the best. After taking a few deep breaths, she looked at herself in the mirror. Once her face was not so red anymore. Ye Wenxin hurriedly opened the master bedroom door. I am going to check if Da Bao and Xiao Bao are awake. Giving herself a pep talk was own thing. Actually facing me, Ye Wenxin's little heart could not help but feel a bit nervous. After all, the time they made the babies was an accident. It was all done in an intoxicated state. As for me bragging about how good my stamina was, Ye Wenxin truly had no memory of experiencing it. This topic was something Ye Wenxin would not dare bring up directly either. What if I dragged her into a live demonstration? Ye Wenxin would not even know what to do. Okay. I made an appointment with the interior decorator for 8:30 a.m. to come and take measurements. I will wait until things at home are sorted before going to school. My morning class is at 10:30. Now that I have a car, it is much more convenient. There is plenty of time. I thought about it last night and decided it would be better for me to stay home and supervise. After all, it is the nanny's first day on the job today, so we are not familiar with her yet. With Wenxin alone looking after the babies, and a few strangers coming into the house, I would not feel at ease. Okay. Right now, as long as I was not discussing topics related to stamina, whatever I said, Ye Wenxin would agree to. Just when Ye Wenxin was wondering what topic to bring up next, some slight sounds came from the baby's room. Da Bao and Xiao Bao should be waking up soon. I will go take a look. Acting as if she were terrified I would grab hold of her. Ye Wenxin gave off the impression she was fleeing. At that moment, my phone rang and I casually answered it. Yes, I am Lin Chen. Correct. She is the new nanny we hired. I will go get her a temporary access card this afternoon. It seemed the new nanny was about to arrive. I hung up the phone and also walked into the baby's room. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, you are up. Come give daddy a kiss. The two little babies had wonderfully good tempers when waking up, unlike some babies, who cry and fuss for a while every time they wake up. Hearing daddy's voice, Da Bao and Xiao Bao rolled over and climbed up on their own, reaching out their little arms towards me for a hug. Dada, Dada, I scooped up on baby in each arm. The little darlings simultaneously delivered their sweet kisses. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, you are so biased. Mommy clearly came in first. Why are not you giving mommy kisses? Seeing the babies being more clingy towards me, Ye Wenxin felt a slight tinge of sour jealousy in her heart. They were clearly the babies she had carried for 10 months and given birth to. And she was the one who raised them this big. Why was their daddy more popular? Mama, Da Bao and Xiao Bao were very sharp. Hearing their mother's words, they immediately leaned their little bodies toward her. The two babies, one on each side, planted big, wet kisses on her cheeks. All right, now mommy won't be jealous of daddy anymore. Ding dong, the doorbell rang a few times. I knew it was the nanny arriving, so I went to open the door. Mr. Lin, I am here for work. The nanny, seeing me open the door, revealed a smile on her face. Come on in. I took out a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to the nanny. She was officially working here now. She could not possibly be expected to walk around the house wearing shoe covers all the time. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The nanny accepted the brand new slippers, sincerely expressing her gratitude. At her previous employer's homes, some families would indeed provide slippers, but those who provided brand new slippers were extremely rare. In the nanny's heart, her impression of this new employer improved significantly. I will call you Auntie Wang from now on. My two babies are already awake. It is a good time for you to go get familiar with them first. Seeing that the nanny was about the same age as my mom, I felt it would not be polite to call her by her full name. Sure, whatever Mr. Lin finds convenient is fine. Wang Shufen knew that this was a sign of respect from Mr. Lin. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, come see who is here. I led Auntie Wang towards the living room, while calling out Da Bao and Xiao Bao's names. For little babies, they certainly would not understand what a nanny was. Da Bao and Xiao Bao only needed to know that from now on there would be one more person taking care of them. Dada, the two little darlings were not shy around strangers at all. As soon as they heard Daddy say someone had arrived, they immediately turned their heads in curiosity. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, this is Grandma Wang. From now on Grandma Wang will help Mommy and Daddy take care of you. Based on her age, It was appropriate for Da Bao and Xiao Bao to call her grandma Nana. Nana. The babies did not even need to be explicitly taught. They automatically knew how to greet people. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. Your children are truly so beautiful. You could tell Wang Shufan was an honest person. She did not use fancy, flowery language. Wang Shufan was simply expressing her thoughts instinctively, and Mrs. Lin is such a great beauty too. Looking at Ye Wenxin, who was smiling gently, Wang Shufan felt that she really liked her new employer's family. If she got to be with such beautiful babies every day, Wang Shufan felt it would be worth it even if she were paid a little less. Of course, I would not underpay her. As long as she took good care of the babies, I would be more than willing to pay her extra. Thank you. I will also call you Auntie Wang. Ye Wenxin had already overheard the conversation Wang Shufan and I had at the door. Very naturally, Ye Wenxin was definitely going to address the nanny the same way I did. Sure. Whatever you would like to call me is fine, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. I will go ahead and start cleaning the house first. Taking out the standard cleaning supplies provided by the domestic service company, Wang Shufan prepared to get to work. The interior decorator was also very punctual. The decorator and I finalized the specific items we wanted. The total came to 98,000 yuan. After paying a 20,000 yuan deposit, the designer left to go prepare. Regarding my decisions, Ye Wenxin never said much to oppose them. Even if she thought it was quite expensive in her heart, Ye Wenxin would not say so in front of outsiders. Furthermore, Ye Wenxin also knew that my spending so much money was entirely out of consideration for her and the babies. Naturally, she felt nothing but touched. Wenxin, I am heading out then, having learned from the previous experience of Da Bao insisting on following me out. I kept a much lower profile leaving the house this time. I quietly told Wenxin and then slipped out. Drive carefully. Ye Wenxin reminded me, sending me off just like a little wife seeing her husband out the door. She walked me all the way to the front door. In the eyes of outsiders, Ye Wenxin and I must have looked reluctant to part ways. Mrs. Lin, you and Mr. Lin have such a wonderful relationship. Auntie Wang, who was cleaning the living room, saw Ye Wenxin close the front door and said with a smile. Ye Wenxin gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. As for the title, Mrs. Lin, she had already accepted it from the bottom of her heart. Naturally, I drove the BMW X5 and arrived at school very quickly. Brother Chen, you are here. Brother Chen, you did not bring Da Bao today. Yeah, Brother Chen, you came by yourself. After realizing I had not brought the baby to school with me, everyone was visibly a bit disappointed. Are you guys really treating my Da Bao as a guardian deity? Seeing the looks on their faces, I wanted to laugh. These classmates were not focused on studying hard, but actually pinned their hopes of not getting scolded by the professors squarely on my Da Bao. Was not that a little too hilarious? Brother Chen, who told your baby to be so cute? She even managed to subdue Fahai. Exactly, in all of Magic City University. Who does not know that Fahai is the strictest? If Da Bao can take down Fahai, dealing with the other professors would be a piece of cake. What do you mean, piece of cake? You are underestimating our Da Bao's power way too much. All it takes is own gentle smile from Da Bao. All the professors instantly turned into doting aunties. Sigh, what is the use of saying all this? Brother Chen did not even bring Da Bao to class. If I did not bring the baby to school, they could not exactly come and snatch her, right? With no other choice. Those students who had not reviewed or prepared for the lesson could only pray that the professor of this class would not call on them to answer questions. Brother Chen, when are you going to let us meet Xiaobao? I had just sat down in the seat Shui Jihaiwi and the guys saved for me. When Ma Xiaoyu leaned over, last time he held Da Bao, Ma Xiaoyu's heart was completely melted. Thinking about how I had twins at home, Ma Xiaoyu naturally wanted to hold Xiaobao too. I smiled and looked at them. Next time there is a chance, I will invite you guys over to hang out, and you will get to see both Da Bao and Xiaobao. Brother Chen, what are we waiting for? Children's Day is coming up right away. Could we go to your place then and celebrate Children's Day with the babies? Children's Day? I was slightly taken aback. How could I have forgotten a holiday that was so important to the babies? For Da Bao and Xiao Bao, this would be their very first Children's Day since they were born. We definitely had to celebrate it properly. All right, it is a deal. You guys come to my place then, and we will celebrate Children's Day for Da Bao and Xiao Bao together. The more the merrier, for Da Bao and Xiao Bao, who were not shy around strangers. They would definitely be thrilled too. Great, Brother Chen, it is a promise. Seeing that I had agreed, Ma Xiaoyu and the guys were over the moon. Do you guys have any plans after class? Remembering what I said yesterday about taking my bros for a spin, I asked with a smile. We are all guys without girlfriends. What plans could we have besides playing games? Brother Chen, just say the word if you need anything. We brothers might not be good for much else, but we have got plenty of time and energy. What are you talking about? I just wanted to see if you had time. If you do, I will take you out for a spin after class. Of course, I still have to head back at noon to be with my Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Brother Chen, do you mean you are going to take us for a spin in your big BMW? The surprise came so suddenly that Ma Xiaoyu failed to control his volume, and everyone in the classroom heard him. Brother Chen bought a car, and it is a BMW. My God, do you have to deal such a crushing blow to us? I have not even recovered from the shock of campus Belle and the adorable twin babies. And now here comes another bombshell piece of news. God is just too unfair. Brother Chen, are you just cruising to an effortless victory in life? What series is the big BMW? My favorite car brand is BMW, because it was not class time yet, and the professor had not arrived in the classroom. The excited students directly surrounded my desk. It is just a BMW X5. What is there to be so smug about? Before I could even say anything, a disdainful voice rang out in the classroom. The owner of this voice, whose reaction was clearly different from everyone else's, was none other than Liu Ruyan, of course. Deep down, Liu Ruyan was actually insanely jealous. She had broken up with me because I was poor. Yet who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, I would turn into someone who owned both a house and a car. To make matters worse, my house was in Crescent Blue Bay, the best residential complex in Zhangcheng City. As for the car, the BMW X5 was definitely not low class either. And what about Liu Ruyan? Her so-called wealthy second-generation ex-boyfriend could only afford to rent an apartment in Crescent Blue Bay. Of course, in the end, due to certain reasons, he even ended up saving on rent money. Liu Ruyan moved quite fast too. After breaking up with Jia Qianming, she immediately found a new boyfriend. However, under the godly assists of my roommates, that Wang Haolin did not even say the words break up to her. He just directly blocked her. Regarding her rocky romantic journey, Liu Ruyan naturally blamed all the problems squarely on my shoulders. Liu Ruyan felt that when we were dating, I had deliberately hidden my status as a rich heir. If she had known I was this rich, even if a team of 10 oxen tried to drag her away, she would never have uttered the words break up to me. So, she wanted to mock me in front of the entire class, saying that I merely drove a BMW X5. Unexpectedly, the moment she said this, the whole class condemned her. Brother Chen, you are way too awesome. The BMW X5 is like a fighter jet among SUVs. A BMW X5 that is the symbol of a true man. Oh my God, forget about driving a BMW X5. Even just sitting in on would make me wake up laughing in my dreams. The boys got even more excited hearing Liu Ruyan mention the BMW X5. Liu Ruyan, your words are incredibly sour. Did you have lemons for breakfast this morning? Yeah, Liu Ruyan. Back when you initiated the breakup with Lin Chen, I specifically remember you saying it was because he was too poor for you. Looking at it now, it seems that was not the case at all. Exactly. I think Liu Ruyan must have found out about Senior Yi and campus idol Lin, and wanted to save some face, so she thought of initiating the breakup first. Liu Ruyan's preemptive strike was completely useless in the end. In the face of true strength, everyone who likes to fake it will have their true colors exposed. In the past, because Liu Ruyan had successfully pursued me, she used to act incredibly smug in front of the other girls. Now, everyone finally found a chance to get their revenge, Serves you right for not cherishing our campus idol Lin after you got him. Serves you right for daring to dump him because you thought he was poor. Serves you right for treating the guy everyone likes as a backup plan. The girls' eyes clearly displayed their disdain for Liu Ruyan. You guys, I am talking about Lin Chen. What does it have to do with you? Do you really need to be like dogs catching mice, meddling in other people's business? Seeing herself suddenly become public enemy number one, Liu Ruyan was so angry her body started trembling. Why was it that breaking up with me felt as if she had committed some unforgivable, heinous crime? Campus idol Lin buying a car has absolutely nothing to do with you either. If we are talking about dogs catching mice, you are the dog that is meddling the most. They say 3 women make a drama, let alone more than 20 girls in own class. Someone immediately shot back at Liu Ruyan's words. Standing on the sidelines, I was completely dumbfounded. It turned out I was this popular among the girls. How come I never noticed this before? Exactly, campus idol Lin has zero relation to you now. What right do you have to talk about him? Can't you tell she is just jealous? Seeing how well campus idol Lin and senior Ye are doing now. Liu Ruyan, your face must be burning from embarrassment right now, huh? Liu Ruyan probably had no other choice back then either. After all, compared to senior Ye, the once-in-a-century campus belle of Magic City University, what does Liu Ruyan even count as? Right, senior Ye is genuinely the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. On Owen's side, the girls began a long crusade against Liu Ruyan. On the other side, the boys surrounded me, excitedly discussing the BMW X5. If she had not been afraid of losing credits for skipping class, Liu Ruyan would have desperately wanted to flee the classroom. A class period filled with everyone's varied emotions was finally endured and over. Originally, I had promised to take Ma Xiaoyu and the guys for a spin, but it conflicted with the baby's schedule. So, I could only apologize and take a rain check with my bros. After all, getting the babies vaccinated definitely took priority over everything else. After getting vaccinated, you can't bathe the babies for 24 hours. I plan to wait for Da Bao and Xiao Bao to finish their afternoon nap, give them a bath, and then go get the vaccines. Ye Wenxin knew. I definitely was not familiar with these procedures. From the time the babies were born until now, whenever they got vaccines previously, it was always Ye Wenxin and Zhang Mingyue who took them. Ye Wenxin gave birth to twins, after all. An person taking 2 babies to get vaccinated was definitely too inconvenient. Now that the babies had their daddy, a lot of things would not require bothering Mingyue anymore. Okay, I understand. The babies' vaccines are for this afternoon, so I won't rush. Drive slowly and do not rush. In Ye Wenxin's heart, now that I was driving by myself, she was certainly extremely concerned about my safety. Do not worry, I am a veteran driver now. My driving is very steady. After Ye Wenxin replied with an emoji, she did not say anything else. Nowadays, the term veteran driver also had another, more suggestive meaning. Thanks to my recent teasing, Ye Wenxin had become much more cautious regarding sensitive terms. I am really not a novice driver, you know. Realizing that Wenxin might have taken it the wrong way, I muttered to myself helplessly. Leaving the school grounds, I pressed down a bit harder on the gas pedal, staying within the speed limit, to let the wind blowing past me feel a little more thrilling. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, Daddy's back. Even though I had only been away from my 2 little darlings for a single morning, I found that I was already missing them dearly. Dada. Dada, hearing their daddy's voice. Da Bao and Xiao Bao toddled straight over. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, did you miss Daddy? I quickly stepped forward and scooped up on baby in each arm. Dada, Dada, the 2 babies reached out their little hands and touched my face and ears. As to whether they missed Daddy, Da Bao and Xiao Bao answered directly with their actions. Lin Chen, you are back. Lunch will be ready soon. Hearing my voice, Ye Wenxin walked out of the kitchen, looking at the most beautiful campus belle of Magic City University, wearing an apron and cooking a meal just for me. I could not help but let the corners of my mouth rise. I glanced at the living room and the balcony, but did not see any sign of Auntie Wang, the nanny. I frowned slightly. Had Auntie Wang left? Ye Wenxin saw my expression and immediately understood what I was thinking. De Bao and Xiao Bao were playing nicely in the living room, so Auntie Wang is in the kitchen helping me prep and wash the vegetables. With Auntie Wang's help, I only have to handle the actual cooking now. It saves me so much trouble. I could tell Wenxin was quite satisfied with Auntie Wang. As long as Wenxin and the babies liked her, I naturally had no problem with it. Then I will take Da Bao and Xiao Bao to wash their hands first. Okay, Auntie Wang and I are almost done here too. Worried that the babies and I would go hungry, Ye Wenxin hurriedly went back into the kitchen to finish up. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, let us go wash our little hands. We are going to eat mommy's delicious food very soon. I carried the babies and headed towards the bathroom. After lunch, I asked Wenxin for her thoughts on whether she was willing to have Auntie Wang continue working for us. Ye Wenxin felt that Auntie Wang had good hygiene and a nice personality. Most importantly, Auntie Wang had a maternity matron certificate with 2 babies in the house. Having that certificate was Auntie Wang's biggest advantage. Based on these 3 points, Ye Wenxin fully approved of Auntie Wang. Since the mother of my children thought she was okay, I naturally did not object either. I then asked Auntie Wang for her thoughts. Wang Shufan was of course 100% willing, even though they had only interacted for half a day. For Wang Shufan, who had worked as a nanny for many families, amiable employers like Mr. and Mrs. Lin were truly rare finds. Plus, there were 2 incredibly adorable babies. From the bottom of her heart, Wang Shufan wanted to keep working here. Since both parties had no objections, I contacted the domestic service agency, grabbed my car keys, and went to sign the contract. Ye Wenxin meanwhile kept the 2 little darlings company, playing with them in the living room for a while. Because they had just finished eating, Ye Wenxin definitely was not going to let the babies go to sleep right away. After playing for over half an hour, Auntie Wang took over to help change Da Bao and Xiao Bao's diapers. Then, each holding own baby, they placed them into their cribs. After waiting for the babies to fall asleep, Auntie Wang originally wanted to continue cleaning up, but Ye Wenxin was not an unreasonable person. Feeling that the house was already tidy enough, Ye Wenxin told Auntie Wang to rest on the sofa for a bit. Under Auntie Wang's touched gaze, Ye Wenxin also returned to the master bedroom to rest. Ye Wenxin knew that taking the babies to get vaccinated this afternoon was going to be a tough battle. All little kids are scared of injections. When the time came, Da Bao and Xiao Bao were definitely going to throw a fit. In the past, when Ye Wenxin and Jiang Mingyue took Da Bao and Xiao Bao for their vaccines, not only did the 2 babies cry, but Ye Wenxin and Jiang Mingyue both felt like crying right along with them. Hopefully, with me there today, the 2 babies will be a little more well-behaved. Signing the contract with the agency went very smoothly. According to the agreed-upon price, the nanny fee I signed for with the agency was 6,000 yuan a month. The agency did not charge any intermediary fees. I knew that out of this 6,000 yuan monthly fee, the agency would take a cut. Of course, that was between the agency and Auntie Wang. I did not pry into it. I went through an agency purely for safety and security reasons. As for spending a little extra money, I genuinely did not mind. Holding the signed contract, I drove the BMW straight home. Seeing me return, Ye Wenxin said to the babies, Da Bao, Xiao Bao, Daddy's back. Daddy is going to take Da Bao and Xiao Bao for a car ride right away. Are our Da Bao and Xiao Bao happy? Ye Wenxin certainly did not dare tell the babies that they were going out to get shots later. Otherwise, Da Bao and Xiao Bao would probably fuss non-stop from the house all the way to the vaccination center. Dada, Dada, hearing that Daddy was taking them out to play, Da Bao and Xiao Bao immediately reached their chubby little arms out to me. The babies were currently strapped into their high chairs by Mommy, so they could not just crawl over to Daddy themselves. With no other choice, Da Bao and Xiao Bao could only stretch out their little arms and await Daddy's rescue. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, Daddy will hold you. I scooped up own baby in each arm. When it came to treating the 2 babies, I was always extremely fair. Lin Chen, wait for me a moment. I will go pack some things. Going to get vaccines did not just require bringing the babies and a whole bunch of essential outing supplies, but also an important item, their vaccination booklets. Let us have Auntie Wang come along too. I have already signed the contract with the agency. From now on, Auntie Wang will be helping us take care of Da Bao and Xiao Bao. So I think we should let her get familiar with the baby's habits as soon as possible. Okay. Auntie Wang is cleaning the bathroom right now. I will tell her to come with us in a bit. When Wenxin talked about Auntie Wang, her tone was very cheerful. I could tell too. This meant Wenxin completely approved of Auntie Wang. Mr. Lin, you are back. Not long after Ye Wenxin went into the master bedroom, Auntie Wang also finished cleaning up and walked out. Auntie Wang, the contract with the agency is signed. We signed for a year to start. If there are any special circumstances, either party should let the other know 2 months in advance, so everyone has time to prepare. Although I knew the agency would inform Auntie Wang, in my heart, since Wenxin and I were the ones interacting with her directly, it was better to explain things clearly face to face. No problem, Mr. Lin. I understand all of this. Signing on a yearly basis is very normal. Auntie Wang had no objections whatsoever. Auntie Wang, about taking the babies out later, did Wenxin mention it to you, knowing that the babies could understand a large part of what adults were saying now? I did not directly mention getting shots. Auntie Wang smiled at me. Mrs. Lin already told me. Ye Wenxin had taken advantage of the time the babies were still napping to tell Auntie Wang about the vaccination plan. In front of the babies, Ye Wenxin definitely would not breathe a single word about it. Dada, Dada, hearing mommy say they could go out, the two little darlings started squirming around in their daddy's arms again. Dada, Da Bao pointed directly at the stroller. Having gone out many times already, Da Bao was quite experienced. She knew that if she wanted mommy and daddy to take her and her sister out, they definitely had to sit in the stroller first. Of course, even if it was not a trip with her sister, and only Da Bao wanted to go out, she still had to sit in that little stroller. Mama, Dada, Da Bao and Xiao Bao called out on by on, as if they were rushing mommy and daddy to head out quickly. I just did not know if Da Bao and Xiao Bao would still be this enthusiastic later. Looking at how excited Da Bao and Xiao Bao were, Ye Wenxin could not help but chuckle, thinking back to scenes of Da Bao and Xiao Bao getting shots in the past. Ye Wenxin gently pinched the baby's little cheeks. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, mommy did not lie to you. Mommy only said we are going out. But I did not say we were going out to play. I also never said we were not going to get shots, Ye Wenxin silently added in her heart. It was as if this counted as giving the babies an advance warning. Poor Da Bao and Xiao Bao were still immersed in the joy of being able to go out. Completely unaware of what awaited them, the free vaccinations belonged to the Category 1 vaccines. They did not require an injection. They were administered directly as an oral sugar pill, but the efficacy would be much lower. When making her choice, Ye Wenxin naturally prioritized the baby's health above all else. She opted for the self-paid Category 2 vaccines. For Owen baby, it was around 1,000 yuan. For this reason, many less affluent families would choose to give their children the sugar pill instead. Since Ye Wenxin's family had 2 babies, it required around 2,000 yuan. I was highly in favor of Wenxin's decision, no matter how much it cost, as long as it was good for the babies. I had only own word in response, spend. I took the 2 little green booklets Ye Wenxin handed me and went to pay the fee. Dada, Dada, seeing daddy walk inside alone, without taking them, Da Bao and Xiao Bao started getting a bit anxious. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, daddy will be right out to get us. Watching the babies so eager to go inside, Ye Wenxin found it somewhat amusing. She wondered if later, after the babies went inside, and realized this was the place they had received shots before, they would regret being so impulsive. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, let us wait here for daddy, okay? Ye Wenxin was employing a delay tactic, delaying the babies, recalling the terrifying memory of getting shots by even a minute. Meant the babies would fuss for a minute less, right? Dada, Da Bao turned her head and babbled a sentence in baby speak to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao nodded. The 2 babies stopped frantically looking for daddy. While Ye Wenxin and the babies were waiting for me to pay the fee, a young man and woman walked through the entrance of the vaccination center. Is not it just a vaccine? What is all this bivalent, quadrivalent, nine-valent stuff? As long as it is the vaccine, it is fine. Is not the bivalent own the same thing? Do not be so dramatic. Why do you have to copy others and get the nine-valent own? That thing is not cheap, you know. It was obvious the man had not come willingly, because the woman's hand was gripping his arm tightly, as if to prevent him from running away at the last minute. The higher the price, the better the guarantee for our women's health. The woman clearly wanted to get this vaccine very, very much, and judging by her attitude, she was dead set on the nine-valent shot. Regarding this vaccine, Ye Wenxin had heard of it before too. The higher the price, the better the efficacy, naturally. Originally, Ye Wenxin had also planned to schedule an appointment for it after graduating from college. After all, once you pass age 26, even if you want it, you can only get the 4-valent or 2-valent ones. The 9-valent vaccine is only intended for women between the ages of 16 and 26. Later, due to her pregnancy and giving birth to the babies, Ye Wenxin pushed the matter to the back of her mind. Now, seeing this arguing couple, it jogged Ye Wenxin's memory again. Watching the young couple bickering, Ye Wenxin was not particularly interested in watching the drama unfold. So she simply took the 2 babies and walked inside the clinic. Wenxin, why did you push the babies in? Having just finished paying. I was a little surprised to see Wenxin was not waiting for me at the entrance. There is a situation at the door. It is safer inside. Ye Wenxin gave a brief rundown of what was happening with the young couple at the door. The vaccine. Wenxin, have you gotten it? From what Wenxin was saying, that vaccine was highly beneficial for women. Just like the babies getting their vaccines, they all served a preventative purpose. When it came to things beneficial for Owen's health, I was completely supportive. Ye Wenxin shook her head. You can't get it during pregnancy and nursing? It has not been long since the babies were weaned. Moreover, Ye Wenxin's financial situation after getting pregnant had not allowed her to entertain any other thoughts. Well, since the babies are weaned now, can you get it now? For something that was so good for a girl's body, I naturally wanted to put it on the schedule. Ah, I should be able to. Ye Wenxin had not expected that without her saying a word. I would bring it up on my own initiative, compared to the guy who was still at the entrance, in a tug-of-war with his girlfriend. Was not Lin Chen being a little too proactive? Of course, Ye Wenxin knew that my proactive attitude was entirely because I cared about her. Without comparison, there is no harm. Likewise, only with comparison can Owen's true value shine through. You said earlier that you can book an appointment directly here. Then I will go book it and pay the fee first. Once the babies get their vaccines, we can just take them straight home. Really, you are going to pay for it right now? Ye Wenxin was a bit dazed for a moment. Of course. Since we are already here, we might as well get it all done. I glanced at the man and woman passionately arguing about something at the door. After confirming that Wenxin's side was safe enough, I walked back inside. Mrs. Lin, Mr. Lin is so good to you. Auntie Wang had been standing to the side the whole time. My conversation with Ye Wenxin had all fallen perfectly into her ears. Auntie Wang took a look at the guy at the door. The woman was still desperately tugging at the man. She had only own thought in her mind. It really is crucial for a woman to find the right man. He really is, Ye Wenxin replied, blushing slightly. Yet she admitted it quite directly. Dada, seeing that their father had just come out, without saying a single word to them, only to head right back inside, the babies were quite dissatisfied. How could Daddy just ignore them? De Bao and Xiao Bao waved their chubby little arms. They flailed in the direction their father had gone. Their little bodies squirmed restlessly in the stroller. It looked as if they wanted to go inside and chase after him. Ye Wenxin comforted the babies. De Bao, Xiao Bao, Daddy just has something to do. Let us wait here just a little longer, okay? As soon as I walked out, De Bao and Xiao Bao were the first to notice. Seeing their father appear, De Bao and Xiao Bao immediately squealed with excitement. Did you two miss Daddy? I watched the 2 little darlings wave their tiny hands at me. A blissful smile spread across my face. Wenxin, keep this slip and the receipt safe. The specific times are all marked on there. I was worried that in a moment of carelessness, I might lose the appointment slip or the payment receipt. Does this appointment cover all 3 doses at once? Ye Wenxin asked casually as she took the papers. Yes, I paid for all 3 doses. You just need to come back at the scheduled times. I nodded. If we had to line up and pay every single time she got a shot, it would be far too much of a hassle. Okay, Ye Wenxin said, glancing at the slip. It was an appointment for the 9-valent vaccine. She knew the 9-valent was the most expensive, but as for the exact price per dose, she had not had the chance to look it up yet. She flipped to the receipt. It noted that one dose was 2,388 yuan. The total for 3 doses was 7,164 yuan. Ye Wenxin suddenly began to understand why the man at the clinic entrance was so resistant to his girlfriend getting the 9-valent vaccine. Judging by their age, they were likely still students, or rookies who had just entered the workforce. Coming up with over 7,000 yuan all at once, just to get a girlfriend vaccinated. Most people would not be willing to part with that kind of money. Are you here for a vaccine appointment too? Is it for the bivalent vaccine? Just as Ye Wenxin was about to put the papers away in her bag, the man named Wu Qiaoyu had somehow approached her. He was now standing not far from her. Seeing a strange man get close to Wenxin and the babies, I instinctively stepped in front to block him. Do not misunderstand. I do not mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask how much the 3 doses of the bivalent vaccine cost. While he was arguing with his girlfriend earlier, Wu Xiaoyu had taken a moment to look things up online. The price gap between the different vaccines was massive. In Wu Xiaoyu's eyes, the couple standing before him with 2 babies, though exceptionally good-looking, were dressed in very ordinary, casual clothes. Plus, since we were both very young, Wu Xiaoyu automatically assumed we were in the same financial bracket as him. In fact, he suspected that a handsome guy and a beautiful girl with 2 babies must be living much more frugally than he and his girlfriend. After all, the cost of raising a child these days is enormous, let alone raising 2 of them at once. His girlfriend had been making a scene about needing the 9-valent shot to force him to agree. She had even threatened to break up with him. Considering his own financial situation, finding another girlfriend would be quite a challenge. So he definitely did not want to break up. Moreover, he believed he and his girlfriend still had genuine feelings for each other. If they split up over a vaccine, it would be a waste. As Wu Xiaoyu was being dragged into the clinic by his girlfriend, he happened to overhear my conversation with Wenxin. A thought struck him. If he could not convince her with words, why not use someone else as an example? It was just a vaccine after all. If a woman as stunning as this could settle for the bivalent, then his girlfriend, Zhang Lily, surely could too. In his mind, it was not even necessary to ask which vaccine the guy had booked for his wife. How much money could a young couple with 2 babies possibly have? Perhaps this guy was also being pressured by his wife into making the appointment in the first place. These days, it does not matter if they are pretty or not. Women are all so high maintenance. He grumbled to himself. Ask the staff inside about the bivalent price. I have no idea. I had never even considered the bivalent for Wenxin, so naturally, I had not paid any attention to the cost. You do not know. Did not you just book the bivalent vaccine for your wife? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. It is not like getting the cheaper one is a crime. He interpreted my answer as me being too ashamed to admit I chose the low-cost option. But his goal was to show his girlfriend that other people were also choosing the bivalent. He was not going to let me brush him off that easily. It has nothing to do with being ashamed. If you want to know the price, go ask yourself. Seeing that this man was not just asking a simple question about costs, my tone became considerably colder. Why are you being so petty? I am just asking for the price of the bivalent vaccine. You clearly just booked it, so why act like you do not know? Actually, I think this really is not anything to be ashamed of. You just buy what you can afford, right? Look at you, you are young, and you have 2 kids to raise. The fact that you can afford the bivalent for your wife is already quite impressive. The man actually addressed me with a look of feigned sympathy. What vaccine we choose to book is none of your business. If you want price info, go inside and ask. I have no obligation to answer you. I never look down on people for being poor. But for those who allow their poverty to breed such a petty, dark mindset, I truly despise them from the bottom of my heart. Being poor in pocket is not scary. It is being poor in spirit. People like that will never amount to anything. Furthermore, only being able to afford the bivalent is nothing to be ashamed of. What is shameful is a grown man refusing to admit his own limitations and insisting on using others to find a sense of balance. I finished speaking and was ready to ignore him. People who seek superiority over strangers simply have no class. Who said I can only afford the bivalent? And I am not the shameful one, I just do not want to pay a stupidity tax. I think people like you, who obviously booked the cheap version, but pretend they do not even know the price, just to act high and mighty, are the ones who are truly fake. Shameful. You are the Owen who is truly shameful. Having his true motives exposed by me, Wu Xiaoyu could no longer keep up the act. He now wanted to drag me down into the mud with him. Since he assumed we both could only afford the cheap on, he would not let me off the hook easily. What is wrong with this guy? When I walked in, I saw him arguing with his girlfriend over there. Now he is starting a fight with someone else. I saw them too. They were fighting over which vaccine to get. Why is he dragging other people into it now? I have been listening for a while. It seems he is trying to prove to his girlfriend that everyone else is getting the bivalent, so that she will settle for it too. But how does that prove anything? He assumes that guy also booked the bivalent for his wife. He is hounding him for the price. When the guy said he did not know, he accused him of faking it. People like this are pathetic. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Why make a fool of yourself? If there is an issue, should not they have settled it at home before coming here? Now that he was focusing his drama on me, onlookers began to gather to watch the show. However, when it came to Wu Xiaoyu's behavior, everyone was unanimously disgusted. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Zhang Lili could not bear it anymore. This is our business. Why are you dragging other people into this? What do you mean dragging them? He obviously booked the bivalent. What is wrong with me asking the price? Hearing everyone criticize him, Wu Xiaoyu's heart was filled with suppressed rage. If they both were only buying the bivalent, why was he the only one being scolded? My husband booked the 9-valent vaccine for me. It is 2,388 yuan per shot. He booked all three for a total of 7,164 yuan. Watching the relentlessly pestering Wu Xiaoyu, Ye Wenxin also began to lose her temper. How could someone be so unreasonable? Since this man was dead set on dragging Ye Chen down with him, she decided to give him exactly what he deserved. She proactively took my arm. It was the first time she had ever addressed me as husband. If you want to know the price of the bivalent, go ask the staff yourself. And do not think girls are being difficult for wanting vaccines. It is for our own health. Ye Wenxin did not give him a chance to speak. In the end, what you can afford is your own concern, but please, do not drag my husband into it. With that, she turned and gave me a sweet smile. Husband, let us go inside. She felt that she and I had already wasted enough time on this man. Getting the babies their shots was the real priority. Hearing Wenxin call me husband, my mood soared. Hearing those words from her lips, I felt an indescribable sense of sweetness. Auntie Wang followed behind us. None of us paid Wu Xiaoyu any more attention. We went straight to get the babies vaccinated. As expected, once Da Bao and Xiao Bao entered the vaccination room, memories of their past experiences resurfaced. The two of them were bound to make a fuss. Fortunately, with me there this time, Ye Wenxin found things much easier. I was the one holding the babies while they got their shots. Ye Wenxin's job was simply to comfort the one still in the stroller, who was not being poked at that moment. By the time they finished their third doses, the two little beauties were both teary-eyed. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, Daddy will give you some candy, okay? Since I was the one holding them for the shots, I naturally wanted to get back on their good side. Mama. Still feeling the sting, the babies looked at their mother with aggrieved expressions. If they could talk, they would definitely be filing a formal complaint against me. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, look, Daddy has candy. We will go home after you eat some, okay? Ye Wenxin knew they were clinging to her. because she had not been the one helping the nurses. She gave me a slightly apologetic look. She had really been a hands-off boss this time around. Seeing her expression, I just gave her a doting smile. Even if the babies were mad at me, it was not like I did not have a way to fix it. Da bao, xiao bao, this candy is so sweet. Do not you want a taste? I peeled the wrapper off a lollipop and waved it in front of them. Dada, dada, with the pain in their arms fading. The baby's attention was indeed caught. They reached out their tiny, unpoked arms. They decided that, for the sake of the candy, they would forgive Daddy. Seeing me tease the babies, Ye Wenxin smiled sweetly. This was the true picture of a happy family. With the stroller in own hand, and Wenxin's small hand in the other, I headed for the clinic's exit. Lin Chen, do you actually know anything about that vaccine? She wondered how I knew to book the 9-valent, when she had not even mentioned the different tiers to me. I shook my head, admitting it was the first time I would heard of it. How would a guy like me know about stuff like that? Wenxin, I think you should change how you address me. Before she could ask a second question, I leaned in and whispered into her ear. Why should I change it? She did not react immediately. In her mind, she had always called me by my name. It felt natural. So why change? Besides, other than Lin Chen, she did not know what else to call me. That other title you used earlier was much better. Hearing her call me husband had been incredibly pleasant to my ears. If she kept calling me that, I certainly would not mind. Plus, in the eyes of the world, I was her husband. She thought about it for a second. And then it clicked. Her face turned crimson instantly. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Wenxin, call me that again. I am getting kind of addicted. I squeezed the small hand in mine, silently urging her to say it again. Dream on. Her palm felt a tingling sensation. She quickly suppressed the flutter in her heart. I am being serious. If you did not know anything about it, how did you end up booking the 9-valent? This time, she did not let me distract her. She kept control of the conversation. I asked the staff inside. They said the 9-valent covers the most strains and is the best vaccine. And I figure the most expensive must be the best. So you just went with the highest price. Ye Wenxin was a little speechless. So to me, money was never the issue. Of course, when it is for my woman, the best is the only option. Without any hesitation, I told her exactly where she stood in my heart. The phrase, my woman, successfully made her go quiet. The great beauty was simply too embarrassed. Wenxin, won't you really consider the new name? I think husband is an excellent choice. As we walked toward the gate, I continued my attempt to coax her. No, I think Lin Chen is just fine. She tilted her head proudly. She was not going to let me have my way. At least, not yet. A woman's heart is truly a needle at the bottom of the sea. I knew the odds of her changing her mind right now were low. I had just been testing the waters. Since she was not willing, I could not force her. There is no needle in the sea, why do not you try to find own? Ye Wenxin found that bickering with me was actually quite fun. Auntie Wang, walking behind us, watched the young couple and broke into a wide, doting smile. Dada, mama, before even reaching the parking lot. The two babies in the stroller got excited. They had spotted our car. I felt a surge of pride at how quickly they could recognize our vehicle. It just proved that our two little ones were exceptionally smart. Do you two want to ride the car home? They seemed to have completely forgotten the trauma of the shots. I crouched down to look them in the eye. What is that saying? The greatest respect for a child is to meet them at eye level. Dada, car, they seemed to know. That Daddy was the driver. They pointed at me with their chubby little fingers. Daddy is a little tired. If you want to ride in the car, let Daddy have some candy. Knowing lollipops were their favorite, I teased them on purpose. Dada, dada, after a quick squeal. The two of them actually babbled to each other. They must have reached a secret agreement. Da Bao held out her lollipop and brought it up to my lips. It really pays to be the driver. Before Wenxin could finish her jealous comment, Xiao Bao had already offered his lollipop to her. She blinked and looked at him. Xiao Bao gave her a sweet smile. Mama eat. His little mouth babbled. They are very fair, Wenxin. Their heartwarming gesture brought happy smiles to both our faces. For babies this young, to understand fairness was truly remarkable. We both took a symbolic lick of the lollipops. Their candy was indeed sweet. On bite and Daddy is not tired anymore. Let us get in the car, shall we? Dada, Dada, feeling that their candy had done the heavy lifting. The babies laughed happily again. I stood up and pushed the stroller, heading toward the BMW. I am asking you, do you even have a brain? Do you believe everything people say? Why should not I believe her? The wife said her husband booked the 9 Valent for her. She even mentioned the exact price. What is not to believe? You really are short-sighted. She only said that to save her husband's face. Unlike you in front of all those people. All you knew was how to tear me down. How did I tear you down? If you had just booked the 9 Valent, there would not have been a problem. 9 Valent. You make it sound so easy. I am still an intern. How much do I even make? Do you want me to starve? I do not care. This vaccine is important for women. I am getting it no matter what. Besides, not having money is your own lack of ability. He has 2 kids and still booked it for his wife. Why is it that with you? Everything is impossible. We had not walked far when the sound of a heated argument reached our ears. I glanced over. It was that same couple from the entrance. They had just changed battlegrounds. With me, Wenxin, the 2 babies, and Auntie Wang. Our group looked quite substantial. Wu Xiaoyu, in the heat of the fight, already felt he had lost a lot of face today. Naturally, he was very sensitive to his surroundings. Seeing people approach, he instinctively wanted to pause the argument. But when he saw that it was the very person who had made him look bad, his aggression flared up again. In his mind, whatever Ye Wenxin had said was just to protect my ego. He fundamentally did not believe that someone would actually book the 9 Valent for his wife. That was a significant amount of money. What man would be crazy enough to throw that money away? I am a practical man, unlike some people who have no money, but make their women lie to save face. He said this loud enough specifically for me to hear. I was truly speechless. Why was he hounding us, accusing us of lying? Zhang Lily had her back turned to us and had not seen us enter the parking lot. She found her boyfriend's behavior of dragging strangers into their fight baffling. After everything he would said, she understood own thing. Wu Xiaoyu simply did not want to pay for the 9 Valent. I am saying it because I can see right through it. He was staring directly at me now. His gaze seemed to say, I have already figured you out. Wenxin and I shared a helpless look. How do we encounter such unreasonable and brainless people everywhere we go? But sticking to the rule of do not engage with mad dogs, I simply ignored him. Some people do not deserve the time of day. Treating them as if they do not exist is the ultimate insult. Zhang Lily noticed her boyfriend's gaze. She turned around and saw the very people they had been talking about. Her face went bright red instantly. Dada, car, Dada, the 2 babies, were oblivious to the tension in the air. Now that they were in the parking lot, they were only interested in getting in the car. Are you 2 in a hurry? Daddy will take you to the car right now. Without spare a single glance for Wu Xiaoyu, I pushed the stroller toward the BMW. Acting like you are rich. Even if you have a car, it is probably just a piece of second-hand junk. Seeing our group treat him like thin air, he spat out a bitter remark. The truth was, for someone like him, even a beat-up second-hand car was something he could only dream of. But seeing us walk into the parking lot, he knew we were at least car owners. Not wanting to be outdone, he put on a look of extreme disdain. De Bao, Xiao Bao, there is a type of person in this world who hates to see others succeed. Do you know what that means? Let Daddy explain. It is when people are incompetent themselves, so they want everyone else to be just as miserable as they are. That kind of person is the most useless and the most contemptible. When you meet people like that, Daddy wants you to stay far away, because sometimes, even if you ignore them, they will still snap at you like a mad dog. I was not going to tolerate his repeated provocations. If a mad dog bites you, you can't bite it back, but you can certainly take a stick and give it a good thrashing. My words were the stick I was using to thrash that mad dog. I was speaking to the 2 babies in the stroller, but since they were so young, how could they possibly understand such profound words? seeing that Daddy was talking to them. De Bao and Xiao Bao actually babbled back very cooperatively, seeing the babies interacting with me like this. I smiled triumphantly. De Bao and Xiao Bao actually understood Daddy's words. Our babies are so smart. Listening from the side to my sarcastic remarks aimed at Wu Xiaoyu, Ye Wenxin felt a great sense of vindication. Ye Wenxin, who was already a stunning beauty, burst into a smile because of my words. Her entire face became even more radiant and dazzling. Even Auntie Wang, standing nearby, nodded continuously in strong agreement. Auntie Wang was just short of giving a thumbs up and saying, "Mr. Lin, well said." Hearing my words, Wu Xiaoyu's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, but there was absolutely nothing Wu Xiaoyu could do about it. After all, I had not explicitly mentioned his name. If Wu Xiaoyu stepped forward to argue, would not he just be admitting that the shoe fit? Let us see how long you can keep up this act. Wu Xiaoyu crossed his arms, just waiting to see what kind of car I drove, so he could win back his dignity. Enough, are not you embarrassed? Let us go back. I am not getting that vaccine anymore, perhaps having been disappointed far too many times. Zhang Lili no longer held any hope for Wu Xiaoyu. No, I want to see what kind of beat-up trash he drives. Feeling locked in a rivalry with me, Wu Xiaoyu absolutely refused to be the first to flee in defeat. Lin Chen, someone is waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Ye Wenxin leaned in close to me and whispered. However, when Ye Wenxin said this, the smile on her face was completely relaxed, because Ye Wenxin knew that Wu Xiaoyu, who wanted to see me become a laughingstock, would ultimately only turn himself into a joke. You look like you're enjoying the show. I gently pinched Wenxin's cheek. I realized that Wenxin had become much more lively than before. What I did not know was, the old Ye Wenxin was a cheerful and lively girl. It was only because of her sudden pregnancy and childbirth that the heavy burden of life suddenly pressed down on her. Now that she had me, Ye Wenxin naturally did not have to worry about making a living anymore. Her personality also became much livelier again, since this free goods show was actively delivered right to our door. Why not watch it? Ye Wenxin, wrinkling her nose so delicately, truly looked incredibly cute in my eyes. As long as my Wenxin likes watching, that is what matters. In order to let Wenxin see the good show sooner, I took the car key out of my pocket and pressed the unlock button. Beep, beep. The arrogant sound of the BMW X5 rang out, accompanied by the headlights flashing on. Older baby, younger baby, we are going home. Until the BMW X5 drove far away, and not a trace of it could be seen, Wu Xiaoyu still stood there dumbfounded. How is this possible? They were clearly dressed so ordinarily. They are not old, and they have to raise 2 kids. How could they afford to drive a BMW? And a BMW X5 at that? How rich must they be? Wu Xiaoyu mumbled to himself. He probably did not expect anyone to answer his question. Now you know they are rich. Just because they dress casually, does that mean they have no money? Not to mention they probably dressed so casually, just to make it easier to take care of the babies. Many rich people nowadays keep a very low profile. Looking at her boyfriend's foolish expression, Zhang Lili felt a sense of deadened despair in her heart. Whether a man loves you or not is not just about what he says. When something actually happens, that is when you can see a man's true heart. Just like the vaccine. To be frank, it was only a matter of a few thousand yuan. Zhang Lili believed that since she started dating Wu Xiaoyu, she had not asked him to buy any gift costing over 200 yuan, let alone being like some girls who constantly ask their boyfriends for luxury goods or whatever. It was just that this 9-valent HPV vaccine concerned her lifelong health. Zhang Lili simply did not want to compromise. What Zhang Lili did not expect was that in Wu Xiaoyu's heart, she was not even worth a little over 7,000 yuan. Did I just offend someone? If he had not seen my big BMW, Wu Xiaoyu definitely would not have taken today's matter seriously. Now knowing that the handsome guy was a rich man, Wu Xiaoyu felt a sense of fear in his heart. What if he ran into the handsome guy again in the future, and the guy retaliated against him? It could only be said that even at this point, Wu Xiaoyu thought too highly of himself. In my mind, How could I possibly remember a nobody like Wu Xiaoyu? Boring. Seeing her boyfriend looking so terrified after the fact, Zhang Lily's heart was left with only contempt. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong described exactly the kind of person Wu Xiaoyu was. Zhang Lily ignored Wu Xiaoyu and prepared to leave. Do not follow me. We are breaking up. Hey, wait for me. Seeing his girlfriend about to leave, Wu Xiaoyu hurriedly called out. Why are we breaking up? Zhang Lily impatiently replied, because you are not a man. Just after taking the two babies to get vaccinated and on the way back, Ye Wenxin received a call from her best friend Jiang Mingyue. Wenxin, can I borrow your man for a bit? On the other end of the line, Jiang Mingyue's voice was quite loud and carried a hint of urgency. Ye Wenxin subconsciously glanced at me driving. Mingyu wants to borrow Lin Chen. What does that mean? I had also faintly heard Jiang Mingyue's words. I turned and glanced at Wenxin. A look of confusion appeared in both our eyes at the same time. Can a person be borrowed? I wonder what Jiang Mingyue's borrowing is actually for. Mingyue, do you have something you need Lin Chen's help with? Wenxin, do you remember last time? You asked Lin Chen to help record the song Blue and White Porcelain, right? Did that director Zhou of yours give you a hard time afterwards? Ye Wenxin belatedly realized that because she was too confident in my singing skills, she had even forgotten to ask Mingyue if it passed. In Ye Wenxin's heart, my singing was so beautiful that it directly outshined those so-called pop stars. How could it possibly not pass director Zhou? Now receiving Mingyue's call, Ye Wenxin still asked, just in case Mingyue's director Zhou had particularly weird taste and did not like the song I sang, that was also possible. Wenxin, I originally just wanted to deal with it and get the job done. I did not expect that our director Zhou has his sights set solely on Lin Chen now. After hearing the song Lin Chen sang, when director Zhou listens to others sing, he just keeps picking faults. Director Zhou has been pestering me for a long time, insisting that I ask Lin Chen to sing the opening theme for our talent show. Wenxin, can you help me talk to Lin Chen and ask him to come out and sing a song? Please, please, I really could not hold him off anymore before coming to you. I also know Lin Chen does not want to become famous or be a star. I really have no other choice. Well, Ye Wenxin, like Jiang Mingyue, knew I was not willing to become famous. Asking me to sing the opening theme definitely meant showing my face. Ye Wenxin looked at me with a somewhat troubled expression. When the time comes, a big handsome guy like me opening my mouth in front of the screen, would not that directly capture the hearts of a massive group of young girls? Maybe not just young girls, but also those anti-fans with girlish hearts. Wenxin, are you and Lin Chen at home right now? At the company, director Zhou is constantly staring at me. How about I go to your place and talk to Lin Chen face to face? Jiang Mingyue now felt a sense of having lost her personal freedom. That director Zhou, whenever he had time, would chase after Jiang Mingyue and ask when she could invite Mr. Lin over. Lin Chen and I just finished getting the older and younger baby vaccinated. We are on our way back now. If you are coming over, I will prepare a bit more for dinner. Today was the older and younger baby's vaccination day. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Mingyue was stunned. In the past, when the babies got vaccinated, she and Wenxin always went together. Now that the babies had a papa, Jiang Mingyue realized that she, the godmother, had gloriously retired.
Wenxin, I am sorry.
I have been too busy recently and forgot such an important thing. It seems I am a bit unqualified as a godmother. Jiang Mingyue still felt somewhat guilty in her heart. It is fine. Now that Lin Chen is here, when the older and younger baby got their shots, I did not even step forward to help. Ye Wenxin knew that Mingyu valued the baby's matters very much, so she quickly comforted her. Mama, Mama. Hearing Mama talk about them getting shots, the older and younger babies sitting in their car seats seemed to recall the terrifying event just now. The two babies stretched their bodies forward, as if seeking their mother's protection. Mingyue, we will be home soon, just come straight over. Sensing the emotional fluctuation of the older and younger baby, Ye Wenxin hurriedly hung up the phone with Mingyue. Older baby, younger baby, we are not getting shots anymore. Mama was telling godmother how bravely our babies acted. Ye Wenxin still felt a bit guilty. After all, that heart-wrenching crying scene did not exactly look like bravery. Mama. Mama. Still feeling a lingering fear. The older and younger baby's little hands reached out towards their mom. Older baby, younger baby, godmother is coming over later. Do our babies miss godmother? To divert the baby's attention, Ye Wenxin found a new topic. Sure enough, hearing the word godmother, the older baby's emotions seemed to stabilize quite a bit. Then, as if thinking of something happy, she giggled, haha. Ye Wenxin felt that it was better for her to mention it to me in advance, regardless of whether I would ultimately agree to Mingyue's request. At least when we got home and saw Mingyue, I would be mentally prepared. You want me to go? In my heart, I was unwilling to do things that required showing my face in public. It was truly because the internet is too developed nowadays. I did not want to end up with zero personal space in the future. But if you say you want my help, I will still consider it. Regarding Jiang Mingyue's care for Wenxin and the two babies, I would definitely help her if I could. If it was just for that director Zhou, I would not want you to go at all. Ye Wenxin knew how handsome I was. When the time came, who knew how many girls would be swooning? Thinking of this, Ye Wenxin felt a bit sour in her heart. On one side was friendship, on the other was the baby's father. Ye Wenxin was truly in a dilemma now. Let us talk about it after Jiang Mingyue gets here. We had just arrived at the door when the doorbell rang ding dong, without needing Jiang Mingyue to press the doorbell a second time. Ye Wenxin opened the front door. Older baby, let godmother give you a hug. As soon as Jiang Mingyue's foot stepped through the door, her hands reached out towards the older baby, towards her goddaughters. Jiang Mingyue truly loved them to bits. Goda. Mama, the older baby gave her a lot of face, her small body trying hard to lean towards her godmother. Older baby is so good, getting to hold the older baby as she wished. Jiang Mingyue's mood was incredibly wonderful. Goda. Mama? Goda. Mama, the younger baby, who was playing in the living room, heard her godmother's voice, and anxiously prepared to crawl towards the front door. The younger baby missed her godmother too. Jiang Mingyue could not bear to let the younger baby crawl that far, and hurriedly carried the older baby towards the living room. Godmother will hold you. Godmother is strong, you know. She can pick up our older baby and younger baby both at once. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. I will go prepare the dishes for tonight. Auntie Wang found that working at Mr. Lin's house was actually quite relaxing, although she was hired to help with two babies. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin did not just wash their hands of them. Normally, as long as Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin had time, they always took care of the babies themselves. On the contrary, Auntie Wang only needed to do some housework. Seeing that someone was taking care of the babies, Auntie Wang naturally had to find something to do. Otherwise, taking the monthly nanny salary, Auntie Wang would feel uneasy. Okay, Auntie Wang, prepare a few more dishes tonight. Ye Wenxin did not even need to go out to buy groceries anymore. With my suggested local delivery service, Ye Wenxin found it truly saved a lot of time. Wenxin, who is that? Seeing Auntie Wang walk into the kitchen, Jiang Mingyue asked curiously. Listening to how Auntie Wang addressed me and Wenxin, she probably was not a relative or something. Ye Wenxin smiled faintly. That is Auntie Wang, the nanny Lin Chen hired. A nanny. Wenxin, your Lin Chen is really something. Even a nanny is employed now. Hearing Wenxin's words, Jiang Mingyue directly gave a thumbs up. Wenxin, how much is your nanny's monthly salary? Jiang Mingyue knew I was still a college junior, already owning a 3-bedroom apartment in Crescent Bay. Jiang Mingyue always felt it was too awesome. Now look, not only did he have a house, he also had money to hire a nanny. This truly refreshed Jiang Mingyue's understanding of me once again. I heard from Lin Chen it is 6,000 a month. Ye Wenxin knew my earning ability, so she did not find it strange at all. She answered her best friend's question very calmly. 6,000. Oh my god. Wenxin, how about you talk to your man, and let me be the nanny at your house? That way, not only can I make money, but I can also be with my little treasures every day. Such a great thing like a pie falling from the sky. Wenxin, why did not you and Lin Chen come to me? hearing that the nanny fee I paid was 6,000 a month. Jiang Mingyue exclaimed dramatically. Jiang Mingyue knew that the expenses for the two babies alone were not a small amount, plus daily living expenses. It absolutely would not be less than 5 figures. Now, look, there is also a nanny. Just thinking about it, Jiang Mingyue felt that my capabilities were truly extraordinary. Mingyue, stop teasing me. If you came to work as a nanny at my house, never mind your parents chasing me with knives. Lin Chen and I could not afford to hire you anyway, could we? Despite Jiang Mingyue's current job being just a small assistant at Xinxin Entertainment Company, Jiang Mingyue's family background was actually very good. Back when Jiang Mingyue joined Xinxin Entertainment, Ye Wenxin even thought it was very strange. Leaving aside Jiang Mingyue's solid qualifications as a bachelor's degree graduate, just with her parents' connections, it would have been absolutely no problem for Jiang Mingyue to secure a stable, high-paying job. But Jiang Mingyue had said back then that she wanted to rely on her own efforts to prove herself. Come on. You and Lin Chen probably think I would not be good at housework, and that I would fight you for the older and younger baby, right? Jiang Mingyue was currently holding the two little treasures in her arms, looking incredibly smug. Goda. Mama? Goda. Mama, hearing godmother call them. The older and younger baby cooperatively interacted with Jiang Mingyue. Older baby, younger baby. Do you welcome godmother coming to the house every day to see the babies? Jiang Mingyue raised an eyebrow at Wenxin, teasing the little treasures in her arms. Goda. Mama? Goda. Mama, the older and younger baby did not know how to say welcome yet. Clapping their little hands, the babies made a welcoming gesture. See, the older and younger baby welcome me. Having received the baby's affirmation, Jiang Mingyue's expression became even more cocky. All right, since you want to change careers, then the favor you asked me for over the phone should no longer be needed, right? Ye Wenxin deliberately played along with her best friend's words. Ye Wenxin knew that Mingyue was probably too smug and had probably forgotten the real purpose of her visit. Oh, right. I came today to ask Lin Chen for a favor. Thinking back to when she left the company, and Director Zhou's repeated instructions and urgings, Jiang Mingyue felt her head swelling up again. No need. Later I will talk to Lin Chen, and we will just hire you to come take care of the babies at home. That way you won't have to be bossed around by your Director Zhou anymore. Ye Wenxin used Mingyue's own words to block her. Wenxin, you can't be like this. I just lost control and got a little too cocky. Jiang Mingyue tugged at the hem of Wenxin's shirt and shook it, putting on a pitiful look. Older baby, younger baby. Godmother says she can't come to our house every day to keep our babies company anymore. Our older and younger baby must absolutely not learn from Godmother. Going back on your words, okay? Mama. The older and younger baby looked at their godmother, then looked at their own mama. Finally, they stared at their godmother for a while again, as if understanding mama's words. The babies actually nodded simultaneously. Wenxin, save me some face in front of the older and younger baby. Being stared at by the two little treasures, feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Mingyue could only beg for mercy. That is what you get for teasing me. Now you know you're wrong, right? Well, it is because your Lin Chen is truly amazing. If my future the own is also this amazing, that would be great. Then I would definitely have to show off every single day. Ye Wenxin pouted her small mouth. I can't say it. I can't say your Lin Chen. Still can't say Lin Chen is amazing. Wenxin, have you heard the saying, there are no 300 taels of silver buried here? Do you need me to explain its meaning to you? Older baby, younger baby, mama will hold you. Godmother has things to do at the company and has to go to work. No. I admit I was wrong. Okay. In the living room, Ye Wenxin and Jiang Mingyue were messing around like little kids. The older and younger baby, watching the antics of their mama and godmother, also joined in the merriment. Although the two babies might not necessarily understand mama and godmother's words, mama and godmother were smiling, and the two little treasures could definitely understand that. I had already walked into the study. I knew that whenever Jiang Mingyue saw the two treasures of our family, everything else would definitely be pushed to the back burner. Lin Chen, Mingyue wants to discuss something with you. Ye Wenxin and Zhang Mingyue had played enough. The two of them, each holding a baby, walked into the study. Lin Chen, that song Blue and White Porcelain you sang last time. I let our director Zhu listen to it. He was absolutely blown away by your singing voice. He insists that I ask you to sing the opening for our talent show. Singing is no problem. But yours is a talent show. There will definitely be exposure. If it was just purely singing a song, I would definitely agree without a second thought. The problem now is singing the opening theme for a talent show. This definitely means stepping in front of the screen. This is my biggest taboo. Zhang Mingyue was a very loyal girl. She did not use her care for Wenxin and the babies as a condition to demand anything from me. Zhang Mingyue felt that if I was willing, that would naturally be the best. If I disagreed, Zhang Mingyue would understand too. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Zhang Mingyue muttered in a low voice. My mind was also working quickly. I casually threw out a phrase, masked singer. That is a great idea. As if suddenly enlightened, Zhang Mingyue stood up excitedly. Wearing a mask, I think this method is workable. Lin Chen would perform on stage without having to worry about exposing his identity. It also would not affect your family's future life. It is truly killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Mingyue then quickly dialed Director Zhou's number and explained the whole story. Director Zhou on the other end was profusely praising Zhang Mingyue for a job well done. After dinner, we saw Zhang Mingyue off. Ye Wenxin prepared to rest after coaxing the babies to sleep. Ye Wenxin, same as before, said good night to me before going into the master bedroom. If it were before, after I replied with a good night, the two of us would each go to our respective rooms and sleep in our respective beds. But tonight, I did not want to say good night so easily. Wenxin, should not you also show some gesture, trying to dismiss me with just 2 words? I expressed that this was a bit too simple. What gesture? Ye Wenxin did not react in time, and asked blankly, following my words. Wenxin, this is unfair of you. When you say good night to the older and younger baby, it is not just these simple 2 words. I gave a small hint, the corners of my mouth rising. Looking at the smile on my face, Ye Wenxin thought about how, when she said good night to her treasures, there was a whole routine involved. Her small face blushed uncontrollably. Lin Chen does not want the same treatment as the babies, does he? This is truly too embarrassing. Seeing Wenxin making no further move, I took 2 steps forward, because of the narrowed distance. Ye Wenxin felt the surrounding air become thin. Wenxin, I just want fairness. I held back a smile and looked seriously at Wenxin, who was acting like a timid little woman. To be honest, Wenxin was particularly alluring right now. I had an impulse to swallow Wenxin in one bite. Thinking that impulse is a devil, I promptly locked up the devil in my mind. Although the two of us had crossed paths and even had babies, it happened when both of us were not in a clear state of mind. I knew the relationship between Wenxin and me still had to be taken slowly. It is just that if I could not really eat her, collecting some interest in advance was still acceptable, right? What kind of fairness do you want? The distance between me and her was so close. Ye Wenxin thought of the time she bumped into my muscles, and did not dare to extend her arms to create distance between us again. In order for Wenxin to more intuitively understand my meaning, I turned my head and offered my right cheek. Seeing Wenxin still not making a move, I teased, if you do not understand, then I can only demonstrate it for you. No need. No need. I understand. Worried I would really demonstrate it for her, Ye Wenxin hurriedly spoke up. Actually, it was not that Ye Wenxin did not understand. Ye Wenxin was just embarrassed. Now, Ye Wenxin was worried that if she really let me demonstrate, who knows if the two of us would end up doing something more. Ye Wenxin stopped my kind offer. Then she gathered her courage and planted a kiss on my cheek. Is this okay? This was the first time Ye Wenxin kissed me. Her small face was flushed red. Ye Wenxin felt that her lips seemed to not belong to her anymore. That tingling sensation Ye Wenxin was truly experiencing for the first time. Seems like it is still missing something. Wenxin's goodnight kiss, to me, felt like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, a fleeting touch. I did not even have time to properly feel it.
What? What is missing?
Is not a good night kiss just like this? Anyway, Ye Wenxin had made up her mind. She had already completed the task. She absolutely would not pay attention to me if I wanted to act shamelessly. Wenxin, are not you being too perfunctory? I looked with amusement at Wenxin, who wanted to escape but had nowhere to go. As I spoke, before Wenxin could react, I planted a heavy kiss on Wenxin's cheek. Good night. Under Wenxin's shocked gaze, I released my hold on the kid's mom. Regaining her freedom, Ye Wenxin did not even care to argue about me kissing her. Ye Wenxin just wanted to hide right now, to calm her wildly thumping little heart. However, I would not be so kind. Wenxin, this of mine is a true good-night kiss. Learn from it carefully. Tomorrow I am going to check the results of your learning. Answering me was only the sound of Ye Wenxin closing the door. She is shy. If I was not worried about waking the babies, I would have wanted to laugh out loud. Regarding my teasing, Ye Wenxin did not hear it at all, because the Ye Wenxin who ran into the room was so ashamed she directly wrapped herself in the blanket. Ye Wenxin, you are too useless. You and Lin Chen even gave birth to the older and younger baby. It is just a good night kiss. What is there to make such a fuss about? No, giving birth to the older and younger baby was an accident. How can it be compared to the situation just now? It is just a good night kiss. In foreign countries, it is as simple as shaking hands. Here is no need to be so shy. That is in foreign countries. How can you use foreigners' customs as an excuse? He directly kissed me, how could I not be shy? In Ye Wenxin's head, there were two little angels fighting. Until Ye Wenxin groggily fell asleep, there was still no clear winner. Good morning. When Ye Wenxin, sporting faint dark circles under her eyes, walked out of the room to check on the babies, I had already bought breakfast and returned. Me, looking refreshed and full of energy. Compared to Ye Wenxin, who clearly had not slept well, our aura was clearly not on the same level. Thinking about that goodnight kiss last night, Ye Wenxin's eyes still held a hint of shyness. Even though before stepping out of her room, she had done a lot of mental preparation. The moment she actually faced me, all that psychological prep was completely thrown out the window. Wenxin, the tofu pudding looked really fresh today, so I got some to change up your breakfast, along with some pan-fried buns. No matter how much Wenxin loved spicy soup and soup dumplings, eating them every day would get boring. Okay, I will go brush my teeth. Hearing me mention delicious food, Ye Wenxin's stomach let out an embarrassing, rumbling protest. In the face of good food, Ye Wenxin completely tossed last night's shyness aside. After brushing her teeth with lightning speed and washing her face, Ye Wenxin and I happily polished off this delicious breakfast together. By the way, Lin Chen, when are you planning to go to Mingyue's company to sign the contract? Zhang Mingyue had not agreed on a specific time with me last night. Zhang Mingyue's intention was that whatever time was convenient for me would be fine. I will go later when Auntie Wang arrives. The renovation company is coming over this morning. I have an appointment with them at 10 a.m. As the only man in the house, I definitely needed to be present. Okay, then I will send a message to let Mingyue know. Ye Wenxin and I had a tacit understanding. Neither of us mentioned the goodnight kiss. Anyway, a goodnight kiss naturally only happens at night. There was no point in bringing it up now, was there? Auntie Wang was always very punctual for work. At 7:55 a.m., she had already arrived at the house. Da Bao and Xiao Bao had not woken up yet, so I decided not to disturb them. Da Bao and Xiao Bao's biological clocks were usually quite accurate, but they are kids, after all. Occasionally, they would sleep in. This was completely normal. They say that a child's height grows 2/3 of the time while they are sleeping. Drive slowly and be safe. Every time I went out, Ye Wenxin would always remind me with this phrase. Right now, Ye Wenxin and I truly interacted like a young married couple. Lin Chen, where are you? Why do not I see you? Zhang Mingyue had added my WeChat last night. Just now, when I sent her a message saying I had arrived, she came running out, running in high heels. Owen could imagine how tiring that must be. But Zhang Mingyue did not even have time to catch her breath before she started looking for me. Zhang Mingyue knew that with my looks, Even if the building entrance was packed with people, she should be able to spot me immediately. Yet, she simply could not see me anywhere. Could Lin Chen have gone to the wrong place? Jiang Mingyue felt this must be the only explanation, and hurriedly sent me a message. If I had actually gone to the wrong place, Jiang Mingyue was even prepared to take a taxi to pick me up. I am right on the road in front of your company's building. Where is the parking lot around here? Through the windshield of the driver's cabin. I had already seen Jiang Mingyue running out. I originally wanted to park the car and wait for her right at the entrance. I felt a bit helpless. Her company was too weird. There was not even a single sign indicating the location of the parking lot. Seeing my message, Jiang Mingyue quickly looked up and started searching again. Since I mentioned a parking lot, I was definitely inside a car. As for whether I drove myself or took a taxi, Jiang Mingyue did not have the mental capacity to think about it right now. Anyway, Jiang Mingyue knew. Her current goal was to look for a car. Sitting in the BMW, I saw Jiang Mingyue look up, and I flashed the headlights a few times. Sure enough, her gaze was drawn by the lights. Seeing me sitting inside the BMW, Jiang Mingyue was instantly stunned. Lin Chen did not take a taxi here. He drove here himself. It was own thing for him to drive himself. But he was actually driving a big BMW. Jiang Mingyue suddenly realized that in the few days she had not contacted Wenxin, it seemed Wenxin and I had accomplished a lot of big things. Lin Chen, when did you buy a car? Jogging all the way to the front of the BMW, Jiang Mingyue asked curiously. She also knew about me making money by trading stocks. After all, regarding the house in Crescent Bay, that was how I had explained it. Just in the past few days, Jiang Mingyue was not Wenxin. I naturally had no need to explain too much to her. Not bad, Lin Chen. I did not expect you to be this awesome. Not only do you have a house and a car, but the class of both is quite high. Jiang Mingyue now admired her best friend's taste even more. To be able to snag such a handsome and wealthy man just by getting drunk. Was Ye Wenxin's luck incredibly explosive or what? Because she was happy for her best friend. Jiang Mingyue just stood right next to the BMW and started chatting with me. Lin Chen. This is a BMW X5, right? The on-road price for this car must be over 600,000 yuan. Tell me, just how much have you made in the stock market? Can I just crown you the god of stocks? You have to know, not everyone can make money trading stocks. How many people, because of playing the stock market, have lost everything and gone bankrupt? These kinds of stories are reported in the news all the time. The god of stocks. I smiled and did not say anything. I was someone who possessed a system. Compared to me, those so-called gods of stocks were who knows how many levels behind. Are we going to keep chatting like this forever? Looking at Jiang Mingyue, who had forgotten all about the real business, I asked, amused. Could it be that she wanted to stand on the road and chat with me the whole time? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Lin Chen, the parking lot is straight ahead and to the left. It is not far from here. All right, I will go park first. Now knowing the location, I did not delay, stepping on the gas and driving straight over. When Jiang Mingyue brought me into the company, Director Zhou was already waiting there. Mingyue, is this Mr. Lin? Seeing Jiang Mingyue walk in with a big handsome guy, Director Zhou was initially taken aback. However, being someone who had seen big scenes, he quickly recovered. Hearing my singing voice earlier, Director Zhou knew I was a young man. What he had not expected was that Mr. Lin's appearance would be this striking, even compared to those so-called idol stars who relied on their faces to make a living. My looks were absolutely top tier. Mr. Lin, this is our Director Zhou. In front of Director Zhou, Jiang Mingyue did not act like she was very familiar with me. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zhou Haitian. I am truly so grateful that you are willing to do us this favor. With Jiang Mingyue's introduction, Director Zhou hurriedly extended his hand and enthusiastically shook mine. Hello, I replied politely. Seeing that Director Zhou showed no sign of letting go, I withdrew my hand. Two grown men shaking hands was enough. Would not it be weird to keep holding hands? I am sorry, Mr. Lin. I am just too excited. Mr. Lin, please take a look. This is the contract I had my assistant draft. If there is anything you are unsatisfied with, we can revise it. I picked up the contract and began reading it carefully. There were no special clauses. It just clearly stated that I had to perform a song on the talent show. This 200,000. Reading to the end, I had not expected that the contract actually stated there would be a 200,000 yuan remuneration for my performance. I had always just wanted to do Jiang Mingyue a favor and had not thought about payment or anything like that. Mr. Lin, are you dissatisfied with the 200,000? If you are not satisfied, I can apply to the company again. May I know what your expected price is, Mr. Lin? Seeing me pause at the 200,000 mark, Zhou Hadian subconsciously thought I felt it was too little. Because I had agreed, Jiang Mingyue was also overly excited, completely forgetting about the matter of payment. Hearing that Director Zhou meant the payment could be increased, Jiang Mingyue looked directly at me. The formula milk money for her goddaughters rested on my single thought. Of course, in reality, 200,000 was already a very high price. I looked at the way Director Zhou was staring at me, knowing that he had misunderstood my meaning. I simply had not thought about taking payment. No need, this is fine. I did not come here for the money anyway. Mr. Lin, is this contract really okay? Zhou Haixian, who had originally thought I would demand a higher price on the spot, did not expect me to be so straightforward. Director Zhou immediately became excited again. Talented people are just different indeed. Their level of enlightenment is completely different from ordinary people. In his heart, Zhou Haixian fiercely praised me again. I can just sign directly, right? Having read the contract and finding no issues, I did not want to waste any more time. Yes, Mr. Lin. Later, you just need to write your bank account number on it. Once the contract is signed, I will have the finance department transfer a 30% deposit to you first, Mr. Lin. All right. Whether they gave me money or not did not matter to me, let alone when they gave it to me. I naturally cared even less about that. I signed my name on the contract. Now that it was in black and white, it was much more reassuring than my verbal agreement. Mr. Lin, I wonder what song you plan to sing. Could you reveal it in advance so I can have the band prepare? I do not mind. Whatever song Director Zhou thinks suits your program. I possessed top-tier singing skills. Singing any song was as easy as ordering a dish for me. Anything is fine. When Jiang Mingyue told Zhou Haixian that I was not picky about songs, Director Zhou had not believed it. Then, Mr. Lin, could you sing White Moonlight? Regarding Heavenly King Zhang breaking his promise, Director Zhou still minded it quite a bit. In Director Zhou's view, if I sang Heavenly King Zhang's original song, it would be a direct slap in the face to Heavenly King Zhang. Sure. I am also very familiar with White Moonlight. I did not even need to go out of my way to memorize the lyrics, because they were all in my head. Does Mr. Lin have time now? How about we go to the recording studio to test it out? That way, Mr. Lin won't need to make a special trip to the company again before the show starts. I responded readily, of course. I also wanted to get this done quickly so I could go home and see my two cute babies. So, I followed Director Zhou to the recording studio. As the accompaniment music began to play, I stepped onto the beat and started singing White Moonlight, somewhere in the heart. So bright, yet so cold. Everyone has a sorrow. Trying to hide it, yet making it more obvious. White moonlight, shining on both ends of the horizon. In the heart, yet not by my side. Until I finished singing the entire song White Moonlight, Zhou Haixian and the staff in the recording studio were unable to recover for a long time. Director Zhou. Jiang Mingyue, after all, was someone who had heard me sing a few times. She was the first to snap back to reality. After calling out a few times, Zhou Haixian was successfully pulled back to reality by Jiang Mingyue. Mr. Lin, you sang absolutely wonderfully. It is no exaggeration to say, your singing is who knows how many levels higher than the original singer. Zhou Haixian was so excited he did not know what words to use to describe the song I had just sung. This time, Heavenly King Zhang was probably really going to get slapped in the face, while Zhou Hadian and the others were still savoring the song. I had long since left the recording studio, driving the BMW and speeding back home. The three treasures at home were still waiting for me. In the morning, I had personally made some exquisite pastries for the babies. Unexpectedly, encountering an unreasonable older woman in the neighborhood. There was almost a physical fight over the pastries.
Where did you buy these pastries?
My granddaughter wants to eat them too. Before Ye Wenxin could hand the little bunny pastry to Da Bao, an abrupt voice came from the side. Ye Wenxin and Auntie Wang looked simultaneously at the owner of the voice. It was an older woman holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. It was clear she had probably been watching Ye Wenxin for a while, because Ye Wenxin was entirely focused on Da Bao and Xiao Bao. She had not paid much attention to the people around her. Ye Wenxin kindly replied, "The baby's father made these. They were not bought. The baby's father made them. Is your husband a chef? Since your husband made them himself, then just give this little bunny to my granddaughter to eat. My granddaughter is usually very picky. No matter how expensive the pastries you buy, she rarely likes them. I guess your husband has some skill for my granddaughter to actually like the pastries he made." Originally, Ye Wenxin thought this was just an ordinary conversation. Hearing the older woman's words become increasingly outrageous, Ye Wenxin realized she had encountered a weirdo. Seeing the older woman's self-righteous attitude, Ye Wenxin did not even want to engage with her anymore. What did she mean? Lin Chen has some skill. Not to mention Lin Chen was not a chef at all. Even if Lin Chen really was a chef, he made a living through his own abilities. Did he need this older woman acting like she looked down on people? Furthermore, if your granddaughter is precious, that is your family's business. On what grounds does your granddaughter wanting to eat it mean ignoring other people's feelings and prioritizing your family? If it were any other time, when Da Bao and Xiao Bao were eating snacks, and there were other kids around, Ye Wenxin would let the kids share together. But today, with this older woman's domineering attitude, Ye Wenxin truly did not want to engage with her at all. Towards people who did not know how to spell the word politeness, Ye Wenxin was not going to enable them. Mama. Mama. Da Bao must have understood the older woman's words too. Hearing someone wanting to snatch his little bunny, Da Bao got anxious. While calling for his mother, he raised his little hands. Da Bao definitely did not want his little snack taken by someone else. Da Bao wants to eat the little bunny, huh? Mama will give it to you, okay? Without so much as a second glance at the older woman standing nearby, Ye Wenxin took the last little pastry out of the container and placed it into Da Bao's little hand. Mama, bunny, having received the little bunny, Da Bao happily bobbed his little head. Grandma, I want that little bunny. The little girl held in the older woman's arms was 3 or 4 years old, after all. Seeing the little bunny gripped in Da Bao's hand, the little girl started throwing a tantrum in her grandma's arms. Be good, baby, grandma will get it for you. The older woman quickly coaxed her granddaughter. Turning back, her attitude towards Ye Wenxin actually adopted a commanding tone. I already told you, my granddaughter likes this little bunny. Give the little bunny to my granddaughter. I saw it just now. Your baby has already eaten several of those little pastries. Looking at your baby, he is probably not even 1 year old yet. His stomach should be pretty full by now. Just give this last little bunny to my granddaughter. Hearing the older woman's words, Ye Wenxin completely understood. This was truly someone who did not listen to reason at all, asking others for things, yet acting with such an entitled attitude. Ye Wenxin figured she did not owe her anything. She ignored the older woman. With some people, truly, even saying an extra word was a waste. Hey, I say, you young person, you do not look very old. Are your ears not working? I am talking to you. Why do not you have any reaction? Seeing Ye Wenxin ignoring her, the older woman grew anxious. In the older woman's mind, as long as her granddaughter wanted something, she had to get it. Owen could not help but wonder where the older woman's confidence came from. Please speak more politely. This pastry belongs to our baby. Why should we give it to you just because your granddaughter likes it? Even if you are begging someone, you should have the attitude of begging. Also, does my madam have any relationship with you? Why does she absolutely have to give what our baby likes to your granddaughter? If you treasure your granddaughter so much, figure out a way yourself. Not to mention our baby really likes this pastry, even if our baby did not want to eat it anymore. If my madam is willing to give it to you, it is out of kindness. If she is not willing to give it to you, it is her right. Auntie Wang, Seeing the old woman constantly staring down Ye Wenxin, could not stand watching it anymore. Auntie Wang's age was about the same as the older woman's. Naturally, Auntie Wang did not need to be polite to her. You. Being called out so directly, the older woman was momentarily left speechless. Grandma. Seeing her grandma failing to get the little bunny she liked, the little girl squirmed, wanting to get down on the ground herself. The older woman must have known what her granddaughter meant, and followed suit by putting the little girl down. I want the little bunny. The moment her feet touched the ground, the little girl ran toward Da Bao. Da Bao, perhaps because he had already eaten 5 little pastries, was not in a hurry to eat this last one. He kept holding it in his hand, playing with it. Ye Wenxin, who had been keeping a close eye on the 2 babies' situation, just as the little girl was about to reach Da Bao, and reached out to snatch the pastry from his hand, swiftly scooped Da Bao up into her arms. Grasping nothing but air, the little girl got frustrated. The little girl stomped her foot, and sought help from her backup. Grandma, help me grab it, I want that little bunny. Looking at the unreasonable little girl, Ye Wenxin finally understood a saying: the kind of adults you have determines the kind of children you raise. An unreasonable grandmother raised a granddaughter cut from the exact same mold. Auntie Wang, please hold Xiao Bao. Ye Wenxin worried that this unreasonable pair of grandmother and granddaughter might do something out of line, so she said this to Auntie Wang. Okay, Mrs. Lin. Xiao Bao still had half of an unfinished pastry in his hand, which truly made him an easy target for the little girl to snatch from. Grandma. Xiao Bao, who still did not know what was going on, was suddenly picked up by Grandma Wang. He called out in confusion, but being held was still quite comfortable, so Xiao Bao did not resist. Grandma, go grab it quickly, I want that little bunny. Since Da Bao was being held by Ye Wenxin, the little girl naturally could not reach him. Seeing her grandma making no further moves, the little girl anxiously yelled again, seeing people in 2s and 3s around them, gathering with their kids to watch the drama. The older woman knew that if she really stepped forward to snatch it, she would definitely be criticized. How about you sell this pastry to me? No matter the price, as long as my granddaughter likes it, our family can afford it. Looking at the people around, the older woman knew Ye Wenxin definitely would not dare demand an exorbitant price. Not selling. Ye Wenxin did not want to say a single extra word, flatly refusing the older woman's unreasonable demand. I say, how can you be like this? Not only are you stingy, but you are also unreasonable. Is not it just a little pastry? If my granddaughter did not like it, even if you gave it to us for free, we would not want it. I even offered to pay for it, and you are still not willing. Do you know what my son does for a living? The money your chef husband makes in a year probably is not even as much as my son makes in a month. Tell you what, seeing as your husband's craftsmanship is not bad, have your husband make a set of Chinese zodiac pastries for my granddaughter. I will pay double the price. That should do it, right? The older woman did not even stop to think. Just now, Auntie Wang had called Ye Wenxin Mrs. Lin. This was obviously a family that could afford a nanny. How bad could their financial situation possibly be? First of all, my husband is not a chef. This little pastry was prepared by my husband for our baby. Secondly, your attitude that as long as your granddaughter likes something, everyone else has to make way for your family, makes me very displeased. Not to mention my baby really likes this little bunny pastry. Even if my baby did not like it anymore, I still would not consider giving it to someone with no manners. Ye Wenxin frowned slightly, glancing at the little girl who was still stomping her feet in anger over there. Also, children are like a blank sheet of paper. The behavior of adults has a tremendous impact on children. That is right. This little girl is a notorious little bully. Last time my grandson bought a new toy, because he did not want to play with her, she just snatched it and broke it. Tell me about it. My little granddaughter was pushed off the slide by her last time. When I went to reason with her grandmother, she actually said my granddaughter was blocking her granddaughter's way. There is actually someone this bizarre. Did not she say her son makes so much money? If she is so pretentious, why does not she go buy a villa? She is just faking it, duh. It is obvious. The older woman and the little girl were already infamous in the neighborhood. Hearing what Ye Wenxin said, The onlookers began speaking up in support. What are you all? Why are you being so nosy? Did I ask you for anything? Besides, I am saying I want to buy it, not get this pastry for free. Is there any need for you all to be yapping over here? Hearing everyone's words, not only did the older woman show no signs of self-reflection, but she reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling all over. Give it to me, give the little bunny to me. The little girl, seeing her grandma only talking and delaying any physical action, anxiously stepped forward herself and grabbed Ye Wenxin's clothes, because Ye Wenxin was holding Da Bao, and had not expected the little girl to be so bold as to actually dare to grab it directly with her hands. Caught off guard, Ye Wenxin's body swayed, thinking of Da Bao in her arms. Ye Wenxin's face turned pale with fright. Just coming down from upstairs, I happened to see this thrilling scene. With O in hand, I supported Wenxin's waist, and with the other, I smoothly caught Da Bao. Even watching it made me feel a lingering fear. If I had not appeared in time, I truly worried that Wenxin and Da Bao would have fallen. What is going on? Seeing the little girl still trying to lunge forward, I shot her a cold glare, likely intimidated by my aura. The little girl stopped in her tracks, not daring to continue forward. She is trying to snatch the pastry from Da Bao's hand. Ye Wenxin briefly explained what had happened. The look in my eyes towards the little girl grew even colder. Such a small child, for her own selfish desires, almost caused Wenxin and Da Bao to fall. I knew that if this child continued to be raised like this, she would only grow up to be a selfish, self-serving person. Da Bao still did not know what he had just experienced. Thinking that his mom and dad were playing a hugging game with him, Da Bao laughed happily. Did you make this pastry? My granddaughter likes the pastry you made. Sell this little bunny to me. Seeing that her granddaughter had almost knocked over a mother and her baby, the older woman not only showed not a hint of apology, but was actually still fixated on the pastry in Da Bao's hand. You can't afford the pastries I make. Seeing the old woman's utter lack of manners, my tone turned even colder. How could I possibly not be able to afford it? My son makes a lot of money in a month, let alone buying own pastry. Even if they paid you monthly to make pastries for my granddaughter, there would not be any problem at all. Grandma, I want that little bunny. The little girl was clearly spoiled rotten. She stared intently at the little pastry in Da Bao's hand. The more she could not get it, the more the little girl wanted it. What is going on here? Niu, is someone bullying you? A shrill female voice came from a distance. Mommy, Niu wants the little bunny. Hearing her mother's voice, it was as if the little girl had found an even stronger backup. The little girl pointed at the little bunny in Da Bao's hand, and even started crying tears. If the onlookers did not know the whole story, and the moral character of the little girl's family, they probably would have been fooled by the little girl's tears. Niu, do not cry. Niu, do not cry. Whatever little bunny my Niu wants, Mommy will buy it for you. Mommy, it is that little bunny, pointing her little hand. The little girl's tears could be turned on and off freely. She suddenly stopped crying. Sir, where did you buy the little pastry in your baby's hand? The young woman asked rather politely. I made it myself. Seeing that the woman was not completely unreasonable, at least for now, I opened my mouth and answered her. You made it yourself? Then could you give this little pastry to my daughter? My daughter has been a picky eater since she was little. In the past, no matter how expensive the pastries we bought for her, she would not even give them a second glance. Hearing the young woman echo the exact same words as the older woman, Ye Wenxin frowned. Why did everyone in this family speak with such a condescending tone? The little girl was clearly no princess, but was spoiled with a full-blown princess syndrome. Wenxin, let us go. I could also see through it. That little bit of politeness the little girl's mother showed earlier was probably all the manners she possessed. Seeing the woman's entitled attitude, I was not about to indulge this kind of person. The babies had been down playing for a while now, and it was about time to take them home. Hey, how can you be so rude? Did not you hear me talking to you? Seeing me ignoring her completely, the young woman grew anxious. With so many people watching, the woman felt that the baby's father was giving her no face at all towards someone with no manners. On what grounds should they expect to receive others' respect? I shot the woman a look. Although I did not want to engage, I would not let people slander me freely either. Who is being rude? Is not it just a small pastry? Is there a need to be so stingy? Are not you just a chef? Do you think having a bit of skill makes you a big deal? My husband is a manager at a large company, and he drives a big BMW. What makes a lowly chef like you so arrogant? You do not want to give it away for free, right? Then name your price. Whatever price you ask, as long as my daughter likes it, we can afford it. Having failed to achieve her goal, the woman revealed her true colors. Not selling. I coldly tossed out 2 words, my eyes sweeping over the little girl who, with her mother's backing, was preparing to lunge forward again. Mommy, I want that little bunny. The little girl indeed wanted to rush up and snatch it. But seeing the look in my eyes, the little girl felt a bit of fear in her heart. Da Bao. There is a bad person wanting to snatch Da Bao's little bunny. Da Bao, eat it quickly. Seeing Da Bao still playing with the pastry in his hand, I reminded him loudly. Da Bao, who had been playing happily, lifted his head upon hearing his father's words. No, Mommy, I want that little bunny. Hearing my words, the little girl screamed anxiously. Da Bao understood his father's words. Seeing the little girl's reaction, Da Bao also realized that she must be the bad person his father was talking about, the one who wanted to steal his little bunny. Smart Da Bao quickly popped the pastry into his mouth. Wah, no, Mommy, that is my little bunny. That is mine, I want that little bunny. Mommy, hurry up and snatch it for me. Why is Niannian crying? Who bullied my Niannian? A hurried male voice came, panting slightly, clearly having jogged all the way over. Daddy, Daddy. Seeing her father appear, the little girl thought he could back her up. The little girl felt that it was because the father of the baby with the little bunny had shown up, that she had not managed to grab the little bunny. Otherwise, the baby's mother would have been pulled down by her long ago. Then would not she have been able to snatch the little bunny from the baby's hand? But now, the baby had a father, and her own father was here too. Too bad the little bunny had already been eaten. The little girl felt her father had arrived too late. Niannian, do not cry. Daddy will hold you. The man looked at his daughter with a pained expression, and reached out his hands to take her. No, no. Seeing that Da Bao had already finished eating the bunny pastry, the little girl grew extremely dissatisfied. With the father who had only shown up now, she slapped her own father's outstretched hands fiercely a few times. As if that was not enough to vent her anger, the little girl then stuck out her foot and wildly kicked the man. The bystanders, watching the little girl act so unreasonably, all drew in a sharp breath. Coupled with the performance of the little girl's mother just now, everyone had lost all expectations regarding the girl's upbringing. Sure enough, being beaten and kicked by his daughter like this. Not only did the man not show any anger, but he actually grew even more anxious. Niannian, what is wrong? Did you suffer some grievance? Niannian, who bullied you, tell Daddy? Daddy will take it out on them for you. Towards his daughter's unreasonable behavior, the man turned a completely blind eye. The onlookers silently shook their heads. It seemed this little girl was truly ruined by her upbringing. Daddy, he ate my little bunny. The little girl pointed at Da Bao, starting to twist the truth and playing the victim. You little kid, not only are you unreasonable, but how can you lie too? That is right, that little bunny pastry was clearly made by that baby's father. How did it become yours? Just because you want someone else's thing does not make it yours. I tell you, your family is really too weird. It was the same last time when she broke my grandson's new toy. There was not even a single word of apology. I have never seen such an unreasonable child. To feed without teaching is the father's fault. Is not it all because the adults at home enable her? When we see people like this in the future, we should stay far away. They lack class completely. The man, who was originally about to lose his temper because of his daughter's words, heard the crowd's comments and realized that things were not as his daughter had described. You people are really a dog catching mice meddling in other people's business. My Niannian is not asking for your family's things. So is there any need for you to be gossiping? Hubby, Niannian took a liking to the pastry made by that chef. Have him name a price and make a set of Chinese zodiac pastries for Niannian. Seeing someone talking about her daughter, The woman instantly flared up. A chef? The man looked over at me, holding Da Bao and Xiao Bao. This handsome guy looked somewhat familiar. Right, who else but a chef could make such lifelike little pastries? The woman self-righteously felt that her judgment was extremely sound. Hubby, you are a manager at a large company, and you drive a big BMW. He is just a chef. Just give him a bit more money and that'll do it. The woman deliberately emphasized her husband's status again, just to give off a superior, condescending vibe. Big BMW. Hearing his wife mention the BMW, the man finally remembered where he had seen the handsome guy before. Was not it just the day before yesterday when he was leaving the community and saw a brand new BMW X5? The man drove a BMW X3 towards cars of a higher class than his own. The man naturally took a few extra glances. The man remembered that the chef his wife was talking about was the owner of that BMW X5. He thought about how he was a manager at a large company, yet he could only afford a BMW X3. If the handsome guy was really just a chef, how could he drive a BMW X5? The man felt that the handsome guy's background must be much more solid than his own. At the very least, his wife's idea of using money to solve the problem definitely would not work on the handsome guy. Daddy, I want a little bunny, a little rooster, and a little bear. I want 2 little bears. Hearing her mother's words, the little girl immediately made demands of her father. Niu, how about Daddy takes you to the bakery to take a look? The man awkwardly glanced at me. He truly did not dare to throw money around in front of a BMW X5 owner. No, I just want that own. The little girl pointed at Da Bao, starting to throw a massive tantrum. Hubby, what is going on with you? Whatever Niu likes. We definitely have to find a way to satisfy her. He is just a chef. Can't a big manager like you handle this? What do you know? There is no way he is a chef. The man pulled his wife aside and whispered. Not a chef? How do you know? Do you know him? Towards her husband's words, the woman was clearly somewhat skeptical. I do not know him. The man shook his head. He felt that if he actually knew the handsome guy, that would be great. Knowing someone wealthier than himself, the man would naturally consider it a great thing. If you do not know him, how do you know he is not a chef? Because of her husband's denial, the woman's voice became shrill again. He drives a BMW X5. Knowing that if he did not give a clear answer, his wife would not let it go. The man told her everything he knew. A BMW X5, how is that possible? The woman, who had already firmly defined me as a chef in her mind, was somewhat unwilling to accept her husband's words. Him driving a BMW X5. Did not that mean the advantage she was so proud of was completely gone? I saw it with my own eyes. To stop his wife from continuing to embarrass herself here, the man affirmed with a solid tone. Let us go, let us head back. Knowing it was impossible, the man did not want to ask for a snub. Mommy, I want the little bunny. Seeing her father about to drag her mother away, the little girl immediately protested. Niu, that is not for sale. Mommy will take you to buy something even prettier, okay? Because of her husband's words, the woman could only accept reality. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, let us go home. I had no interest in watching that family's farce. Holding Da Bao and Xiao Bao, I left together with Wenxin. Ding detected that the babies really liked the pastries prepared by the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward, top-tier antiquities appraisal skill. I paused upon hearing this. To think there was such a reward for making pastries for the babies. It is just that I did not expect this skill would come in handy so soon. In the afternoon, because I had an exam, I went to the university. After the exam, I was naturally planning to go straight home. Oh, no, my precious antique. A somewhat familiar voice, accompanied by the sound of shattering porcelain, rang out right next to me at point-blank range. Because I was just walking normally on campus, I had not paid too much attention to my surroundings. I had just reached the corner, and never expected someone to just rush straight at me. It is you. You broke my antique. What are we going to do now? Looking at the male student in front of me intentionally faking a look of shock, I understood why the voice felt familiar. Was not this the guy who brought helpers to teach me a lesson, only to get a good beating from me instead? As for what this guy's name was, I had no recollection whatsoever. I only knew he was one of Wenxin's suitors. That is right, the man who appeared in front of me was Xinxin. Ever since being hauled away by Brother Wei's subordinates last time, Xinxin had not been able to swallow his anger. Xinxin was, after all, a former member of the Magic City University Student Council. Asking around for some information about me was not a difficult task for him. Knowing I had a class today, Xinxin guessed that I would not skip it. Xinxin had been standing here waiting for me for quite a while. Now, it was finally time to execute his plan. Senior Cheng, what happened? Oh my, what is this? How did it get broken? Senior Cheng, this looks like a very expensive item. Is it particularly valuable? Hearing the commotion, several male students immediately gathered around. Seeing this setup, I understood right away. These people were clearly arranged in advance. Indeed, if Xinxin wanted to frame me, he naturally would not come alone. Besides the physical evidence shattered on the ground, these witnesses were absolutely necessary too. Furthermore, Xinxin had witnessed my fighting skills before. Taking the stage alone, he was still somewhat timid. Senior Cheng, you are from Magic City University too. Xinxin was Ye Wenxin's senior, 2 years ahead of her. So when I entered the university, Xinxin had already graduated. It was perfectly normal that I did not recognize him. Campus idol Lin, you do not even know the famous Xinxin. Senior Cheng. It seemed my reputation at Magic City University was quite solid. They recognized me at a glance. Lin Chen, right, you broke my antique. Tell me, how should we settle this? Seeing that someone else had introduced him. Yet I still acted like it was no big deal. Xinxin felt he was losing face. Xinxin felt that since I paid so little respect to him as a senior, there was no need to waste breath. Today, Xinxin was coming directly for me. Xinxin already knew that Ye Wenxin had given birth to my twin babies. Since she already had kids, Xinxin naturally harbored no further fantasies. But Xinxin could not swallow this resentment. There was also the fact that Brother Wei had made him lose face last time. Xinxin pinned that entirely on me as well. Xinxin had made up his mind today to viciously teach me a lesson. Yeah, Lin Chen, you broke Senior Cheng's antique. This is going to cost a lot of money to compensate for, right? Having been called here purely to act, once their patrons spoke up, the extras naturally got into character. Senior Cheng, how much is this antique worth? I wonder if I can afford to compensate for it. This is a Qing dynasty vase. My father won it at an auction for 10 million yuan. Seeing that the buildup was sufficient, Xinxin spoke arrogantly. In Xinxin's mind, upon hearing the words 10 million, I should be so scared I would kneel and beg for mercy. A wealth of 10 million for many people was something they could not achieve, even if they worked their whole lives. Xinxin believed I was just a poor student. It was precisely because he seized upon my weakness of being poor that Xinxin thought of staging this whole play today. This is outright extortion. I glanced at Xinxin, who was entirely immersed in his own act, and the other extras, and sneered inwardly. Since Xinxin was looking for trouble with me, I did not mind teaching him a lesson. You call this an antique? While pretending to examine the shards on the ground, I took my phone out of my pocket. At an angle that Xinxin and the others could not notice, I turned on the video recording function. I stood up, holding my phone seemingly casually, but aiming the camera right at Xinxin. Of course, mine is an antique, and it is not just any ordinary antique. It is an antique worth 10 million. In Xinxin's mind, a poor student like me definitely would not know how to distinguish an antique from a fake. How much these shards were worth was entirely up to him to dictate. You just said I bumped into you. I was walking straight ahead normally the whole time. You were the one who suddenly rushed out from the corner and bumped into me. Judging by what just happened, it looks more like you are pulling a scam. How could I be pulling a scam? This is an antique worth 10 million. You are just a poor student. Would I use such a valuable item to scam you? Xinxin did not expect me to be so calm. Normally, upon hearing that they had broken an antique worth 10 million, would not a normal person be scared silly? How could they possibly be like me, so calmly analyzing the situation that just occurred? But even if I was calm, what use was it? Xinxin noted that he had gathered a bunch of witnesses. I do not know what you are thinking, but I was indeed walking straight normally. You were the one who rushed out from the corner. There is no denying that, right? If it comes down to it, let us go to the security office and check the cameras. Following my gaze, Xinxin looked up in confusion. When were cameras installed here? Xinxin remembered that when he graduated, there had not been a single camera along this entire road. Xinxin questioned the others with his eyes. He might have graduated a few years ago, but these guys were still current students at Magic City University. There was a camera here, and these guys actually did not tell him. The extras looked at each other and lowered their heads awkwardly. They usually walked back and forth along this road countless times. Unfortunately, none of them had ever noticed it. Tell you what, I won't make things too difficult for you. For this 10 million antique, I won't ask you to pay full compensation. You just need to bear half the responsibility. Xinxin put on an appearance of being easy to talk to. Are you sure you want to use these few shards to make me pay 5 million? I glanced at the scattered pieces on the ground and looked up at Xinxin. What do you mean a few shards? This is an antique. Do you understand what an antique is? Let alone 5 million. If it had not been broken, its collection value would be immeasurable. Do you know the legal criteria for extortion? I did not engage with Xinxin's topic about the 5 million, but lightly tossed out this question instead. What extortion? This is authentic blue and white porcelain antique. Are you trying to come up with some crooked idea? Just to avoid paying compensation. In his heart, Xinxin absolutely did not believe I could tell the authenticity of his antique. Armed with the super nanny dad system, how could I possibly be defeated by Xinxin's little trick? You must know, the system had just gifted me the top-tier antiquities appraisal skill. With just one glance, I could tell that Xinxin's so-called 10 million antique was actually just a knockoff bought off Taobao. Senior Cheng. Hearing my words, the extras began to get scared. For this acting gig, Xinxin had paid them 200 yuan each. Lin Chen, do not bother making a dying struggle. You must take half the responsibility for my antique. Pay 5 million, or I will call the police and let them handle it. Choose ON yourself. Then I think I will choose to call the police. With that, I dialed the police number, explained the situation to the officer, and gave them the address. Xinxin absolutely had not expected me to actually call the police, leaving no room for negotiation. Could it be that he really can tell real antiques from fake ones? Xinxin, you were wandering around campus, carrying an antique worth 10 million. Is this what you call a Qing dynasty vase? Do you know how to identify Qing dynasty porcelain? Even though it is broken, the base shard is still here. The craftsmanship is so rough, and you dare call this a Qing dynasty vase? Something like yours, with stiff exterior lines and sloppy, unnatural transitions, can instantly be judged as a fake. Save the rest of your words for when the police arrive. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and set up a police cordon around the area. Those extras were so frightened their faces turned pale on the spot. After a simple questioning from the police, they honestly confessed to the whole situation. They really did not want to go to jail. Hearing that the extras had sold him out, Xinxin knew he was powerless to turn the tide. But he still wanted to put up a fight. They have no proof. They are talking nonsense. I handed the video recording I just took to the officer, explained the cause of the incident, and even pointed out the details of the fake item. Unsurprisingly, Xinxin was taken away right then and there. At this moment, I was with my 2 babies on the balcony watching the pigeons. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang twice, sounding rather hurried. Ye Wenxin quickly went to open the door. Wenxin, quick, help me grab these. They are crushing me. The moment Ye Wenxin opened the door, she did not see Zhang Mingyue, but instead saw several huge bags blocking the doorway. Ye Wenxin hastily took a few bags, and only then saw Zhang Mingyue hiding behind them. Mingyue, why are you carrying so many things? Are you planning to move in? In the past, Mingyue would always bring things for Da Bao and Xiao Bao whenever she visited. But bringing this much stuff, Ye Wenxin was seeing this for the first time. If she did not know that Mingyue was not married yet, Ye Wenxin would have thought Mingyue had a fight with her husband and ran away from home. What moving in? These are all for your Lin Chen. As a girl carrying so many things and walking such a long distance, Jiang Mingyue was already exhausted and out of breath. For Lin Chen. Could it be a gift from your company for Lin Chen? Ye Wenxin knew it was impossible for Mingyue to buy things for Lin Chen. Then the only explanation was Mingyue's company. I had not had the time to tell Wenxin the details of signing the contract yet, so naturally, I had not mentioned the compensation either. Ye Wenxin thought Mingyue's company felt bad, and specifically asked Mingyue to bring me some gifts as a token of gratitude. What gifts, Wenxin? You really are thinking too much. Xinxin Entertainment has no precedent of giving gifts. Besides, the topic of giving gifts is too sensitive. If Owen is not careful, it could be used against them. Then you are saying these are all for Lin Chen. But they are not gifts for Lin Chen, yet they are for Lin Chen. Mingyue, what exactly does this mean? Ye Wenxin was getting a bit confused. All right, my bad. I did not explain it clearly. Looking at Wenxin's confused face, Jiang Mingyue could only surrender. These are performance outfits and props. Director Zhou asked me to bring them over for Mr. Lin to try on. If Jiang Mingyue had known Director Zhou was this fast to act, she would not have blabbed about visiting Mr. Lin tonight. Now look, this is how free labor is born. Performance outfits. Your Director Zhou is in such a hurry. Lin Chen just went to Mingyue's company to sign the contract yesterday. And this Director Zhou, on the very next day, had Mingyue deliver the performance outfits. Tell me about it, and it is not just outfits. Because Lin Chen said he would sing wearing a mask, Director Zhou also made me bring over dozens of masks. He said to let Mr. Lin take his time choosing. Director Zhou said if Mr. Lin is not satisfied with these, we will immediately prepare others. Jiang Mingyue mimicked Director Zhou's tone, repeating what he had said. Mingyue, why do I feel like you are just a manual laborer now? Your Director Zhou really does not know how to treat a lady. Helping Mingyue carry the numerous bags into the house, Wenxin could not help but complain on her friend's behalf. I am actually regretting it a bit now too. Tell me, why did I ask Lin Chen to record that song? Now look at me. I feel like I have become the target of Director Zhou's strict surveillance. Thankfully, your Lin Chen is willing to help. Otherwise, I feel like Director Zhou would literally fight me. Jiang Mingyue rested a bit and felt her strength returning. Her small mouth started firing off complaints like a machine gun. By the way, where are Da Bao and Xiao Bao? They are my source of strength. Why are not they giving their godmother a loving hug? In the past, whenever Jiang Mingyue came over, she would definitely look for Da Bao and Xiao Bao first. Just now, physical exhaustion combined with Wenxin's questions had distracted Jiang Mingyue's attention. Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Ye Wenxin indicated that the babies were right here at home. Lin Chen was just holding them and talking to them. Ye Wenxin glanced into the room and found me holding the babies on the balcony. At this moment, Da Bao and Xiao Bao were watching the pigeons flying in the sky. Because of the pigeons cooing, Da Bao and Xiao Bao's attention was completely drawn to them. Looking at the babies' happy faces, I also started laughing along with them. The father and children were a picture of harmony. None of them noticing Jiang Mingyue's resentful gaze. Wenxin, I feel like my place in Da Bao and Xiao Bao's hearts has not only been overshadowed by Lin Chen, but now I can't even compare to a little pigeon. I am Da Bao and Xiao Bao's father. Jiang Mingyue's position dropping is understandable, but losing to just a little pigeon, Jiang Mingyue was truly unwilling to accept it. Mingyue, have you no shame? Da Bao and Xiao Bao just did not notice their godmother had arrived. You are a grown adult and you are jealous of a little pigeon. That is really embarrassing. Mrs. Lin, Miss Jiang is here. Auntie Wang, walking out from the kitchen, was quite familiar with Jiang Mingyue by now. Knowing Jiang Mingyue was Ye Wenxin's best friend, Auntie Wang proactively greeted her. Hello, Auntie Wang. Jiang Mingyue had a sweet personality too, greeting her warmly. Mrs. Lin, Miss Jiang. Where should these things go? Let me carry them. Seeing the large and small bags by their feet, Auntie Wang prepared to step forward to help. with so many things. Making two delicate girls carry them would make Auntie Wang feel distressed. Auntie Wang, let us carry them together. Just put them in the living room. Many hands make light work. The three of them took everything Zhang Mingyue brought and moved it all to the living room. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Thank you, Mrs. Lin. Not forgetting how Wenxin mocked her for being jealous of a little pigeon. Jiang Mingyue mimicked Auntie Wang's way of addressing Wenxin. Mingyu. Knowing her best friend was teasing her, Ye Wenxin raised her fists, ready to teach her bestie a lesson. Mrs. Lin, are you trying to silence me? Auntie Wang. Help, Mrs. Lin is hitting me. Mingyu. Keep talking nonsense and see what happens. Ye Wenxin pouted her little mouth, looking like she was going to teach her a lesson. How am I talking nonsense? Even Auntie Wang calls you Mrs. Lin. Unless Lin Chen changed his surname. Then what Mrs. should I call you? Regarding Zhang Mingyue's question, Ye Wenxin could not answer at all. Left with no choice, Ye Wenxin directly tackled Zhang Mingyue onto the sofa. Ha ha ha, Wenxin, I am wrong, I was wrong, ha ha ha. Both Ye Wenxin and Zhang Mingyue were girls who were very ticklish. They both knew this weakness about each other. So every time they wanted to teach each other a lesson, tickling was definitely the ultimate finishing move. You really know you are wrong. Having finally pinned Mingyue down, Ye Wenxin was not going to let her off easily. Really? Ha ha ha, really? Wenxin, ha ha ha. I was wrong, I am wrong, ha ha ha. Zhang Mingyue was laughing so hard she could not even form complete sentences. She could only beg for mercy while laughing. Mama, originally, Ye Wenxin was planning to make Mingyue give a profound promise. But because of Da Bao and Xiao Bao's appearance, she had to temporarily give up. It could not be helped. Although the door between the living room and balcony was closed, the commotion Ye Wenxin and Zhang Mingyue made was simply too loud. It would be hard for Da Bao and Xiao Bao's attention not to be drawn. The two wobbled over to their mother's side. Xiao Bao grabbed his godmother's hand, while Da Bao grabbed his mother's clothes. The babies indicated that they wanted to play too. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, quick, save your godmother. Your mommy is too mean. The moment she saw her saviors, Zhang Mingyue even forgot that she was still under Wenxin's threat. Mingyue, are you slandering me in front of the babies? Ye Wenxin's small hands moved a few more times. After seeing Zhang Mingyue curl up from being so ticklish, Ye Wenxin finally stopped her actions temporarily. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, Mommy is playing a game with godmother. Do you want to join in? Since the babies showed interest in participating, Ye Wenxin naturally would not refuse them. Mama, hearing their mother mention playing a game, the little babies got very excited. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, godmother is feeling a bit itchy. Let us help godmother scratch it together, okay? Ye Wenxin said this, while flashing Mingyu a smug smile. Ye Wenxin knew that with the babies joining in, Mingyue definitely would not dare move an inch, because she would be afraid of accidentally hurting the babies. Godmama, Da Bao and Xiao Bao's comprehension skills were actually very strong. With their mother's guidance, the babies' little hands went straight to work. No, Da Bao, Xiao Bao, godmother is not itchy anymore. Stop tickling. Seeing Da Bao and Xiao Bao stretching out their little hands, Zhang Mingyue indeed did not dare move a muscle. Da Bao and Xiao Bao's lethality was actually very weak. After all, this technical skill of tickling was something the babies were trying for the very first time. They did not know how to do it at all. However, with the babies' assists, Ye Wenxin did not even have to face Mingyue's stubborn resistance. Tickling her became considerably easier. Wenxin, I won't dare do it again, please let me go. Looking at her friend and the mother-babies team, Jiang Mingyue knew she was simply too outnumbered. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, godmother is not itchy anymore. Let us stop scratching. Next time godmother gets itchy, our Da Bao and Xiao Bao will help godmother scratch it together. Okay. Feeling it was enough, Ye Wenxin stopped what she was doing. Mama, Da Bao and Xiao Bao probably felt they had not had enough yet. They looked up at their mother simultaneously. Why did godmother stop being itchy, just as the babies had started scratching her? Da Bao, Xiao Bao, Godmother really is not itchy anymore. Having regained her freedom, Jiang Mingyue immediately sat up straight, pulling a baby into her arms. Jiang Mingyue was truly afraid the babies would be too enthusiastic right now. Mingyu, how about letting your godchildren show some more filial piety? As their mother, Ye Wenxin was definitely well aware of what the babies were thinking. No need. No need. Da bao, xiao bao, godmother brought you candies. Jiang Mingyue quickly picked up her bag from the floor and took out the lollipops she had prepared long ago. Candy, seeing the delicious treats, the baby's foodie instincts were instantly exposed. They stretched out their chubby little hands. Jiang Mingyue was finally no longer restrained. Lin Chen, Director Zhou asked me to bring some performance outfits and masks for you to choose from. Seeing me standing in the living room, Jiang Mingyue spoke up, looking a bit embarrassed. She was in my house now, which was ultimately different from Wenxin's rented apartment in the past. Jiang Mingyue did not know if I would feel repulsed or annoyed by her messing around with Wenxin. Can't I just wear my own clothes? Contrary to Jiang Mingyue's expectations, I did not show any signs of displeasure. Actually, seeing Wenxin and Jiang Mingyue playing around like that, I was quite happy. In my heart, Wenxin should always live such a carefree life. I looked at the two large bags completely stuffed with clothes, thinking that this director Zhou might be overthinking things a bit. I was just singing a song. It was not like I was competing in a talent show. Did I really need special performance outfits? If you do not fancy these, Director Zhou's intention is, we can arrange them according to your requirements. This was what Director Zhou specifically instructed. For me, what I wore to sing was not important. What was important was being able to cover my face. All right, regarding the performance outfit, I will talk to Director Zhou tomorrow. Lin Chen, take a look and see what kind of mask you like. Jiang Mingyue felt like she was truly a huge sucker. She had carried such big bags of clothes over for nothing. Jiang Mingyue secretly swore that in the future, before doing manual labor, she must definitely call and ask clearly first. She would just consider today's situation a lesson learned. Lin Chen, I brought over all the masks in the company. Have a look and see which one you like. Knowing that the mask was the most important thing, Jiang Mingyue was also very attentive to it. Piggy, Da Bao and Xiao Bao, holding lollipops in their hands, were not idle either. Seeing their godmother open a bag, the babies immediately saw the Jubaji Pigsy mask sitting right on top. Da Bao, Xiao Bao, you do not want your dad to wear this mask, do you? Jiang Mingyue held the Jubaji mask in her hand and looked at it for a while. She truly could not imagine what scene would unfold. If I put on this mask, do not even think about it. I cast a disgusted glance at the mask in Jiang Mingyue's hand, and firmly rejected it right away. Then let us change to another one. Jiang Mingyue actually really wanted to see what I would look like wearing a Zhu Baji mask. Seeing that I left no room for negotiation, Jiang Mingyue tactfully pulled out a different mask. How about this little bunny? Lin Chen truly had zero interest in these animal-shaped masks. Wenxin, why do not you pick own for Lin Chen? Jiang Mingyue felt I was a bit hard to please, so she directly shoved this daunting task onto her best friend. Since I was Wenxin's man, this kind of thing was definitely something Wenxin should do. Lin Chen, how about this own? It looks a bit like the mask worn by Tuxedo Mask when Memoruchiba transforms in Sailor Moon. Ye Wenxin did not overthink it and took a liking to this mask at first glance. As for what Jiang Mingyue thought about me being hard to please, to Ye Wenxin it seemed perfectly normal. If Lin Chen did not like animal shapes, just changing to another own was fine, right? What is the reference to Sailor Moon? Unlike girls, I had never heard of these things. No way, Lin Chen. You have never watched Sailor Moon? Jiang Mingyue looked at me with an exaggerated expression, as if not having seen Sailor Moon was something incredibly shocking. Is there a problem? I shrugged and replied calmly. No problem, no problem. It is normal for you boys not to like watching it. She really could not pick out any problems with that. Jiang Mingyue could only look at Wenxin helplessly. Indeed, girls have more common topics with each other. Lin Chen, do you not like this mask? I did not even know what Sailor Moon was. So Ye Wenxin did not dare expect me to know who Tuxedo Mask was. It could be said that the transformed Tuxedo Mask was simply Ye Wenxin's dream lover from her teenage years. Ye Wenxin was slightly disappointed. Actually, she really hoped I would like this mask. Do you like it? I looked at the mask in Wenxin's hand. I could not really say if I liked it or not. As long as it was not one of those little animal-shaped masks, I could accept it. I like it. Lin Chen, have not you noticed that this mask is very cool? Ye Wenxin nodded vigorously, acting somewhat like she was trying to sell me the mask in her hand. If you like it, then let us go with this one. The black mask. If you talk about being cool, it did have some of that. Seeing that Wenxin liked it, I immediately finalized the decision. As long as it covers my face, it is fine. This mask is quite clean and simple too. Plus, Wenxin liked it. I seemingly could not find a reason to refuse. Have we really decided on this, Oon? Because Ye Wenxin was so excited. She almost could not believe her ears. If Lin Chen was willing to wear this tuxedo mask, then would not her childhood dream be realized? Tuxedo Mask was Ye Wenxin's childhood dream lover. I am the father of Ye Wenxin's babies. Now that I put on the tuxedo mask, would not I be Ye Wenxin's dream lover? Seeing Wenxin happy, the corners of my mouth also lifted. I discovered that Wenxin was truly easy to satisfy. Just a simple mask could make Wenxin this happy. At this moment, what filled Ye Wenxin's heart more was a sense of being touched. It seemed Lin Chen chose it just because she liked it. This showed he cared for her emotionally. The emotional value was completely maxed out. When Ye Wenxin looked at me again, her gaze held some subtle changes. For a moment it was unclear what she was thinking in her heart. Oan could only see her face instantly flush red. To celebrate Ye Wenxin passing her Subject 1 driving test, I took her to a jewelry store to pick out a gift. Lin Chen, what are we doing at Wuyue Plaza? Even though I said we were going to celebrate, in Ye Wenxin's mind, buying a small cake to take back and eat with the babies would be enough, would not it? To celebrate you passing your Subject 1 exam smoothly. I held Wenxin's smooth, tender hand, and the answer I gave was still the same phrase. I know we are celebrating me passing the Subject 1 exam, but why did we come to Wuyue Plaza? Ye Wenxin followed my footsteps forward. While voicing the doubts in her heart, I knew that generally, the items sold on the first floor of a mall were the most expensive. Counters for gold and jewelry, for example, were definitely on the first floor. In my eyes, for someone of Wenxin's age, wearing gold seemed a bit old-fashioned. It was better to look at diamond jewelry first. Since Kimberlite Diamond primarily specialized in diamond jewelry. Welcome to Kimberlite Diamond. What would you two like to look at? Let me introduce some pieces to you. Seeing customers, the Kimberlite salesperson enthusiastically came over to greet us. Wenxin, do you like this necklace? I took a liking at first glance to a necklace with a star-shaped pendant. This necklace had a large diamond inlaid right in the middle of the star pendant, surrounded by many small crushed diamonds. It sparkled brilliantly under the lights, looking exceptionally beautiful. Sir, you have great taste. This is Kimberlite's new arrival, the Starry Sky series necklace. Each of our boutiques only has own Starry Sky necklace, and it just arrived this morning. The salesperson's meaning was very clear. The necklace I had my eye on was a hot-selling item from Kimberlite, and each store only had own. The so-called rarity makes it precious tactic was utilized exceptionally well by Kimberlite. Lin Chen, this necklace is too expensive. Let us forget it, Ye Wenxin whispered by my ear, in a low voice that only I could hear. When it came to this necklace, the moment Ye Wenxin first laid eyes on it, she was also stunned by its beauty. In this world, there probably was not a single girl who did not like diamonds. Ye Wenxin liked it from the bottom of her heart too. It was just that upon seeing the price tag on the necklace, Ye Wenxin backed out. Looking at the 68,800 yuan price tag, Ye Wenxin knew I could make money, but we still had 2 babies to raise. Ye Wenxin did not want to be extravagant to this extent. As long as you like it, this is the first gift I am giving you. I knew Wenxin just could not bear to spend the money. Owen's own woman must naturally be pampered by oneself. Miss, How about I help you try it on? Miss, you are so beautiful. You will definitely be a perfect match for our necklace. The salesperson was also a girl with a great eye for reading the room. She carefully took out the starry sky necklace with both hands. Miss, please turn around and I will help you try it on. The salesperson saw that I had a strong intention to buy. Now, as long as she won over the beauty beside the handsome guy, would not this deal be sealed? Of course, this starry sky necklace would have no trouble selling at all, probably in less than 2 days. It would definitely be bought by someone who caught wind of it. The salesperson did not really care about who bought this starry sky necklace. What the salesperson cared about was whether this starry sky necklace was sold through her own hands, not giving Wenxin a chance to refuse. I held Wenxin's shoulders and turned her around. The salesperson cooperatively stepped forward and clasped the necklace around Ye Wenxin's neck. It practically happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen, I feel something cold on my neck. Ye Wenxin still wanted to say something. Miss, you are truly the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Without exception. Have you ever considered becoming a star? If you became a star, you would definitely be extremely popular. Giving compliments was naturally a required course for salespersons. In the past, even with insincere praise, the salesperson could deliver it with absolute perfection. Let alone now, when she was speaking the absolute truth. When Ye Wenxin saw the reflection in the mirror of the necklace on her neck, she even forgot what she originally wanted to say. This Kimberlite Starry Sky series necklace was truly too beautiful. If she did not know that these precious items could not be touched casually, Ye Wenxin really wanted to reach out and touch it gently. Sir, look at how perfectly your girlfriend and our starry sky necklace match each other. Knowing that I was the main customer, the salesperson turned back to me and rained down another barrage of compliments. No, we are not. Ye Wenxin felt that her relationship with me should not be considered a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Ye Wenxin felt the salesperson had misunderstood and instinctively wanted to explain. She is not my girlfriend. Before Wenxin could finish her sentence, I took over. The salesperson could not quite react. Not boyfriend and girlfriend. Then she is. She is my wife. Not waiting for the salesperson to ask the question, I very naturally wrapped my arm around Wenxin's shoulders. Wenxin had already called me husband. And we had Da Bao and Xiao Bao, such adorable babies. The relationship of boyfriend and girlfriend was indeed incorrect. My apologies to you both. Seeing how young you two are, I really did not expect that you were already married. Hearing the answer, I announced. The salesperson was momentarily stunned, but she immediately recovered. It was perfectly normal for people with a great relationship to marry early. We will take this necklace. My wife looks beautiful wearing it. Because I kept calling her wife with every breath. Ye Wenxin was so shy that she forgot all about the necklace issue. Right away, sir, I will go write up the bill immediately. Hearing me make the decision so straightforwardly, the smile on the salesperson's face was absolutely radiant. Sir, you treat your wife so well. She had originally thought the handsome guy was just trying to make his girlfriend happy. Now, seeing that they were already married, and the handsome guy could still be so good to his wife, the salesperson was truly envious, thinking about her own husband at home, who, during the Singles' Day sale last year, because she bought a skincare set for over 1,000 yuan, fought with her for 3 days and 3 nights. The salesperson felt an overwhelming wave of sourness in her heart. Is this Kimberlite's latest Starry Sky series necklace? I heard from my friends around me that this necklace is super hard to get. To think I actually saw it today. Honey, I want that necklace. The salesperson had not even taken 2 steps to go write the bill, when a sickly sweet female voice suddenly popped up. Very impolitely, the woman pointed a finger painted with bright red nail polish, nearly touching Wenxin's neck. I pulled Wenxin into my arms, successfully avoiding the woman's sharp claws. What is wrong with you? My boyfriend could not even see what I want to buy, because she did not get to touch the starry sky necklace. The woman's originally sweet voice instantly turned shrill. I glanced at the woman with her face powdered snow white. I somewhat suspected whether this woman had painted wall plaster on her face. Just how ugly was this woman, that she needed to cover it up this much? This Starry Sky series necklace Does not each of your stores only have own? Tell her to take it off, I am buying it. It could be seen that the woman had thoroughly researched this Starry Sky series necklace. I am sorry, miss. No, I am sorry, miss. This gentleman has already decided to purchase this Starry Sky series necklace. How about you take a look at some other styles? I am not looking at other styles. I just want this Starry Sky series necklace. Honey, those friends of mine could not get their hands on the Starry Sky series necklace. I want to show it off in front of them properly. Honey, I am not just doing this for myself. This is for your face too, is not it? The woman did not listen to the salesperson's words at all. Looking at the appearance of this couple, I frowned slightly. They truly had no class. But this was their own business. I turned around, smoothly turning Wenxin in my arms to face another direction. Then I said to the salesperson, "Go write up the bill." I still did not want to waste time because of other people. "Okay, sir. Will you be paying by card or WeChat Pay?" Towards the woman and man's performance, the salesperson also felt it was a bit too ugly to watch. WeChat Pay. Most of my money was on WeChat Pay. The deposit director Zhou had the finance department transfer last time, although it went directly to a bank card. What WeChat Pay or not? I want this necklace, do not you understand me? Hearing the conversation between me and the salesperson, the woman did not even bother whining anymore. After all, her whining was meant to get this Starry Sky series necklace. Now that they were about to pay for it, what use would whining do anymore? I am sorry, miss. This gentleman and his wife took a liking to this necklace first, and before you arrived, this gentleman had already decided to buy it. Even though the woman's attitude was very rude, the salesperson still spoke very politely. It could not be helped, working in the sales industry. What kind of people had not she seen? Hearing the salesperson's words, the woman was clearly misled. Already married and still trying to catch up with trends. Did you tell them how much this necklace costs? She is just a haggard housewife. Does she need to wear a necklace worth tens of thousands? Looking at their outfits, their financial situation seems very ordinary too. Did you miss a zero when you told them the price? The woman looked me and Ye Wenxin up and down, although she was somewhat surprised by my handsome face. My and Ye Wenxin's clothing, in the woman's eyes, was indeed very ordinary, because my height happened to block the woman's line of sight. She still had not seen Ye Wenxin's face clearly. That phrase haggard housewife. Who knows where the woman got the confidence to say it? Honey, someone is trying to snatch the necklace I want. Hurry up and pay for it for me. Now, there was no need to let the man take a look first. The woman was directly adopting a snatch the bill rhythm. Looking at the woman's anxious state, the man actually showed no reaction. Xiaoli, come attend to this lady. Seeing that the woman was an unreasonable character, the salesperson called her colleague over. Miss, we have other styles of necklaces here at Kimberlite that are all very beautiful. How about I introduce them to you? As a salesperson, she definitely had to receive customers politely. Look at what other styles. Do not you understand human speech? I only want that Starry Sky series necklace. The woman felt that the salesperson asking her to look at other styles was deliberately going against her. Miss, the Starry Sky series necklace has already been decided on by that gentleman and his wife. I am truly very sorry. No matter how bad a customer's manners were, a salesperson could not show their displeasure on their face. What do you mean decided on? As long as it is not paid for, it does not count. Look at how these two are dressed. Do you think they are people who can afford the Starry Sky series necklace? A pair of young kids, truly not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, because she had not achieved her goal. The woman's words became increasingly rude. Whether we can afford the necklace or not is our own business. Do we need you yapping over here? Also, haggard housewife, I think you fit that title perfectly. If it was not to cover up some flaw, I have truly never seen anyone paint their face like they are painting a wall. Regarding the woman's repeated insolence, I was not going to indulge her. Originally, the salespersons who were unhappy because of the woman's unreasonableness could not hold it back and broke character, laughing out loud at my words. Painting your face like painting a wall. This was truly a vivid and apt description. Nowadays, people liked makeup trends like the no makeup look. Someone like this woman, plastering her face snow white, was indeed very rare to see. What are you laughing at? I am not even married yet. How could I be a haggard housewife? Instead, it is that wife of yours who keeps hiding and does not dare show her face. She is the one who truly has no face to show anyone, right? The woman had always prided herself on being a youthful young lady. Now, being publicly called a haggard housewife, even if the other party was a handsome guy, she found it unforgivable. Of course, there was no way to attack the handsome guy's looks, so the woman had to vent all her anger on that wife of the handsome guy, whose true face she had not even seen yet. In today's society, they say handsome guys are matched with ugly girls. The woman firmly believed my wife must definitely be an ugly girl, hiding and does not dare show her face. You really know how to flatter yourself. I am just afraid my wife will have nightmares tonight from seeing your face. After all, with that face of yours, you could play a zombie without makeup. Hearing my words, Ye Wenxin was slightly surprised. In the past, if we encountered trivial matters like this, I usually would not bother engaging. But today, because that woman kept targeting Ye Wenxin, I definitely was not going to let it slide easily. You. Because of my vivid comparison, the woman momentarily did not know how to retort. Lin Chen, let it go. Ye Wenxin knew I was doing this for her, but Ye Wenxin did not want me to stoop to the level of a classless woman like that. Ye Wenxin turned around and took my arm. You. This time, the woman was speechless looking at Ye Wenxin. How could there be such a beautiful woman? What did she just call her? A haggard housewife. I will listen to my wife. Since Wenxin said let it go, and I had already roasted the woman anyway. Naturally, I let it be. Sir, madam, this way please. The salesperson had long been prepared. As long as the customer paid, this deal of hers would be considered complete. Okay. I held Wenxin's small hand and walked toward the cashier. Honey, quickly think of something. I want that necklace. Seeing that we were serious, the woman immediately sought help from the man beside her. What did you say? Being yelled at by the woman, the man asked belatedly. The man's attention had been completely captivated by Ye Wenxin's beautiful face. As for what the woman had said, the man indicated that he truly had not heard a single word clearly. You have gone deaf from looking at that beauty, have not you? Take a good look. No matter how pretty she is, she has absolutely nothing to do with you anymore. She already has a husband. Do you know what having a husband means? Having a husband means she is already married. Married. Do you get it? The woman felt like her lungs were going to explode from anger. Not only did she not get the starry sky necklace she wanted, but even her own man's mind was now entirely on another woman. And the worst part was, the other woman was indeed a stunning beauty. Even if the woman wanted to say something sour and jealous, she had no angle to start from. Hubby. Hearing the woman's words, the man not only showed no embarrassment, but actually smiled nonchalantly. He is just a broke kid. Just wait, he will make a fool of himself in a minute. This starry sky necklace costs over 60,000, right? Do you think, dressed like that broke kid can afford it? Just wait here. Let us see, when they can't afford it, and have to obediently take the necklace off, how viciously I will slap his face. Sir, this Starry Sky series necklace is 68,800 yuan in total. Are you ready to pay now? The salesperson still asked this symbolically. Yes. Without a single extra word of nonsense, I took out my phone and opened the payment QR code. Amidst the man's expression, waiting to see a joke, the sound of a successful payment rang out from the cash register. I successfully saw the man's face change color over and over again. Did not you say they could not afford it? Did not you say you were going to buy this starry sky necklace for me? And viciously slapped the handsome guy's face. They have already paid and left. Why are not you saying a word? If you had just paid before them from the start, that Starry Sky series necklace would be mine. The man already felt he had lost face. He had wanted to show off in front of the beauty. He had not expected that her husband was no pushover either. Because of the woman's relentless badgering, the man's expression turned even uglier. Thinking of my zombie face comparison, the man now did not even want to spare the woman a single glance. Do not contact me anymore. Dropping this single sentence, The man left without looking back. Only then did the woman snap back to reality. She had just lost her wealthy catch. She wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Jiang Mingyue had gotten her driver's license long ago. Of course, she knew the subject 1 exam did not take long. Wenxin and I had been out for so long. The only thing Jiang Mingyue could think of was that we were stuck in traffic. No, the roads were not congested. Ye Wenxin was an honest child and answered her best friend's question honestly. No traffic jam. Then you and Lin Chen were out for so long. Wenxin, do not tell me you failed your subject 1 exam, and Lin Chen spent all this time comforting you. Mingyue, you really have too little faith in me. Leaving everything else aside, when it came to just passing, Ye Wenxin was still very confident. Ye Wenxin's identity as a top student was not just for show. Wenxin, is your necklace Kimberlite's Starry Sky series? I heard this necklace would only truly hit the market in a few days. I did not expect you to move so fast. And already snag own. Girls, when it comes to jewelry and the like, are naturally extremely sensitive. The moment she saw the sparkling necklace on Wenxin's neck, Jiang Mingyue forgot all about Wenxin's subject 1 exam. Wait a minute, Wenxin. When you went out, your neck was still bare. Before Ye Wenxin had time to say anything, Jiang Mingyue's mouth started firing off like a machine gun. Wenxin, this Kimberlite Starry Sky necklace was just bought for you by Lin Chen, right? So, while I was at home watching the babies for you guys, you little couple sneaked out to celebrate on your own. What are you talking about? Lin Chen said he wanted to celebrate me passing the subject 1 exam. So he bought me this gift. We just came back a little late. How can you say we sneaked out? Regarding what Jiang Mingyue said, Ye Wenxin automatically filtered out the phrase little couple. It was not that Ye Wenxin did not hear it clearly. It was just that in front of me, she was too embarrassed to discuss this topic. Passing subject 1 gets you such an expensive gift. Jiang Mingyue pulled her best friend aside and started whispering. Wenxin, is not your Lin Chen spoiling you a bit too much? I heard that this Kimberlite Starry Sky series necklace costs over 60,000. Just for a subject 1 exam. He gives you such an expensive gift. Then for the upcoming subject 2, 3, and 4 exams, Lin Chen is going to spoil you to the heavens, is not he? While Jiang Mingyue spoke, she secretly glanced at me standing nearby. To be honest, from initially being wary of me, to now seeing that I was genuinely good to Wenxin and the babies, Jiang Mingyue had already accepted in her heart the fact that I was Wenxin's man. No way. We still have De Bao and Xiao Bao to raise. How could we keep being this extravagant? Ye Wenxin touched the necklace around her neck and secretly made a decision in her heart. In the future, she definitely could not let me buy such expensive things again. Oh, we still have Da Bao and Xiao Bao to raise, huh? Mimicking Wenxin's words, the smile on Jiang Mingyue's face grew very teasing. Seeing her best friend's teasing gaze, Ye Wenxin extended her devilish claws once again. Wenxin, you can't be like this. 2 girls who usually looked gentle and quiet when it came to tickling each other, neither was willing to back down. Dada, seeing Mama and Godmother playing games again. Da Bao and Xiao Bao squirmed in their father's arms, wanting to get down and join the game. Go play. I set the babies down, looking at Wenxin, whose face was red from laughing. The corners of my mouth lifted gently. A few days after Ye Wenxin passed her subject 1 exam, she started in car driving practice. Lin Chen, do you think the instructor will teach reverse parking right away today? Because I had time in the morning, I drove Wenxin directly to the driving school. Da Bao and Xiao Bao naturally stayed at home, waiting for their mom to finish learning and come home. But I checked online, and they say that during in-car practice, most of the time is spent practicing reverse parking. Ye Wenxin indicated that she had also done her homework in advance. I smiled and glanced at Wenxin. Is the mother of my kids planning to just take off flying? She had not even touched a steering wheel yet, and she was already thinking about practicing reverse parking. Oh, right, I forgot about that. With my reminder, Ye Wenxin belatedly realized that she did not even know how to start a car yet, and was already thinking about reverse parking. My God, is that beauty learning to drive with our instructor? And that handsome guy is driving a big BMW. Good heavens, is not this critical hit a bit too massive? Following the practice location, the instructor told her, Ye Wenxin. Arrived at training area 1. The students who were originally chatting lively immediately stopped their meaningless debates. Hello, my name is Huang Yu. Are you here to learn driving too?
You are so pretty.
Even prettier than those celebrities I see on TV. As soon as Ye Wenxin and I walked into training area 1, a chubby girl came up to greet us. Hello, my name is Ye Wenxin. Since they were learning to drive together, they were essentially classmates. Ye Wenxin, your name is so beautiful. Just like how beautiful you are. It could be seen that Huang Yu was a very extroverted girl. In Huang Yu's view, being able to learn to drive alongside a great beauty was something very much worth being proud of. Ye Wenxin, your boyfriend is also extremely handsome. My good friends always say that nowadays it is beauties matched with handsome guys matched with ugly girls. I used to think my handsome guy must be in some corner, waiting for me to find him. But now, seeing you and your boyfriend, I suddenly feel that what my friends said is just them deceiving themselves. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Ye Wenxin could only smile slightly. Regarding the theories of Huang Yu's good friends, Ye Wenxin truly did not dare to agree. With Huang Yu taking the lead, the other driving students also came forward to introduce themselves. Of course, because I was standing on the side, the male students very consciously refrained from coming forward. The great beauty was already taken, and her partner was a handsome guy driving a big BMW. Everyone possessed a good amount of self-awareness. Wenxin, I will go wait for you in the car. Seeing Wenxin surrounded by several girls, I prepared to go back to the car to study by myself. Knowing that Wenxin's driving practice would take a while, I had brought my laptop out with me. This way, waiting for my wife and studying would not interfere with each other. Okay. Ye Wenxin waved at me, then walked toward the instructor's car with the other students to wait for the instructor to arrive. As a top student, those assignments given by the teacher were basically child's play to me. After finishing everything and putting away the computer, I looked outside. The sunlight was still quite strong. Although the current weather had not truly reached summer yet, it could still be considered quite hot. Thinking that Wenxin had not brought a water bottle or anything, I got out of the car and walked toward the small supermarket next to the parking lot. What would you like to buy, handsome? Seeing business at his door, the owner of the small supermarket was very welcoming. I smiled and asked, do you have cold drinks? Can you help deliver them to the training area? We do, handsome. What brand of drinks do you want? We have plenty of cold drinks here. Young people nowadays all like drinking cold drinks, say it is super refreshing. Handsome, are you buying a lot? If it is a lot, we always help deliver it for free. Since it was a small supermarket right inside the driving school, delivering to the training area was truly a minor task. I thought for a moment, I will take ON case of Mizone and ON case of lemonade. All right? No problem, I will help you carry them in. A business transaction over 100 yuan right off the bat. The supermarket owner instantly beamed with joy. Oh, right. For both cases, make half of them cold and half room temperature. Thinking that there were girls learning to drive too, I specifically added this instruction. All right, no problem. The price is the same anyway. The supermarket owner naturally went along with whatever the customer said. After paying, I walked in front, and the supermarket owner pushed a small cart, following behind. Ye Wenxin, your boyfriend is here. There was only an instructor car, so naturally, each student had to take turns practicing. When I walked toward the training area, Ye Wenxin was resting in the shade, with Huang Yu and a few other girls. Ye Wenxin, what does your boyfriend do for a living? He is so rich and so handsome. Could he be a second-generation rich kid? Ye Wenxin, are the friends around your boyfriend all this wealthy too? Could you introduce a few to me? You want a few top-tier handsome guys like this? Do you think you can just find them anywhere on the street? Then just own okay. I just think that knowing a few more means having more chances, right? Give it a rest, with our plain looks. It is better not to go out and embarrass ourselves. I am asking Ye Wenxin, why are you in such a hurry to reject me? Ye Wenxin remembered, that this girl wanting her to introduce friends was named Wu Feifei. At first, Ye Wenxin thought Wu Feifei was like Huang Yuyu, just relatively extroverted. Later, when everyone took turns resting, Wu Feifei kept asking about Lin Chen's situation. Ye Wenxin then knew that Wu Feifei's intentions were not simple. Now look, she was directly stating her goal, asking Lin Chen to introduce rich friends to her. Ye Wenxin chuckled inwardly. Lin Chen's friends were all still university students. Wu Feifei's goal was destined to be impossible to achieve. Ye Wenxin, I promise, I am not trying to steal your boyfriend. Just help me get introduced to his friends, that is all. Wu Feifei was not a brainless person either. Compared to Ye Wenxin, what level was she at? Could Wu Feifei not understand that? It was just that Wu Feifei seemed to have forgotten. If Lin Chen really was a second-generation rich kid, then would his wealthy friends lack beautiful women around them? He is my husband. Without answering Wu Feifei's question, Ye Wenxin suddenly popped out with this sentence. It could not be helped. I was too eye-catching. Ye Wenxin just wanted to declare her sovereignty sooner rather than later. Husband. Looking at Ye Wenxin's and my ages, no An had ever imagined that we were already married. Ye Wenxin, is that a pet name for your boyfriend? Or are you guys really married? The first to speak up was still Huang Yu. Ye Wenxin could pretty much tell that Huang Yu was absolutely a massive gossip. We already have 2 babies, what do you think? 2 babies. My God, Ye Wenxin. How old are you and your husband? And you have already had 2 babies. Glancing at me who had not approached yet, Ye Wenxin breathed a slight sigh of relief. She had not expected Huang Yu's reaction to her words to be this huge. That loud voice of hers was really a bit unbearable. I had twins. Wanting to end this topic before I came over, Ye Wenxin's answer was quite simple and clear. Twin babies. Ye Wenxin, your husband is too amazing. Huang Yu's obviously somewhat teasing gaze made Ye Wenxin's small face flush slightly. Huang Yu, be serious. Why do I feel like you are the one who looks like she has had a child? Look at Ye Wenxin. She obviously still looks like a young girl. Honestly, Ye Wenxin, you have maintained your figure so well. You can't tell at all that you have had a baby, let alone twins. Yeah, Ye Wenxin. How did you keep your figure so well? Do you have a secret recipe? Yes, Ye Wenxin, please teach me. Look at me, I have always been chubby. I really hate it so much. Regarding the issue of figure, it is something every girl cares deeply about. I do not think I have specifically done anything to maintain it. To be honest, after having the babies, Ye Wenxin was busy taking care of them and all that. Regarding her own figure, Ye Wenxin truly had not paid too much attention to it. Is God really this unfair? Ye Wenxin, you do not even have to maintain it, and you can have such a perfect figure. Meanwhile, I go running and everything every single day, and the fat on my body still sticks to me like chewing gum. Lin Chen, why did you come over? Ye Wenxin did not join everyone in laughing at Huang Yu. Seeing me getting closer, Ye Wenxin jogged over to greet me. You have been practicing for a while, are you thirsty? I touched Wenxin's forehead. She was already sweating slightly. Ye Wenxin felt that this in-car driving practice was completely different from what she had imagined. In Ye Wenxin's imagination, in-car practice should be the instructor sitting in the passenger seat giving guidance. While it was indeed like that during the actual practice time, Ye Wenxin noted that her time touching the steering wheel had not even exceeded 10 minutes. For more than an hour, most of the time, was spent standing in the training area waiting. It feels like such a waste of time. In front of me, Ye Wenxin did not hide anything at all, showing her true feelings and slightly pouting her small mouth. Looking at Wenxin's fair and rosy face, I pulled Wenxin into the shade. Then I unscrewed the bottle of Mizone in my hand and handed it to her. Handsome, where should I put these drinks? The supermarket owner pushing the small cart had been following behind me the whole time. Just now, seeing the handsome guy and beauty talking, the supermarket owner very considerately did not disturb the young couple. Just distribute these among the students. I pointed at the students learning to drive alongside Wenxin. I figured it would help Wenxin build some rapport with them. All right, everyone, come get some drinks. This handsome guy is treating The supermarket owner called out loudly. Those who had been secretly watching the situation between me and Ye Wenxin finally found an excuse to gather around. Ye Wenxin, your boyfriend is so good to you. He even went out of his way to bring you a drink. Yeah, Ye Wenxin. We are getting to enjoy the perks of being with you. Ye Wenxin, your drink is not chilled, right? Your boyfriend is so thoughtful. What boyfriend? He is Ye Wenxin's husband. Ye Wenxin and her husband already have a pair of twin babies, alright. Because everyone was not very familiar with each other yet. After chatting for a bit, and seeing that I had no intention of joining the conversation, they dispersed in twos and threes. Lin Chen. Ye Wenxin bit her lip, not knowing if I would mind what was just said. What is wrong? Hearing what was said just now, I subconsciously assumed that Ye Wenxin had told these students about Da Bao and Xiao Bao. I felt this was perfectly normal. Our Da Bao and Xiao Bao are so adorable. Why should not people know about them? Besides, this perfectly dispels any inappropriate thoughts some people might have. I did not fail to notice the intense gazes of one or two male students looking at Wenxin. Now it is perfect the fact that we have babies has been announced. So those guys can give up their thoughts too. Ye Wenxin, is that your boyfriend? Could you talk to your boyfriend? And ask him not to wait for you at the training area when you come to practice. Instructor, is this a rule of the driving school? Ye Wenxin thought that if this was a driving school rule, she would definitely remind me to pay attention next time. It is not exactly a driving school rule. It is just that your boyfriend is too handsome. He attracts too much attention. It makes it very easy for the students to get distracted. Ye Wenxin smiled and nodded. Understood, instructor. She never expected her man to be this amazing. Even at a driving practice area, he could mesmerize a whole crowd of students. To give Wenxin, the mother of my children, a sense of security, I planned to add her name to the property deed today. Unexpectedly, we ran into a scheming woman at the real estate bureau trying to assert her presence. As a result, she got slapped in the face by me and Ye Wenxin, sweetly showing our affection. Lin Chen, are you really going to add my name to the property deed? Would not that be inappropriate? Receiving a reward without merit. Ye Wenxin felt that putting her name on the deed made it seem like she was taking advantage of me. This was a house with a market value of over 5 million yuan. If Ye Wenxin's name were added, would not that be equivalent to giving her half of the 5 million? Previously, when I mentioned adding her name to the deed, Ye Wenxin thought I was just saying it casually, and that she should just listen and let it go. Since I had not brought it up again later, Ye Wenxin had already forgotten I ever said it. To think I actually dragged her to the real estate bureau today. What is inappropriate about it? You have already given birth to Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Is not it only right for Lin Chen to add your name to the property deed? In Zhang Mingyue's view, my decision showed a lot of responsibility. Wenxin had already given birth to my children. Me, adding Wenxin's name to the deed, was giving her a guarantee, was not it? Besides, Zhang Mingyue felt that it was only a matter of time before Wenxin and I got together properly. Lin Chen, with something as big as adding a name, should not you talk to your parents first? This was the first time Ye Wenxin proactively brought up my parents. In Ye Wenxin's heart, they were elders. For such a major event, they definitely needed to be informed beforehand, right? Ye Wenxin did not want to leave a bad impression on my parents because of this. When Ye Wenxin first sought me out, she always thought I was just a poor university junior with nothing to my name. She purely just wanted a father for the babies. As for my financial capabilities, Ye Wenxin had never considered them. No need, I bought this house myself. My parents do not even know about it yet. Since it was a house rewarded by the system, I truly had not found a suitable opportunity to tell the two elders at home. Ah, you did not even tell your parents about buying a house. Ye Wenxin had not expected that I would be independent to this extent. It is decided then, Wenxin, I will go get the documents. Just make sure you have your ed. Not giving Wenxin a chance to refuse, I stood up and walked toward the study. Lin Chen, have you really thought this through? Standing at the entrance of the real estate bureau, Ye Wenxin wanted to confirm own last time. Ye Wenxin and I had not even gotten our marriage certificate yet. Directly adding her name to the property deed always felt a bit inappropriate to her. Let us go. Not giving Wenxin any chance to hesitate, I held her hand and walked straight in. I directly took a ticket for the corresponding service from the machine. At this moment, a girl walked over. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. Are you here to add a name to a property deed? Yes, adding Wenxin's name to the deed. This was not some shameful relationship anyway. Besides, even though the house was a system reward, none of the paperwork was missing. Then, may I ask, do you two have a marriage certificate? Originally, Qi wanted to ask if the handsome guy and beauty were boyfriend and girlfriend, but thinking about how she and her boyfriend Xiao Feng's mother were arguing over the insistence of getting a marriage certificate first, before adding a name to the deed, Qi directly brought up the marriage certificate. Does this have anything to do with you? Regarding Qi's uninvited approach, and now seeing her prying into our privacy, I instantly lost any good impression of her. This. Qi had not expected that my attitude toward her would change so abruptly. Knowing that her question was indeed crossing a line, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Qi's face. But remembering her goal for today, Qi brazenly continued, I just wanted to ask about your relationship, because my boyfriend and his mother say that no one would add the woman's name to the deed before getting a marriage certificate. Beauty, we are both girls. I think you can understand me, right? Seeing my cold face toward her, Qi cleverly sent a distress signal to Ye Wenxin. Since they were both girls, Qi felt the beauty should understand her better. We do not have a marriage certificate yet. Looking at me, and then at the girl loitering there with no intention of leaving, Ye Wenxin spoke softly. I think whether your boyfriend is willing to add your name to the deed or not is truly not something you can force. After all, this house was bought by your boyfriend's parents, using their life savings. There is nothing wrong with them wanting to be cautious. Without giving Qi a chance to feel smug, Ye Wenxin expressed her thoughts all at once. Just now, while waiting for their number, Ye Wenxin had basically heard everything about the boy and girl's situation clearly, since the woman refused to contribute a single cent when buying the house. Then, before they got their marriage certificate, what right did she have to demand that they must add her name to the property deed? The girl had not expected that what she wholeheartedly wanted to prove to her boyfriend and his mother would now actually be lectured against by the person involved. Qi's lack of a good impression toward Ye Wenxin to begin with now turned into utter disgust. It is easy for you to say when you are the own benefiting, right? Anyway, your boyfriend brought you to the real estate bureau to add your name, even before you got your marriage certificate. Of course you feel like it does not matter. The girl looked as if she had completely seen through Ye Wenxin's hidden thoughts. Let me guess. You would not have made your boyfriend hide this from his parents and secretly come here to add your name, would you? It seems you are the formidable Oan. If I had thought of that back then, I would not be in so much trouble right now. Glancing at her boyfriend's mother, who was following closely behind her, the girl felt intensely disgusted in her heart. If it were not for her boyfriend's mother vehemently opposing it, just wrapping her boyfriend around her finger was, to the girl, truly as easy as flipping her hand. Ye Wenxin had not expected that she was just speaking a profound truth. Yet she was speculated about like this by this girl named Qi. Did everyone have to be just like her for it to be considered normal, logical thinking? Do not assume everyone is the same as you. Hearing the girl's targeted words towards Wenxin, I spoke up with a cold face. First of all, I bought this house myself. I did not touch a single cent of my parents' savings, so I have the right to make the decision. Secondly, our situation is completely different from yours. Forcing people like you are doing, demanding they add your name to the deed. Do you think you will gain anyone's respect? Lastly, we do not know you. Please do not interfere with our business. Although this was a public place, and I could not literally kick them out, the meaning in my words was expressed very clearly. Right now was the time for Ye Wenxin and me to handle our business. Irrelevant people should go queue and wait for their number. I handed all the documents to the young lady at the counter. You three, please wait in the waiting area. Looking at the three people still standing there with no intention of leaving, the young lady processing the transaction ruthlessly shooed them away. Qi, let us wait over to the side first. Seeing that the three of them were affecting others' normal business, The boy pulled the girl to the side. Now you have seen it. They did not get a marriage certificate. Yet they came to handle adding the name first, regardless of what the handsome guy and beauty said. The fact was they did not have a marriage certificate. Enough? Enough, Xiaofeng. I am heading back first. The threshold of our Gu family is too low for this girlfriend of yours. We can't accommodate such a grand Buddha. After listening to Ye Wenxin's words, the boy's mother felt that reasonable girls still existed nowadays. Why did her own son insist on clinging to such an unreasonable woman? She had not even married into the family yet, and she was already turning things upside down. If she really entered their family, would not her son's whole life be ruined? Mom, what do you mean? Mom, do not leave. Seeing his mother actually preparing to leave, the boy grew anxious and reached out to grab his mother's arm. Xiaofeng, Mom does not want to ruin your life. You would better resolve this matter yourself. Mom is putting it clearly right here. If she wants her name added, your dad and I need to reconsider. It is no longer just an issue of whether or not to get a marriage certificate. Given the current situation, the boy's mother was already disagreeing with her son's relationship with Chi-Chi, marrying such a tigress, and if she leveled up in the future, their whole family could forget about having peaceful days. What do you mean if I want my name added? She and your dad need to reconsider. The girl was also very shrewd. Hearing the meaning behind these words, even if she and Xiaofeng got the certificate, it was not guaranteed her name could be added to the deed. She originally thought that by having her boyfriend and his mother come to the real estate bureau, she could get things sorted out. Now look, their attitude had hardened. The girl felt she had truly taken a massive loss on this trip. Kichi turned her head and glared at Ye Wenxin, who was still handling her paperwork. She felt that all of this was because of the words the beauty had spoken. That was why her boyfriend's mother's attitude had become so unyielding. Kiki, how about we head back first? The property deed is with my mom. Staying here is useless anyway. I will go back and try to persuade my mom some more. If she listens to me, then everyone will be happy.
You are truly useless.
You can't make a single decision yourself. The girl threw off his arm and stormed off ahead in anger. All right, mother of my children. I am leaving both property deeds with you for safekeeping now. Holding the newly issued property deeds, I handed both to Wenxin with a smile on my face. Lin Chen, thank you. Holding the red property deeds. Ye Wenxin looked at me earnestly. Ye Wenxin knew that I was using practical actions to tell her that I would take responsibility for her and the babies to the very end. Back then, she sought me out only thinking the babies needed a father's love. As for anything else, Ye Wenxin had not held any grand illusions. Ye Wenxin really did not expect it. I will be such a responsible man. What are you thanking me for? What is our relationship? Do we need to use the word thank you? Besides, doing this serves my own selfish motives too. I want to bind you tightly to my side. Ye Wenxin really wanted to say that her heart was already bound by me, but words akin to a confession like that, Ye Wenxin still did not have the courage to say out loud. With a flushed face, Ye Wenxin could only rejoice internally. Lin Chen wants to bind her to him. Does that mean Lin Chen also cares a lot about her? Ye Wenxin naturally hoped I wanted to bind her to my side, purely because of her as a person. It is just that they had zero emotional foundation before. If it were not for Da Bao and Xiao Bao, Ye Wenxin figured she probably would not have crossed paths with me in this lifetime. Thinking of the babies, Ye Wenxin's heart drummed nervously. Did Lin Chen say he wanted to bind her to him because of the babies? If it really was like that, then the meaning would be entirely different. Lin Chen, is it because of the babies? Because of you? These three words were more domineering and effective than I love you. Then, if that night you had babies with someone else, would you be like this too? My answer made Ye Wenxin very happy. If it was someone else, I would definitely raise the babies, but I would not casually want to bind just any woman to my side for a lifetime, not even if she is the mother of my babies. Ye Wenxin nodded vigorously, hugging the property deeds in her hands tightly. To Ye Wenxin, whether I added her name to the property deed or not truly was not important. What was important was my sincere feelings toward her. Let us go. Time to head home. The major task was done. The two of us naturally had to go back and see the babies. Okay, let us go home. Ye Wenxin took the hand I held out to her. Ye Wenxin truly wanted to go home now. To that home that belonged to her, me, and the babies. Oh my, is not this the person whose words sound sweeter than songs? What is the matter, when preaching to others, it is own profound theory after another. But when it comes to yourself, you turn into a completely different picture. That thing you are holding in your arms is the newly issued property deed, right? Indeed, you really should keep it safe. You finally managed to get your name added. So from now on, you own a share of this house. Just as Ye Wenxin and I walked out the doors of the real estate bureau, and were heading towards the parking lot, a sour-sounding girl blocked our path directly. Originally, Kiki wanted to show her boyfriend who was boss, and make him ask his mother for the property deed. But recalling his mother's attitude inside the real estate bureau, Kiki felt she should head back first and discuss countermeasures with her family. Seeing Ye Wenxin walking out of the bureau with a face full of smiles, Kiki did not even try to hold back and charged right over. If her life was not going smoothly, then everyone should suffer together. What is wrong with you? Seeing that it was that girl named Chi-Chi again, Ye Wenxin was truly rendered speechless. If she had known this girl was this difficult to shake off, Ye Wenxin swore she would not have spoken a single word to her back there. But Ye Wenxin was only speaking the honest truth. Me, what is wrong? I think you are truly hilarious. Do you think just because you are pretty, your words carry so much weight? Preaching to others with all your high-sounding theories, but when it comes to yourself, did not you still have your boyfriend come here and add your name? We all have the exact same goal. Why do you have to say own thing and do another? Kiki was now venting all her anger onto Ye Wenxin. In Chi-Chi's view, if Ye Wenxin had said something different back then, the current situation would definitely be different. Who says I was forced? Do you think everyone is like you, constantly scheming for someone else's house? With your goal written all over your face like that, do you think everyone else is an idiot, rushing to hand half of their house over to you? Seeing the girl taking her anger out on Wenxin, I swiftly pulled Wenxin into a protective embrace. And you, we are both men. Can you act a bit more like a man? Is a woman like this really worth you being so subservient? Can't you see that she is only doing it for half the property of your family's house? Or do you feel that besides this woman, no other woman will ever look your way? Is that why you let her walk all over you? It is just a pity that your parents' life savings earned through hard work might be squandered in your hands. Although the boy seemed relatively polite, I actually wanted to snap him back to reality. You, on what grounds are you lecturing us? The business you came to handle today is not at the exact same goal as ours. Seeing me lecture her like this, Kiki felt extremely wronged. On the grounds that I bought my house myself. On the grounds that my female companion was dragged here by me, to have her name added to the property deed. Since I spoke my piece, the boy had not uttered a single word. The boy just wore a contemplative expression. It seemed he had truly taken my words to heart. Why are you holding me back? I am not done talking. Why is it that I am the only one being lectured by everyone today? First it was your mom, and now it is these two strangers. We are not even married yet. And you already want to control everything in our family. Also, regarding those two strangers just now, you were the one who provoked them first. Are you the only one allowed to lecture others? But others are not allowed to speak up. Xiao Feng, have you lost your mind? What do you mean by this? You mean you are not willing to add my name to your family's property deed, is that it? If this is your attitude, I am breaking up with you right now. Seeing her boyfriend finally growing a spine, Kiki immediately brought out her trump card. Kiki felt that as long as she mentioned the words break up, her boyfriend would definitely be terrified and beg for mercy. Oh, on 2, 3. Kiki even started counting in her head. Based on her experience, she would not even need to count to 10 before Xiao Feng's words of begging for mercy would definitely reach her ears. If you want to break up, then let us break up. Actually, I have been feeling very tired during this period too. Xiao Feng realized that after saying the words break up, the strongest feeling in his heart was not sadness, but rather relief. Gu Xiao Feng, have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? You actually dare mention breaking up with me? If anyone's going to bring up breaking up, it is me. What right do you have to ask for a breakup? But answering her was only the sight of Xiaofeng's silently retreating back. As if he had made some firm decision, he did not look back once. While Ye Wenxin and I went out to handle the property deed, we asked Ye Wenxin's best friend, Jiang Mingyue, to look after the two babies. At this moment, a little girl from the neighborhood was making domineering demands of Jiang Mingyue. I want to play on the swing. It was evident that after the previous incident, the little girl's upbringing had not improved one bit. Let the little sister play for a bit longer. I will let you play in a little while, okay? Watching Da Bao having fun, Jiang Mingyue spoke good-naturedly to the little girl. No, I want to play right now. The little girl must have recognized Da Bao, thinking about how the little bunny pastry she wanted last time was eaten by this baby. The little girl's hostility towards Da Bao was quite significant. We were playing here first. If you want to play, you have to wait in line. Towards children with no manners. Jiang Mingyue did not have much patience either. Hey, you are a grown adult. How can you bully my granddaughter, a little kid? Seeing her granddaughter being bullied, the older woman from last time immediately rushed over. Of course, the older woman also recognized Da Bao and Xiao Bao. But she had also observed that at the playground today, the baby's parents were not around, although the older woman's son had already said that the father of these twins was not someone their family could afford to offend. Now that the parents were not here, and the two babies could not speak, the older woman felt that even if she bullied the twins a bit, their parents would not know. This could also be considered taking revenge for the previous incident. What do you mean I am bullying your granddaughter? We were clearly the ones playing on the swing first. Your granddaughter is unreasonably trying to cut in line. As a grandmother, instead of teaching your granddaughter properly, you are here falsely accusing us. You are truly setting a great example for your granddaughter. Jiang Mingyue's temper, compared to Ye Wenxin's, could not be considered gentle. Seeing this pair of old and young, both acting so unreasonably, Jiang Mingyue indicated, "Sister here won't indulge you. You are just a young girl. How can your words be so sharp? How old is this kid of yours anyway? Even if you carry her away right now, she won't make a fuss. Look at my granddaughter, she already has her own thoughts. My granddaughter wants to play on the swing, and she will only be happy if she gets to play. Besides, I see you guys have been playing here for a while. It is about time you let someone else have a turn." The older woman's voice was deafeningly loud. She knew her reputation in the neighborhood was not good anyway, so she did not feel there was anything embarrassing about it. Auntie Wang, who was watching Xiao Bao nearby, also recognized this older woman, so she leaned close to Jiang Mingyue and briefly recounted what happened last time. So they have always been such unreasonable people. For people like this, the best solution is not to indulge them, otherwise they will really start believing that the whole world revolves around them. Anyway, since that older woman did not care about face, Jiang Mingyue did not mind helping her broadcast it even further. Ye Wenxin and I were already almost at the playground. Regarding the words, Jiang Mingyue deliberately raised her voice to say, "We heard them loud and clear. Wenxin, wait a moment." I pulled back Wenxin's body as she was about to rush forward. Since Jiang Mingyue wanted to teach that older woman a lesson, I decided to give Jiang Mingyue some time to perform. I just wanted to make it so that this older woman would detour whenever she saw my little babies in the future. If every time the babies came out to play, there was always a fly buzzing around, it would really affect our mood. Ye Wenxin was very worried about the babies in her heart. Seeing me pull her back, Ye Wenxin's eyes were filled with confusion. Do you think Jiang Mingyue is someone who is easy to push around? Besides, from this distance, if anything actually happens, running over there will be fast enough. Mingyue was indeed someone who would not let bad people take advantage. Thinking of Mingyue's nickname heroine back in university, Ye Wenxin could not help but smile. Looking at the distance, it was indeed close enough. If Jiang Mingyue at this moment was not distracted by the older woman, with this distance, she definitely would have spotted Ye Wenxin and me long ago. Ye Wenxin and I just stood there, waiting to watch Jiang Mingyue's performance. We were only short of grabbing a bag of sunflower seeds to munch on. Who are you calling unreasonable? How are we being unreasonable? This is a public place. Of course, everything here is for everyone to play with. Is there any problem with my granddaughter wanting to play on the swing? Trying to win by shouting louder. Jiang Mingyue indicated, I am a young person. Do you really think I would let an old lady like you gain the upper hand? Since this is a public place, of course there is a first come, first served order. Our baby was playing on this swing first. Even if we play here all day, you have to wait to the side too. Of course, if you were polite people, we would not really make anyone wait all day. After all, this is just something for kids to play with, who would actually have nothing better to do than really stay here all day. But since we ran into people with as little class as you two, I truly do not mind staying here and playing with the baby for a while longer. Jiang Mingyue cast a glance at the older woman and the little girl. She had the look of someone who believed in using special methods to deal with wicked people. Jiang Mingyue had not had a good impression of that little girl to begin with. After hearing from Auntie Wang that this little girl had almost caused Wenxin and Dabao to fall last time, Jiang Mingyue was disgusted by this little girl from the bottom of her heart. A child with no upbringing will be despised wherever they go. Because of Auntie Wang's reminder, Jiang Mingyue stood protectively in front of the baby. Now, even if that little girl wanted to launch a sneak attack, she would not be able to find an opening. Grandma, I want to play on this swing. The little girl did not care about anything else. In the little girl's eyes, this baby who ate the little bunny pastry she had her eye on was the most detestable person ever. If she was not being blocked, the little girl would have wanted to just reach out and yank the baby right off the swing. Grandma, hurry up, chase that baby away. I want to play on the swing. I want to play on the swing. The little girl's attitude toward her own grandmother also showed not a shred of politeness. To urge her grandmother on, the little girl walked up and delivered a kick. Ouch, Niu, you can't kick Grandma. The spot Grandma fell on last time has not healed yet. Last time, the older woman had not just sprained her waist, she had sprained her ankle as well. I will kick you, I will kick you. Grandma, you are too slow. Hearing her grandmother's words, not only did the little girl not hold back, but she actually kicked several more times in a row. Watching the little girl's behavior, Jiang Mingyue frowned slightly. But considering she was kicking her own unreasonable grandmother, Jiang Mingyue did not speak up to stop it. Niu, stop kicking. Grandma will snatch the swing for you. Look at how spoiled this little girl is. If this were my granddaughter, I would have beaten and lectured her long ago. Daring to hit her elders at such a young age. When she grows up, would not they have to give their lives to her? A little girl like this, when she grows up, will only be a menace to others. Whoever marries her into their family in the future will truly have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I thought that after what happened last time, this family would reflect on their actions. I did not expect there to be no improvement at all. Regarding the pointing and murmuring from the people around them, the older woman no longer had the energy to care, knowing that Jiang Mingyue was a tough girl. The older woman could tell that she definitely would not give up her spot. Since there happened to be an empty swing, the older woman naturally wanted to appease her granddaughter first. If that empty swing was taken by someone else too, the older woman did not know how much more suffering she would have to endure today. No, I do not want the other swing. I just want this swing. Grandma, make that little kid get off. I want to play on this swing. Who are you calling a little kid? I do not know what the adults in your family are thinking, raising a child your age to have so little class. A spoiled child like you. Society will eventually teach you a lesson. Seeing the little girl not only pointing at Dabao, but also calling Dabao a little kid, Jiang Mingyue was displeased. Grandma, she is yelling at me, she is a bad person. Grandma, I just want to play on this swing. Make this little kid go play on that swing. I want to play on this own. The little girl started throwing a tantrum at her grandmother again. Did you hear that? Acting like this, you are just a bad person in a child's eyes. I say, you are not a young girl anymore. Why are you so petty? Actually picking a fight with a child. Turning black into white, the older woman had already mastered this skill to perfection. Anyway, a tree without bark will surely die. But a person without shame is invincible in this world. The older woman's level had indeed reached the realm of invincibility. Jiang Mingyue felt that even saying an extra word was a waste now. For Jiang Mingyue to still be able to control herself and not start cursing was truly very difficult. If you swapped the little girl and the older woman with people around Jiang Mingyue's age, and Jiang Mingyue did not scold them until they doubted their existence, she would not deserve the title of heroine. De Bao, godmother wants to tell you something. The word human is a very easy word to write. Basically, anyone who is not completely illiterate knows how to write the word human. But Da Bao, in this world, people who know how to write the word human do not necessarily know how to act like own. Some people, instead of being proper humans, insist on being shady, worthless trash. You, who are you cursing at? Having finally understood Jiang Mingyue's roundabout insults, the older woman flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ha ha ha, this girl is hilarious. This girl did not say a single dirty word, but the words she spoke were incredibly satisfying. Impressive, I have lived for over half a lifetime, and this is the first time I have seen a girl so good at lecturing people. Tell me about it. They have no shame. So we can't stoop to their level and be shameless too, right? I had pent-up anger before with nowhere to vent it, and today I finally did. Grandma, are they all scolding us? Grandma, they are all bad people, go hit them. Even though the little girl looked only 4 or 5 years old, she could still interpret the expressions of the people around her. Niu, let us go play somewhere else. Knowing she could not afford to provoke public outrage, even if the older woman detested Jiang Mingyue, she did not dare resort to physical violence directly. No, I want to play on this swing. The little girl was extremely stubborn too, perhaps feeling she could not rely on her grandmother anymore. The little girl actually had the audacity to try and physically pull Da Bao down herself. But Jiang Mingyue, having been warned by Auntie Wang, had been on guard against the little girl the entire time. Do not touch my Da Bao. Jiang Mingyue raised her right hand and successfully swatted away the little girl's hand reaching for Da Bao. Grandma, she hit me. The little girl was also a master at playing the victim. While crying and throwing a fit, she threw herself onto the ground and started rolling around. Hey, you are a grown adult. How could you hit a child? Niu, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere from the fall? Seeing the little girl throwing a tantrum on the ground, the older woman actually yelled out with pointed intent. The older woman's meaning was very clear. Her granddaughter was hit by Jiang Mingyue, which is why she fell to the ground. In reality, Jiang Mingyue merely swatted away the little girl's hand that was reaching to grab Da Bao. If Jiang Mingyue's action could cause the little girl to fall, Jiang Mingyue indicated that she must have mastered some profoundly deep internal martial arts. Grandma, she hit me. Having failed to yank Da Bao off the swing, the little girl blamed everything entirely on Jiang Mingyue. Everyone, come look. Someone is hitting a child. Such a grown adult, actually raising a hand against a 5-year-old girl. Is this person's heart completely black? Do you really have to be this ridiculous? Even if you want to pull a scam, you need to find a better excuse, do not you? Jiang Mingyue did not show any nervousness, nor did she display any panic due to the words of the grandmother and granddaughter. What scam? My granddaughter was hit by you. That is why she fell to the ground. Glancing at the surrounding onlookers, the older woman's face flushed slightly red. If this is not a scam, what is? I saw with my own eyes your granddaughter trying to grab their baby. She merely stopped her. Yeah, your granddaughter clearly laid down on the ground herself afterwards. How did it turn into her hitting her? If you want to pull a scam, you should practice properly at home first. With acting skills like yours, it is really not very convincing. Lin Chen, should we head over? Ye Wenxin felt that as the baby's parents, it seemed inappropriate for us to just watch the drama from the sidelines. Besides, Mingyue had probably performed enough by now. Ye Wenxin did not want to leave her best friend alone to deal with that unreasonable grandmother and granddaughter. Let us go. Knowing Wenxin was worried about the babies and Jiang Mingyue, I held Wenxin's hand and strode toward the playground. Mama, Dada, hearing Wenxin's voice, before Jiang Mingyue even had time to turn her head. Da Bao and Xiao Bao called out excitedly. They stretched out their chubby little arms, wanting to be picked up. Da Bao, sit for a little while longer. If you let your dad hold you, a bad person will snatch the baby's swing. Jiang Mingyue felt that the matter between her and the grandmother-granddaughter duo was not over yet. How could she let the little girl get what she wanted now? The moment the little girl saw Ye Wenxin and me appear, she hastily scrambled up from the ground. The little girl probably still remembered what happened last time, whether out of fear, or because she knew the baby's father was someone her own father could not handle. A trace of evasion actually appeared in the little girl's eyes. Niu, how about we go home first? This swing is not fun. In the afternoon, Grandma will take you to the supermarket to buy something delicious, okay? Seeing Ye Wenxin and me appear, the older woman also instantly backed down. The older woman had not forgotten her son's words. The father of those twin babies was someone her manager's son could not afford to offend. If it were not for the preceding episode, the little girl right now would look like an extremely obedient child. The little girl took a look, did not resist at all, and obediently let her grandmother lead her away. What is going on here? That little girl being so obedient. It is the first time I have ever seen it. In my impression, that little girl is at a little demon level. How could she be so obedient? Who knows anyway, looking at the state of that grandmother and granddaughter. We really got a good dose of vindication. Because of the older woman and the little girl's departure, the atmosphere at the playground instantly relaxed. Wenxin, did you and Lin Chen finish your business? Jiang Mingyue stood up and asked casually. Ye Wenxin nodded. It is all done. It is just that there was a minor incident on the way. There are too many people here. It is not convenient to talk. Wenxin, this Crescent Bay community of yours, even though it is the most high-end community in River City, there is still trash existing within it. Jiang Mingyue took Wenxin's arm and complained slightly. Letting people like that live in such a high-end community really drags down the class of the whole place. So we have to rely on our heroine to step in and handle it. Having me handle trash is truly a massive waste of this heroine's skills, showing absolutely no modesty. Jiang Mingyue had never objected to her nickname heroine. Yes, having the heroine step in is truly a waste of your great talents on a trivial matter. Playing along with Mingyue's tone, Ye Wenxin spoke playfully. Mrs. Lin, is it? Hello, I also live in the Crescent Bay community. I heard your nanny call you that last time. Mrs. Lin, your two babies are raised so well. I wonder if you have any experience you could share. Look at my baby. He is as skinny as a monkey. People who do not know any better might think I am starving him. Mrs. Lin, what brand of formula do your babies usually drink? Choosing formula nowadays is also extremely important. I have heard it can even affect a baby's AQ. Ye Wenxin could not remember how she got back home. Ye Wenxin only remembered that she was suddenly surrounded by enthusiastic neighbors, and then came a massive barrage of all sorts of questions. So much so that in the end, Ye Wenxin had not actually answered a single question, because Ye Wenxin simply did not know which question she should answer first. Seeing that I had not contacted home for a long time, my mom subsequently called me. At this moment, I had just returned to the base of my apartment building. Hearing the phone ring, I casually picked it up. Mr. Lin, you are back. Did not bring the babies down to play. I had just pressed the answer button when an older woman neighbor walked by and greeted me warmly. It is too late, so I did not bring the babies down. I had not noticed that the voice call was already connected. To the neighbor's enthusiastic greeting, I replied very politely. On the other end of the phone, my mom, Nelia, listened to my voice coming from the phone and did not dare make even a tiny sound. Mom somewhat suspected whether there was something wrong with her ears. What was that conversation coming from her son's phone just now? Mr. Lin, babies. Mom could confirm that the Mr. Lin was genuinely her son's voice. Then, Mr. Lin's babies. Could it mean she had a grandson or granddaughter? Was this surprise coming a bit too suddenly? Mom was now holding her breath. Judging by the situation on her son's end, he probably had not noticed the call was connected yet. Mom was not entirely sure right now if her judgment was truly correct. After all, I was still just a university junior. Becoming a father this early. Was not the speed a bit too fast? Mom, I glanced at the phone screen. It clearly showed it was connected. So why did not I hear Mom's voice? Was the signal bad? Son, where are you right now? Hearing my voice. Mom pretended to have just connected the call. The matter she had just heard was too huge. Mom felt that before she confirmed it, she could not alert the snake by beating the grass. Xiaokan had not said anything to her or his father. Either this was a beautiful misunderstanding, or there were some hidden circumstances behind this matter that Xiaokan did not want to tell the family yet. Regardless of which situation it was, Mom did not want to rashly ask me such a question. Mom, I am outside right now. Is something the matter? I looked around. Being outside in the community technically counted as being outside. Xiaokan, Mom has some good news to tell you. Is it a convenient time for you now? Her son saying he was outside meant he was not at the university. Did this mean her speculation leaned more toward the latter scenario, thinking that she very likely might have already become a grandmother? The smile on Mom's face could not be hidden at all. It is convenient. Mom, what good news do you have? I knew that this good news from Mom was probably quite significant. Otherwise, she would not have called me at this time. Xiaokan, your eldest cousin is getting married next month. I heard from your aunt that your future cousin-in-law is already expecting a baby. Your cousin is having a double celebration. The Lin family, in my generation, were all males. And all of them, upon reaching marriageable age, were types who were in no rush to get married. Of course, these types originally did not include me. I was still a university student. Logically speaking, I would not face the awkward situation of being pressured to marry. But given the performance of my older cousins, Mom had been anxious about my marriage prospects ever since I started university. Last time, she even offered to introduce a 500-pound cutie to me. The reason Mom called so excitedly today was to beat around the bush and ask her son if he was dating anyone. After all, wanting a son to get married definitely requires starting with dating. Hearing the earlier snippet, Mom felt somewhat reassured in her heart. In the Lin family's current generation, I was the youngest. Mom felt that while I might be the youngest in age, the things I did might be the most daring. Really then, I really must congratulate eldest cousin. Thinking of eldest cousin's rocky romantic history, I was genuinely happy for him. I have started envying your aunt. When will I also have a well-behaved, soft and sweet-smelling little granddaughter to hold? Mom had already begun probing for information indirectly. I did not know about the words Mom had overheard earlier, and thought she was just genuinely envying aunt out of simplicity. But since Mom wanted to hold a soft, sweet-smelling granddaughter, Mom, wanting to hold a granddaughter is simple. Who knows, your dream might come true very soon. I had originally planned to bring Wenxin and the babies home during summer vacation. I considered this giving Mom a heads up in advance. Xiaokan, what do you mean by that? Mom tried her best to hold back her laughter. She felt her son had hidden meaning in his words. I do not mean anything. I just feel that Mom, you wanting to hold a granddaughter is also a matter of fate. If fate arrives, who knows, there might be more than Owen granddaughter. You and Dad would not even need to fight over holding her. Xiaokan, do not tell me you have prepared some surprise for your dad and me. Mom was practically overjoyed in her heart right now, but still pretended to be completely in the dark. Mom, you will have to comprehend this on your own. Mom, I have some things to do now, so I won't talk to you much longer. I had already walked to the entrance of my building block. I did not want to keep chatting with Mom all the way home. When the time comes, if Da Bao or Xiao Bao opened their mouths and called out, then I truly would not be able to hide anything. It was not that I wanted to hide anything. It was mainly that Wenxin was not fully mentally prepared yet. I knew that if Mom found out about Da Bao and Xiao Bao, she probably would not even wait until tomorrow. Dad and Mom would rush over anxiously to see their granddaughters. Xiaokan, your eldest cousin is getting married. You will come back, right? Taking advantage of the fact that I had not hung up the call yet, Mom asked hastily. I probably will. I silently calculated the time in my head. By then, I should have already met Wenxin's parents. If things went smoothly, I could just bring Wenxin and the babies to attend eldest cousin's wedding together. Of course, if there were any unexpected events. Then we would have to cross that bridge when we came to it. Considering this, I did not give an absolute promise. Son, then when you do, will you bring some surprise back for Mom and Dad? Going round and round, Mom was still thinking about the well-behaved granddaughter she imagined in her heart, and based on her son's words, they might even be twins. Thinking of this possibility, the corners of Mom's mouth were splitting practically to her ears. Mom, I already told you, this depends on fate. When fate arrives, you will naturally have everything. Let us leave it at that for now. I am hanging up, knowing that if I did not hang up first, Mom would have countless more questions waiting for me. I spoke hurriedly, not giving Mom a chance to ask another question. I hung up. Old Lin, come here quickly. Holding her phone, Mom shouted directly in the living room. With such great news, Mom naturally had to share it with her husband. What is the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Dad. Lin Zhengguo, hearing his wife's urgent voice, hurriedly ran out from the kitchen. Old Lin, I just called our son, Mom said with a trace of secrecy in her tone. She was trying to build some atmosphere. Were not you just going to tell him about his eldest cousin getting married soon? What is wrong? Is our son busy and won't be able to make it back? Did not you just want Xiao Ken to see his eldest cousin get married? So you could indirectly urge Xiao Ken to hurry up too. Sometimes Dad even tried to persuade Mom their son was only a university junior. There was no need to rush, but Mom felt it was said that the purest feelings nowadays were found in campus romances. With her son's looks, finding a girlfriend should be a matter of minutes. Mom shook her head. She felt her husband truly was not smart at all. If it was just about attending a wedding banquet, would she be this excited? Xiaoken said he will come back if he has time, and that is that. Then why are you so excited? Knowing his son had already agreed, Dad prepared to walk back into the kitchen. Hey, old Lin, I have not even gotten to the main point yet. What is your rush? Seeing her husband walking straight back to the kitchen, Mom reached out and grabbed him. What main point? Did not you call today just to tell Xiaoken to come back? For his eldest cousin's wedding banquet. Old Lin, do you want to be a grandpa? Mom flashed a mysterious smile at her husband. She was becoming increasingly certain of her own speculation. Did you get provoked by something? Big brother is about to become a grandpa. That is a certainty. As for me, I have to wait and see when your son finally gets enlightened. In Dad's mind, my seedlings of romance had not even been sown yet, waiting for them to sprout and grow. Who knows when that would happen? As for him becoming a grandfather, that was even further out of sight. Old Lin, if I told you our son is far more enlightened than you imagine, would you be shocked? Shocked? I truly hope your son can actually shock me. Regarding his own son, Dad felt he understood him very well. Oh, old Lin, I told you you are an old fossil. How could you possibly keep up with the thoughts of young people today? Mom shook her head regretfully. She truly felt her husband was too outdated now. Wife? What do you mean? Did Xiaoken say something to you? If their son had not said something to her, his wife would not be having this kind of reaction. Old Lin, I was just on a voice call with our son, and then? Mom took what she heard on the phone, what should have been a conversation between her son and someone else, and recounted it in detailed length to her husband. Mr. Lin. Babies. Wife, then did you ask our son about it later? In Dad's heart, regarding such a massive matter, he naturally did not dare to believe it easily. If it was true, that would be great. He could become a grandfather. But if it turned out to be a massive misunderstanding, then it would truly be a joke. I thought about that too. But old Lin, do you think? I would not even be able to recognize my own son's voice after that person called him Mr. Lin. It was clearly your son who spoke. And I even tentatively asked your son about it. Do you know how your son answered me? Under Dad's expectant gaze, Mom repeated my words once more. No way, the meaning behind Xiaoken's words is, we have a granddaughter, and it should be twin granddaughters. We would not even need to fight over holding them. Does not that mean there are two babies? Two babies definitely means twins. No, I have to call Xiaoken and ask clearly. Wife, have you ever heard our son mention anything about dating? Old Lin, hold on. Seeing her husband even more excited than herself, Mom snatched the phone right out of his hand. What is it, for such a huge matter? Should not I ask our son clearly? Who is the mother of the babies? How did they meet? Do they have enough money to raise the babies? Old Lin, our son said on the phone, that when fate arrives, we will have a granddaughter to hold. What does this signify? It signifies that our son feels the time is not right yet. As for your questions, I trust our son's judgment. The baby's mother is probably his classmate. Think about it, the young lady is still a student, yet she has already given birth to babies. The young lady herself might not be fully mentally prepared yet. Our son definitely wants to wait until the baby's mother is ready, before bringing her home. As for how old the babies are, I really want to know too, but I did not dare to ask directly. Then we definitely have to consider the money to raise our granddaughters, right? Dad was now just as certain as Mom that he was someone with granddaughters. Thinking that his son and daughter-in-law were both still students, Dad began worrying about his granddaughter's livelihood. Raising a child nowadays is no easy task, let alone raising two. Yes, we definitely have to consider the money aspect. I will immediately transfer 50,000 yuan to our son first. We absolutely cannot let my precious granddaughters suffer, and my future daughter-in-law too. After giving birth, she needs to replenish her body's nutrition. There must be a lot of places Xiao Ken needs money for right now. Old Lin, go withdraw some more money for me tomorrow, and I will transfer a bit more to our son. Mom was a woman of action. Speaking of sending money, she immediately unlocked her phone screen. Nowadays with WeChat Pay, transferring money was incredibly convenient. Dad nodded. Okay, I will go withdraw another 50,000 tomorrow. Since the money was for his granddaughters and future daughter-in-law, Dad would not hesitate in the slightest. Hubby, I used to envy sister-in-law, that in a few months she would have a sweet-smelling granddaughter to hold. Now look, our son is the amazing own. Very soon, we will be able to hold our own sweet granddaughters. And twins, no less. I won't even need to guard against you snatching them. This is truly wonderful. Old Lin, withdraw some more money tomorrow. When our son brings my daughter-in-law home, I will have to give the great hero of our Lin family a massive red envelope. At this time, I had just returned home. When I heard a WeChat notification sound, I opened my phone to look. Has my mom gone crazy? She transferred 50,000 yuan directly to me. What is she trying to do? Lin Chen, what is wrong? Ye Wenxin saw me staring intently at my phone, and found it somewhat strange. My mom transferred 50,000 yuan to me. I did not hide anything, and told Wenxin about my family transferring money to me. Transferred 50,000. Why did she transfer so much all at once? For a university student, even if the family is providing living expenses, they would not transfer 50,000 all at once. Maybe my mom was not paying attention, and added an extra zero. I will just refund the money to her in a bit. After saying that, I sent a message to my mom. Mom, did your hand slip when you were transferring money? And you pressed an extra zero. It is not even time to send my living expenses yet. Why did you transfer money to me? I will return it to you first. With my current ability to make money, I absolutely did not need to rely on living expenses from home. Regarding the babies, I thought that when I return home for the summer vacation, I would tell Mom and Dad face to face. Son, why did you return the money? I intentionally transferred 50,000 to you. I did not make a mistake. When have you ever seen your mom's hand slip while transferring money? It was specifically 50,000 for you. I am sending it again, please accept it. Before I even put my phone back in my pocket, the WeChat notification sound went off several times in quick succession. I knew it must be Mom replying to my message. I opened it, and to my surprise, Mom had actually transferred that 50,000 to me once again. Dada, Bao and Xiaobao, who were originally focused on eating their small pastries, also had their attention drawn by their father's constantly ringing phone. Bao, Xiaobao, did your grandma win the lottery jackpot? She really did transfer 50,000 to Daddy. Knowing the babies could not understand, I was actually saying this for Wenxin to hear. Lin Chen, why did Auntie transfer so much money to you? You would better ask clearly. As for my comment about winning the lottery jackpot, Ye Wenxin indicated she did not believe a word of it. I also really wanted to know why Mom suddenly transferred so much money to me. Mom, did you win the lottery or strike it rich? Why did you transfer so much money to me? I knew my family's financial situation. While we could not be said to be broke, we could only be considered a middle-class family. Transferring 50,000 for living expenses all at once was not something a non-wealthy family could easily do. Looking at her son's latest reply message, Mom felt a bit depressed. Other people's children are always chasing their parents for money. How come when it comes to her own son, she proactively gives him money? Yet he refuses to accept it. And she even gets interrogated about why she transferred so much. Mom felt, is this a rhythm of having money but being unable to give it away? Winning the lottery, Sheo can actually thought of that. Dad could not help but laugh out loud. Nowadays, if winning the lottery were that easy, would he still need to go to work? Old Lin, do not laugh. Our son is asking why I transferred so much money to him. Tell me, how should I answer? Should I just tell him directly that this is the money your dad and I are giving you to raise the babies? Our son has not brought it out into the open yet. If my daughter-in-law sees this, would not that be bad? Mom was truly in a dilemma. She had to come up with a good excuse for giving her son money. And unfortunately, coming up with a good excuse was not easy. Just tell our son this is his dating fund. Dating fund, did our son talk to you about dating? If her son told his dad, but not her, Mom would feel that her son has grown up and is no longer close to her, and she would be very heartbroken. He talks on the phone with you most of the time, and he has not reported anything to you. How could he possibly tell me these things? Fine, then I will just tell our son that. Anyway, I can't think of any other good excuse. Mom decided to accept her husband's suggestion. Son, your dad and I feel that you have reached the age for dating. Consider this money as Mom and Dad's dating fund for you. If you meet a girl you like, absolutely do not be stingy about spending money. Of course, if you could be like your eldest cousin and directly let Mom hold a sweet-smelling granddaughter, that would be the absolute best. Mom was now speaking in a rhythm inseparable from mentioning a granddaughter. I looked at the message Mom sent over. If I was not certain that I had merely given her a heads up and had not said a single extra word, I would have thought I had already laid my cards on the table with her. And a sweet-smelling granddaughter too. Mom has become obsessed with wanting a granddaughter. I turned and glanced at Da Bao and Xiao Bao. I found that Mom's description was actually quite apt. Lin Chen, what did Auntie say? Regarding Auntie's persistence in transferring the money, Ye Wenxin was still incredibly curious. Nothing major has happened lately. So why would his family suddenly think to transfer so much money? Of course, the only major event that happened to me recently was having a pair of adorable twin babies. But Ye Wenxin felt that my parents probably did not know about this. My mom says this is my dating fund. Without any concealment, I told Wenxin the excuse my mom found. Exactly as it was. Dating fund, are uncle and auntie pressuring you to date? I have never heard you mention this before. Ye Wenxin still found it quite unexpected. My mom was probably provoked. Next month, my eldest cousin is getting married. I heard from my mom that my future cousin-in-law is already expecting a baby, and it is a baby girl, which is extremely rare in our Lin family. My mom and dad have been constantly longing to hold a sweet-smelling granddaughter. So this is my mom making an investment for the sweet granddaughter she is longing for. I guessed Mom definitely felt that if I did not date, how could I possibly fulfill her wish of holding a granddaughter? So this time, Mom truly spared no expense. However, to avoid making Mom suspicious, I decided I should temporarily keep this money safe for her. Wait until after I bring Wenxin and the babies back to my hometown. Then I will tell my family everything about having a house and a car. Naturally, I will return Mom's money to her then. Having made a decision, I tapped confirm, and then sent a message to Mom. Thanks, Mom. Keep up the good work, son. Seeing that I had finally accepted the money, Mom smiled in satisfaction. Oh, right, son. Your dad wants me to transfer another 50,000 to you tomorrow. Mom is telling you beforehand. So you do not think Mom made a mistake transferring again? Mom, it is already enough. Do not transfer anymore. I, who originally thought the matter was over, lost my calm upon seeing Mom's message. Has Mom been provoked a bit too much? She wants to continue tomorrow. If it were not for being at home, and afraid Mom would hear Da Bao and Xiao Bao's voices, I would have wanted to just start a voice call. Mom, if you transfer to me again tomorrow, I won't even spend what I accepted today. Old Lin, our son says not to transfer money tomorrow. Otherwise, he won't even use the money from today. Looking at my message, Mom looked at her husband with a troubled expression. No, how can we do that? Sharing his wife's thoughts, Dad was also worrying about the livelihood of his sweet granddaughters. Wife, how about we go to River City tomorrow to take a look? No, old Lin, we can't go right now. Mom was relatively rational and immediately vetoed her husband's impulsive idea.
Why can't we go?
Did not you say our son has already given us granddaughters? Is there a problem with us going to see our own granddaughters? Moreover, Xiao Hen refuses to accept more money. What if this affects my granddaughters drinking their formula or something? That would be a massive problem. Old Lin, this is just my deduction. Even though I am very confident in my deduction, our son not opening up must definitely be for a reason. If we rush over there so rashly, what if we mess up our son's plans? Also, regarding our future daughter-in-law, if we go over so directly, what if we scare her? I feel that next month Xiao Ken might just bring his wife and the babies home. At this crucial time, we absolutely must hold back and not disrupt our son's rhythm. What you say makes sense, then I won't go for now. Thinking that if he disrupted his son's plans, he might not be able to see his granddaughters next month. Dad sat back down on the sofa. Then tell our son we won't transfer money tomorrow for now. If he runs out of money, tell him to remember to let you know. For the sake of his granddaughters, Dad took a step back. Okay, I will tell our son. Taking out her phone, Mom typed out another message. Son, Mom won't transfer money tomorrow for now. When you run out, remember to tell Mom, and Mom will transfer more to you. Also son, absolutely do not be frugal when spending money. Mom and Dad work hard to earn money. Originally for you anyway. Afraid I would be reluctant to spend, Mom specifically added this sentence. Understood, Mom. As long as Mom stops thinking about transferring more money to me. Anything else could be brushed off with a verbal agreement. Lin Chen, did you really accept the money? We already have enough money on hand. Would not it be better to let uncle and auntie keep their money saved up? In Ye Wenxin's heart, she did not feel that reaching out for money from family was a matter of course. Even if I did not have such strong money-making abilities, Ye Wenxin had never thought about having me ask my family for money. Not to mention my money-making abilities exceeded Ye Wenxin's imagination. Wenxin, if my mom knew her daughter-in-law was this filial, she would definitely be so happy she would wake up laughing in her sleep. I know Wenxin is not a girl obsessed with money. Wenxin's words just now reflected her truest thoughts. Thinking about how many girls nowadays, even before getting married, scheme for ways to extract money from the man's family. In comparison, Wenxin truly felt like a breath of fresh air. What daughter-in-law? Who is your wife? Ye Wenxin was originally talking to me about a serious matter, but being told this by me, Ye Wenxin suddenly became embarrassed. This term daughter-in-law, is not it equivalent to saying she is Lin Chen's wife? A daughter-in-law naturally starts as a wife. Ye Wenxin felt her relationship with me had not pierced through that layer of paper yet. Of course, Ye Wenxin could not acknowledge the title of daughter-in-law. Wenxin, what should Da Bao and Xiao Bao call my dad and mom? You do not want to wear the hat of a daughter-in-law. I will properly sort this logic out for you myself. Well, of course it is grandpa and grandma. Lin Chen's mom and dad are a Da Bao and Xiao Bao's grandpa and grandma. This was a question that did not require any thought, and Ye Wenxin answered it directly. You are Da Bao and Xiao Bao's mom. My dad and mom are Da Bao and Xiao Bao's grandpa and grandma. So if you are not my dad and mom's daughter-in-law, what are you? Ye Wenxin truly had not noticed this right away. Seeing that she had fallen into a trap again, Ye Wenxin was rendered speechless. Just now, Ye Wenxin was only thinking that she was not my wife yet. She truly did not expect me to launch a curveball attack on her. Anyway, right now I am still not the Lin family's daughter-in-law. Pouting her lips, Ye Wenxin knew she could not out-argue me, so she simply stopped talking. You will be, sooner or later. Looking at Wenxin's childish demeanor, the corners of my mouth could not help but rise. She originally wanted to retort, but just as she opened her mouth, Ye Wenxin realized she did not know how to refute it. Lin Chen had already planned out the matter of bringing her and the babies back to his hometown. This was the rhythm of meeting the parents on both sides. Plus, since they already had Da Bao and Xiao Bao, Ye Wenxin knew that her becoming Mrs. Lin was truly just a matter of time. What are you going to do with the money Auntie transferred? Anyway, I think the money we have on hand to raise Da Bao and Xiao Bao is absolutely sufficient. You should find an opportunity to return Uncle and Auntie's money to them. When we bring Da Bao and Xiao Bao back home, I will return the money to my mom then. If I do not accept the money right now, who knows, my mom might just show up directly at the university. That works too. Just returning it to Auntie when the time comes is fine. It is not going to be that long anyway. Ye Wenxin expressed her agreement with my decision. There was another point. Ye Wenxin currently was not fully mentally prepared yet. If, as I said, my mom came over directly, Ye Wenxin truly did not have the courage to meet the parents yet. By the way, why did you say just now that Auntie was making an investment for her sweet granddaughter? How do you know Uncle and Auntie prefer granddaughters? Actually, this was also a small worry of Ye Wenxin's. Although she knew her little babies were incredibly lovable, some older generations still held the traditional preference for boys over girls. Ye Wenxin did not know if my parents might prefer boys a bit more. Wenxin, in our Lin family, my generation is entirely composed of boys. You could say everyone in the Lin family is desperately hoping for a little princess. In my mom and dad's hearts, sweet-smelling granddaughters are the most welcome. Hearing my words, Ye Wenxin was finally completely relieved. Her biggest fear was encountering in-laws with a patriarchal mindset. Oh, right, Wenxin? I have 200,000 here. I will transfer it to you now. Xinxin Entertainment's 200,000 had been paid in full. Very naturally, I prepared to hand it over to the household's Minister of Finance. 200,000, you made money on stocks again. Is not making money a bit too easy for you? How come I hear that so many people's money gets trapped in the stock market? This was not made from trading stocks. This is the payment Jiang Mingyue's company gave me. Did not Jiang Mingyue tell you? I thought Jiang Mingyue would have told Wenxin, so I had not specifically mentioned it to her. Looking at it now, Wenxin completely did not know anything about it. Mingyue did not mention anything to me. I thought you were just doing Mingyue a favor. Lin Chen, you are too amazing. Making 200,000 just by singing own song. Lin Chen, does not this mean your voice is worth its weight in gold? Ye Wenxin looked at me, her eyes clearly holding a look of admiration. Seeing their mom and dad's faces bearing smiles, the two babies, although they did not know what was going on, started laughing heartily along with us. Today, Ye Wenxin and I came to a maternity and baby store to buy daily necessities for the babies. I parked the car outside and told Wenxin to go into the store to browse first. Unexpectedly, she encountered a twisted, 500-pound cutie. Oh my, is not it the great beauty? Why did not you bring your babies with you today? You have not been here in a while, right? Did something happen? By the way, your babies must be almost a year old by now. I do not think I have ever seen the baby's father. Is your husband too busy? Or does the baby's father have some other identity that makes it inconvenient for him to show his face? Before Ye Wenxin even had time to answer the woman's questions, a very unfriendly voice came from inside the store, specifically from the direction of the baby bathing area. Mrs. Zhang, is not your baby swimming? Why did you come out? Looking at this woman whose words were laced with thorns, the people in the baby store quickly stepped forward and blocked Ye Wenxin's path, shielding her. Boss lady, what are you doing? I am just speaking some truth. She does not even feel embarrassed. Do you need to be this proactive? Because of the store owner's action, the woman grew even more displeased. Ye Wenxin could never figure out why this Mrs. Zhang held so much hostility toward her. Ye Wenxin had indeed encountered this Mrs. Zhang a few times at this maternity and baby store. But the two did not know each other at all, nor had they ever spoken or anything. Originally, Ye Wenxin had not paid much attention to this chubby woman, until on time, Ye Wenxin accidentally overheard that this Mrs. Zhang was actually bad-mouthing her behind her back, calling her a mistress. At the time, surrounding this Mrs. Zhang were several other mothers. Because Ye Wenxin had not sought me out yet, she could not possibly drag the baby's father over to prove herself. Ye Wenxin could only turn around silently, pretending she had not heard anything. What Ye Wenxin did not expect was that after not coming for a while, this woman would be this outrageous. Right to her face, she began insinuating that she was a mistress. What baby's father having another identity? Is not this implying that the baby's father is someone else's husband, and that her relationship was illicit? Have I offended you somewhere? Or do you think you sit on some high horse, where you can freely slander others? Ye Wenxin did not want to swallow her anger anymore this time. Ye Wenxin knew that her forbearance had not bought her others' politeness. Looking at this Mrs. Zhang's attitude, she had grown even more arrogant. Before, she only pointed fingers behind her back. Now, she was saying it right to her face. Fortunately, Da Bao and Xiao Bao were still young and could not understand the words of these classless people. If Da Bao and Xiao Bao were older and heard Mrs. Zhang's remarks, Ye Wenxin felt terrified just thinking about it. Ye Wenxin took a step forward. Stepping out of the store owner's well-intentioned protective circle, she stood directly in front of that Mrs. Zhang. I just can't stand seeing some people acting like a vixen, yet pretending to be pure. Looking like you do, you could indeed snatch men's souls. Too bad I am a woman, I won't fall for your tricks. Vixen, how did I become a vixen? Just because you have not seen our baby's father. I am a vixen. Is not your logic a bit too laughable? Who do you think you are? Why am I obligated to let you see my baby's father? Regarding the 500-pound cutie's claims, Ye Wenxin was so angry she laughed. A vixen, snatching men's souls. Ye Wenxin indicated that if she truly were a vixen, she would definitely deal with this 500-pound cutie first. You became a mother so young. And not just me, but all the mothers here have never seen the baby's father. Do you dare say your baby's father has not appeared a single time? Because your relationship is illicit. Not expecting Ye Wenxin to confront her directly this time, the 500-pound cutie felt she was losing face. You have to understand, the 500-pound cutie's baby was originally swimming in the baby swimming room. It was only because she saw Ye Wenxin arrive through the glass that the 500-pound cutie asked the store staff to watch her child while she came out to confront her. As for what Ye Wenxin thought internally, that she had never offended this Mrs. Zhang, that was indeed because Ye Wenxin was somewhat naive. Ye Wenxin had not directly offended the 500-pound cutie, but the 500-pound cutie's husband, after seeing Ye Wenxin once at the store, was completely blown away by her beauty. Originally, this was just a dirty thought in the man's head, and the 500-pound cutie would not have known about it. Coincidentally, because Mr. Zhang's longing was so deep, he actually talked in his sleep and blurted out all the secrets in his heart. Well, that was that. The 500-pound cutie immediately placed all the blame for her husband's fault squarely onto Ye Wenxin's head. Of course, she would not speak of her husband's dirty thoughts. This was family shame. If word got out, she would be a laughingstock, because her family's financial income relied entirely on her husband. The 500-pound cutie did not dare argue with him either. Left with no choice in her eyes, the seemingly easily bullied Ye Wenxin became her punching bag. How am I in an illicit relationship? Does that mean I have to dangle myself in front of you ignorant people a few more times to be considered presentable? Just arriving at the door, I heard someone making trouble for Wenxin. Naturally, I could not let Wenxin suffer any grievances. Moreover, I finally understood. It turned out these people thought Da Bao and Xiao Bao were illegitimate children, and that is why they were bullying Wenxin so blatantly. Who are you, looking at me pushing the stroller over? The 500-pound cutie somewhat lost her voice. The 500-pound cutie recognized Da Bao and Xiao Bao. A handsome guy was pushing the stroller, and what did he just say? Right, the handsome guy was asking her why he was considered unpresentable. The meaning of these words. Even if the 500-pound cutie's brain did not work well, she could still figure out the relationship between the great handsome guy and the babies. This great handsome guy was the baby's father. Ever since I pushed the babies over, the 500-pound cutie's gaze had not left me for a single second. Even though she had already had a child, that did not stop her from admiring handsome men in the slightest. I am the unpresentable baby's father you were just talking about. I answered the 500-pound cutie's question very kindly. You are the baby's father. The 500-pound cutie's gaze, with great difficulty, shifted from me onto Ye Wenxin. The handsome guy and the beauty were of similar age. Then her claim that the beauty was a vixen would not hold water anymore, would it? Thinking of this, the 500-pound cutie's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. You should know, in this maternity and baby store, the very first person to speak ill of Ye Wenxin was her. Those rumors about Ye Wenxin were also started by this 500-pound cutie. Now seeing the actual person appear, and not some old man as she claimed, but rather a very young and incredibly handsome man, the 500-pound cutie knew that in the eyes of the other mothers, she would immediately become a gossiping shrew who spoke utter nonsense. Is there a problem? I walked to Wenxin's side and naturally wrapped my arm around her shoulder. The face that was originally gentle toward Wenxin, when looking at the 500-pound cutie, turned exceptionally cold again. The 500-pound cutie truly did not know what to say. For her, how could there be a problem with a great handsome guy being the baby's father? The key point was, did she even have the right to voice an opinion? Previously, thinking Ye Wenxin was some unpresentable mistress, combined with never having seen Da Bao and Xiao Bao's father show his face, the 500-pound cutie had so unscrupulously gossiped behind Ye Wenxin's back. Furthermore, because Ye Wenxin had not appeared for a while, her husband, having come several times consecutively, without seeing the goddess of his dreams, now refused to accompany her to bring their child here. The illusion she desperately tried to create, of her husband being extremely considerate to her, was also on the verge of shattering. For a woman with no real abilities, she could only pin all the blame on the innocent Wenxin. Just now, when she saw Ye Wenxin from the baby swimming room, she felt like she could finally unleash her anger. In the 500-pound cutie's view, she was still playing a guaranteed winning role this time. So, she hurriedly ran out and delivered an unfiltered barrage of insults right at Ye Wenxin. Unfortunately, because of my appearance, the 500-pound cutie's fantasy was destined to be impossible to realize. What the hell are you? Does my wife need to prove to you who our baby's father is? Or is it that you yourself do not know who your own child's father is? Developed a psychological complex, and now think everyone is like you. This 500-pound cutie dared to insinuate Wenxin was a mistress, and dared to call my babies illegitimate children. Naturally, I had no need to hold my tongue. I looked the 500-pound cutie up and down. Just as she was about to open her mouth, I casually added another sentence. However, given your tonnage, I actually quite admire the courage of your child's biological father. My words truly blocked the 500-pound cutie so thoroughly she could not speak. Being fat was originally this Mrs. Zhang's biggest taboo. Now look, it had been stated directly to her face, and in a tone of utter disgust. The 500-pound cutie originally wanted to refute what I said about the issue of her child's father, but because of my last sentence, what the 500-pound cutie cared about now was, did my words imply that it was fundamentally impossible for any man to want her? Because the 500-pound cutie had intentionally caused a big commotion from the start. The other fathers and mothers in the maternity and baby store were naturally drawn over. Seeing the 500-pound cutie being roasted like this, everyone simply could not hold it in anymore. They could only follow their hearts and burst into laughter. Originally, the 500-pound cutie thought that since Ye Wenxin had not come to the maternity and baby store for so long, who knew when she would come again next time? So this time, she wanted to thoroughly and satisfyingly humiliate Ye Wenxin, whom she was extremely jealous of. What the 500-pound cutie had not expected was that she had kicked a steel plate this time. The vixen and mistress she spoke of had actually come with her husband, and Ye Wenxin's husband was not some grandpa-aged old geezer either. He was a young man of similar age to her. I am going to sue you. Now, the 500-pound cutie's eyes no longer held a love-struck look, looking at the mothers gathered around, who usually chatted and laughed with her. Now, all looking at her like she was a joke. She only felt her stomach full of burning anger. I was merely following your own logic. What is the matter? Do you think you are superior to others? And that only the magistrate is allowed to set fires, but the commoners are not even allowed to light lamps. Unfortunately, not to mention that you are absolutely nothing. Even if you mistakenly think you are something special, in my eyes, you are still a big fat zero. I usually disdained arguing with women. This 500-pound cutie could be considered to have enjoyed a round of special treatment. It showed her ability to provoke was not small. Mama, Dada, Da Bao and Xiao Bao still could not understand these conversations between adults. To the two babies, the maternity and baby store had many fun toys. They each grabbed own. Do Da Bao and Xiao Bao like these? Daddy will buy them for you, okay? Hearing the baby's calls, my icy face instantly switched to gentle mode. Beauty, your husband is so handsome. Were you planning on hiding your husband at home before? Which is why you never brought him along. Beauty, what is your husband's surname? You are already a mother of 2 babies. Calling you Beauty all the time does not seem quite appropriate. The mothers who had previously held hostility toward Ye Wenxin, now seeing that they had completely misunderstood her, immediately changed their attitudes. The baby's father's surname is Lin. Right in front of me. Ye Wenxin did not dare directly say the word husband. Last time Ye Wenxin called me husband, there was a special reason for it. Then we will call you Mrs. Lin from now on. Mrs. Lin, your Da Bao and Xiao Bao are growing more and more beautiful. Do you have any secret recipe? If I had known earlier when I was dating, for the sake of the next generation's looks, I should have found a handsome guy. Knowing that Ye Wenxin was not the mistress the 500-pound cutie claimed she was, everyone suddenly became very enthusiastic toward Ye Wenxin. As for that 500-pound cutie, because everyone already knew, she had been constantly badmouthing Ye Wenxin. No one paid her any attention now either. The feeling of being ignored by everyone was not pleasant. The 500-pound cutie shot a hateful glare at Ye Wenxin, who was surrounded in the center by everyone, and quietly slipped out of the maternity and baby store. I thought that with the 500-pound cutie walking away in disgrace because of my appearance, this matter was over. I had not expected that for the sake of saving face, she actually went back to bring reinforcements. Cousin, it is these two. That guy actually dared to say I had another man outside, and said the child I gave birth to is not your cousin-in-law's. Mrs. Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Hearing the commotion, the maternity store owner hurriedly walked over. The owner originally thought that this Mrs. Zhang had quietly left out of embarrassment. Now seeing her bring several burly men into the store, the owner felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed this Mrs. Zhang had gone to fetch backup, and their target was definitely Mr. and Mrs. Lin. What do you mean? What is the meaning? Boss lady, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Do not worry, I won't affect your business either, so do not be a busybody. Thinking that she was a VIP member of this maternity store, with quite a bit of money still on her card, the 500-pound cutie naturally could not afford to offend too many people. Besides, the 500-pound cutie's original targets were me and Ye Wenxin. Mrs. Zhang, anyone who walks through my door is my customer. Acting like this seems a bit inappropriate, does not it? The store owner was worried that the scene the 500-pound cutie brought in would frighten the other customers. I looked at the store owner's actions and exchanged a glance with Wenxin. Ye Wenxin nodded, indicating she understood my meaning. This store owner had good character. Hey, I am talking to you too. Do not you see the people I brought? Let me tell you, my cousin's boss is very famous here in River City. You two better open your eyes wide. Seeing that Ye Wenxin and I were completely ignoring her, the 500-pound cutie yelled angrily. Originally, the 500-pound cutie had imagined that when she brought people over, Ye Wenxin and I would definitely be so scared our faces would turn pale. And we might even apologize and beg for mercy. But reality made the 500-pound cutie feel like she had lost face. Look at my and Ye Wenxin's expressions. Let alone a trace of fear. The two of us were incredibly calm. It was as if the people the 500-pound cutie had brought had absolutely nothing to do with us. Having no choice since we were not taking her back up seriously, the 500-pound cutie could only give a grand introduction herself. Seeing this, the so-called cousin crossed his arms and stepped forward a bit. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Hui. People on the streets like to call me Brother Hui. The 500-pound cutie's cousin seemed to want to show off his status in the underworld. So, he specifically added that introduction. While this guy named Gu Hui introduced himself, he swept his gaze over the people in the store. When Gu Hui's gaze landed on Ye Wenxin, it was as if Gu Hui's whole body had been frozen. From Gu Hui's face full of disbelief, followed by a look of sheer awe, Owen could tell that this Gu Hui was stunned by Ye Wenxin's beauty. Gu Hui indicated that he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his entire life. Logically speaking, the probability of encountering a beauty should be in a high-end shopping mall or a bar, right? Why was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life actually in a maternity and baby store? Seeing the way this man named Gu Hui was looking at Wenxin, my expression turned icy. I gently pulled Wenxin, shielding her entire body behind me. Gu Hui, who was originally still admiring the beauty because of my action, now only had maternity store shelves left in his line of sight. So you are the one who offended my cousin. Carrying the dissatisfaction of not being able to look at the beauty, Gu Hui directed all his anger at me. Seeing my protective gesture, combined with what his cousin had said on the phone, Gu Hui instantly understood the relationship between Ye Wenxin and me. Looking at my handsome face, Gu Hui had to admit that we truly were a perfect match. Since the beautiful flower already had an owner, Gu Hui naturally prepared to get down to business. I do not remember offending anyone. If we are talking about causing trouble, you should tell your cousin to control her own mouth first. Facing three burly, tough-looking men, I remained incredibly calm. Cousin, it is this guy who said the child I gave birth to is not your cousin-in-law's. I want him and that woman to apologize to me together. Cousin, did not you say it was that guy who offended you? What does it have to do with anyone else? An ill-timed display of chivalry towards women was manifested vividly and thoroughly by Gu Hui. Seeing his cousin wanting to make things difficult for the beauty, Gu Hui actually started picking sides against his own flesh and blood. It is just that regarding Gu Hui's good intentions, neither Ye Wenxin nor I would accept them anyway. Gu Hui, do you have no brains? They are husband and wife. They have already had 2 kids, twins even, and you are actually speaking up for them. That vixen's skills are truly too great. Not only did she snatch your cousin-in-law's soul, but now even you do not know who you are anymore, do you? What the 500-pound cutie could not understand was that it was clearly the first time her cousin had seen Ye Wenxin. Why was her cousin's heart already starting to lean towards her? You better wash your mouth clean. Who are you calling a vixen? Are you saying that any woman prettier than you is a vixen? Your criteria for judgment is truly making things difficult for people. After all, as long as someone is not so ugly they can't be seen in public, using your looks as the baseline, everyone would have to be classified as a vixen. Seeing someone insulting Wenxin, I definitely would not hold back. Ha 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 ha. That is too funny. Because of my words, the other mothers in the maternity store all could not help but laugh. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I am ugly? The 500-pound cutie, regarding her own looks, still possessed some inexplicable, misplaced confidence. Hearing me talk about her like that, she was naturally quite unconvinced. You still have some reading comprehension skills, how very rare. I even offered the 500-pound cutie a compliment. Except, this compliment of mine only made her face turn even uglier.
This Mr.
Lin speaks so humorously. He did not use a single dirty word, yet it packs more of a punch than directly cursing someone out. Truly so profound. This must be the highest realm of insulting people. I really need to study this closely. Keep your voices down, all of you. That cousin of hers looks like a gangster. And those other two guys, look at their tattoos. They probably are not good people. Best not to draw their fire. Gu Hui, what are you still standing around for? Are you just going to watch your cousin get bullied like this? Knowing that she could not outmatch me in the art of language. The 500-pound cutie could only seek help from her backup team. You punk, hurry up and apologize to my cousin. Because Ye Wenxin was not included as a target this time. That Gu Hui's execution capabilities instantly spiked. At this moment, Gu Hui finally looked a bit like a gang boss. Unfortunately, regarding Gu Hui's words, let alone having any reaction, I did not even spare Gu Hui a single glance. Punk, is there something wrong with your ears? I told you to apologize to my cousin, did you hear me? Now do not try to deny it and say you did not offend my cousin or whatever. I heard your words just now loud and clear. In Gu Hui's eyes, the beauty was being blocked by me, and he could not even sneak an extra peek. So Gu Hui's mood was definitely far from wonderful. Apologize? Do you think she is worthy? With a cold face and a disdainful tone, I truly displayed my contempt vividly and thoroughly. You, Gu Hui, if you let your cousin be bullied like this, if word gets out, how are you going to survive in River City in the future? Punk, I will give you one more chance. Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let me tell you, my fists, which are as big as clay pots, do not have eyes. Gu Hui deliberately brandished his fists. He wanted to tell others that he was not someone to be messed with. Ye Wenxin somewhat anxiously tugged at the hem of my shirt, looking at the burly, tough-looking thugs opposite us. Ye Wenxin was truly afraid I would get hurt. Her palms were sweating from nervousness. It is fine, just keep an eye on the babies. I turned my head and gave Wenxin a reassuring look. The space here is too small. I am worried you guys won't be able to perform fully. Let us go outside to settle this. You punk. So you are planning on not apologizing, huh? All right, you are a tough nut to crack. Perfect timing, my brothers and I have not loosened our joints in a long time. You delivered yourself right to our doorstep. From the very first glance, Gu Hui found me an eyesore. For no other reason than my face was too handsome, so handsome it grated on Gu Hui's nerves. Later, when Gu Hui found out Ye Wenxin and I were husband and wife, he naturally felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Wenxin, you and the babies stay inside the store. I was not worried about anything else. I was just afraid it might frighten the babies. Ye Wenxin thought back to the scene at the Chanel store last time. Looking at my confident eyes, she obediently nodded. Ye Wenxin knew I was not someone who liked to show off recklessly. Let us go. Taking the initiative, under Gu Hui's bewildered gaze, I took the lead and walked out. With the corners of my mouth slightly raised, there was not a trace of fear in me. Gu Hui and the two brothers he brought with him looked more like followers. Trailing behind me as we walked out of the maternity store, Mrs. Lin, should we call the police? The maternity store owner, regarding my proactive suggestion to go outside to resolve the issue, was incredibly moved. The store owner knew that if a fight broke out inside her maternity store, let alone the damage the store would suffer, it would also bring an extremely negative impact on the store's reputation. After all, a maternity store caters to babies. Without a guarantee of safety, who would dare bring their baby to patronize her store in the future? Let us see how the situation unfolds first. Lin Chen had not indicated that he wanted her to call the police. Ye Wenxin did not want to make that decision on her own. Of course, just in case things went south, Ye Wenxin already had her phone gripped tightly in her hand. Call the police, even if you call the police. Do you really think the police are gods? Who can teleport here instantly? If you do not want your husband to get beaten up, you would better go persuade your husband to obediently apologize to me. Of course, the first person who should apologize to me is you. Because she was worried about getting caught in the crossfire, the 500-pound cutie did not follow them outside. She knew that if someone called the police, and the police rushed over, the good show she had directed definitely would not be able to continue. Why should Mrs. Lin apologize to you? Even if someone needs to apologize, it should be you apologizing to Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin has never said anything about you behind your back, but you, without knowing anything at all, called Mrs. Lin a mistress, and even said Mrs. Lin's husband, because Da Bao and Xiao Bao are girls, abandoned Mrs. Lin. If we really want to get technical, those things you said could definitely be considered slander. The maternity store owner now felt an intense disgust toward the 500-pound cutie. So what if I said it? What does it have to do with you? I come to your store, so I am your customer. Is this how you treat your customers? Look at this, everyone. This is how the store owner treats her customers. Everyone should be careful about coming here in the future. The 500-pound cutie was trying to discourage people from patronizing the maternity store again. I would not listen to someone who maliciously gossips all the time. Clearly, she is the one who is always talking about people behind their backs. And she still has the nerve to pull these stunts. So boring. Best to ignore this kind of person in the future. Otherwise, if you are not careful, she will find some cousin or whatever to come to your door and threaten you. Seeing everyone's disgusted expressions, the 500-pound cutie knew that she could never come to this maternity store again. Thinking about the money she had added to her membership card, she decided that later, when her cousin subdued that Mr. Lin, she would have him have a good chat with the store owner. Ye Wenxin had no interest in bickering with the 500-pound cutie or anything. Right now, all her attention was focused on me outside the maternity store. Your wife is very worried about you. Gu Wei glanced into the maternity store at Ye Wenxin, who was looking at me nervously through the glass door, and actually felt a slight pang of sour jealousy in his heart, because Gu Wei had noticed that from beginning to end, the great beauty had not looked at him even once. Not even a single passing glance. All of the great beauty's attention was on her man. Tell you what, I do not want your wife to be heartbroken over you or anything. I will give you own last chance. Just go apologize to my cousin, and we will call it even for today. Gu Wei felt that he was truly being too accommodating today. If this were in the past, if the other guy did not seize the opportunity himself, Gu Hui would not bother wasting another word. Brother Hui, what is there to say to a pretty boy like this? He definitely just does not want to lose face in front of his wife, so he is acting tough. Brother Hui, when you are out on the streets, you can't have the soft heart of a woman. Brother Hui, you would not happen to be feeling bad for the pretty boy's wife, would you? To be honest, this pretty boy's luck is truly amazing. The wife he found is actually that beautiful. Even prettier than the female celebrities I see on TV. You guys talk too much. Seeing these guys actually shift the topic to Wenxin, I instantly became displeased. It was not the place for a few petty thugs to be making remarks about my woman. Brother Hui, look at that. The pretty boy still has quite a temper. Is he actively looking for a beating? Brother Hui, let us just do it. Otherwise, the pretty boy might think you are just trying to scare him. You three, come at me together. Save me the time of dealing with you Owen by Owen. I did not take Gu Wei and his two cronies seriously at all. You punk, do you think I am a pushover? What do you mean, come at me together to save time? Fine, let us see how long you can keep acting arrogant. Since you requested we come at you together, do not blame me for not fighting fair. Get him, with a shout from Gu Wei. The two guys who had been itching for action swung their fists alongside Gu Hui and charged right at me. Ah! Ah! Bang! 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 3 pigs slaughtering like screams of agony rang out. Gu Hui and his two subordinates sprawled on the ground in 3 different poses. Gu Hui did not even know how he ended up on the ground, because he simply had not even seen clearly how I made my move. Mrs. Lin, no wonder you were so calm. So your husband's martial arts skills are this incredible. Inside the maternity store, because the situation outside had become clear, everyone's tense nerves instantly relaxed. The store owner, who had originally been preparing to call the police, looked at Ye Wenxin with a face full of admiration. In the store owner's mind, Ye Wenxin definitely knew about her husband's capabilities, which was why she told her not to call the police. Yeah, Mrs. Lin, your husband looks so refined and gentle. I did not expect him to be this powerful. I did not even see clearly how Mr. Lin made his move. And those 3 guys were already on the ground. Tell me about it. Those people on TV who claim to be martial arts masters? I can see their moves clearly, all right. This just proves that Mr. Lin is a master among masters. The 500-pound cutie was absolutely terrified seeing this scene. What if that Mr. Lin came to make trouble for her later? I thought the matter would end just like that. I had not expected Gu Hui to actually pick up his phone and start calling for more backup. Get your boss over here to help you out. Yeah, Brother Hui. Why do not you call Brother Mang? Have Brother Mang bring more guys over. I refuse to believe we can't take care of this punk. Several subordinates also chimed in agreement. You punk, if you have any guts, do not run away. My boss, Brother Mang, will be here shortly. With backup on the way, Gu Hui's voice grew loud again. Brother Mang. I felt like I had heard this name somewhere before. It is just that exactly where. I truly could not remember. But no matter who it was, it did not matter to me. I also did not have the habit of running away from a fight. Standing here a bit longer is just standing here a bit longer. I will treat it as exercise. You would better tell your boss to bring all his people at once. Save me the trouble of waiting for them batch by batch. I do not have that much free time. I stuffed my hands into my pants pockets and stood there casually. I was just standing there very casually. Yet the aura radiating from my whole body was impossible for anyone to ignore. Gu Hui felt a faint sense of unease in his heart, but thinking that the call had already been made, and Brother Meng was already on his way, he had no way to back down now. Lin Chen, are you okay? Ye Wenxin saw I had no intention of going back into the store, because there was a bit of distance. Ye Wenxin was not clear on what I was talking about with those guys, because she was worried about me. After instructing Auntie Wang to take good care of Da Bao and Xiao Bao, Ye Wenxin ran straight out of the maternity store and came to my side. Wenxin, why did you come out? I glanced behind Wenxin. Fortunately, Da Bao and Xiao Bao's stroller had not been pushed out. Auntie Wang was watching over Da Bao and Xiao Bao. I was just worried about you. Knowing my concern, Wenxin quickly explained. What is there to worry about? With the fighting skills of these few guys, even if a whole dozen of them came, I could take care of them in minutes. I was speaking the absolute truth. With the god-tier combat skills rewarded by the system, let alone a few petty thugs, even if it were a whole company of special forces soldiers, I could handle them all by myself. You punk, talking so big, are not you afraid of biting your tongue? A whole dozen, wait until my boss gets here. Let us see if you still dare to brag. Gu Hui, who had originally felt he might have made a mistake calling for backup, completely lost his rationality because of my words. My words, falling into Gu Hui's ears, were interpreted as words meant to humiliate him, especially since I was saying this to Ye Wenxin. Gu Hui could not stand it even more. Gu Hui felt that now the great beauty would definitely look down on him. Lin Chen, should we call the police? Hearing Gu Hui's words, Ye Wenxin knew the other side had called for backup. She worried I would not be able to handle them alone. No need. When people arrive later, just go inside the store. I am worried since fists do not have eyes. I absolutely do not want Wenxin to suffer even the slightest injury. Are you really sure it is okay? Ye Wenxin had some understanding of my fighting skills, but as the old saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Ye Wenxin was worried I would be at a disadvantage. It is fine. Do not you know what your man is capable of? To distract Wenxin, I intentionally brought up a topic that would make her shy. Lin Chen, you really are. The phrase your man instantly made Wenxin blush. Brother Hui, that punk is looking down on us way too much. Watching me flirting with Ye Wenxin, Owen of the thugs who had finally managed to stand up, yelled out in dissatisfaction. Shut your mouth. Regarding his subordinate's words, Gu Hui only felt a burning sting on his face. The 3 of them had attacked together, and were all knocked to the ground with a single move. Was not it normal for the guy not to take them seriously? Yet this brainless subordinate of his actually had to shout this fact out loud. Brother Hui, I just could not stand seeing that punk disrespecting you like that. The subordinate, feeling wronged after getting beaten up, explained in a low voice. After receiving another death glare from Gu Hui, the man finally sensibly lowered his head. The more you speak, the more mistakes you make. The thug could only shut his mouth to avoid making more. Screech, the sound of sudden, hard braking. A van stopped at the entrance of the maternity store. Brother Hui, Brother Mang brought people over. Seeing the people getting out of the van, Owen of the thugs behind Gu Hui shouted excitedly. With the backup team here, their confidence naturally surged. Brother Meng, you are here. Gu Hui jogged a few steps to greet him. What should have been a normal action, because of Gu Hui's fall earlier, now looked rather strange.
What happened to your leg?
Looking at Gu Hui hobbling like Iron Crutch Li, the man addressed as Brother Meng frowned. Just now on the phone, Gu Hui had not said much. He only said he ran into a thorny situation. As one of his top lieutenants, hearing that Gu Hui was in trouble, Brother Meng naturally could not just sit back and ignore it. Brother Meng followed the location Gu Hui provided, and brought his guys rushing over. What Brother Meng had not expected was that Gu Hui had actually been beaten up. Brother Meng, I was not paying attention just now. Gu Hui was too embarrassed to say directly that he was beaten into this state, but he could not find a good excuse either. So he stammered out a reply. Was not paying attention? You mean you were sneak attacked? Seeing right away that Gu Hui was not telling the truth, Brother Meng became a bit displeased. Who likes it when their subordinates hide things from them? No, Brother Meng, it does not really count as a sneak attack. I. Gu Hui stuttered I for a long time. Under Brother Meng's increasingly cold gaze, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Brother Meng, I can't beat that punk. I really can't beat him. Gu Hui had attacked together with his two brothers. But in the end, he did not even see how I made my move. Gu Hui had not seen it clearly at all. Gu Hui only remembered that in those brief few seconds, he was originally throwing a punch at that pretty boy, but suddenly found himself face-planted on the ground. As for what happened in between, even if you asked Gu Hui to explain it now, he could not articulate it. Gu Hui only felt like he had a dream, and when he woke up, he was lying on the ground. Can't beat him. All three of you could not beat him. If you can't beat him own on own, do not you know how to attack together? In the minds of those mixing in the underworld, where is there any martial arts chivalry when encountering a master who does not rely on numbers to win? If they still could not win, they would lose all their face. What use is martial arts chivalry then? Brother Meng, we did attack together, and we still could not beat him. When Gu Hui said this, his voice grew smaller and smaller. He brought two brothers to attack together, and the final result was still getting instantly taken down by the guy. Could not beat him even attacking together. River City actually has a master like this. Gu Hui, you have got some luck, kid. Let me see just exactly who is this capable. Just which big shot is it, who actually dares to disrespect me like this, and beat up my brother? This Brother Meng's speaking speed was much faster than his footwork. His originally very casual gaze, upon seeing me, instantly caused his face to change drastically. He seemed somewhat unable to believe his own eyes. Unfortunately, before Brother Meng had time to say another word, a person with absolutely zero ability to read the room stepped in front of Brother Meng once again. Brother Meng, that is the guy. I do not know what kind of kung fu he used, but he knocked Gu Hui and the other two guys to the ground all at once. The person blocking Brother Meng was none other than that 500-pound cutie, of course. Strange kung fu. With just that own glance, Brother Meng had already recognized me. It is just that Brother Meng, having personally witnessed my skills, was momentarily unable to process it all. Brother Meng, that guy's kung fu is really bizarre. I did not even see clearly how he moved, and Gu Hui and his two brothers were already beaten to the ground. What the hell are you? Get out of the way, right now. Brother Meng had absolutely no mind to listen to the 500-pound cutie's nonsense. Looking at me right in front of him, Brother Meng only felt a massive headache coming on. Brother Meng had the urge to start cursing. Why were his subordinates so blind? One after another, they all had to go provoke Mr. Lin. Last time it was Wang Bin, this time it was Gu Hui. Brother Meng felt as if the heavens were trying to destroy him. Brother Wei had issued a strict order. No On is allowed to provoke Mr. Lin. How much time had even passed since the Wang Bin incident? And now Gu Hui was pulling this stunt. Meng had the urge to cover his eyes and just run straight back into the van. Brother Meng, I am Gu Hui's cousin. Thinking that this Brother Meng did not know her identity, the 500-pound cutie immediately began introducing herself. Meng, who usually disdained hitting women, because he was too worried and scared inside, simply reached out and shoved the 500-pound cutie forcefully to the ground. Ah, an earth-shattering scream that completely overshadowed the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Watching Brother Meng's reaction, Gu Hui felt a surge of lingering fear. Had he provoked someone he should not have? Otherwise, Brother Meng would not be acting this abnormal. Get on your knees. Ah Meng roared this sentence at Gu Hui, and then strode quickly toward me. No matter how much Ah Meng hoped this was just a nightmare, he still had to face reality. Gu Hui still was not clear on what the situation was. But Brother Meng's roar made Gu Hui drop to his knees with a loud thud. Gu Hui's two subordinates, seeing their boss kneel down, also fell to their knees. Mr. Lin, I am truly, truly sorry. I did not know the person my subordinate offended was you. Without those people in the way. Ah Meng ran directly in front of me. I, who had been comforting Wenxin, finally looked at him directly. This backup Gu Hui called looked somewhat familiar. This Brother Meng was not an important figure to me, but now seeing Ah Meng's face, I naturally remembered. Long Wei's subordinate, the man in the Chanel store last time. You are the backup Gu Hui called. Since Gu Hui said so, it was perfectly normal for me to ask this. If this Brother Meng was Gu Hui's backup, then he could just make his move directly. No, Mr. Lin, how would I dare raise a hand against you? Mr. Lin, I did not know the person my subordinate offended was you. If I had known it was you, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I would not dare come over. Mr. Lin, what I mean is, if I knew it was you that Gu Hui provoked, I would have come straight over and beaten him up myself. This could be considered Ah Meng doing damage control. Now you know. I still remembered Long Wei's words from back then. I knew that this Brother Meng truly did not dare provoke me. Of course, if Ah Meng dared to make a move, I would not mind loosening up my joints. I know. Mr. Lin, I know what to do. For me to be willing to give some instruction to Ah Meng was truly something he wished for. At the very least, in Ah Meng's mind, this was a sign that I was not taking my anger out on him. There was another point. If he handled the matter well right in front of me, Ah Meng felt he would have an easier time explaining things to Brother Long when he got back. Brother Meng. Under Gu Hui's gaze of sheer disbelief, Ah Meng waved his hand at the subordinates he brought. These subordinates had been at the scene the whole time. Naturally, they understood what Brother Meng meant. Without needing a single extra word of nonsense, they unleashed a vicious beating upon Gu Hui and the other two kneeling men. Brother Meng, spare me. The screams of agony rising one after another badly startled the mothers watching the drama inside the maternity store. What is going on here? I could not hear clearly from inside either. It looks like the people Mrs. Zhang's cousin brought for backup turned on him. Do you even know what that means? I think the boss, Mrs. Zhang's cousin called, seems to be very afraid of Mr. Lin. That is what it looks like to me too. Mrs. Lin's husband must be very powerful. It seems Mrs. Zhang's cousin's rank is still too low to actually not even recognize Mr. Lin. Now he must have kicked a steel plate. This is truly hilarious. Mrs. Zhang thought she was so capable before. This is dragging her cousin down without a single bit of hesitation. Seeing that my side had completely gained the upper hand, the mothers also grew bolder. Coupled with the effect of curiosity, they stood directly outside the door to watch. Brother Meng, why are you having your men beat Gu Hui? Were not you the backup Gu Hui called? The situation was completely different from what she had imagined. The 500-pound cutie was completely bewildered. This Brother Meng was her cousin's boss. Yet he was actually helping outsiders instead of his own cousin. What kind of logic is this? Gag her mouth for me. If it were not for the fact that beating a woman would sound bad if word got out, Ah Meng would have wanted his men to beat this 500-pound cutie up too. Ah Meng knew that Gu Hui must have offended me, to stand up for his cousin. As for the specific reason, Ah Meng did not even want to know. This 500-pound cutie was the real culprit. At this moment, the 500-pound cutie finally realized that she had provoked someone she should not have. Even if the 500-pound cutie wanted to express her regret, there was nothing she could do about it now. Mr. Lin, I truly knew nothing about today's matter. If I had known Gu Wei had the guts to cause trouble for you, I would have locked him up before he even left the house. Mr. Lin, I hope you can be magnanimous and let me off the hook. Ah Meng's attitude was indeed acceptable, coupled with his sincere tone. This matter truly had nothing to do with this Ah Meng. I had no intention of making things difficult for Ah Meng either. All right. I understand. I accept your apology. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Then on Brother Wei's side, Brother Wei had laid down the law. If he failed to manage his subordinates again, and they provoked Mr. Lin, the consequences would be extremely severe. Pass a message to Long Wei for me. This matter has nothing to do with you. Seeing that this Ah Meng's attitude was very sincere, I figured I might as well see my good deed through to the end. All right, take those 3 away. After all, we were right at the entrance of the maternity store, and my 2 little babies were still inside. I did not want the babies to see this scene. Yes, Mr. Lin. Then I will take my leave now. Thank you truly for being lenient today. Ah Meng and his subordinates carried the 3 men, including Gu Hui, and fled as if escaping. With the crisis resolved, Ye Wenxin walked over and took my arm. Then, our family slowly departed as well, leaving only the 500-pound cutie blowing in the wind. We took the babies to eat spaghetti at a restaurant. Unexpectedly, we ran into Ye Wenxin's relative, cousin, just as Ye Wenxin sat down with the 2 babies. A girl's voice came from nearby. Hearing the voice, Ye Wenxin instinctively looked up. Oh, it is Wenwen. Cousin, it really is you. I did not dare recognize you at first. The girl speaking looked to be in her early 20s. The girl, just like her name, was gentle and quiet. With her fair skin, she was also a standard beauty. Of course, compared to Ye Wenxin, Ye Wenxin was still a cut above. Auntie, Da Bao and Xiao Bao, upon seeing their mother talking to a pretty auntie, immediately started making their presence known. What adorable babies. Cousin, are these 2 little babies? In Wenten's understanding, her cousin had not even been in a relationship yet. She definitely would not associate her with having babies. But looking at me, a great handsome guy, Wenwen found that her cousin and I looked like a very good match. Could it be that these 2 adorable babies are her cousins? A bold idea formed in Wenwen's mind. Wenwen, these are my babies. Looking at Wenwen's initially confused eyes, turn into a look of shock. Ye Wenxin knew Wenwen had probably guessed it, thinking that I had already said I would take her and the babies to meet her parents during summer vacation, and that the best evidence was already right in front of her eyes. Ye Wenxin knew there was no need to hide it. Cousin, guessing in her heart was own thing, but hearing Ye Wenxin admit it personally, Wenwen found it a bit hard to accept all at once. Cousin, are you saying these 2 adorable babies are yours? As if seeking confirmation once more, Wenwen's beautiful big eyes stared straight at Ye Wenxin. Yes, they are my babies. Ye Wenxin nodded vigorously, giving her younger cousin a smile. Ye Wenxin very much understood her cousin's current feelings. To be honest, if the roles were reversed, and it was Wenwen who suddenly appeared in front of her with babies, Ye Wenxin definitely would not be able to accept it all at once either. After all, in the hearts of all their relatives and friends, Ye Wenxin was a good student completely devoted to her studies. How could Ye Wenxin, who had not even been in a relationship, suddenly pop up with babies? Then the baby's father is. Wenwen's eyes involuntarily looked toward me. The baby's father must be that handsome guy, right? Coming out with her cousin and bringing the babies. What other identity could he have but the baby's father? That is what Wenwen thought in her heart. She just did not dare say it out loud. Wenwen knew that if she guessed wrong, the ON who would be embarrassed would be her cousin. This is Lin Chen. He is the baby's father. Ye Wenxin, after experiencing a brief moment of panic, had now completely calmed down. As long as I was by her side, Ye Wenxin had the courage to face anything. Hello, I am Lin Chen. I stood up. Knowing she was Wenxin's younger cousin, I naturally showed the necessary politeness. Cousin-in-law, hello. Having never seen such a handsome guy before, Wenwen even stuttered a bit when she spoke.
Wenwen.
Ye Wenxin wanted to correct Wenxin's way of addressing me, but after opening her mouth, Ye Wenxin did not know how to correct it. She had already admitted to having babies with me. So it seemed perfectly normal for Wenwen to call me cousin-in-law, right? Cousin, you having babies? Do uncle and auntie know? Wenwen pulled Ye Wenxin a bit and asked softly by her cousin's ear. Wenwen felt that her cousin having babies should be a huge event. If uncle and auntie knew, her own parents should also know. But up until now, she had not heard even a whisper of it. The only explanation was that her cousin was keeping her babies a secret from the family. My parents do not know yet. Ye Wenxin glanced at Auntie Wang, and while pulling Wenwen a few steps aside, answered in a low voice. Cousin, something this big, you did not tell the family. Also, how did you suddenly end up having babies? I heard from my parents that you had never even dated anyone. Wenwen had many questions, but her voice was very low. Ye Wenxin and Wenwen had a very good relationship since they were little. Even after going to university, the two cousins had always kept in touch. It was only later, because Ye Wenxin suddenly got pregnant and had babies, that her contact with Wenwen gradually decreased. But even though they had not been in touch for a while, the tacit understanding between Wenwen and her cousin was still there. Wenwen, having the babies was an accident. I indeed have not dated anyone. Under Wenwen's bewildered gaze, Ye Wenxin briefly recounted what had happened. Oh my god, cousin, this is too surreal. Cousin, it is a good thing you had good luck, and the man you ran into after getting drunk is a super handsome guy like cousin-in-law. If you had run into some ugly creep, would not you have cried yourself to death? After hearing her cousin say that cousin-in-law treated her very well, all of Wenwen's worries were laid to rest. Now, Wenwen could even be considered to be teasing her cousin. You are just a little girl, watch what you say. Ye Wenxin had discovered something. Whether it was Mingyue or Wenwen, they all seemed extremely satisfied with Lin Chen's looks. Come on cousin, you are not that much older than me. You have even had babies, can't I just say a few words? Wenwen pouted. She did not want to be called a little girl. By the way, cousin, with something this big, when are you planning to tell uncle and auntie? The babies are already this big. The longer you drag it out, the harder it will be to explain to uncle and auntie, I bet. Wenwen turned her head and glanced at Da Bao and Xiao Bao, who were already fighting with their spaghetti. The adoration in her eyes could not be hidden at all. Da Bao and Xiao Bao were simply too cute. Wenwen noticed that Da Bao and Xiao Bao's eyes looked like her cousins, but their other features seemed to resemble their father more. Lin Chen said that when summer vacation comes, he will take Da Bao and Xiao Bao to meet the parents on both sides. Ye Wenxin also glanced at her little treasures. The smile lifting the corners of her mouth made Ye Wenxin look even gentler. Cousin-in-law is so responsible, because she knew that initially her cousin had not told cousin-in-law about getting pregnant and having the babies. Regarding my decision to take the babies home during summer vacation, Wenwen showed no dissatisfaction at all. In Wenwen's mind, her cousin ran away while pregnant, so it was perfectly normal that cousin-in-law did not know. Regarding Wenwen calling me cousin-in-law with every breath, Ye Wenxin did not even have the energy to correct her anymore. Wenwen, please do not say anything to aunt and uncle for now, since it was decided to go back during summer vacation. Ye Wenxin definitely did not want any unexpected complications. Her and Lin Chen bringing the babies home themselves, versus being discovered by the family who then came looking for them here. The meaning was completely different. Do not worry, cousin, my lips are sealed. Making a zipping motion over her mouth, Wenwen indicated that she definitely would not leak her cousin's secret. By the way, cousin, which of the two babies is the older sister and which is the younger sister? Wenwen, regarding the matter of her cousin having babies, was completely unconcerned now. Her attention returned to the babies again. Wenwen remembered that just now, the babies had called her auntie. Oh, right cousin, do the babies know me? This out-of-the-blue question left Ye Wenxin stunned. How could the babies possibly know Wenwen? Ye Wenxin did not know where Wenwen got the confidence to have this misconception. Ye Wenxin did not say anything, just looking at her younger cousin in confusion. I mean, cousin, have you ever shown the babies photos of me or anything? Being stared at by her cousin like this, Wenwen felt a bit embarrassed. Could she have misunderstood? That should not be the case. Wenwen clearly remembered that when the babies saw her, they immediately called her auntie. In Wenwen's view, if the babies did not know her, why would they call her auntie? No, Dabao and Xiaobao are only 10 months old. I have not shown them phones or any other electronic devices. Ye Wenxin shook her head, denying Wenwen's speculation. Cousin, are you sure the babies have not seen any photos of me or anything? Refusing to give up, Wenwen continued her relentless questioning. Wenwen, what makes you think Dabao and Xiaobao know you? Ye Wenxin got the distinct feeling that she and her cousin were simply not on the same wavelength. The babies just called me auntie. Wenwen was incredibly confident, making it perfectly clear that she had not misheard. And just because of that you think Dabao and Xiaobao know you? This was truly the first time Ye Wenxin had ever realized that her younger cousin could be this remarkably naive. When Dabao and Xiaobao see girls around my age, they call all of them auntie. Although she did not want to burst Wenwen's bubble, Ye Wenxin still told her the truth. Why do they call everyone auntie? I am their actual aunt. When it came to asserting her rightful title, Wenwen cared a lot. Wenwen, Dabao and Xiaobao are still young. How could they distinguish who their real aunt is? To them, any young woman is an auntie. Hearing Wenxin's words, my mind suddenly flashed back to the time when Dabao called Ma Xiaoyu auntie. It seems that in the baby's world, they do not just call young women auntie. The babies do not know how to say uncle yet. So to them, regardless of gender, auntie is just a catch-all term. No, I have to make it clear to them. I am their aunt. Her stubbornness kicking in, Wenwen did not even care that this was her first time meeting her cousin-in-law. Dabao, Xiaobao, I am your aunt. Call me auntie. I will give you big red envelopes, okay? Wenwen spoke gently to the babies, who were still wrestling with their spaghetti. Wenwen still could not tell Dabao and Xiaobao apart, so she just addressed them together. At least she was not afraid of getting their names wrong. Dabao and Xiaobao just turned to glance at Wenwen, without any reaction. In the babies' minds, how could a big red envelope ever be as appealing as delicious spaghetti? Since she came unprepared, running into her cousin was purely accidental. So naturally, Wenwen did not actually have red envelopes ready. She pulled a few red bills out of her wallet and waved them in front of Dabao and Xiaobao. Dabao, Xiaobao, do you want these red envelopes? Call me auntie and I will give them to you. Wenwen really did not understand babies at all. What were red bills? The babies had absolutely no concept of them. So, how could they possibly react? Wenwen, Dabao and Xiaobao do not know how to say auntie yet. Ye Wenxin could not stand her cousin's childish behavior anymore. She did not want me to think that all her relatives were this immature. Oh, fine then. Wenwen stood up somewhat reluctantly and stuffed the red bills into Ye Wenxin's hands. Cousin, here's my red envelope for the babies. I was not prepared, so it is a bit small. I will make up for it with 2 big ones next time. No need, Wenwen. You are still in school. I appreciate the thought. Ye Wenxin did not accept Wenwen's money. She knew her aunt and uncle were quite strict with Wenwen and kept tight control over her living expenses. Cousin, you said my cousin-in-law is only a junior in college. With 2 babies to raise, your financial pressure must be huge. I can't help much, but just take this to buy some candy for Dabao and Xiaobao. I really do not need it, Wenwen. I do not have any financial pressure right now. Ye Wenxin glanced at me, leaned close to Wenwen's ear, and briefly explained her current financial situation. My cousin-in-law is that amazing. Wenwen went from initial shock to a face full of absolute admiration. Wenwen, I appreciate the gesture, but we really do not need this money. Ye Wenxin slipped the money back into Wenwen's pocket. With my ability to make money, let alone raising Dabao and Xiaobao, even if we had another baby, it would be more than enough. Wenwen, do you need a ride back to school? Seeing that the 2 babies were almost done eating, Ye Wenxin asked softly. No need, cousin. My classmates are still waiting for me over there. Cousin, in the future, can I come over to your place to see Dabao and Xiaobao? All right, I won't see you off then. And of course you can come over to play anytime you are free. Just remember to keep our secret. Do not tell anyone. Got it, cousin. Cousin-in-law, I will be going now. Dabao, Xiaobao, Auntie is leaving, bye-bye. Auntie, Dabao and Xiaobao seemed to quite like this newly met aunt. The two little ones waved their tiny hands goodbye to her. The energetic Xiaobao even blew her a kiss. Xiaobao's gesture made Wenwen so happy she almost did not want to leave. Lin Chen, let us head back too. Seeing how much her cousin adored Dabao and Xiaobao, Ye Wenxin felt incredibly sweet inside. She felt this was a very good start. By the time she and Lin Chen brought the babies home, her own parents would definitely love Dabao and Xiaobao just as much. Seeing the close bond between the cousins, I gave a slight smile. All right, let us go. At that moment, Ye Wenxin and I had just brought the babies out of the restaurant after finishing our spaghetti. Jingyu, what are you looking at? In another restaurant on the 4th floor of Wanda Plaza, a group of middle-aged women were having a meal together. Oh, I think I just saw someone I know. I am not entirely sure, but they looked a lot like them. Called by her companion, the middle-aged woman turned her head back. An acquaintance. Do you want to go say hi? If you are staring at them that intensely, they must not be just an ordinary acquaintance. If you are not sure, just go take a look. If you are mistaken, you do not have to greet them. It is a public place, just walk away. All right, I will go take a look. The middle-aged woman indeed wanted to verify if her eyes were playing tricks on her. After all, if she had not seen wrongly, then this reality would be far too shocking. Just as she was about to get up, she noticed that the group in the distance had disappeared at some point. No, I need to call my Mingyue to ask. The middle-aged woman was none other than Jiang Mingyue's mother, Zhou Jingyu. The people Zhou Jingyu had just spotted were indeed Ye Wenxin, myself, and the babies walking out of the restaurant. Because Jiang Mingyue's mother had met Ye Wenxin's mother a few times, they had hit it off and even added each other on WeChat. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? Jiang Mingyue, who was currently at the company, found her mother's call a bit strange. Her mother usually did not call her during work hours. Behind Jiang Mingyue, Tang Yixiao, who was preparing to spend more time with her to cultivate their feelings, heard her words and consciously stayed quiet. Mingyue's mother was very likely his future mother-in-law, after all. Mingyu, Wenxin has not visited us in a long time. Is she still in Zhongcheng City? Tell her to drop by our house when she has time. Wenxin, of course she is in Zhongcheng. Regarding her mother suddenly bringing up Wenxin, Jiang Mingyue did not think much of it. In her mind, it was probably just because her mother had not seen Wenxin in a while and missed her. So Wenxin is in Zhongcheng. Then I wonder if the person I just saw was her. Taking another look outside, Zhou Jingyu's tone carried an obvious hint of doubt. The girl she had just seen looked remarkably like Wenxin, but that girl who looked like Wenxin had 2 babies with her. If that girl really was Wenxin, then when did she give birth? Zhou Jingyu was absolutely certain that Ye Wenxin's mother, Bai Wanqing, had no idea about this either. Mom, you saw Wenxin? Alarm bells started ringing in Jiang Mingyue's head. Whenever Wenxin went out, there was a 90% chance she would bring Dabao and Xiaobao along. If her mother saw Wenxin, she definitely saw the babies too. If her mother went and told Wenxin's mother about this, Jiang Mingyue did not even dare to imagine the consequences. I was not sure, which is why I called to ask you. Zhou Jingyu implied that if she had been certain it was Wenxin, she would have called Wenxin's mother instead. Mom, you definitely saw wrong. Wenxin is away on a business trip recently. She is not in Zhongcheng. Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Mingyue immediately started doing damage control. Not in Jiangcheng. You just said she was in Zhongcheng. Zhou Jingyu's tone was filled with clear suspicion. Jiang Mingyue raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Mom, I thought you were asking if Wenxin was still working in Zhongcheng. She left for a business trip last week. The person you saw today definitely was not her. Anxious, Jiang Mingyue started walking in circles. As she stayed on the phone, when she noticed Tang Yixiao behind her, she completely ignored him. Poor Tang Yixiao could only silently lower the hand he had raised to greet her. Oh, then I must have been mistaken. Zhou Jingyu felt much more relieved after her daughter's reassurance. All right, when Wenxin gets back from her trip, have her come over for dinner? The girl has not been to our house in forever. I really do miss her. Got it, got it. Mom, I am still at work, so I can't talk right now. Worried she might spill the beans if she talked too much. Jiang Mingyue hastily hung up the phone. Jiang Mingyue thought for a moment, then hurriedly dialed Ye Wenxin's number. Relaying the situation with her mother, once you have introduced De Bao and Xiao Bao to your parents, you will be safe. Jiang Mingyue was genuinely looking out for her best friend. Jiangcheng City was large, sure, but the chances of running into someone you know were still pretty high. Had not her own mother just coincidentally spotted Wenxin. I know. I will try not to take Dabo and Xiaobao out of the neighborhood for now. Ye Wenxin knew Mingyue made a valid point, and agreed immediately. Between coming clean herself and having someone else expose her, Ye Wenxin preferred to tell her parents the truth herself. She just felt the time was not right yet. What is wrong? Seeing Wenxin put away her phone, I finally voiced my confusion. From the phone call just now, I noticed her expression turn quite serious. I figured something major had happened. Why did she say she would not be taking the babies out of the neighborhood lately? Logically, today's issue was already resolved. What exactly Jiang Mingyue had told her on the phone, I did not yet know. Just now, at Wanda Plaza, Mingyue's mom saw me and the babies. Because there was some distance, she was not entirely sure it was me. Ye Wenxin briefly summarized the situation. Jiang Mingyue's mom is friends with your mom. I had not expected that. Originally, I assumed that. Since Wenxin's mother did not live in Zhangcheng, the close relationship between Wenxin and Jiang Mingyue was just between the two girls. I never imagined their mothers had become good friends as well. Yeah, when Mingyue and I started college, our parents all came to drop us off. My mom and her mom hit it off instantly. They added each other on WeChat. And later on, they even traveled together a few times. You could say their bond is hardly any shallower than Mingyue's and mine. If Auntie Jiang had been sure it was me just now, my mom would probably have found out about Dabao and Xiaobao's existence immediately.
I see.
It is all right. We are heading home in a little over a month anyway. It will be fine. I reached out and held Wenxin's small hand.
Wenxin, you have to know that.
No matter what happens, or how great the difficulties we face are, I will always stand in front of you. Not only am I the baby's father, I am also your man. When things happen, of course the man should be the shield. Perhaps frightened by the phone call, Wenxin's hand was actually a bit cold. Ye Wenxin looked at me, knowing I was comforting her. She gave me a smile. With me by her side, she felt much more grounded, remembering how I just called myself her man. A lovely blush crept across her cheeks. She looked at me, then at our two babies, feeling like she was the happiest person alive. Even if faced with immense difficulties, she would not be afraid. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Jingyu had initially believed her daughter's words. However, in her mind, the image of that girl with the babies subconsciously kept playing on a loop. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she grew. She directly initiated a video call with Bai Wanqing. Jingyu, what gives you the time to chat with me today? Bai Wanqing and Zhou Jingyu felt like old friends who had met too late in life. The two of them were closer now than friends, who had known each other for decades. Wanqing, how long has it been since your Wenxin came home? Having children out of wedlock was a massive deal for a young woman. Zhou Jingyu did not dare bring it up rashly. Besides, she had not definitively confirmed that the girl with the babies was indeed Wenxin. So for now, she could only try to sound her out indirectly. Honestly, Jingyu, our Wenxin has not been home for almost 2 years. I do not know what is going on with that child. We agreed she would pursue her master's after graduation, but she went off to do an internship and work before she even graduated. I do not know why her company is so incredibly busy, making her work shifts even during the Lunar New Year. I truly have not seen her in such a long time. In front of her good friend, Bai Wanqing hid nothing. Wenxin had not been home for 2 years. Zhou Jingyu was quite taken aback. She had indeed heard Bai Wanqing mention that Wenxin had not been home in a while. But Zhou Jingyu had never calculated the timeline. She really had not expected the girl to stay away from home for that long. Wait, the girl she saw today, who looked so much like Wenxin, The 2 babies she was carrying looked to be under a year old. 10 months of pregnancy, plus the age of the babies, 2 years away from home. The timeline matched perfectly. Could the person she saw today really have been Wenxin? Thinking of this possibility, a cold sweat broke out on Zhou Jingyu's back. Wenxin seemed like such a quiet, gentle girl. Zhou Jingyu genuinely could not imagine her doing something so bold. Yes, our Wenxin. She seems to have a very mild temperament. But when she gets stubborn, her father and I are completely helpless against her. Unaware of Zhou Jingyu's internal panic, Bai Wanqing continued venting to her friend. Wanqing, I have heard you mention a few times that Wenxin has not been home for a while, but I truly did not realize. It had been nearly 2 years. Zhou Jingyu silently calculated in her head. It seemed Wenxin had not visited their house in over a year either. Was not this timing a bit too coincidental? Zhou Jingyu felt conflicted. Should she tell Wanqing what she saw today? What if it was not Wenxin? What if Wenxin was genuinely on a business trip, like Mingyue said? Would not she be making Wanqing worry for nothing? Plus, what would this do to Wenxin's reputation? But what if that girl was Wenxin? Then this was a huge deal. Right now, Zhou Jingyu was caught in a real dilemma. She half wanted to drag her own daughter back home and interrogate her severely. As for Mingyue's words, Zhou Jingyu truly could not trust them 100%. She knew that if Wenxin asked Mingyue to keep a secret, Mingyu would not utter a word, even to her own mother. In the past, Zhou Jingyu and her husband thought Mingyue's loyalty was a great trait. But now, it seemed this kind of fierce loyalty depended highly on the situation. After an internal struggle, Zhou Jingyu decided she should at least drop a hint to her friend. After all, Wenxin was a girl, and in these matters, girls inevitably suffered greater disadvantages. Jingyu, Wenxin said she is coming home in another month. Her company has been swamped lately, but she said once this busy period passes, she will quit and prepare for her masters. Bai Wanqing thought her friend was just concerned about when Wenxin would return. So she happily shared the news. Thanks to my support, Ye Wenxin had already informed her family that she planned to pursue her old dream and resume her studies. Wenxin was coming home, and she promised to prep for her masters. Hearing her friend's words, Zhou Jingyu suddenly felt that she really must have been mistaken today. If the girl with the babies had truly been Wenxin, how could she possibly have time to study for a master's? And coming home, would she bring the babies back with her? Yes, Jingyu, you have no idea how thrilled Wenxin's father and I were to hear the news. Wenxin has always been a good student, unlike my Mingyue. Her getting into Modu University was an absolute miracle. If Wenxin did not continue her education, it would be a total waste of her brilliant mind. It is not as exaggerated as you say. Mingyu has her own strengths too. I actually wish my Wenxin were as lively and outgoing as your Mingyue. Wanqing, do we really need to flatter each other? I am her mother. Do not I know exactly how Mingyue is? Your Wenxin is much more reassuring. Because Zhou Jingyu was now convinced she had mistaken someone else for Wenxin. The rest of their conversation naturally flowed into normal, friendly chit-chat. Ye Wenxin had no idea. She had luckily dodged a bullet. If her mother really found out about this, she would probably show up at their door overnight. Because of the adorable babies, Ye Wenxin completely forgot the unpleasantness brought by Mingyue's phone call. Today was the day of Ye Wenxin's Subject 2 driving test. Of course, I had to personally escort her to the testing center. Look, there is a huge beauty over there. A trainee pointed in Ye Wenxin's direction and exclaimed, "Can you finish your sentence? Is there only a beauty over there? It is clearly a gorgeous guy plus a huge beauty, all right. My God, I have never seen anyone so pretty." Compared to her, Li Nana, the supposed flower of our driving school, would be completely crushed. I told you. You guys just lack exposure. You put Li Nana on a pedestal, and now you are eating your words. You men are such visual creatures. Well, that is because we had not seen a true beauty before. Exactly, it is called picking the tallest among the short, you know. You are acting like you women are so noble. Look at how you were staring at that handsome guy just now. You were practically drooling. So what? Are we wrong? Wipe your mouths. Li Nana, the girl being compared to Ye Wenxin, had long since turned pale with anger. What is the big deal? So she found a somewhat handsome boyfriend. What use is a guy just being handsome? Without financial backing, they will just be wage slaves out in the real world. Look at them, rushing over here this late. It is definitely because they missed the bus. So, as they say, men fear choosing the wrong career, and women fear marrying the wrong man. That is the truth. Having good looks but no brains, and terrible taste in men, she will just end up a haggard housewife in the end. In terms of looks, Li Nana knew she was definitely outclassed. Having always thought her looks were outstanding, Li Nana had finally met a real rival. However, aside from looks, Li Nana felt that in all other aspects, she completely triumphed over that Ye Wenxin. Deliberately pulling a set of car keys from her bag, Li Nana launched her counterattack. See this? This is the car my boyfriend bought me. I just started learning to drive. And my boyfriend already prepared the gift for me. What does this prove? It proves that my taste in men is absolutely excellent. My boyfriend is not just thoughtful, more importantly, he has money. Without solid financial standing, no ON could be this generous. Li Nana's behavior was a bit like a salesman, aggressively pitching her own goods.
Wow, an Audi.
It really is the four rings. That is a BBA luxury car. Whoa, rich people, a wealthy family indeed. What is BBA? I have only heard of ABC. Is this Audi very expensive? A female trainee asked with a confused expression. It seems you really know nothing about cars. Anyway, I just said I liked Audis. And my boyfriend immediately gifted me on. I think it is a Q3. Li Nana acted as if she could not care less about the car. In reality, that Audi Q3 was something Li Nana had begged her boyfriend for endlessly. And only after she behaved perfectly for quite some time did her boyfriend reluctantly agree to buy it. The female trainees in her group had always despised Li Nana's pretentious behavior. The male trainees, however, seemed to eat it up. Upon hearing the car model, some even began to praise her. I am telling you, it is true that a woman can't be too bad looking. But even the prettiest face is useless without a good brain. It is just a decorative pillow, utterly useless. Feeling that she had gained the upper hand over Ye Wenxin, Li Nana could no longer hide the smugness on her face, especially upon seeing that beside the beauty who outshone her stood an incredibly handsome guy. Li Nana's jealousy peaked. However, she hid her jealousy well. On the surface, Li Nana appeared entirely dismissive of the handsome guy. What is the big deal? It is just an Audi Q3, and she is already showing off. Since she was intentionally speaking for Ye Wenxin to hear, Li Nana controlled her volume perfectly. Not only Ye Wenxin and I, but the trainees standing around in Ye Wenxin's group also heard her words loud and clear. Why does that sound so sour? Did someone just eat a lemon? Just an Audi Q3. Why do not you drive an Audi Q3 out here to open my eyes? Our great beauty really does not care for an Audi Q3. It is true that your horizons dictate your perspective. It is merely an Audi Q3. Yet she is so full of herself, even trying to teach others how to judge people. Thinking of the BMW X5 driven by the handsome guy, the trainees in Ye Wenxin's group felt very confident in their rebuttal. You guys, you are just classic cases of sour grapes. Because you can't have any. Having originally thought she would receive everyone's admiration and praise, Li Nana 501. She was so furious she almost coughed up blood. To think they actually looked down on her Audi Q3. Is this what they call being stubbornly in denial? Anyway, in Li Nana's eyes, Ye Wenxin being almost late was simply a consequence of them not having a car. Ye Wenxin, it is your turn. Because the instructor had been busy coordinating things, he had not noticed the tension-filled scene just now. As the Subject 2 exam was starting, he hurried over to notify her. Realizing she was the first to take the test, Ye Wenxin felt a little bit nervous. She cast her gaze toward me. Wenxin, believe in yourself. I held Wenxin's small hand, allowing her anxious heart to slowly settle down. I can definitely pass on the first try. Ye Wenxin had practiced reverse parking until she was highly proficient. She knew that as long as she performed normally, passing would absolutely not be a problem. Oh, anyone can talk big, pass on the first try. You will be lucky if you even pass this subject at all. You are really not afraid of biting your tongue with such big talk. Seeing that after spouting all those words, neither the great beauty nor the handsome guy paid her any mind, Li Nana jumped out again to make her presence known. The difference between people is truly vast. In the face of Li Nana's provocation, Ye Wenxin did not even spare her a single glance. She smiled at me and walked toward the examination lane. What is she so arrogant about? You will be crying when you fail later. For Li Nana, having the beauty ignore her from start to finish definitely filled her with a bellyful of anger. Li Nana could also tell that the great beauty was very popular at their driving school. It seemed the other trainees at her driving school also had attitudes leaning more favorably toward the great beauty. She lacks the skill herself, so she just wants to see others make fools of themselves. How petty. Exactly. Our great beauty Yi is a top student-level beauty. A simple reverse parking is a piece of cake for her. All right, it is best to ignore that kind of woman. Have not you noticed she is just deliberately seeking attention? I would better go ask the instructor what number I am to take the test. Wenxin has great luck, even drawing the first slot for the exam. Wenxin will definitely give us a great start. Some people saw through Li Nana's intentions and started ignoring her existence completely. Gripping the Audi key in her hand, Li Nana's lofty sense of superiority seemed to vanish all at once. These people must be acting so sour because they have not seen the actual car. Glancing at her own instructor, who showed no sign of calling her, Li Nana understood it was not her turn to take the test yet. Pulling out her phone, Li Nana dialed a number. After Ye Wenxin entered the testing area, she walked over to her designated exam vehicle. According to the instructions on the display board, Ye Wenxin needed to perform a right reverse park. Getting into the car, Ye Wenxin first adjusted the seat height and the angle of the rear-view mirrors. She fastened her seatbelt, pressed the clutch, and shifted into reverse. Taking a deep breath, Ye Wenxin followed her usual training procedures, released the parking brake lever, and slowly lifted her foot off the clutch a bit. Following Ye Wenxin's operation, the car slowly began to move. She then followed what the instructor usually taught, observing the left rear-view mirror. When Ye Wenxin saw the entire left borderline of the garage, she immediately straightened the steering wheel. Passed. Upon seeing the green text displayed on the board, Ye Wenxin stepped out of the car, relieved. She really did get it right in own smooth motion. Thinking back to her nervousness before the exam, Ye Wenxin actually felt a tiny bit embarrassed. Lin Chen was right, after all. How hard could a mere driving test be? She was someone who had survived the college entrance exam. Yet she was intimidated by a little subject 2 test. While quietly teasing herself in her mind, Ye Wenxin walked toward the exit of the testing center. Look, the great beauty is out. So fast, looks like she passed on her first try. You get 2 chances for the reverse parking test. If she had not passed on the first try, she would have definitely taken the second attempt. And she definitely would not have come out this quickly. The great beauty is my idol. She actually passed on her first try. This makes me, someone taking the subject 2 test for the 3rd time, feel so ashamed. Because Ye Wenxin was getting closer, everyone's discussions instantly turned into words of congratulations. Great beauty Yi. Congratulations on a successful start. Your performance just delivered a huge slap to someone's face. Regarding the mockery from that Li Nana, before Ye Wenxin entered the testing area, everyone had heard it loud and clear. Now, this someone obviously referred to Li Nana. Li Nana, who had originally wanted to see Ye Wenxin make a fool of herself, could only stand there, choking on her own frustration. Just wait until my boyfriend gets here. Then I will show you who you should really envy. Right now, Li Nana pinned all her hopes on her boyfriend. After all, Li Nana had just made that phone call. Ye Wenxin performed well and gave our group a good start. Those of you behind her, do not drop the ball on me. Everyone strive to pass on the first try just like Ye Wenxin. Ye Wenxin barely paused, jogging all the way to my side, towards the enthusiasm of the trainees. Ye Wenxin just smiled and accepted it all. In her heart, she only wanted to share the joy of this moment with me. Great job. I raised my right hand and stroked her soft hair. With a slight pull from my right hand, Ye Wenxin's head leaned directly against me. I planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Wow, I am being force-fed this PDA until I am stuffed. Do you have to provoke us single dogs like this? I have not even recovered from the great beauty passing so easily. And now here comes another huge shock. What is there to be so smug about? Is not it just passing a reverse parking test? You really act like you have never seen the world. Is not it just passing a reverse parking test? Your tone is not just an ordinary level of arrogant. Linana, even if you are bitter, you do not need to be this sour, right? Why do not you pass the reverse parking on your first try and show us? Of course I can pass on my first try. Whether she could actually do it or not, Linana definitely had to put up a strong front first. Look at how she usually practices. Complains when it is sunny, complains when it is windy. With all that nitpicking, how could she possibly practice well? But I heard the instructor gives Linana special treatment, and has apparently even accompanied her for extra practice a few times. No way. Could it be that between the instructor and Linana, there is some unspeakable secret? With the instructor looking like that, Linana can actually stomach it. Forget it. Whatever relationship Linana has with the instructor, it has absolutely nothing to do with us. I just hope I can pass all my upcoming test items. 2 hours later, all the trainees in Ye Wenxin's group had passed. Everyone was incredibly happy. Some subjectively believed it was because Ye Wenxin, their goddess of luck, gave them a good start and boosted their confidence. Instructor Huang, I was able to pass everything today. And it is all thanks to you, of course. Thinking about the upcoming Subject 3 and Subject 4 exams, Linana flirtatiously winked at the instructor. The key is still your willingness to learn. I found that you were the most hardworking trainee in our group. It definitely would not work if I was the only one putting in effort. You had to put your back into it too, right? Instructor, how can you praise people like that? Seeing Instructor Huang speak this way, Linana feigned shyness and shot him a look. This was a private matter between the two of them. How could he bring it up in public? Honey, you are finally here. Upon seeing her boyfriend driving the Audi Q3 over at that moment, Linana immediately put on a different face. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Is your test over? How did it go? Did you pass? It is over. I passed everything on my first try. Linana's vanity had always been extremely strong. Even in front of her own boyfriend, Linana had to put herself on a pedestal. Passed on your first try. Nana, you are so much better than I was back then. I had to take it twice back in the day. Saying this, the man prepared to turn the car around. Hey, do not turn around yet, drive further inside first. Linana had not just simply asked her boyfriend to pick her up. Naturally, it was impossible for her to just leave like this. Over there, honey, drive over there. Ye Wenxin, is your husband's car parked here too? When they saw the BMW X5 parked alongside the driving school cars, the envious looks from the other trainees could no longer be hidden. There were few parking spots this morning. I did not know this area was for driving school cars. And there are no signs on the car or anything. Ye Wenxin stated that she genuinely had no idea. Oh, is not this the so-called goddess of luck? What, are you saving money on bus fare now? Planning to take the driving school's shuttle straight back? Why is this woman so annoying? Like a pest, she is everywhere. Can't you tell? She is here to flaunt her wealth. She is driving an Audi Q3 after all. She is definitely much richer than us, who have to squeeze onto the driving school's shuttle bus. Why are not you speaking? Could it be you are feeling inferior? I see this driving school shuttle is pretty run down. It must be very uncomfortable to sit in. How about I have my boyfriend give you a ride? Seeing Linana taunting Wenxin, I had already taken a step forward. How could my own woman be bullied by some baffling woman? Why would I feel inferior? Ye Wenxin naturally knew I wanted to stand up for her. Thinking of the old saying that a good man does not fight with a woman, Ye Wenxin timely held me back. She stepped up to Linana herself. Why would you feel inferior? Do you even need me to answer that? Look at the car you are taking. With such an obvious gap, feeling inferior is perfectly normal. What do you mean? Is your car very expensive? Ye Wenxin asked Linana with a face full of curiosity. To be honest, about the price of an Audi Q3, Ye Wenxin truly was not clear. Ha ha ha, it seems I really was not wrong. You and your boyfriend are just two poor people. You do not even know what an Audi Q3 is. Do you know BBA? It stands for Audi, BMW and Benz. If your boyfriend is so rich, why does not he buy you a more expensive car? Ye Wenxin was genuinely curious now. I just like Audis. What is it to you? I say, a poor person who only deserves to ride the driving school shuttle actually dares to look down on my Audi. Why must Ye Wenxin know about an Audi Q3? It is just a car worth a little over 200,000. Our Ye Wenxin would not even bat an eye at it. Yes, the rest of us might not have much money, but Ye Wenxin is not poor. Do you think your Audi Q3 or this BMW X5 is more expensive when compared? The class of a BMW X5 is definitely on a different level. But what is the point of comparing them? This BMW X5 is not yours. You using someone else's car to compare with my car. Do you think there is any meaning to that? But this BMW X5, to Ye Wenxin, was not someone else's car. Her husband's car. Was not it basically Ye Wenxin's car? Her husband's car. Who is her husband? Do not tell me this young handsome guy is her husband. How could two people this young already be a married couple? Normally, since you are just a random passerby, I would have no need to prove anything to you. But hubby, since someone insists on seeing our BMW, why do not you kindly satisfy her curiosity? Hearing Ye Wenxin call me hubby, I pinched her little cheek affectionately. Then I pressed the car key. Beep, beep. The headlights of the BMW X5 immediately lit up. Then, under Li Nana's stunned gaze, I drove Ye Wenxin away, leaving her in the dust. Only then did Li Nana realize that the real clown was herself. As soon as Jiang Mingyue walked into the living room, the two babies rushed forward. God mama, hug. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingyue beamed with joy. With Owen in her left arm and Owen in her right, she sat on the sofa holding the two babies. Dabao, Xiaobao, I wonder when your godmother is going to find you guys a godfather. Thinking about how Mingyue had long reached the age for dating, Ye Wenxin could not help but worry about her friend. Godpapa. Godpapa. Ye Wenxin, who had not expected the babies to respond, surprisingly found that Dabao and Xiaobao had actually learned another new phrase. Mingyu, did you see that? Our Dabao and Xiaobao also want to meet their godfather soon. With the support of the babies, Ye Wenxin became even more invested in Mingyue's romantic life. What do you mean? What godfather? There is no godfather. Dabao, Xiaobao, when your godfather appears in the future, godmother will definitely interrogate him thoroughly about where he has been hiding all these years. Jiang Mingyue was expressing her dissatisfaction over her significant other's delayed appearance. Look at her best friend, her two babies were almost ready for kindergarten. Meanwhile, her own romance had not even shown a glimpse of beginning. Who knows if Tang Yixiao, currently sitting in his office holding his phone, but not daring to easily message Jiang Mingyue, felt a sudden chill down his spine. Ha ha ha, Mingyue, it seems you really should hurry up. Our Debo and Xiaobao are getting anxious. In the past, Mingyue always teased her and Lin Chen. Now, Ye Wenxin finally found a way to turn the tables on her friend. Godpapa. Godpapa. Thinking their mother was praising them, Dabao and Xiaobao shouted even more enthusiastically. Paired with their giggling little expressions, they were as cute as could be. Stop, stop, stop. Dabao, Xiaobao, you can't just shout Godfather randomly. You can't play matchmaker for your godmother so carelessly. When dealing with the little babies, Jiang Mingyue was certainly very gentle and patient. Mama, Godmama. The little darlings looked at the two of them respectively. What was going on? Should the babies continue or not? Dabao, Xiaobao, godmother is shy. Let us ask godmother this question again next time. Ye Wenxin actively helped her friend out of the predicament, seeing Wenxin help her without holding any grudges for the past teasing. Jiang Mingyue cast her a grateful look. Mingyue, there is something I want to tell you. Thinking of Dabao and Xiaobao's first Children's Day, Ye Wenxin knew Mingyue would definitely participate. What is it? Seeing Wenxin's serious expression, Jiang Mingyue thought it was something major. Sitting up straight nervously, Jiang Mingyue instinctively assumed that her big-mouthed mother had babbled something to Wenxin's mother. Mingyue, Why are you so nervous? Seeing her friend tense up, Ye Wenxin kind of wanted to laugh. Wenxin, just spit it out, what is the matter? Jiang Mingyue was impatient. Ignoring the reason behind her friend's laughter, she only wanted to know exactly what was going on. Mingyue. June 1st is coming up. This is also Dabao and Xiaobao's first Children's Day. Lin Chen and I were thinking, we want to throw a proper celebration for Dabao and Xiaobao for this Children's Day. Sure, this is our little darling's first holiday. We definitely have to celebrate it properly. Before Ye Wenxin could even finish speaking, Jiang Mingyue excitedly interjected. Dabao, Xiaobao, look at your godmother's brain. I actually did not even think of this. Is your godmother getting old and forgetful? Jiang Mingyue acted cute towards the two babies. Unfortunately, the only response she got was the innocent smiles of Dabao and Xiaobao. Dabao and Xiaobao indicated that babies did not understand what forgetful meant at all. How were they supposed to communicate with their godmother? Mingyue, I am talking about serious business here. Stop getting distracted. Pulling her friend back, Ye Wenxin still had more to say. Mingyue, you are quite familiar with Tian Tian, Shui Mei, and Luo Yuni too, right? In the beginning, Zhang Mingyue, Ye Wenxin, Tian Tian, and Luo Yuni were roommates. Later, because Zhang Mingyue's family lived in Zhangcheng City, she only lived in the dorms for one semester. Before switching to commuting, the bond between Zhang Mingyue and Ye Wenxin did not change just because Mingyue moved out. On the contrary, the friendship between the two girls only grew stronger. At that time, Zhang Mingyue frequently visited the dorm to see Ye Wenxin. As a new roommate, Shui Mei also became familiar with Jiang Mingyu. Familiar, of course I am familiar with them. What about it? Are those three girls coming? For Dabao and Xiaobao's first Children's Day too, Jiang Mingyue had no objections to Wenxin inviting others. They already knew about Dabao and Xiaobao, and had long wanted to visit the babies at the house. I thought June 1st was a great occasion, so I invited them. Oh, right. Lin Chen's three roommates will be coming over too. Last time Lin Chen brought Dabao to class, he made those classmates incredibly envious. Wenxin, you are not being much of a friend. Thinking about how Wenxin had just teased her, Jiang Mingyue purposely pulled a long face. What is wrong, Mingyue? Not entirely understanding why Mingyue's expression changed so suddenly, Ye Wenxin did not even have time to put away her smile, and just froze there. Were not they just having a nice chat? Mingyu had said she did not mind. Mingyue had also said that for the baby's first Children's Day, it was naturally better to be lively. Why would Mingyu suddenly change her attitude? In Ye Wenxin's mind, little question marks flashed by on. Wenxin, you and Lin Chen invited so many people. Am I the last on to be notified? Seeing Wenxin's bewildered look, Jiang Mingyue barely managed to hold back her laughter. She forced herself to remain stoic, so Wenxin would not spot anything unusual. Jiang Mingyue knew that if she showed even the slightest flaw, Wenxin would instantly realize she was just messing with her. In this kind of teasing game recently, not to mention a 100% win rate, Jiang Mingyue at least would not constantly be at a disadvantage like in the past. But now, with my Wenxin around, Jiang Mingyue simply was no match for her. Mingyue, actually, inviting Tian Tian and the others, as well as Lin Chen's roommates, all happened today. It was on my way to take the driving test that I mentioned it to Tian Tian and the girls. As for Lin Chen's roommates, Lin Chen has not officially invited them yet. We merely had this plan in mind. So Mingyue, I really did not do it on purpose. And you definitely are not the last own to be invited either. I guarantee Lin Chen's three roommates definitely have not been invited yet. Ye Wenxin thought Jiang Mingyue was genuinely feeling left out. Ha ha ha, you silly thing, I bluffed you. I knew it. How could I always be the weak own? Jiang Mingyue, who had originally planned to tease Wenxin a bit longer, broke character because she genuinely could not hold it in anymore. Mingyue, you. Wenxin, who had been feeling guilty worrying her friend, was upset. Realized Mingyue was doing it on purpose. She could not help but reach out a hand and started a tickle fight, a game the babies also loved. Mingyue, it is getting late. Let me call a Didi for you. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 p.m. It was also almost bedtime for the babies. Naturally, Ye Wenxin stopped urging her friend to stay longer. In truth, Ye Wenxin did not even need to ask her to stay. Jiang Mingyue herself was feeling so comfortable she did not want to leave. No need, I want to play with Dabao and Xiaobao a little longer. Why go to sleep so early? What time is it? Only realizing it late, Jiang Mingyue finally thought to pick up her phone to check the time. Is this octopus guy so free, sending me so many messages? Jiang Mingyue, who had originally just wanted to check the time, was instantly bewildered by a screen flooded with unread messages. Tapping them open, Jiang Mingyue realized that Tang Yixiao had sent her a bunch of messages about food. What does this mean? Does the octopus have no friends? He can't even find someone to grab a meal with. Looking at the pictures of delicious food, Jiang Mingyue swallowed hard. Octopus, is that your chief director or whatever? Ye Wenxin noticed that lately Mingyue had been mentioning this chief director quite frequently. Yeah, it is Director Tang Yixiao. Right now, Jiang Mingyue's attention was completely captured by the food pictures Tang Yixiao sent. As for whatever Wenxin was asking, she just absent-mindedly answered whatever she heard. Mingyue, have you been getting close to your director Tang lately? Ye Wenxin immediately transformed into a curious baby. Not really, Tang Yixiao just drove me home once and treated me to some food at our university town. The street food there is still as delicious as ever. You went to the university town's food street together. Mingyu, how did you end up going with that director Tang? Tang Yixiao asked me to treat him to good food, though he was the one who paid in the end. Now, her friend was constantly keeping their chief director's name on her lips. Ye Wenxin had a premonition. Maybe the day Mingyue ended her single life was not far off. Realizing that Mingyue could still answer her questions while staring fixedly at her phone, it was truly a rare sight. Ye Wenxin decided not to press further. However, regarding that director Tang, would a pretty boy type really be a good match for Mingyu, who had the nickname Heroine? Are they really a good match? Knowing that relationships are between the two people involved, Ye Wenxin naturally would not blindly interfere. Ah, what? Finally pulling herself away from the food pictures sent by Tang Yixiao, Jiang Mingyue realized belatedly that Wenxin had called her name but did not say anything else. It is nothing, Mingyue. I just wanted to ask if you wanted me to call a Didi for you. Since that director Tang had driven Mingyue home before, Ye Wenxin was not sure if Mingyue and this director Tang had made any other plans. No need, I can call it myself. Waving her hand, Jiang Mingyue opened the ride-hailing app and called a Didi car for herself. Godmama, Dabao and Xiaobao called out. The baby's sparkling big eyes stared straight at their godmother. It made Jiang Mingyue feel the urge to just crash there and not go home. Are Dabao and Xiaobao reluctant to let godmother leave too? What should we do? Godmother can't bear to leave you babies either. How about godmother sleeps in the little bed with you babies tonight, okay? Godmama, mama. Hearing that godmother wanted to sleep with them, Dabao and Xiaobao were visibly excited. They clapped their little hands and giggled joyfully. All right, Mingyue, if you keep teasing them, they will be all riled up again tonight. 10-month-old babies are not as easy to coax to sleep as they used to be. Ye Wenxin was genuinely worried that Dabao and Xiaobao would start acting up again later. Dabao, Xiaobao, it seems your mom does not welcome godmother to sleep with you babies, feeling like she was throwing her best friend under the bus. Jiang Mingyue said this without blushing at all. Mama, godmama. Hearing their godmother's words, the babies immediately protested to their mother. The babies really liked their godmother. So why would not mom let her sleep with them?
Wenxin, look, do not Dabao and Xiaobao just love me.
Feeling like she had finally redeemed herself, Jiang Mingyue looked as smug as could be. Yes, Dabao and Xiaobao like you the most. How about you just make do tonight? Do you want to sleep in Dabao's little bed? Or squeeze in with Xiaobao? Towards her friend's shameless behavior, Ye Wenxin was too tired to even complain. Since Mingyue wanted to play, they might as well play big. Anyway, Ye Wenxin had a big bed to sleep in herself. Godmama. As for their mother's words, Dabao and Xiaobao basically understood the gist completely. Hearing that mom agreed to let godmother sleep with them, Dabao and Xiaobao simultaneously extended an invitation to her. Wenxin, I was just exaggerating a bit. You do not have to take it seriously, right? Thinking about Dabao and Xiaobao's cribs, Jiang Mingyue knew that even if she curled herself into a ball, she still would not fit. The baby's eyes just now carried a bit of an accusatory tone, you know. Ye Wenxin indicated that she absolutely would not take the blame for this. Dabao, Xiaobao, mommy definitely would not stop godmother from sleeping with you babies. I just do not know whose little bed she wants to sleep in. Dabao, Xiaobao, why do not you ask her yourselves? Mingyu's original helpers were the babies. So Ye Wenxin was basically giving her a taste of her own medicine. Godmama. Godmama. Hearing their mom, Dabao and Xiaobao got super excited. If they could express themselves clearly and in full sentences, they definitely would have cheered with joy. Jiang Mingyue felt stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Wenxin.
Left with no choice, Jiang Mingyue knew she could not reason with the babies. So her only hope was to plead with her friend, giving her friend an I told you not to show off look. Ye Wenxin finally spoke gently to the babies. Dabao, Xiaobao, godmother suddenly realized that she can't sleep in your little beds. Look, godmother is so big. If she sleeps in your little beds, where will you babies sleep? Exactly, Dabao, Xiaobao. Godmother just forgot that our Dabao and Xiaobao sleep in small beds. And godmother is an adult, so she can't sleep there, mama. Godmama. Dabao and Xiaobao were clearly still a bit hesitant. Their godmother had finally agreed to sleep with them. So why did she suddenly change her mind? Could it be that our babies want their little beds to break? Seeing the babies' expressions, Ye Wenxin knew they had not given up on the idea of having their godmother stay. After seeing Mingyue's helpless smile, Ye Wenxin could only double down and keep tricking the babies. If godmother breaks your little beds by sleeping in them, you won't have anywhere to sleep anymore. Ya, listening to their mom, Dabao and Xiaobao communicated with each other in baby babble, seemingly truly understanding her meaning. When Dabao and Xiaobao turned their heads again, they were no longer staring at their godmother. My ditty is here, Wenxin, I gotta go. Dabao, Xiaobao, godmother will bring you yummy treats next time. The two babies stood obediently by the door, saying goodbye to their godmother, and did not forget to blow her a kiss. Just after seeing Jiang Mingyue off, I was playing with the babies. Dabao, Xiaobao, Daddy has a soccer match this week. Do you want to go watch Daddy play? A soccer match? Did not you say you were on the school basketball team? Dabao and Xiaobao could not answer my question yet, but Ye Wenxin voiced her confusion first. It made sense, since Ye Wenxin remembered. I had indeed told her I was on the school basketball team. As for the fact that I could play soccer, Ye Wenxin had apparently never heard of it. I am on the basketball team, but Ma Xiaoyu and the other two are on the school soccer team. Their soccer team had a bit of an accident. They are short on players, so they asked me to fill in. A soccer team asking a basketball player for help. Does that even work? Ye Wenxin had never played basketball, nor had she played soccer. But just because she had not played them herself, did not mean she had not seen them played. On was played with the feet, and the other with the hands. Did I forget to tell you that I am actually pretty good at soccer too? Seeing Wenxin's suspicious expression, I could not help but tell the honest truth. Honestly, if I had not preferred basketball over soccer, a team at the level of the school soccer team would definitely welcome me with open arms if I wanted to join. That was also why, the moment the soccer team had an issue, Ma Xiaoyu and the guys immediately thought of asking me for help. You really have not mentioned that. She was also someone who spoke the honest truth. Ye Wenxin's expression was quite serious too. All right, I am officially announcing it now. I am an all-around basketball and soccer player. Lifting the babies in my arms, my tone held a hint of teasing. Papa, ball, Papa, Dabao and Xiaobao were very cooperative this time. Their chubby little hands started clapping directly. Dabao, Xiaobao, Daddy has not even played yet. Is not your applause coming a bit too early? Even if it was applause for encouragement, it was indeed premature. What do they know? Why are you even explaining this to them? In Ye Wenxin's mind, Dabao and Xiaobao did not even know what soccer and basketball were. Clapping, that was not really clapping for the sport. Dabao, Xiaobao, mommy actually dares to say you do not understand. Daddy will teach our Dabao and Xiaobao to recognize soccer and basketball, okay? From the pile of baby flashcards I had bought long ago, I picked out the book about different types of balls. Flipping to the first page, there was a soccer ball. Dabao, Xiaobao, this is called a soccer ball. This is the ball Daddy will be kicking this weekend. Do our babies like it? Originally, in my view, Dabao and Xiaobao were girls, so they would not necessarily like ball-related things. So after buying this book, I had never taken it out to show them. When I bought it back then, I just wanted to buy a complete set of everything. As for whether the babies would actually use it, I had not considered it at all. Better safe than sorry was my only thought at the time. Ball, dabao. This is called soccer.
Ball. Xiaobao. Say it with daddy. Soccer.
So, soccer. So, soccer. This time, the two babies almost simultaneously spoke the name of this new object. It was clear that both Dabao and Xiaobao were very interested in this soccer ball. Awesome, our Dabao and Xiaobao are so smart. Detected that the babies are highly interested in soccer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, top-tier soccer skill. The system had not appeared for a while. I even thought my stay-at-home dad system had gone on strike. Now it seemed the system was not on strike. It was just acting on a whim. Lin Chen, what is wrong? Even though I only zoned out for a minute or two, the observant Ye Wenxin still noticed. It was inevitable. To Ye Wenxin, I was now just like the babies, her closest family members. She certainly was not going to pay me any less attention. Nothing, I just did not expect that Dabao and Xiaobao would be interested in soccer. I was definitely never going to reveal the system's existence. And spacing out for a moment was very easy to explain away. I did not expect it either. I figured, since Dabao and Xiaobao are girls, they probably would not be into ball sports. Without a shred of doubt, Ye Wenxin followed my lead and shared her own thoughts. In Ye Wenxin's mind, since she did not like ball sports herself, Dabao and Xiaobao should naturally be the same. But now it seemed, with my genetics in the mix, everything was unpredictable. Wenxin, why do not you bring Dabao and Xiaobao to watch me play soccer this weekend? Since the babies liked it, I decided to bring them to the actual field to witness their daddy's heroic posture on the pitch. Can we really go to the venue to watch? Ye Wenxin was not particularly interested in watching soccer matches, but watching me play soccer was a totally different story. Ye Wenxin definitely wanted to know as much about me as possible. Why would not you be able to? It is just a friendly match between school teams, not too many rules. It is not some international tournament where you need to buy tickets in advance. Dabao, Xiaobao, we are going to watch Daddy play soccer this weekend and cheer him on, okay? No answer was needed. Ye Wenxin's excited demeanor was the best answer. Dabao, Xiaobao, let us practice saying play soccer, okay? Dabao, Xiaobao, we are going to watch Daddy play soccer. Ye Wenxin probably wanted Dabao and Xiaobao to give their dad a live cheer at the game, so she started actively teaching them right now. Unfortunately for the babies, whatever they wanted to say depended entirely on their mood. Right now, never mind the 3 syllables for play soccer. Dabao and Xiaobao would not even say the word soccer anymore. Wenxin, Dabao and Xiaobao seem a bit sleepy. Teach them later. Seeing that the babies were lacking energy, I stopped Wenxin's determination to keep teaching them. Oh right, it is getting late, I almost forgot. Thinking back, when Mingyue left, she had been planning to wash the babies and put them to bed. Now, because she found out about watching me play soccer this weekend, she was so excited that she actually forgot about their bedtime. For a brief moment, Ye Wenxin felt like an unqualified mother. Dabao, Xiaobao, let us have mommy wash us nice and clean, okay? I scooped up a baby in each arm, smiled at Wenxin, and led the way to the bathroom. Lin Chen, what do you think if I dressed Dabao and Xiaobao in little skirts today? Because we were going to watch me play soccer. Ye Wenxin woke up very early on the weekend morning and took out the new clothes bought for the babies. Although these new clothes were originally prepared for visiting both sides of our elders back home, thanks to my generous spending, even if we changed them into new clothes every single day, there would still be plenty to go around. Ye Wenxin thought to herself that today also counted as De Bao and Xiaobao's first official appearance in front of my classmates. Of course, De Bao had gone to the school with her dad last time, but that was a special circumstance. Ye Wenxin had not had any time to prepare, so it did not count. Sure, when our De Bao and Xiaobao wear little skirts, they will be little princesses. Seeing Wenxin dizzy with all the choices, I also leaned over to help her pick. Honestly, since they were all newly bought clothes, they were all definitely very pretty. If they were not pretty, why would I have picked them out in the first place? How about these two outfits? I asked for Wenxin's opinion. Okay, let us go with these two. Add a little pink hat, and our De Bao and Xiaobao will be pink babies today. Wenxin, do you want me to help you pick out an outfit too? Seeing Wenxin struggle so much just picking clothes for the babies, I kindly offered my assistance. Me, no need, I will just wear my usual clothes. Taking the babies out, Ye Wenxin had not thought about dressing herself up nicely. Everything was prioritized around the convenience of taking care of the babies. Besides, Ye Wenxin had natural beauty. She was a born stunner. Even without pretty clothes to highlight her, she would still stand out in a crowd. How could that do? The mother of our little princesses must definitely be a beautiful queen. I knew Wenxin was considering what was best for taking care of the babies. But the situation now was completely different from before. What queen? Ye Wenxin looked at me with surprise. A queen was definitely the wife of the emperor. My queen, of course, is not the mother of my little princesses. My queen, setting aside everything else, just the identity of wife, was something Ye Wenxin still did not dare to casually admit to right now. Lin Chen, you. Regarding my logic, Ye Wenxin very much wanted to refute it. It was just that the distance between Ye Wenxin and me right now could be described as zero. How could she find the words to argue back? Me, what? Are you not the mother of my little princesses? Or are you saying you do not want to be my queen? After spending so much time together, I had figured it out. Wenxin was incredibly shy when it came to romance. Since the mother of my children was so shy, I could only be the one to take the initiative. No, Lin Chen, Ye Wenxin blushed, her heart pounding in her chest. As long as you are willing to be my queen, then, my beautiful queen, do you need me to provide any services for you? I gently reached out and pulled Wenxin into my embrace. Smelling the faint fragrance on Wenxin's body, I felt an indescribable sense of happiness. I really wanted to hold Ye Wenxin like this for the rest of my life. Lin Chen, you. She felt something. Wenxin was so startled she could not speak. As for what that something was, Ye Wenxin knew without needing to ask. Ye Wenxin did not know how to handle this awkward situation. She wanted to create some distance between us, but she found that my embrace felt so warm and gave her such a sense of security. No wonder De Bao and Xiaobao always fought over being held by their dad. Because it was so comfortable, Ye Wenxin even felt a bit drowsy. After a moment, Ye Wenxin rubbed her eyes, showing that she was a bit dazed. What was going on? Why did she almost fall asleep standing up?
Wait, just now,
You go out first. I need to change clothes. Remembering the steamy situation just moments ago, Ye Wenxin's sleepiness vanished instantly. Worried I might do something crazy, Ye Wenxin hurriedly pushed me out of the room. As for my offer to help, Ye Wenxin could only appreciate the thought. Wenxin, wear something pretty, otherwise I will come in and pick it for you. As I walked out of the room, I did not forget to tease her. No need, I can pick it myself. At this moment, Ye Wenxin definitely did not dare let me back in the room. Her face blushing as red as a big apple. Ye Wenxin did not dare be too careless this time. She really picked out a nice-looking outfit and put it on. Ye Wenxin knew that it would definitely be a bit inconvenient for taking care of the babies, but thinking of my words, Ye Wenxin comforted herself, saying that Auntie Wang was there to help, so it would not be that inconvenient. Mrs. Lin, you are ready. Mr. Lin said you were changing clothes, and he went out to buy breakfast. Auntie Wang, you are so early today. Checking the time, Auntie Wang was a whole half hour earlier than usual. When I was leaving yesterday, Mr. Lin spoke with me, asking me to come in half an hour early today, and then letting me go home an hour early this afternoon. Actually, Mrs. Lin, asking me to come in early occasionally is no big deal at all. You just have to mention it. Mr. Lin does not need to be so polite. It is fine. It is mostly because I am taking the babies to watch him play soccer this morning, which is why we asked you to come early. We do not have anything going on this afternoon anyway, and since it is the weekend, you should go home early and rest. Ye Wenxin had not expected that I would be so thoughtful in handling things, having already arranged things with Auntie Wang in advance. Thinking of the scene between us in the room just now, Ye Wenxin felt truly lucky that Auntie Wang had not arrived at that time. I will go check on the babies. De Bao, Xiao Bao, you are awake. Did you know Daddy was taking you to watch him play soccer today? And got too excited to sleep as soon as she walked into the small room, seeing the babies with their beautiful big eyes wide open. Looking at her, Ye Wenxin could not help but smile. Mama, Mama, seeing their mom walk in, the freshly awoken babies squealed with joy. The adorable Dabao and Xiaobao did not have anything like morning crankiness. Dabao and Xiaobao are both awake, having returned from buying breakfast. I saw the babies already sitting in their high chairs drinking formula, and I was a little bit surprised. Logically speaking, it was not even the babies' wake-up time yet. Were Dabao and Xiaobao today getting up a bit too early? Papa, Papa, Ball. Seeing their dad, Dabao and Xiaobao stopped drinking their beloved formula and reached out their little arms to him, asking for a hug. After their mom's reminder this morning, Dabao and Xiaobao had etched the whole daddy playing ball thing deeply into their minds. Dabao and Xiaobao woke up so early just because they wanted to watch daddy play soccer. Looks like daddy really needs to perform well today. With two such passionate fans, I naturally had to give it my all. I glanced at the clothes Wenxin was wearing, and I nodded in satisfaction. My woman should always look beautiful. Seeing the look in my eyes, and recalling the scene from this morning, Ye Wenxin turned and walked into the kitchen, a bit embarrassed. Giving herself a mental pep talk was own thing, but actually seeing the male lead me, Ye Wenxin's heart started racing like a frightened deer all over again. Knowing Wenxin was still a bit shy, I did not point it out. I knew the relationship between Ye Wenxin and me was heating up. Ye Wenxin brought the two babies to watch my game and cheer for me. Lin Chen is not today's friendly match at Modu University. Looking at the unfamiliar road, Ye Wenxin voiced her confusion. Ye Wenxin had originally thought that the soccer match was being held at her alma mater, thinking that she had not properly walked around her alma mater in 2 years. Ye Wenxin had wanted to relive the campus atmosphere. According to Max Xiaoyu, it was a request from the opposing team. This friendly match won't be held at either school, but at a rented soccer stadium outside. Why? Modu University's soccer field is huge. Why would they need to specifically go out and rent a stadium? Even though Ye Wenxin was not interested in sports, regarding the situation of her own alma mater, she was still very well informed. Modu University's soccer field is not small either. Actually, they could play at either school. I have gone to Modu University to play basketball friendlies, so I know a bit about Modu University's situation as well. Then why go outside to rent a field to play? Could it be that the soccer team has too much funding and nowhere to spend it? Wenxin, you are being too optimistic. The school would not specifically subsidize funding or anything like that. So how could they have that much funding? They said playing on an unfamiliar field is fairer. That way, there is no home or away advantage. I told Wenxin everything I knew. As for whether there was some other unspoken reason, I truly had no idea. All right. I just feel that it is a bit of a shame we can't go back and visit the school today. Wenxin did not hide her inner thoughts. Ye Wenxin realized that with me, she was becoming more and more capable of opening her heart. Even her little passing thoughts. Ye Wenxin did not want to hide them at all. You want to go back and look at the school? That is easy. After the match, I will take you back to campus for a stroll. Oh, and we have to let our Dabo and Xiaobao See what the university their parents went to looks like. Really, we can? Ye Wenxin's originally disappointed expression instantly gained a touch of joy. Why would not we be able to? Modu University's gates are always open to you. The president of Modu University would not stop his own students from entering the campus. You say that as if you are the president of Modu University. I am not a student at Modu University anymore. Are not you preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam? By then, you will be my senior again. Want me to call you senior sister to satisfy you? I suppose that is true. By then, my grade level will be higher than yours again. Ye Wenxin did not say anything out loud, but her eyes held a teasing look. Sister Ye Wenxin and I were just joking around. But when the babies in the back seat heard their dad say the word sister, they immediately and happily jumped into the conversation. The babies felt that they could participate in mommy and daddy's chat too. They were absolutely thrilled. Interrupted by the babies like this. Ye Wenxin directly reached out her hands and covered her little face. How could they possibly keep chatting now? Dabao, Xiaobao, daddy said senior sister, not sister. I was a bit helpless. I had almost forgotten that my two little darlings were at the age where they loved mimicking speech. Sister, unaccepting of their dad's explanation. The babies had their own stubbornness. With that innocent look on their faces, Owen would think their dad agreed with what they were saying. Why do not you just give in to Dabao and Xiaobao? Hearing the babies be so opinionated, Ye Wenxin lowered her hands and started stirring the pot. Give in how? Do you want to hear me call you sister? If Auntie Wang was not in the back seat, I would have wanted to say something else. No need. I was joking. Seeing the way I looked at her, Ye Wenxin suddenly remembered the scene from this morning. Being called sister did not seem to be such an easy thing to accept after all. Ye Wenxin waved her hands repeatedly. Sister. Ye Wenxin did not dare, but the babies dared. Sitting securely in their car seats, the babies were just short of clapping to urge their dad to call their mom sister. Dabao, Xiaobao, do you remember what ball daddy is playing with later? When it came to distracting the babies, I was quite the expert.
Ball, in my book.
Dabao and Xiaobao were truly handled in a matter of minutes. They stopped fussing over the sister issue. Dabao, Xiaobao, what kind of ball is it? I asked the babies in the back seat while driving. At the same time, I did not forget to shoot Wenxin a look, implying that to handle the babies, I still had to be the one to step up. Ye Wenxin secretly gave me a thumbs up. Expressing her admiration, Ye Wenxin had come to realize that when it came to taking care of the babies, I was truly a self-taught master.
Ball, Papa, as soon as I finished speaking.
The babies in the back seat had already started clapping vigorously. The babies were taking learning by doing to the absolute extreme. Dabao, Xiaobao, wait until daddy plays soccer to clap. Okay. Hearing that the clapping was actually quite loud, I worried the babies might hurt their hands, so I quickly stopped them. Brother Chen, over here. As soon as my large BMW appeared in the stadium parking lot, Ma Xiaoyu's annoying voice rang out. Brother Chen, I knew you would not be late. There is still half an hour before kickoff. And you arrived so early. Our brother Chen participates in basketball games often too. This is called experience, you know. When participating in a competition, can you really just arrive exactly on time? I am just too excited. As soon as I see Brother Chen, my heart starts flying. All right, you are not some little girl? Why is your heart flying when you see Brother Chen? I think you just saw Brother Chen's big BMW, and your heart started itching. In the passenger seat, Ye Wenxin saw me open the rear door and also got out of the car. Seeing how familiar I was with them, Ye Wenxin guessed the identities of those three guys. Dabao, Xiaobao, we are here, let us get out of the car. Auntie Wang got out from the other side and took out the baby stroller.
What?
Dabao and Xiaobao are here too. Brother Chen? Why did not you say so earlier? We did not know you would bring Dabao and Xiaobao along. We are not prepared at all. Yeah, Brother Chen, I had prepared a huge pile of snacks way in advance. But I did not bring any today. Do you think there is still time if I go back to get them now? It seems sister-in-law is here too. You two mind your manners? What sister-in-law? Where did a sister-in-law come from? Ji goddess Yi, Ma Xiaoyu and the other two, who were originally fighting to hold Dabao and Xiaobao, instantly became formal and reserved the moment they saw Ye Wenxin. This was Ye Wenxin, the absolute most famous campus belle of Modu University, the goddess renowned as the most beautiful girl at Modu University. Before knowing about the relationship between goddess Yi and me, Ma Xiaoyu and the guys had also admired Ye Wenxin greatly. Of course, after learning that goddess Yi was already my woman, Ma Xiaoyu and the other two naturally did not dare to harbor any further admiration. Thou shalt not covet thy brother's wife. Even thinking about it was forbidden. Hello, I am Ye Wenxin. Looking at the three somewhat goofy college guys, Ye Wenxin very generously took the initiative to greet them. Of course, Ye Wenxin only initiated the greeting, because she had already guessed these three were my former roommates. That is why she took the initiative. If it were any other guys, forget about Ye Wenxin initiating it. It could not be helped. As a great beauty who had been gorgeous since childhood, if Ye Wenxin were too approachable, she would probably find it very difficult to live a normal life. Ji goddess, Yi actually initiated a greeting with me. Shuajiahui, who had never enjoyed this kind of treatment, started stuttering immediately. Hello sister-in-law, the three of us are Brother Chen's roommates. My name is Wu Yuli. This is Ma Xiaoyu. And he is Shui Jiahui. Probably unable to stand Shui Jiahui's cowardly display, Wu Yuli introduced Shui Jiahui last. You can just call me Ye Wenxin. Sister-in-law made it sound a bit like a triad gang. And Ye Wenxin really was not used to it. We can't do that. How could we directly call sister-in-law by her name? The goddess had just changed her status and become their brother Chen's woman. Calling her directly by her full name would be too disrespectful. Papa, the two little darlings in the back seat started getting anxious when they were not taken out of the car right away. The babies definitely did not want to stay in the car all the time. Do Dabao and Xiaobao want to get out? I had initially stayed back to observe, worried that Wenxin might be startled by my roommates. That is why I was watching from the side. Seeing the reactions of Ma Xiaoyu and the other two, I realized that the ones who were truly startled were not the mother of my children, but my three roommates. Papa, seeing that Daddy understood what they meant, Dabao and Xiaobao stretched their chubby little arms even further, looking like they desperately wanted a hug from Daddy. All right, Daddy will carry you. I knew the temperaments of my little princesses. If I kept leaving the babies in the car, the two little darlings would probably start throwing a fit right there. Sister-in-law, can we look at the babies? Seeing me take Dabao and Xiaobao out and put them in the stroller, Ma Xiaoyu could not hold back any longer. It was just that the great goddess Yi was still standing there watching. And since goddess Yi was the baby's mother, Ma Xiaoyu and the others did not dare cross any lines. Of course you can. Ye Wenxin checked her position. She was not interfering with my roommates' movements, right? But since they had asked for her permission, Ye Wenxin gave them a direct answer. Thank you, sister-in-law. After the three big guys thanked her in unison like parrots, they squeezed in front of the babies they had been longing to see. Brother Chen, which on is Dabao and which on is Xiaobao. Dabao and Xiaobao looked exactly the same, as if carved from the same mold. How are we supposed to tell which is the older sister and which is the younger? Brother Chen, I have held Dabao before, but now I can't tell which own is Dabao and which own is Xiaobao either. Do you guys think it is because my memory is too bad? Ma Xiaoyu, stop putting gold on your own face. How many minutes did you even hold Dabao for? You flaunt it in front of me and Wu Yuli every day. Brother Chen, you have to let me hold the babies today. I know how to hold them, I do not need to learn. Because Dabao and Xiaobao's charm was too great. Ma Xiaoyu and the other two naturally started the game of fighting over the babies. Auntie, Dabao and Xiaobao in the stroller still did not quite understand what was going on. Watching the three arguing men, the babies just found it amusing. Suddenly, Dabao's little finger pointed at Ma Xiaoyu and she called out. I had to admit, Dabao's memory was truly excellent. It had been so long, yet Dabao actually still remembered this auntie. Stop, this is Dabao, this on is definitely Dabao. Brother Chen, am I right? This is Dabao. Dabao still remembers me. The fact that Dabao still remembered him truly made Ma Xiaoyu feel overjoyed. Dabao, I am Auntie, you still remember me, do not you? Because he was so excited. Ma Xiaoyu did not care about the title Auntie at all anymore. For Ma Xiaoyu, having such a cute Dabao remember him, even if she called him sister, it would not matter at all. Dabao, are you Dabao? I am your daddy's good friend. My name is Wu Yuli. Me too. Me too. My name is Shui Jiahui. Because they were too excited, my 3 roommates treated the 10-month-old babies like adults, actually introducing themselves in all seriousness. Auntie, seeing her sister calling out to people. Xiaobao also wanted to show her polite side. Xiaobao, you are Xiaobao, right? Xiaobao is so smart, without anyone teaching you. You already know how to greet people yourself. Xiaobao, will you let uncle hold you, okay? Because Xiaobao actively joined the fray. Wu Yuli immediately shifted his target. Both babies were equally adorable. Naturally, it was about grabbing whichever own he could. Hug. Hug. Hearing that Auntie wanted to hold her, Xiaobao extended her chubby little arms without hesitation. Not being afraid of strangers was one of the baby's strengths. With their personalities, they would probably grow up to be social butterflies. Brother Chen, can I hold Xiaobao for a bit? Because he was too excited. Wu Yuli nervously wiped the sweat off his hands on his pants. I nodded. Sure. Xiaobao herself was willing. So how could I refuse? Knowing that Wu Yuli had never held a baby before, I took Xiaobao out of the stroller and placed her into Wu Yuli's arms. Holding Xiaobao with both hands, Wu Yuli's whole body was stiff as a board. Looking at his nervous demeanor, it was as if Wu Yuli was not holding a baby, but rather an incredibly priceless treasure. Auntie, Xiaobao, held in Wu Yuli's arms, did not feel any discomfort, and laughed happily. Brother Chen, Xiaobao really likes me holding her, does not she? For Wu Yuli, Xiaobao's laughter was the best answer. Wu Yuli, as if presenting a treasure, lifted Xiaobao up slightly. Brother Chen, take Dabao out and let me hold her. I have not held Dabao in ages. No way. Ma Xiaoyu already held Dabao last time. It should be my turn this time. Before I could even answer Wu Yuli, I was pestered by the other 2 envious guys beside me. Standing to the side, Ye Wenxin watched the 2 grown men acting as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Unable to hold it back, she burst out laughing with a plift. This scene was truly too hilarious. Ye Wenxin really had not expected that her baby's charm would actually reach this level. Brother Chen, we are being laughed at by goddess sister-in-law. Ma Xiaoyu and Shui Jiahui finally stopped their game of fighting over the babies. The faces of the 2 big guys actually turned red simultaneously. Ma Xiaoyu and Shui Jiahui were not sure if their behavior just now seemed incredibly childish in the eyes of the goddess. I did not mean to. I just thought it was a bit funny, that is all. Seeing me and my 2 roommates staring at her, Ye Wenxin felt a bit embarrassed. I looked at these goofing off roommates and gave a slight smile. With the baby's appearance, they seemed to have entirely forgotten they were here for a soccer match today. Dabao, Xiaobao, you have to listen to mommy, okay? I patted the 2 babies' heads, gave Wenxin another smile, and headed behind the stands. Dabao, Xiaobao, uncle will come hold you after the soccer match, okay? Dabao, Xiaobao, you have to watch uncle play carefully. Uncle and your daddy will definitely win. See you later, Dabao and Xiaobao. Only when they saw I had walked quite a distance away did the 3 guys reluctantly leave the adorable babies. Lin. Campus Belle, Lin, why are you here? In the backstage locker room, the other team members had indeed already arrived. Seeing me, several people were visibly shocked. Did not I already tell you guys that I invited someone incredibly skilled to help us out, in stark contrast to his childish behavior of fighting over the babies just now? Wu Yuli now wore a very serious expression. Captain, you meant Campus Belle, Lin. This captain naturally referred to Wu Yuli as the captain of the school's soccer team. It was understandable why Wu Yuli was so anxious when Gu Yuan had his accident. What is wrong? Do you think our brother Chen is not up to it? Ma Xiaoyu, who was already a bit annoyed that Wu Yuli had snatched Dabao away, was still harboring some frustration. Now he had finally found an outlet to vent. It is not like you guys have not played soccer with Brother Chen before. Do not you know his skill level? If Brother Chen had not preferred basketball for the striker position on the soccer team, do you really think Gu Yuan would have ever gotten it? No, no, no. I just feel the captain's influence is immense. To actually be able to invite Campus Belle Lin. Waving his hands repeatedly, the person who spoke did not want to cause any misunderstandings, as long as there is no issue. Brother Chen has played a few matches with us before, so there should not be much to worry about in terms of chemistry. Niudu University's soccer team. As long as everyone plays at their normal level, taking them down won't be too difficult. So, everyone must pump yourselves up, coordinate well later, and win some face for our soccer team. Do not worry, Captain, with Campus Belle Lin joining. Our soccer team is like a tiger that has grown wings. We were initially worried the ringer you found would not be good enough. But now it seems we have absolutely nothing to worry about. Campus Belle Lin also has a certain level of chemistry with us. Now, if we want to beat Niudu University, we truly have the right time, right place, and right people. Brother Chen, thank you. Taking advantage of the time spent changing clothes, Wu Yuli expressed his most sincere gratitude. We are brothers. Why are you saying this? I patted Wu Yuli on the shoulder, not feeling like this was a big deal at all. If the roles were reversed and I needed help, I knew Wu Yuli and the other two would step up without a second thought. Between brothers, there was no need for the words, thank you. Walking onto the pitch, I looked toward the stands, and immediately spotted Dabao and Xiaobao. And, of course, the baby's mother. I waved toward my little darlings and my big darling. I found that the spot my roommates found for Wenxin was really quite good. Look, look, that player from Modu University is so handsome. How come I have never seen this handsome guy in a match before? Could he be a new member of the Modu University soccer team? Who cares if he is a new member or an old member? All I know is I have never seen such a handsome guy before. If only I could get his contact info. Mind your status. You guys are cheerleaders for Niudu University. Alright. Is there a conflict here? The players are already on the field. There is nothing for us to do for now. Just because we are students of Niudu University. Does that mean we can't date handsome guys from Modu University? Dating, your thoughts are moving at the speed of light. Even if the handsome guy likes someone, it would not be you guys. We have Wang Yimeng right here. Why is not the handsome guy waving at his own cheerleaders, but waving over to our side instead? Maybe he has got his eye on someone here. The girl whose name was mentioned appeared icy on the surface, but inside, her heart was already racing. Wang Yimeng, the campus belle of Niudu University, and the captain of the cheerleading squad. In truth, the moment I walked out, Wang Yimeng's attention had already been completely captured by me. If she had not been a professional cheerleader, Wang Yimeng might have even forgotten how to keep moving. Later, when she saw me wave toward their direction,
Wang Yimeng's first reaction was
that the handsome guy had noticed her. Trying desperately to suppress her emotions, Wang Yimeng managed to keep others from noticing her abnormality. Wang Yimeng knew she should maintain a sliver of reserve at this moment. Was not there a saying, the harder something is to get, the more a man will cherish it? So, when Wang Yimeng saw me wave, she restrained herself immensely to stop herself from raising her arm. Unfortunately, what Wang Yimeng did not know was that all of this was just her own fantasy and wishful thinking. For me, my eyes only held my three darlings, Dabao, Xiaobao, and their mother. Dabao, Xiaobao, look. Daddy is waving at us. Ye Wenxin also spotted me the moment I came out, seeing me raise my hand. Ye Wenxin happily urged the babies to interact with their dad. Dabao, Xiaobao, I heard Campus Belle Lin won over our goddess Campus Belle. Is it true? Your news is way too outdated. You might not have ears, but do not you have eyes? Did not you see that the person next to our adorable babies is our goddess sister-in-law? Wang Yimeng, you have some serious pull. Those guys from the Modu University soccer team did not even spare a glance for their own cheerleaders, and instead are staring straight over at us. Well, is not that because the big handsome guy noticed Wang Yimeng? This kind of thing has never happened before. So, the big handsome guy really has taken a liking to our campus belle, Wang Yimeng. If he did not take a liking to Wang Yimeng, do you think he took a liking to you? With Wang Yimeng standing right here. Do you think we have any right to be curious? Are you guys done or what? Do you know what you are here to do today? Wang Yimeng, whose heart had already burst into bloom, was being quite pretentious just to uphold the concept of reserve to the very end. Seeing that Wang Yimeng was angry, the others sensibly shut their mouths. If they offended Wang Yimeng, someone else might take the field next time. Wang Yimeng swept her gaze over the obedient squad members, feeling incredibly smug. Wang Yimeng felt that the higher her posture, the more it should pique the handsome guy's interest, right? So, many misunderstandings are purely imagined by people themselves. With just this own wave of my hand, Wang Yimeng had conjured up for herself a beautiful misunderstanding. Papa, Papa, urged by their mother. The little baby's chubby arms kept waving around, although the little babies still did not understand what mommy meant by cheering daddy on. Looking at daddy from such a distance felt quite novel to them. All right, Dabao, Xiaobao. Daddy's match is about to start. Let us stop waving for now, okay? Seeing that we had started our preparations, Ye Wenxin gently held the baby's waving little hands. Ye Wenxin thought the babies would get tired if they kept their arms raised the whole time. Wait until they score a goal. Then you can wave and cheer. Brother Chen, the situation today seems a bit off. Finally focusing his mind on the match, Wu Yuli was slightly taken aback when he saw the opposing team's players. He paused for a moment. What is off? I am on the basketball team. I am really not too clear on the soccer team's situation. I glanced at the opponent's numbers. There was not anything wrong there. Brother Chen, look at that dark-skinned guy. He is clearly African, right? And he is obviously much older. He does not look like a university student. Also, we have played against the Niudu University soccer team quite a few times before. We have never seen this foreign player. Without needing Wu Yuli to specifically point him out, that foreigner standing among the opposing players, I had naturally already noticed him. It is just that, at the time, I thought he was a student at Niudu University. In modern universities, having international students or exchange students is a very normal thing. Now, having it brought up by Wu Yuli like this, I took a few more glances at the foreigner. Looking at his age, it indeed seemed like Wu Yuli said. He looked quite old. At the very least, he did not look like a university student. You are saying this is a ringer the other team brought in. It is highly likely. Brother Chen, that Niudu University soccer team has already lost to our team 3 times in a row. I heard that for this match, they made a military pledge before the game. Rumor has it their pledge is pretty harsh. If they do not beat us this time, their soccer team will go into closed training for a year. In other words, if they lose to us again today, for an entire year, their Niudu University soccer team will be removed from all inter-school friendly matches. Wu Yuli had originally thought that Niudu University choosing an off-campus stadium was the extent of their underhanded tactics. After all, according to the rule of alternating venues, this match should have been played at Modu University. What Wu Yuli had not expected was that in order to win, Niudu University would actually resort to the dirty trick of hiring a ringer. If this ringer was also a student at Niudu University, no one could say anything. But that black foreigner clearly was not a student. He guessed this black foreigner was probably a player from some small soccer club. Hearing Wu Yuli's words, I lost all favorable impression of the Niudu University players. As university students, to actually resort to such unscrupulous means just to win. Besides, you made this military pledge yourselves. It was not pressure applied by Modu University. Since you took this stance yourselves, why should others have to pay for it? Did they really think having a ringer meant they could sit back and relax? Unfortunately, the person they encountered this time was me. For someone who possessed the top-tier soccer skills granted by the system, forget about Owen Ringer. Even if they replaced all the Niudu University players with ringers like him, wanting to win a ball from under my feet would be an impossible task. Brother Chen, do you have any ideas? If it were a normal match, Wu Yuli would not be worried at all. But now, not knowing the exact strength of that ringer, he was still somewhat anxious. We will just play normally. Do not worry about anything else. So what if they hired a ringer? I won't even let his foot touch the ball. I suspect that ringer plays forward, and most likely center forward. Since we played the same position, making sure that black foreigner never got the ball would be even simpler. Brother Chen, are you serious? It was not that Wu Yuli doubted me, or did not believe me. It was just that, since I was a basketball player after all, in Wu Yuli's mind, I probably had not touched a soccer ball in a long time. Now that the opponent had hired a professional ringer, even if my skills were good, would I still fall a bit short? Of course, Wu Yuli did not dare say this out loud. The arrow was already on the bowstring. They had no choice but to fire. With no better options on their side, Wu Yuli could only choose to believe in me. Captain, Niudu University's situation is not quite right. My conversation with Wu Yuli was not over yet, and other team members had also noticed the anomaly on the field. Yeah, that black foreigner from Niudu University probably is not own of their students, right? Captain, Niudu University is cheating. They brought in a ringer. This is not fair. This is an inter-school friendly. How can they use a ringer? What is unfair? Paul is now a member of our team. Is there a problem with him playing the match with us? The captain of Niudu University looked completely unbothered. He probably anticipated that this Paul would be recognized. After all, with Paul's skin color, it would be hard not to be noticed even if they tried. So, he was just openly and generously admitting it. Who says they have to be a student at Niudu University? For us to let them join the soccer team, for our Niudu University soccer team. As long as they love soccer and have the ability, everyone is welcome. Taking their ugly motive for hiring a ringer and dressing it up in a lofty excuse. The members of the Niudu University soccer team must be Chinese literature majors. This is a friendly match between universities. Is not your explanation a bit too forced? What is forced about it? As long as they have joined our soccer team, they are a member of the Niudu University soccer team. Is there a problem? It seems to me your team also has a new face. With my outstanding good looks, even if I did not try to stand out, I was still a presence that could not be ignored. The moment the opposing players laid eyes on me, they knew I was a new face. Brother Chen, look. Seeing that both sides had entered the stage of exchanging verbal jabs, Wu Yuli looked at me with some concern. If they kept arguing like this, today's match would not even need to be played. Just now, Wu Yuli had already pointed out Paul's identity as a ringer. But I had said earlier that I would not even let that ringer touch the ball. Wu Yuli's heart was already beginning to look forward to it. He wondered what kind of expressions the Niudu University players would have when the time came. Right now, Wu Yuli just wanted to hear my thoughts. Do not waste time. Have everyone get ready for the match. The Niudu University players are cheating. Now, of course, it depends on Modu University's attitude. All right, Brother Chen. Wu Yuli did not have any doubts. Seeing my calm demeanor, he felt completely reassured. He immediately convinced his teammates to start the match. After both sides stopped arguing over the ringer issue, the match officially kicked off, with the top-tier soccer skills rewarded by the system. The ball seemed to be glued to my body. I swiftly dodged the opponents. Su Bo, who originally thought that with Paul joining, they could win without even trying, saw that due to my efforts as the new member of Modu University, Paul could not even touch the ball. Xu Bo was definitely getting very anxious. If this kept up, how could they possibly beat Modu University? Paul, hurry up and get the ball. Because I kept the ball at my feet. Xu Bo could only desperately run after me, while shouting commands loudly. Su, I can't get close. I can't get close to him. I can't get the ball. Speaking in broken Chinese, Paul was either exhausted from running or something else. In short, he sounded quite out of breath. Captain, us too. This guy's footwork is too bizarre. It is like the ball is glued to his feet. How are we supposed to get it? The Niudu University players, who initially thought victory was already in their grasp with the ringer, were now experiencing what it meant to rejoice too soon. So what if they spent a lot of money to hire a ringer? This ringer could not even touch the ball. Was not the result the same as if they had not hired own? Shubo's face instantly turned livid. You guys, go all out and surround that kid. Since they could not get the ball, Shubo started acting recklessly. Captain, with so many people watching, would not that look bad? Although today's match was played at an off-campus stadium, there were still quite a few students from both universities here to watch. If they so blatantly used underhanded tactics, the Nudu University players were worried they would give others ammunition against them. What do you mean, look bad? Do not forget what military pledge we made before playing this match. Do you want our team to just disappear? For the next year. In order to win, Shubo did not care about anything else anymore. In Shubo's view, if he could hire a ringer, there was nothing he would not do. Oh no, they are going to surround Brother Chen. Brother Chen, watch out. Do not let them box you in. Wu Yuli was the first to notice the situation. He yelled and ran toward my direction. Actually, before Wu Yuli shouted, I had already noticed the opposing player's intentions. Also, Shubo's voice was just too loud. Even if I did not want to listen, I still caught some of it. They wanted to surround me. I slightly curled the corners of my lips. If this were before I received the system's reward, the opponent's goal might have been relatively easy to achieve. After all, aside from the goalkeeper, basically their entire team was coming at me. But now, I looked toward the direction of my darlings. Because the babies loved soccer, I was now an amateur soccer player, possessing top-tier soccer skills. Subo's little crooked ideas were destined to fail. Wang Yimeng, the big handsome guy, smiled at you. My God, Shubo and the others are all running towards the big handsome guy. And he actually still has the mind to smile at you. Wang Yimeng, I am so jealous of you. Is the big handsome guy not worried at all? Or does he think the match is not as important as Wang Yimeng? Is the big handsome guy trying to announce to everyone that he has got his eye on Wang Yimeng? Because of the angle, my actions were misunderstood once again. If I knew about these girls' little schemes, I wonder what I would think. Listening to her companion's words, Wang Yimeng did not show anything on her face, but inside, she was incredibly smug. In Wang Yimeng's view, this was not just unrequited love on her part anymore. Everyone could see the handsome guy treated her differently. So it must be true. Wang Yimeng felt there was only one thing she needed to do now: maintain her aloof posture. Wang Yimeng, do not tell me such a big handsome guy does not even catch your eye. Wang Yimeng, are not your standards a bit too high? Seeing Wang Yimeng show no reaction, the other members of the Nudu University cheerleading squad were a bit puzzled. This Wang Yimeng was indeed beautiful, but her standards should not be this ridiculously high, right? I do not know him. Why should I let him catch my eye? Saying one thing while meaning another, that is exactly the kind of person Wang Yimeng was. Right now, Wang Yimeng felt it was already confirmed that the big handsome guy was interested in her, which was why she was acting so arrogant. It was just that in the end, when Wang Yimeng realized this was all a beautiful misunderstanding of her own making, who knew what her mindset would be like? Just as the Nudu University players were preparing to surround me together, Paul felt his opportunity had come. With a sudden, fierce thrust of his foot, Paul wanted to snatch the soccer ball from my feet. Brother Chen, watch out. When Shu Jiaoi noticed Paul's movement and shouted a warning to me, it was actually already too late. Because Paul's foot was visibly about to touch the soccer ball, unfortunately, just when even Paul thought this opportunity would not slip away, I executed a rapid turn, and Paul's outstretched foot hit nothing but air. Without giving Paul any time to react, I dribbled the ball directly and sprinted towards Nudu University's backfield. My running speed was simply beyond what a normal person could imagine. By the time the Nudu University players realized the danger and prepared to fall back on defense, it was simply too late. The poor Nudu University goalkeeper, watching me and the soccer ball at my feet charging fiercely towards him, had sweat pouring down his forehead like rain, knowing he could only rely on himself to guard the goal now. The Nudu University goalkeeper could only brace himself and step forward to meet me. In the goalkeeper's view, as long as he blocked the soccer ball, he could prevent them from conceding a point. Looking at the goalkeeper running towards me, the smile on my face grew even wider. Was he opening the city gates to let me attack? Although from a normal perspective, this shooting distance was indeed too far. With my current abilities, this was all child's play. Without even needing to slow down, I directly raised a foot and the soccer ball flew out in a parabolic arc. On the field, not only the players from both sides, but even the audience in the stands, had their eyes completely glued to the soccer ball. This kind of ultra-long distance shot was seemingly only seen in the World Cup, right? In an inter-school friendly match of this level, such a grand spectacle should not be happening. Of course, if a player just randomly kicked it, for fun, that would be own thing, but it actually went in. It went in. It went in, brother. Chen is too awesome. Brother Chen is mighty. Watching the soccer ball land securely in Nudu University's goal, Wu Yuli and the others directly jumped up. Brother Chen, you are my idol. Brother Chen, why do not you join our soccer team? I will yield this captain's position to you. I also feel it is a waste of your talents to be on the basketball team. Yeah, Brother Chen, such an amazing goal. I thought only David Villa could do that. What David Villa? Look at the distance between Brother Chen and the goal. Even if Villa were here, he probably could not do it. On this point, his own players truly were not exaggerating. Brother Chen, were you intentionally hiding your skills before? Or were you deliberately going easy on us? The teammates who had played a few matches with me before were truly shocked. Everyone's unanimous thought was that I had just been playing around with them before and had not shown my true skill level at all. Are you guys going to play or not? Dawdling around, are you done? Recovering from his shock, Zhu Bo, not wanting to lose out in terms of momentum, deliberately shouted loudly, regarding my goal. Xu Bo kept comforting himself internally that it was just a fluke. How could anyone possibly hit the goal with Owen shot from that far away? As a soccer fan, Xu Bo knew that even if you brought in those soccer superstars, it would be impossible to complete such a highly difficult move. So, my goal was purely based on luck. Already disliking Shubo for hiring a ringer, seeing Shubo acting all bitter now, Ma Xiaoyu completely looked down on this Niudu University soccer team captain. Subo originally wanted to pump up his teammates, but found that they seemed as if they had been frozen, standing there foolishly. Even Paul, the ringer Shubo had hired, looked dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. That goal of his was just good luck. Do not let yourselves be bluffed. Everyone show your true skills. Do not be scared by that kid's little bit of luck. If we lose today's match, we can't participate in any matches for a year. Does not that basically mean we should not play soccer anymore? Everyone cheer up. Xu made a gesture toward the cheerleading squad. The cheerleading squad's job was originally to encourage the players. This was the perfect time for them to be of use. Wang Yimeng frowned. Of course, Wang Yimeng saw Shubo's gesture. It was just that since the big handsome guy scored that goal just now, Wang Yimeng suddenly did not want to cheer for Shubo and his team anymore. Wang Yimeng, we are students of Nudu University. Not knowing what Wang Yimeng, the cheerleading captain, was hesitating for, someone started urging her. Did not Wang Yimeng act like she did not care about the big handsome guy? Then why was not she cheering for their own school's soccer team now? Wang Yimeng, looking as if she had been awakened, shot a glance at Shubo. She secretly said to herself in her heart, I am not doing this for your sake. Everyone, get ready. Following Wang Yimeng's command, the Nudu University cheerleading squad started dancing enthusiastically. The Modu University cheerleading squad, seeing the opposing side start working first, was unwilling to fall behind and also cheered for their players. Seeing me score, Ye Wenxin was of course extremely happy. Dabao, Xiaobao, do you think those aunties are dancing pretty? Just a moment ago, Ye Wenxin even had the babies clap for their dad. It was just that babies this small definitely could not understand a soccer match, worried the babies would get bored. Ye Wenxin pointed at the cheerleaders from both sides dancing vigorously, wanting to find some excitement for the babies. Auntie. Sure enough, little babies all liked excitement, watching the dancing aunties. Dabao and Xiaobao wiggled excitedly in their stroller. Dabao, Xiaobao, do you like dancing? When our babies grow up a bit, Mommy will send you to learn how to dance, okay? No, dancing is too hard. When the time comes, Mommy should discuss it with Daddy first. Auntie. Dabao and Xiaobao, who did not pay much attention to Mommy's words, became a bit dissatisfied when they saw the dancing aunties stop. Dabao and Xiaobao indicated they had not seen enough yet. Why did they stop dancing? Dabao, Xiaobao, let us watch Daddy. Daddy and the others have to continue their match. The cheerleaders are just to cheer them on, to build up the atmosphere. Of course, they can't steal the show from the main event. Papa, Papa, hearing Mommy mention Daddy. Dabao and Xiaobao's beautiful big eyes immediately started searching for him. Dabao and Xiaobao's chubby little arms were raised once again. Quick! Pass the ball to Paul. Having seized the initiative, of course, they had to take the ball into Modu University's zone to score a goal. For this goal, Shubo had also placed all his bets on the ringer Paul. Apart from a few players, Shubo had arranged to specifically mark me. The other Niudu University players were dedicated to coordinating with Paul. These Niudu University players are too shameless. It looks like they are targeting Brother Chen. Brothers, charge. Everyone go help Brother Chen. Before anyone could even react, the soccer ball had actually returned to my feet. The three guys responsible for marking me also had blank expressions. How did he break out of their encirclement? Not only were the Niudu University players bewildered, even Wu Yuli and his team could not react in time. Could it be that this soccer ball recognized its master? And just like that, it arrived at Brother Chen's feet, leaving the goalkeeper all alone once again to face me. He felt both his legs trembling. Having learned his lesson from last time, Fengzi the goalkeeper did not dare rush out to block me this time. Instead, he guarded the front of the goal, both hands ready to dive at any moment. His eyes stared fixedly at my feet and the soccer ball beneath them, thinking he could stop me all by himself. To Shubo's tactical commands, I could only say sorry. I was not going to play by your rules. With a domineering high-altitude bombardment, before the goalkeeper even had time to react, the ball was already lying securely inside the goal. Brother Chen, this is a brace scoring 2 goals. Brother Chen is too amazing. Brother Chen, you are my idol. The Modu University players ran towards me excitedly. So what if he is a professional player? In front of our Brother Chen, is not he just instantly defeated? Those last 2 sentences, the Modu University players said deliberately, for the Niudu University players to hear. Conceding 2 goals in a row, Shubo's expression was already extremely poor. Listening to Wu Yuli and the others' smug words, Shubo felt like he was going to cough up blood. Dabao, Xiaobao, Daddy scored again. Is Daddy super amazing? It was also Ye Wenxin's first time seeing me play soccer. She had not expected me to be so incredible.
Yi.
Senior sister, Yi, are these your and campus Belle Lin's babies? A petite girl beside Ye Wenxin asked cautiously. Although the other people nearby did not say anything, they also stared fixedly at Ye Wenxin, waiting for her to reveal the answer. Actually, as soon as everyone entered the stadium, they had noticed Ye Wenxin and the babies. This was the Modu University spectators section. Ye Wenxin was already a star figure at Modu University, even though many people here had never had the chance to see Ye Wenxin in person. Even if they had not seen Goddess Yi, everyone had heard plenty of rumors and legends about her. The girl who spoke looked at the adorable babies, and truly could not hold back her adoration. So she gathered her courage to speak up. Of course, the girl was already prepared to be ignored. After all, according to the rumors spreading through Modu University, Goddess Yi was very aloof. The girl did not think the goddess would actually respond to her. Yes, they are Mai and his babies. Contrary to the girl's expectations, not only did Ye Wenxin not ignore her, but she also politely answered her question. Senior sister Yi, I am in the same class as Campus Belle Lin. Last time Campus Belle Lin brought Dabao to class, I even got to hold Dabao. Senior sister Yi, can I hold the babies again? With Dabao and Xiaobao appearing together, I can't even tell which is Dabao and which is Xiaobao anymore. You already held Dabao last time. Now you should leave the opportunity for others, right? I have not held them enough yet. Senior sister Yi, can I hold them again? Because of Ye Wenxin's attitude, the Modu University spectator section instantly turned into a massive "please let me hold them" scene. As for today's soccer match, it seemed to have become secondary. This is the stands. The stands are not flat ground to begin with. If everyone gets too excited, it won't be very safe to hold the babies.
Well, okay then.
The baby's safety definitely comes first. Feeling that Goddess Yi made sense. Everyone was quite understanding. These Modu University students were still very sensible. What is going on over there? Why are all the Modu University students gathering around? My God, there is such a beautiful girl sitting over there at Modu University. Could she be the campus belle of Modu University, Yan Zixuan? How could that be Yan Zixuan? I have seen that Yan Zixuan before. She is not nearly this pretty. This is my first time seeing such a beautiful girl. She must be the one known as Modu University's once-in-a-century goddess campus belle. Truly once in a century. She is just way too beautiful. The girls of the cheerleading squad, who were originally unsure whether they should continue cheering, because their school had conceded 2 goals in a row, had all their attention drawn by the commotion in the stands. With Ye Wenxin's existence, what did Wang Yimeng count for? Now it seemed that in this match, not only would they lose in soccer, but in the contest between the 2 universities' campus belles. Niudu University was losing even more completely. What goddess campus belle? She is already a mother of 2, now she should be called an auntie. Wang Yimeng, who had always been proud of her beauty, had long felt deep jealousy in her heart. The moment she saw Ye Wenxin, hearing her teammates' undisguised praise for Ye Wenxin, Wang Yimeng just felt incredibly stifled. Fortunately, when Wang Yimeng saw the stroller beside Ye Wenxin, and the babies inside it, she felt she still had the advantage. So what if she was Modu University's once-in-a-century campus belle? A campus belle who was already a mother, posed no threat to Wang Yimeng in her eyes. At the very least, the big handsome guy on the field would not fall for an older woman who had already given birth and become someone's wife, right?
Wang Yimeng's harsh words
Caused the teammates who had wanted to discuss Ye Wenxin further to sensibly shut their mouths. Beautiful women really can't stand seeing women prettier than themselves. Captain, do we still need to shout slogans? Their school's soccer team had already lost 2 goals consecutively. The cheerleading squad members did not know if they should keep shouting their slogans. Shout what slogans? Are we helping Shubo celebrate? Is Yubo worthy of us cheering him on? Wang Yimeng realized that Shubo truly had no skills whatsoever. In contrast, that big handsome guy who scored 2 goals in a row, despite being so capable, showed no sign of arrogance at all. This was a man truly capable of achieving great things, because she was already certain in her heart that the handsome guy was very interested in her. Wang Yimeng was now directly looking at me with the gaze of looking at her own man, watching the Modu University cheerleading squad cheer enthusiastically, and then looking at his own school's cheerleading squad, acting like it had nothing to do with them. If the cheerleading captain had not been Wang Yimeng, Shubo would have started cursing a long time ago. He made a few gestures towards Wang Yimeng. Shubo wanted Wang Yimeng to get them moving. Captain, Shubo seems to be calling you. Seeing that Wang Yimeng did not even glance at Shubo, someone whispered a reminder. However, seeing Wang Yimeng's impatient expression, the person who spoke knew they had said too much. It was not that Wang Yimeng had not seen Shubo's gestures. She simply did not want to engage with him. Are we still playing this match or not? After a brief celebration, Ma Xiaoyu spoke to Shubo with a smug face. Of course, he was so smug because he felt confident. Ma Xiaoyu knew that with my skill level, even if Shubo brought in a few more ringers, it would be completely useless. Play, who said we are not playing? We were just careless earlier. We won't give you any chances from now on. Spitting out tough words, Shubo was forcing himself to act tough to boost his team's morale. Looking at the listless appearance of the Niudu University players, Ma Xiaoyu almost burst out laughing right then and there. The rest of the match could basically be imagined even with On's toes. On Modu University's side, no matter who got the ball, they would pass it to my feet immediately. Under these circumstances, even if I did not want to dribble and attack, it was impossible. All 6 goals of the entire match belonged to Modu University, and they were all contributed by me alone. This match no longer felt like an inter-school friendly between Modu University and Niudu University. To the audience present, this soccer match had turned into my own personal stage. 0-6, Captain Shu. That ringer you hired is really amazing. An absolute, overwhelming victory. There was absolutely no need for overtime or anything like that. After the Modu University players gathered around me to celebrate, Wu Yuli, usually a rather steady guy, could not help but show off to Shubo. 6. I am leaving. Paul, the ringer who had not scored a single goal, knew it was impossible for him to get another dime today. Fortunately, Shubo had already given him a 5,000 deposit earlier. Leave. Where do you think you are going? Spit out my money. Shubo had pinned all his hopes on Paul, now that they had lost the match. Su Shubo naturally wanted to vent his anger on Paul. As soon as Shubo finished speaking, the Nudu University players immediately surrounded Paul. In today's match, the Nudu University players felt a deep sense of humiliation. Throughout the entire match, with 6 goals scored, not only did their side not score a single own, but the total time their players even touched the edge of the soccer ball probably did not exceed 15 minutes combined. Such a massive disparity in strength. Was not it simply because Modu University had a new player, and their side had even spent money to hire a ringer? So, the Nudu University players pushed all the blame onto Paul. You are going back on your word. That was a deposit. It has nothing to do with winning or losing. Surrounded by a dozen young guys, the big and burly Paul also felt somewhat outnumbered and helpless. Brother Chen, is Shubo basically admitting to hiring a ringer? They are talking about money now. If he is not a ringer, what is he? Shu Jiahui, you just do not get it, do you? Su Bo and his team have already lost. This is them trying to recoup their costs. It is just a dogfight. There is nothing worth watching. We would better hurry over and see our Dabao and Xiaobao. Dabao and Xiaobao. Did Brother Chen bring the babies along? I seriously did not even notice. My goodness, are you blind? Did not you see sister-in-law sitting in the stands with the babies? You really are as dense as a brick, ignoring the noisy chatter of my teammates. I waved at Wenxin and my 2 little darlings. Wang Yimeng, the handsome guy is waving at you again. Does the handsome guy want to share his victory with Wang Yimeng? But we are the Niudu University cheerleading squad. Does it even matter? We are the cheerleading squad, not the football team. At the end of the day, our job is just to cheer them on. As for whether they can win the match, that entirely depends on Shu Bo and his team's abilities. True, but we are New University's official cheerleading squad, not the exclusive cheerleaders for Shubo's team. We definitely should not be tied to Shubo and the others. Wang Yimeng, what exactly are you thinking? If you are not interested in that handsome guy, leave the chance to us. The girls from New University's cheerleading squad grew excited. Of course, in these girls' minds, that handsome guy was probably coming over to confess to Wang Yimeng. After all, Wang Yimeng's beauty was undeniable. Although she could not compare to the goddess-level campus Belle of Mo University, that goddess from Mo University was already a mother. So naturally, the cheerleading girls had already kicked her out of the competition. What do you mean? What am I thinking? Do you really think a handsome guy like him would go for any of you? Hearing her teammates trying to steal her man, Wang Yimeng was definitely displeased. But she could not just openly admit she had her eyes on him. She still wanted to play hard to get and string him along a bit. How could she just admit it right away? Wang Yimeng just wanted her teammates to back off. With Wang Yimeng here, even if we took the initiative to pursue him, he probably would not give us a second glance. Being subtly warned by Wang Yimeng, the other girls finally showed some self-awareness. Brother Chen, let us go out and celebrate properly later. Bring your wife and the babies, and let us all celebrate together. We really owe it all to Brother Chen's help today. I can't believe New University was so underhanded as to bring in a ringer. Fortunately, for the next year, we won't have to see those petty losers. Since Brother Chen did not agree to go out and celebrate, it was even more impossible for the babies to tag along. Ma Xiaoyu expressed his disappointment, saying that if so, how was he supposed to hold the babies? Exactly, Brother Chen. Today's victory is entirely your credit. You have to come out and celebrate with us. If our biggest hero is not willing to go, the rest of us would feel bad celebrating without you. I have things to do later. You guys go ahead and celebrate on your own. Thinking of Wenxin mentioning she wanted to stroll around her alma mater, I definitely had to fulfill my wife's little wish. Because Wenxin's seat was right near the aisle steps, I did not leave through the backstage area. Instead, I prepared to go straight to Wenxin and the babies. Of course, the other players from Mo University were not going to pass up such a great opportunity to see their goddess-like sister-in-law and the babies. So the current scene was me leading the Mo University players, marching grandly toward the spectator stands. Normally, this would not have been an issue at all. The match was over, and we could leave from wherever we wanted. However, to Wang Yimeng, who was caught up in a beautiful misunderstanding, this was incredibly thrilling. Watching the handsome guy getting closer and closer to her, Wang Yimeng's heart beat faster and faster. Because of my approach, the other girls in the new university cheerleading squad also shut their mouths. Everyone was waiting to see how the handsome guy would show his affection for Wang Yimeng, let alone the other girls. Even Wang Yimeng herself was so nervous that her palms were sweating as I walked near. Wang Yimeng was even already thinking about what she should say when he confessed to her in a moment. If she rejected him outright, would he feel embarrassed and just give up? But if she agreed immediately, she was afraid he would think she was too easy. However, under the astonished gazes of Wang Yimeng and the other cheerleaders, I led the rest of the Mo University players and walked right past them. What is going on here? Nobody saw the expected scene of the handsome guy taking the initiative to court Wang Yimeng. In fact, you could say the handsome guy did not even spare a single glance at her. Could it be that everyone guessed wrong? Did the handsome guy not fancy Wang Yimeng at all? Let alone the other girls. Wang Yimeng herself looked completely bewildered. Wang Yimeng, it looks like he was not coming for you at all. No matter where you go in society, there will never be a shortage of people who speak blunt truths. Or, to put it plainly, people with low emotional intelligence. The girl who spoke did not even check Wang Yimeng's expression before blurting out what was on her mind. It seems we misunderstood. That handsome guy was not trying to hit on Wang Yimeng at all. What a pity. Well, Wang Yimeng never explicitly said she liked him anyway, not even falling for such a gorgeous guy. Wang Yimeng's standards must be incredibly high. Anyone with half a brain could tell from Wang Yimeng's face right now that she was extremely disappointed. And since she was disappointed, it meant she really did care. So now everyone finally understood. Wang Yimeng was just pretending all along. Keep pretending. Now you know that the handsome guy did not even give you the time of day, right? Having long been sick of Wang Yimeng's superior attitude, everyone felt incredibly vindicated right now. Are you guys done or what? The fact that he was not coming for her already made Wang Yimeng feel disappointed enough. Now, seeing the cheerleaders she usually looked down upon, daring to mock her so openly and covertly, Wang Yimeng naturally grew even angrier. In her eyes, she was the campus belle of New Yun University. If this handsome guy did not even want her, who else could he possibly want? Filled with indignation, Wang Yimeng stood right there, watching helplessly as I walked straight toward the goddess of Mo University. Could it be that Mo University's campus belle is his relative? Watching me expertly pick up the two babies, with a face full of bright smiles. That was the only guess Wang Yimeng could come up with. Anyway, no matter what, Wang Yimeng adamantly refused to associate me with Ye Wenxin, who was already a mother. It was not that the handsome guy and the goddess looked mismatched. On the contrary, the two standing together truly looked like a match made in heaven. Wang Yimeng simply felt that since I was still a student, it was absolutely impossible for me to be a father this early. Because of this firm belief, Wang Yimeng still felt confident that she could win me over. He did not approach her directly, maybe just because his relative was around, and he simply had not noticed her yet. Wang Yimeng was confident that once I noticed her, I would definitely be captivated by her beauty. Thinking this way, Wang Yimeng actually started walking toward the stands. What is Wang Yimeng trying to do? Is she going over to confess to him? Oh my God, was not she acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? What did you expect? Do you think she is going over to discuss football tactics with him? This Wang Yimeng sure knows how to put on an act. At first, she acted like she did not care at all. She almost fooled me. Me too. If the handsome guy had not ignored her in the end, Wang Yimeng would probably still be putting on a show. Say, what do you think is the relationship between that handsome guy and Mo University's goddess? And what about those two babies? I feel like he and Goddess Yi look so perfect together. It would be so great if they were a couple. If you put it that way, then the two babies belong to him and Goddess Yi. I kind of hope so, at least compared to Wang Yimeng. I think Mo University's Goddess Yi is much more worthy of him. Wang Yimeng is way too fake. Feeling extremely nervous, Wang Yimeng did not even notice the long line of gossipers trailing behind her, walking near the stands. Because the Mo University players had surrounded me, Ye Wenxin, and the babies, Wang Yimeng could only stand on the outer edge. Excuse me. Wang Yimeng had initially assumed her arrival would make the Mo University players voluntarily clear a path for her. After waiting a moment and realizing no one was paying attention to her, she had no choice but to speak up. Are not you from Niu University's cheerleading squad? Who are you looking for? The Mo University players were not exactly familiar with the cheerleaders, but they recognized her face. Given Wang Yimeng's high attractiveness, it was normal for them to have an impression. However, things did not go as Wang Yimeng imagined, where everyone would step aside the moment she spoke. Wang Yimeng never expected that these Mo University players would actually block her path and ask her who she was looking for. Who am I looking for? Obviously not you. In her mind, Wang Yimeng unhappily added this retort, please let me through. Wang Yimeng did not know my name, so naturally, she could not say who exactly she was looking for. Fortunately, a pretty girl still gets some leeway. The guys acted somewhat gentlemanly and stepped aside. Thanks to Dabao and Xiaobao, the circle was not too tightly packed. Once inside the perimeter, Wang Yimeng smoothly squeezed her way right in front of me. Who are you? Seeing Wang Yimeng suddenly appear, Ma Xiaoyu was the first to voice his confusion. He stared at her puzzled, feeling like he had seen this girl somewhere before. But exactly where, Ma Xiaoyu could not recall at the moment. It just goes to show that Wang Yimeng's self-perceived charm was not actually as great as she thought. Is not this the captain of New University's cheerleading squad? What is this? Shubo could not accept defeat, so he sent you over. Xu Jiahui was clearly much quicker on the uptake than Ma Xiaoyu. As soon as Wang Yimeng appeared, he recognized her. The match was over, and the outcome was settled. Sending a woman over now, are they trying to win sympathy points? I do not think that is a scoring category on the football pitch, is it? Hello, my name is Wang Yimeng. Can we be friends? Ignoring what she considered a bunch of random nobodies, Wang Yimeng looked straight at me and got right to the point. Seeing Wang Yimeng walk right up to me, Ye Wenxin's expression shifted slightly. Is this girl trying to boldly steal her man right in front of her? Lin Chen is the father of her two babies. Considering Lin Chen as her man, Ye Wenxin did not think that was overstepping at all. However, Ye Wenxin was highly composed, even though Wang Yimeng was practically trying to poach him to her face. Ye Wenxin just furrowed her brow slightly and did not say anything. She felt that this sort of situation was best left for me to handle myself. She knew that given my charm, this kind of thing had probably happened often in the past, and it certainly would not be rare in the future. Ye Wenxin could not possibly keep an eye on all these romantic advances 24/7 and violently chase every single one away. When Wu Yuli and the others heard Wang Yimeng's words, they nervously looked over at Ye Wenxin, trying to make friends with Brother Chen right in front of his wife. Even though Wu Yuli and the guys knew, I definitely would not entertain this girl. Was not this basically a direct declaration of war against Goddess Yi? They were genuinely worried that their goddess-like sister-in-law would stand right up and beat up this Wang Yimeng girl. If it really came to that, Wu Yuli and the team were already prepared to stand completely on Goddess Yi's side. Wu Yuli stared nervously at Goddess Yi for a moment. When he realized her expression merely shifted a bit, and she showed no further reaction, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Our goddess-like sister-in-law truly has grace. Faced with a woman trying to openly steal her man, she can still sit there so calmly. In the hearts of the Mo University players, they all secretly gave her a massive thumbs up. Hello, my name is Wang Yimeng. I am the captain of New University's cheerleading squad. Could I add your Earth chat and make friends? Thinking I had not heard her, Wang Yimeng deliberately raised her voice a bit, making her intentions even clearer. Perhaps because the ice was already broken. When she spoke again, Wang Yiming found that she was not actually that nervous anymore. Relying on her looks, she firmly believed that the handsome guy definitely would not reject her. At this point, besides the two little babies and Ye Wenxin, Wang Yiming was the closest person to me. To be honest, I really had not noticed
Wang Yiming's voice at first.
After all, in my heart, other than Wenxin, other girls had absolutely nothing to do with me. But now her voice was simply too close. Even if I wanted to ignore it, it was getting difficult. Seeing how close Wang Yiming was standing, much too close for comfort, my brows unconsciously furrowed. Where did this girl come from? And why is she standing right next to me? I felt an instinctual aversion to Wang Yiming's proactive approach. But when she saw me look at her, Wang Yiming almost squealed with excitement. She figured the handsome guy realized she was talking to him. Now, surely he would pull out his phone and add her Earth chat, right? Oh, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When Wang Yiming mentally counted past 20, I still had not shown any reaction. Could it be that he was overly excited? To the point where he did not know how to react. Wang Yiming made her own judgment about my behavior. There was no helping it. She had always thought highly of herself, so naturally it would not cross her mind that my reaction meant I simply did not want to talk to her at all.
Dabao, Xiaobao, what were those chubby uncles called again?
I merely gave Wang Yiming a passing glance, turned my head back, and refocused my attention on my two little babies, chubby uncle Candy to Dabao and Xiaobao. When they saw Wu Yuli, Shui Jihui, and Ma Xiaoyu, names like chubby were no longer important. Right now, seeing these three uncles, the only thing the babies could think of was sweet lollipops. The lollipops the uncles gave them earlier had already been confiscated by their mom. The babies made it clear they still wanted candy. Dabao, Xiaobao, if you eat too much candy, you will get cavities. Look at your little teeth, do you want them eaten by little bugs? Ye Wenxin pointed at Dabao and Xiaobao's tiny teeth. The clever Dabao and Xiaobao even looked at each other's mouths. Upon seeing none of the little bugs their mom mentioned, the babies voiced their protest. Mama, is Mama lying to us? Turning their heads, Dabao and Xiaobao still could not resist the attraction of the lollipops. They had not seen any little bugs at all. Since Mom could not handle it, as their dad, I naturally had to step in and help. These two babies are so cute. Auntie has some candy here for you. Okay. Regarding my previous behavior of completely ignoring her, for a brief moment Wang Yiming felt quite humiliated, but then she had a second thought. With my level of looks, getting hit on like this must be a daily occurrence for me. Maybe I just had not taken a close look at her, which was why I dismissed her. Thinking this, Wang Yiming decided she definitely needed to draw my attention, so I could see clearly what a massive beauty she was. Seeing how much I adored the babies, Wang Yiming decided to cater to my interests, and quite presumptuously, she assumed the Uncle Dabao and Xiaobao mentioned was referring to me. Therefore, regarding the relationship between this handsome guy and the Mo University goddess, Wang Yiming took it even less seriously. She was just the baby's mother. To Wang Yiming, titles like Campus Belle or Goddess posed absolutely no threat. Wang Yiming's luck was actually pretty good today. Usually, to maintain her figure, she never touched sweets. But when heading out today, her roommate had forcefully stuffed some wedding candies into her hands. So the fact that she could pull out candy right now was entirely thanks to her roommate. Wang Yiming placed the candies in her palm and offered them to the babies. Because of the motion of offering the candy, she leaned in even closer to me, feeling that her little scheme had worked. A hint of smugness appeared on her face. Here you go, these are yummy candies. Wang Yiming spoke to the babies, but her eyes could not help but dart toward me. Surely the handsome guy would notice her now, right? Hurry up and look at me. Look at me, I am a massive beauty. In her mind, she was already urging me on. But for a strange woman, how could I possibly allow her to get so close to my little treasures? Wanting to take 2 steps forward, before Wang Yiming could even lift her foot, I blocked her. My name is Wang Yiming. I am the captain of Niu University's cheerleading squad. Could I add your Earth chat? Not interested. Initially,
I thought simply ignoring this girl would be enough. After all, I had seen plenty of girls who hit on me proactively. Usually, I just gave them the cold shoulder to make them back off on their own. But now it seemed this Wang Yimeng was quite thick-skinned. Totally unprepared for me to say such a blunt sentence to her. Wang Yimeng froze on the spot. What did not interested mean? Did this mean the handsome guy did not find her attractive? But that should not be possible. Wang Yimeng was extremely confident in her own looks. After all, not just anyone could be New University's campus belle. What? Do you really think you are some universally beloved beauty? New University's campus belle. In front of our Mo University's goddess. Any other campus belle just has to stand aside. Exactly, can't you see our goddess like sister-in-law sitting right here? And you still have the nerve to come flirt. I really do not know where you get your confidence from. Too bad our brother Chen is not some shallow, ordinary guy. How could he possibly be interested in you? Since I had made my stance clear, Wu Yuli and the team naturally felt no need to be polite to Wang Yimeng anymore. You guys, Wang Yimeng had not expected not only to be rejected so flatly by me, but also to be mocked by these average guys she looked down upon. She absolutely could not swallow this grievance. Glaring at the boys reprimanding her, she picked up on the fact that they were defending the mother of those two babies, but she was trying to hit on the handsome guy. What did that have to do with the goddess-like sister-in-law they mentioned? Wang Yimeng felt like her brain was short-circuiting, unwilling to accept being overshadowed by a mother. Wang Yimeng geared up to fight off the crowd. She is already a mother of two. What good is being pretty? In Wang Yimeng's eyes, were not these Mo University players constantly comparing her to this Mo University goddess? Wang Yimeng wanted to let these players know. What goddess, what campus belle? She had already given birth. No matter how pretty she is, it is useless now. Even if our goddess-like sister-in-law is the baby's mother, she is still 1,000, 10,000 times prettier than you. Exactly, even after having babies, she is still tens of millions of times better looking than you. You actually have the nerve to compare yourself to her. Su Bo brought in a ringer, who was completely useless, and even made a fool of himself demanding money on the field. And now this Wang Yimeng, thinking she has decent looks, is trying to steal Brother Chen right in front of Goddess Yi. Is the IQ of New University students really this shockingly low? I am just a cheerleader. I have nothing to do with Shu Bo's group. Wang Yimeng had been unable to figure out why the handsome guy was so cold to her. Now, she felt she had finally found the reason. What Shu Bo did has absolutely nothing to do with me. As if giving a report to a boss. When Wang Yimeng said these words, her eyes were staring straight at me. Why are you telling us all this? What does it have to do with us? Wu Yuli truly felt that Wang Yimeng's brain was not working right. It had nothing to do with you guys to begin with. Why do you keep running your mouths over here? Wang Yimeng had long found these Mo University players to be an eyesore. Facing the relentlessly clingy Wang Yimeng, I had absolutely zero patience left. At this moment, Wang Yimeng looked anxious. I really do not have any relationship with Shubo. I purely just want to be friends with you. What relationship you have with Shubo has nothing to do with me. I will say it one more time. I have zero interest in you. Facing the relentlessly clingy Wang Yimeng, I had absolutely zero patience left. Also, even if the mother of my kids has a few more babies, she will still be millions of times prettier than you. You are not even qualified to compare yourself to Wenxin. I had not forgotten Wang Yimeng's earlier remark, intentionally belittling Wenxin, daring to insult Wenxin right to my face. I concluded that Wang Yimeng was not only brainless, but also utterly lacked manners. Your kids like these two babies are yours. Wang Yimeng felt like she had just taken a critical hit. She did not even know what she was supposed to say anymore. Wenxin, let us go.
Did not you say you wanted to visit your alma mater? I will change my clothes and take you and the babies there.
I did not bother engaging with the dumbfounded Wang Yiming anymore. I just wanted to stand up for Wenxin. Okay. Regarding my romantic pursuers, Ye Wenxin did not feel the need to aggressively assert her dominance. In her view, if she constantly had to swat away my admirers herself, then me getting tangled in rumors would only be a matter of time. After all, there were simply too many girls throwing themselves at me. Watching my reaction, Ye Wenxin's heart was filled with an absolute sense of security. As long as my stance was firm, no matter how many admirers came along, it would never be an issue for us. Dabao, Xiaobao, how about Daddy takes you to see Mommy and Daddy's school? Looking at my unusually quiet little treasures, I asked affectionately. Actually, Dabao and Xiaobao are usually very energetic. I did not know why, but they had been so quiet just now. Maybe the babies also wanted to see how their daddy would handle this. Papa, Mama, Mama, Papa, hearing their daddy's voice, the two little babies started waving their hands and dancing again. When Daddy mentioned taking them to some school, the babies could not really understand it. Daddy, Mommy. Hearing the little baby's words, Wang Yiming truly could not keep her composure anymore. If she had still been trying to comfort herself earlier, by thinking I was just lying to her, now Dabao and Xiaobao had directly shattered all her fantasies into a million pieces. No matter how trapped Wang Yiming was in her own delusions, she could understand that babies this young could not possibly cooperate with an adult in a lie, unless the two babies did not even recognize their own parents. Wang Yiming watched helplessly as I pushed the stroller away. Then he held Ye Wenxin's hand and quietly walked away, without sparing her a single extra glance. Wang Yiming, so that handsome guy was not interested in you after all. After all that, it turns out someone was just flattering herself. It turns out all his enthusiastic waving was directed at his wife and kids. Oh my, why did you have to spell it out so bluntly? Look, Wang Yiming is going to be embarrassed. Everyone saw it, what is there to hide? You were secretly laughing plenty while watching the show just now, were not you? And now you are here playing the good guy. I did not secretly laugh. I just thought those two babies were so cute. You can really tell they are his biological kids. I think the baby's eyes and skin look like their mom's, and the rest looks like their dad. You guys are getting off topic. Should not we properly comfort Wang Yiming right now? Right. For Wang Yiming to be overshadowed by Mo University's goddess campus Belle is not embarrassing at all. Yeah, Wang Yiming, people need to have self-awareness. Look at us, we know our limits and know we can't compare to you. So we never try to compete with you normally. You should learn from us. In front of Mo University's goddess campus Belle, you need to know your proper place. With so many people talking all at once in the group, the things some people normally would not dare say, they finally seized the opportunity to let it all out. It just goes to show that Wang Yiming usually put on too much of an act in front of others. These cheerleading squad members had long found Wang Yiming insufferable, and now, in front of a genuine, stunning beauty, Wang Yiming could only swallow her defeat, trying to steal the man of a real beauty. Everyone felt that Wang Yiming had completely overestimated herself, having just suffered a blow from me, and now being mocked by the classmates she usually looked down upon. When had Wang Yiming ever suffered such humiliation? She covered her face and ran straight away. Were we a bit too harsh? Seeing Wang Yiming's reaction, and girl could not help but feel a little sympathetic. Harsh? Just think about how Wang Yiming usually treats us. You call this harsh? Wang Yiming normally looks at us with her nose in the air. With that high and mighty attitude of hers, this is called karma. On the other side of the parking lot, the cheerleaders from Niu University were walking toward their own school bus. Wang Yiming, are you telling the truth? But what you said to the handsome guy just now did not sound like that at all. I heard it too. Wang Yiming, you definitely wanted to add his Earth chat, and even said you wanted to be friends with him. How can you say now that you did not like him? Wang Yiming, even if you failed to chase after a handsome guy, it is nothing to be ashamed of. After all, his wife is a top-tier beauty. This was the first time Wang Yiming had pursued a guy, only to be thoroughly rejected, and in front of so many cheerleaders, no less. The current Wang Yiming was definitely feeling extremely bitter and indignant. I already told you, I merely admired his football skills. It is not what you guys think. Stubborn to the bitter end perfectly described Wang Yimeng right now. Even though everyone had clearly seen what happened, Wang Yimeng still refused to admit that she was throwing herself at me, mainly because she had not succeeded. Who said this is an excuse? I was purely just admiring him, that is all. Only she truly knew her own thoughts. Wang Yimeng had made up her mind to deny it to the death. Look, it is him and his goddess wife. And their two adorable babies. Those two are twins, right? They are so beautiful. Mo University's goddess campus Belle really lives up to her reputation. Even after having babies, she is still so gorgeous. Only a goddess like her could be a match for that handsome guy. No wonder the handsome guy could not even spare a glance for random girls. If it were me, I would definitely make the same choice. The girls who were usually bullied by her simply could not hold their tongues now. Wang Yimeng, your behavior just now won't just be misunderstood by us, right? Why do not you go over to the handsome guy and his wife and explain things to them? Wang Yimeng, who thought she only had to deal with her teammates, felt her heart completely drop into an icy abyss. Upon hearing this well-intentioned suggestion, explain. How was she supposed to explain? Was she supposed to tell them it was all a misunderstanding? That she had not been trying to hit on him? That is a good idea. If the handsome guy's wife misunderstood, that really would not be good. Wang Yimeng, hurry up and go explain. I bet they have a school bus waiting for them too. If you wait until they get on the bus, it will be too late. Under everyone's relentless urging, Wang Yimeng could only reluctantly walk over in our direction. Wang Yimeng now had absolutely no way out. Do not you guys follow me? Wang Yimeng glared at her teammates, who wanted to tag along and watch the drama. She certainly was not going to give them that chance now. Wang Yimeng was still some distance away from us. As long as her teammates did not follow her, whatever she ended up saying, they would not be able to hear a thing anyway. Wenxin, once you get your driver's license, you can take our big BMW out for some practice. I am also hoping you will take me for a spin. Ye Wenxin had already walked up to our big BMW, looking at the massive BMW X5, asking her to drive such an imposing large vehicle. Ye Wenxin felt that it was simply beyond her capabilities. This car is indeed a bit big. I glanced at the big BMW that I personally found very comfortable to drive, and then looked at Wenxin. I had to agree with the mother of my kids. Dabao and Xiaobao could already recognize their own car. Seeing the big BMW, the babies were getting antsy to get inside. Dabao, Xiaobao, Mommy says this car is too big and she does not like it. I was trying to tell my little treasures that their mommy did not like driving such a big car. Unfortunately, before I could finish my sentence, I was interrupted by a rude voice. You can't afford such an expensive car, so you say you do not like it. Are not you guys lacking a bit of class? Wang Yimeng had just walked close to my side and overheard what I was saying to the two babies. Without needing to ask any further, Wang Yimeng immediately made a judgment about my words. That goddess campus Belle of Mo University was just suffering from sour grapes. Thinking about how she was overshadowed by this campus Belle in every way, she felt she had just caught a perfect opportunity to wipe away her previous humiliation. My conversation with the babies had been interrupted, and the person even dared to speak so insolently. I looked up coldly at the person who spoke. Am I wrong? You can't afford such an expensive car yourselves, so you say you do not like it. If that is not lacking class, what is? Being stared at by me like that. Wang Yimeng felt a momentary panic in her heart. But then, remembering that I was already someone else's husband, she raised her arrogant head once again. Even if we say we do not like this car, it is simply a personal preference of ours. What does it have to do with you? Casually interrupting someone else's conversation like you just did. Is that a display of class? Knowing that I did not like dealing with this type of girl, Ye Wenxin stepped forward at the perfect moment. In such a short amount of time, this girl had already run up to her and Lin Chen for the second time. Even if Ye Wenxin did not want to overthink it, she knew things could not be that coincidental. Back on the pitch, this girl named Wang Yimeng was clearly trying to throw herself at Lin Chen. Ye Wenxin was a little unsure. If Wang Yimeng's current behavior was meant to vent her frustration over being rejected, or if it was just another of her tricks to deliberately attract Lin Chen's attention. Regardless of Wang Yimeng's motive, Ye Wenxin was not going to let her succeed, seeing the usually gentle Wenxin radiate a faint aura of dominance. When facing her romantic rival, the corners of my mouth curled up involuntarily. I suppose I can't control what you want to say. However, she paused deliberately. Wang Yimeng glanced at Ye Wenxin, and a trace of awe unconsciously flashed through her eyes. Having given birth to 2 babies, she still maintained a figure like a young girl. Coupled with Ye Wenxin's beautiful face, Wang Yimeng could not help but feel envious, even if she did not want to. Of course, that trace of awe was just a fleeting moment. In Wang Yimeng's mind, this Mo University goddess campus Belle was her enemy. How could she possibly feel any genuine admiration for her? However, this car belongs to my boyfriend. The way you guys are standing here judging it is truly lacking in class. When Wang Yimeng said this, she first glanced behind her. Once she confirmed that her cheerleading teammates had obediently stayed exactly where they were, Wang Yimeng's confidence instantly soared. Now, no matter how much she bragged, no one would be able to expose her lies. Wang Yimeng felt she had nothing to worry about anymore. Your boyfriend? Ye Wenxin's pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly. This big BMW clearly belonged to her own family. Was Wang Yimeng trying to forcefully lay claim to it? Or was she just lying completely blind? That is right. This BMW X5 is my boyfriend's. Is there a problem? Wang Yimeng smugly raised her chin, feeling like she had already won this round. Of course, she did not consider the previous event a loss either, because Wang Yimeng had already come up with a very good excuse. I have a boyfriend. The reason I wanted to add your husband's Earth chat earlier was because my boyfriend loves playing football. I saw that your husband has good skills and thought I could introduce him to my boyfriend so the 2 guys could have a chance to spar a bit, perfectly extricating herself from the embarrassing situation of throwing herself at a man and being utterly rejected. Wang Yimeng felt she was truly a woman combining both beauty and intelligence. You say you have a boyfriend? Your boyfriend also likes playing football, and this BMW X5 is your boyfriend's car. Is not all this a bit too coincidental? Ye Wenxin did not immediately expose Wang Yimeng's lies. She simply summarized what Wang Yimeng was trying to say. Wang Yimeng nodded. Yes, it is just that coincidental. She felt that it did not matter what she said now, because no one would ever know the truth anyway. That really is incredibly coincidental. At first, I thought that a girl like you, rushing up to ask for a guy's Earth chat, must have had some ulterior motive. Now it seems I truly misunderstood you. She deliberately paused for a moment. Upon seeing the smug expression on Wang Yimeng's face grow stronger, Ye Wenxin realized she was being a little mischievous. However, she slowly spoke again. At a turning point like this, she definitely could not rush it. However, Wang Yimeng, who had been thoroughly enjoying her own words, felt that she had successfully made the Mo University goddess campus Belle believe her. She even started despising Ye Wenxin's intelligence in her heart. Wang Yimeng felt that with just a few casual sentences, she was able to run rings around that goddess campus Belle. The so-called goddess campus Belle was nothing but a pretty face with a straw-filled brain and low IQ. However, are you sure this BMW is your boyfriend's? Ye Wenxin wore a faint smile on her face, and even the question she asked sounded light and airy. Regarding Wang Yimeng's claims, Ye Wenxin knew it would be impossible to refute whether she actually had a boyfriend, or whether her boyfriend truly loved playing football. Those baseless claims were obviously not worth Ye Wenxin's focus. The current Ye Wenxin simply grabbed onto the own issue she was most certain about. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I would not even recognize my own boyfriend's car? Or do you think that just because your husband can't afford a car, you have the right to baselessly suspect others here? Being questioned by Ye Wenxin, Wang Yimeng showed absolutely no sign of guilt. In Wang Yimeng's view, no matter how handsome I was still just an enrolled college student, and definitely had no connection to a luxury car like a big BMW. Anyway, as long as this big BMW was not mine, Wang Yimeng's bluff would never be called. Of course, the feeling of being questioned was certainly unpleasant, especially since the other person was actually telling the honest truth. Whether you recognize your boyfriend's car, or whether you even have a boyfriend, is indeed unclear to me. Without giving Wang Yimeng the chance to continue boasting, Ye Wenxin directly revealed the truth. However, there is one thing I am very clear about. My husband can not only afford a car, he has already bought one. This BMW X5 is my husband's car. This is your husband's car. How is that possible? Surprised was no longer adequate to describe Wang Yimeng. Looking at Wang Yimeng's expression, it was as if she had just been struck by lightning. Why is it impossible? Are you saying your supposed boyfriend can buy a big BMW? But my husband can't. Ye Wenxin asked playfully, and a trace of a smile even appeared on her face. Unfortunately, that gentle smile on Ye Wenxin's face, in Wang Yimeng's eyes, was an incredibly painful eyesore. Wang Yimeng felt that this Mo University goddess campus Belle was simply laughing at her. No, you are lying to me. Just a moment ago your husband said that you did not like such a big car. A spark flashed in her mind, and Wang Yimeng felt like she had caught a flaw in the other's story. Wang Yimeng knew exactly how much a BMW X5 cost. To college students, a BMW X5 was definitely considered a luxury car. How could the wife of a college student possibly be in a position to look down on a BMW X5? And a very important point. If this was the handsome guy's car, would his wife really say she did not like her own family's car? Wang Yimeng felt that this so-called Mo University goddess campus Belle really had a low IQ. Thinking herself very clever, Wang Yimeng was now certain that this goddess campus Belle was just bluffing her. That is right, I do not like such a big car, because, as a girl, driving such a large vehicle is very inconvenient. To Wang Yimeng's challenge, Ye Wenxin patiently provided an explanation. Ye Wenxin was essentially saying, "Who told you to be so fond of interrupting, and not let me finish my sentence?" Ye Wenxin simply did not like driving such a large car herself. Not that she actually disliked her family's big BMW. Inconvenient. You think such a high-end car is inconvenient? That is the funniest joke I have ever heard. I bet you have not even touched the side of a luxury car like this, which is why you claim it is inconvenient. Wang Yimeng walked a few steps closer to the BMW, deliberately reached out her right hand, and touched the rearview mirror near the driver's side of the BMW. I must admit, Wang Yimeng's posture really did give off the vibe of a car owner. Can you guys hear what Wang Yimeng is saying to Mo University's goddess, campus Belle? The cheerleaders behind Wang Yimeng all had faces full of curiosity. From this distance, how could we possibly hear? I could not hear a single word clearly. I just saw the Mo University goddess campus Belle smile a bit. Could it be that Wang Yimeng is having a pleasant chat with her? But Wang Yimeng's expression does not look too good. The question is, what does it mean when Wang Yimeng touched that BMW? It is not like it is Wang Yimeng's car. The way Wang Yimeng is acting, it is almost as if she is the female owner of the BMW. Papa, car, seeing someone touching their family's car. Dabao and Xiaobao started getting anxious. The two little ones had been eager to get in the car to begin with, and now they were worried that their car would be stolen by someone else. Look, even kids this young know this is a luxury car, and you actually claim you do not like it. The way you are acting really makes me think that you have not seen anything of the world at all. Wang Yimeng bent down and deliberately fixed her hair using the rearview mirror, acting exactly as if to tell everyone else, I am the female owner of this car. Oh my god, Wang Yimeng is laying it on way too thick. If I did not know she came here on the school bus with us, I would actually believe this big BMW belonged to her. Do you think Wang Yimeng is trying to imply exactly that? Anyway, for such a high-end car, it is impossible for that handsome student to own it. And since the real owner is not here right now, no way, Wang Yimeng's behavior is too shameful. We can't let the handsome guy get bullied. A girl who had already started treating me as an idol, prepared to rush forward and tear off Wang Yimeng's hypocritical mask. Wait a second. Right now, we are just guessing. We do not know exactly what Wang Yimeng is saying to them. Let us just observe the situation first before doing anything. Someone held back the girl who was about to rush up. Your boyfriend must have driven this big BMW to drop you off here, right? Now that the match is over, why do not I see your boyfriend? Since Wang Yimeng insisted on pretending, Ye Wenxin could not stop her. My boyfriend ran into an acquaintance and will be here a bit later. Seeing that Ye Wenxin's tone had changed, Wang Yimeng smugly assumed that Ye Wenxin had truly been bluffed by her. She wants to see my boyfriend. Wang Yimeng revealed a triumphant smile. I can just make up whatever I want. Is that so? That really is a pity. Ye Wenxin nodded, her face full of smiles as well. A pity for what? A bit confused by what Ye Wenxin meant, Wang Yimeng asked instinctively. It is a pity that I do not want to play along with you anymore. Dabao, Xiaobao, let us get in the car, okay. Facing her two little treasures, Ye Wenxin radiated the brilliant light of maternal love. Mama, car, hearing that they could get in the car. The little babies were so excited they almost threw away the football in their hands. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and caught the ball from the babies' hands right away. I knew that once we got in the car, the babies would definitely still want to play with the football. Dabao, Xiaobao, Daddy will carry you into the car first, and then we can play with the ball, okay? Car. It was obvious that the babies highly approved of their daddy's proposal. Dabao and Xiaobao stretched out their little arms, waiting for their dad to carry them into the car. Get in the car. There is not any school bus for you here. So stop acting like you are some big shot. Still leaning against her boyfriend's big BMW, and seeing that we were ignoring her, Wang Yimeng could not help but make her presence known. Wang Yimeng's voice was quite loud. She intended for Ye Wenxin and the others to hear it. Far from keeping her voice down, Wang Yimeng even deliberately raised it a few decibels. School bus, there really do not seem to be any school buses here. I told you Wang Yimeng and Mo University's goddess campus Belle definitely were not having a pleasant chat. Is Wang Yimeng now mocking the handsome guy for not having his own car? Wang Yimeng herself does not have own either, does she? Is not mocking them just mocking herself? Not necessarily. Look at the posture Wang Yimeng is striking. It is as if this big BMW actually belongs to her. Keep your voices down, guys. Let us move a little closer, so we can hear more clearly. After saying this, the new university cheerleaders quietly edged closer.
Wang Yimeng's attention
Was entirely focused on Mo University's goddess campus Belle. Wang Yimeng did not even need to deliberately raise her voice anymore. The girls from Niu University's cheerleading squad could now hear the conversation perfectly clearly. You are very good at summarizing yourself, having already picked up the two babies. And after Wenxin helped by taking Xiao Bao, I tossed this remark at Wang Yimeng. Wang Yimeng had not expected that I would suddenly address her directly, and for a moment she could not process it. What did the handsome guy mean by that? Wang Yimeng pondered it for a moment and realized that the handsome guy was using her own words to describe her. Wang Yimeng's face instantly flushed a deep red. I am not acting like a big shot. This big BMW belongs to my boyfriend. You guys are just jealous. You. Just as she tried to retort, I was not going to give her the chance. After all, I had never taken this Wang Yimeng seriously to begin with. Taking the car keys out of my pocket, I pressed the unlock button. Beep, beep, accompanied by the arrogant honk of the car horn. The two headlights of the BMW X5 flashed to life. Wang Yimeng, who had been leaning against the BMW, having absolutely no mental preparation, was startled into stumbling several steps backward. Wang Yimeng still had not noticed my action just now. Assuming that the actual owner of the BMW had arrived, she turned her head and looked all around. After all, Wang Yimeng had been bragging non-stop that this BMW X5 was her boyfriend's car. Now that the real owner had appeared, she started to worry that her lies were about to be exposed. Seeing that no one was walking in her direction, Wang Yimeng was somewhat dumbfounded. The owner of the BMW had not come over. Then why did the car's horn beep? And why did the headlights flash? Dabao, Xiaobao, we are getting in the car. Ignoring Wang Yimeng's foolish expression, I carried Dabao and walked toward the back seat of the BMW. I placed Dabao into his safety seat. Papa, Xiaobao, who was being held by her mom, seeing that her older sister was already in the car, started getting anxious and reached out her little arms. Xiaobao definitely did not want her dad to forget about her. And we have our Xiaobao too. You want to get in the car as well, do not you? I smiled and took Xiaobao into my arms. Papa, car, very satisfied that her dad understood what she wanted. Xiaobao gave her dad a huge, bright smile. Ye Wenxin opened the passenger side door herself. She then called out to Auntie Wang, who had already folded the stroller. Excuse me, looking at Wang Yimeng, who was initially startled, and was now standing there dumbfounded after being ruthlessly put in her place. Auntie Wang's tone was not very polite, failing to react right away. It was not until she saw Auntie Wang's impatient expression that Wang Yimeng remembered she was blocking them from getting into the car. Wang Yimeng was now so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. The handsome guy had the BMW's car keys in his hand. He did not even need to say another word. Wang Yimeng knew exactly what this meant. Thinking about how she had just been bragging to their faces that this was her boyfriend's BMW. Wang Yimeng truly wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Neither Ye Wenxin nor I cared about what Wang Yimeng was thinking. Seeing that Wenxin had fastened her seatbelt, I started the big BMW and stepped on the gas pedal. The big BMW immediately sped out of the parking lot. Wang Yimeng, when did you get a boyfriend? How come we did not hear a peep about it? Xu Bo was even going around saying he would started dating Wang Yimeng. Looks like it was just wishful thinking on Xu Bo's part. Exactly. Our Wang Yimeng's boyfriend drives a big BMW. A BMW X5, does not that cost nearly $1 million? Xu Bo definitely could not afford to drive that. But that BMW X5 just now belonged to that handsome guy. The handsome guy already has Mo University's goddess campus Belle. So how could he be Wang Yimeng's boyfriend? Wang Yimeng, you really blew this lie way out of proportion. If it were not for the fact that the big BMW happened to belong to that handsome guy, I almost would have believed you. This is the perk of bragging without a script. Once you run into the real owner, no matter how big the lie, it will be instantly shattered. Are you saying Wang Yimeng was really just bragging? Do I even need to say it? That big BMW just now. Did not you all see the handsome guy drive it away with your own eyes? Sigh. I really never expected that Wang Yimeng was this kind of person. Only then did Wang Yimeng snap back to reality, seeing a group of cheerleaders not far away from her. She thought, oh no, all the bragging I just did was completely overheard. Wang Yimeng had truly lost all face this time. It was likely that for a very long time, she would not be able to hold her head high in front of everyone, let alone act all high and mighty like before. Meanwhile, Ye Wenxin, sitting in the car, had a face full of smiles. Hubby, I suddenly feel like our big BMW is incredibly comfortable to ride in. As I drove, I chuckled and said, that is just because you are in an exceptionally good mood today. Right now, I was driving the BMW X5, taking Ye Wenxin and the two babies back to the university. Was that campus idol Lin in that big BMW just now? When did campus idol Lin buy a car? I do not know. It seems campus idol Lin was just too low-key before. I thought campus idol Lin was only handsome and had great looks. I never expected him to be a rich second-generation heir, too. Campus idol Lin is so rich. Why did I hear that Liu Ruyan dumped him? Because she thought he did not have any money, and found herself a rich guy instead. Is that true? The version I heard was that campus idol Lin and goddess Yi got back together, and he dumped Liu Ruyan. Your version is false. My friend is in the same class as campus idol Lin. Supposedly, Liu Ruyan brought up the breakup first, but later on, the rich guy Liu Ruyan thought she had snagged seemed to have gone nowhere. Liu Ruyan's case is a classic example of picking up a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon, giving up a boyfriend as handsome and rich as campus idol Lin. Why go looking for some other rich guy? If you ask me, campus idol Lin definitely saw through Liu Ruyan's true character and deliberately hid his wealthy background from her. And look, a simple test revealed her true colors. No, that is not right. Goddess Yi and campus idol Lin have already had babies together. That definitely happened before Liu Ruyan. So I still think it was campus idol Lin who dumped Liu Ruyan. Whatever, it does not matter who dumped who. I still feel that only Goddess Yi is worthy of campus idol Lin Chen. It has been more than 2 years since I last had a proper walk around campus. I feel like things have changed quite a bit. Walking on the campus and feeling the unique atmosphere of the university, Ye Wenxin let out a heartfelt sigh, because the parking lot was quite a distance from the university gates. By the time I had parked the car and placed the babies into the stroller, Wu, Yuli, and the other 2 had not caught up yet, thinking that those 3 massive third wheels were a bit of an eyesore. I did not wait for them. The current formation was me holding Wenxin's hand with own hand and pushing the stroller with the other. Really, why have not I noticed any changes? I looked around. Aside from the students fixing their gazes on us, nothing else really seemed to have changed. Of course, with my level of attractiveness, no matter where I go, I am definitely the center of attention. Regarding the stares from other students, I had long since grown accustomed to them. It is just that today, those students' gazes were much more intense than usual. As for the reason, I did not need to ask. I already knew the answer. Let alone the fact that I was holding hands with Mo University's goddess campus Belle. Even just the 2 babies sitting in the stroller had an undeniable magnetism of their own. Look, this flower bed was not this big before. And these 2 rows of trees along the road must be newly planted. Also, the shaded seating area over there, the school never had facilities like that before. Looking at it now, I feel like the school cared too little about us students back in the day. Looking at these thoughtful new facilities on campus, Ye Wenxin actually felt a twinge of sourness in her heart. She had only graduated a little over a year ago, and combined with moving off campus a year early, it had only been about 2 years. Yet the changes on campus were truly massive. It is okay. After the summer vacation, you will be a Mo University student again, and you will still be able to feel the school's care for you. Since the mother of my kids was feeling a bit jealous, I naturally had to comfort her properly. That is true. In the future, I will be able to enjoy these facilities properly as well. Highly agreeing with my perspective. That hint of sourness in Ye Wenxin's heart vanished instantly. Ye Wenxin smiled in embarrassment. She realized she was acting a bit overly sentimental just now. Mama, Papa, as we passed by the basketball court, Dabao and Xiaobao suddenly got excited, because we were going for a walk around campus. The 2 little babies' new toys were temporarily left in the car. Seeing the uncles on the basketball court fighting over a ball, Dabao and Xiaobao immediately became interested. Ball for Dabao and Xiaobao. They certainly could not tell the difference between a football and a basketball right now. Anyway, they looked pretty much the same. All Dabao and Xiaobao knew was that the uncles were fighting over a ball. Dabao, Xiaobao, that is a basketball. It is different from your ball. Your ball is a football. Daddy will teach you, okay? A basketball is played with your hands, and a football is meant to be kicked with your feet. Ball. Hearing their dad say that a football is kicked with feet, Dabao and Xiaobao's little feet, while sitting in the stroller, started moving simultaneously. The babies probably thought, since Daddy said our ball is a football, and since footballs are meant to be kicked, then we definitely need to start kicking. Dabao, Xiaobao, you are so smart. When we get home, Daddy will teach you how to play football, okay? Seeing the babies so cleverly understand my words, I felt incredibly proud. Play football. More like the football will play them. Ye Wenxin, somewhat unsupportively, exposed this cruel reality. Dabao and Xiaobao could not even walk steadily yet, and they wanted to play football. Dabao, Xiaobao, Mommy is making fun of you. When we get home, let us play football really well and show Mommy, okay? Even though I knew Wenxin was stating a fact, in terms of spirit, our father-daughter trio could not afford to lose. They say 2 people with the same surname can't beat On with a different surname. But between me, Dabao and Xiaobao, that makes 3 with the same surname. We could not possibly be defeated by someone with a different surname. The babies forcefully kicked their little feet in the stroller. It was clear that Dabao and Xiaobao wanted to prove themselves to their mom. Our Dabao and Xiaobao are the best. Mommy was wrong just now. Worried that Dabao and Xiaobao might get too rowdy in the stroller, and it would be unsafe. Ye Wenxin had no choice but to obediently admit her mistake. So you see, in today's society, the only reason two people with the same surname can't beat own with a different surname is simply because they are short own person with the same surname. Brother Chen? Brother Chen? Why did not you wait for us? While Ye Wenxin and I were strolling casually through the campus, Xu Jiawei and the other two had been sprinting wildly all over the school. After all, Shui Jiawei and the guys had no idea where exactly on campus I would take the babies for a walk. The three of them could only search blindly. Seeing us, the three big boys grew quite excited. Did you ask me to wait? Since these three massive third wheels had rushed over so cluelessly, I could not exactly just shoo them away. This was the Mo University campus. Everyone had the right to stroll around freely. Brother Chen, we thought you understood what we meant, realizing that, strictly speaking, they were in the wrong. Xu Jiawei's voice grew noticeably quieter. Why would I understand what you meant? I really could not help but laugh out loud. I simply did not want my three roommates acting as third wheels, which was why I had not waited for them. Brother Chen, you did that on purpose. Seeing my smile, Wu Yuli was the first to figure it out. Without refuting it, I gave Wu Yuli a look that said, "Are not you smart?" Catching my gaze, Wu Yuli suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed that he, Shui Jiahui, and Ma Xiaoyu were considered a nuisance. Brother Chen, can I hold the babies? Ma Xiaoyu's focus was entirely on the adorable Dabao and Xiaobao. As for the issue of why Brother Chen had not waited for them, Ma Xiaoyu felt there was no need to pay it too much attention. Brother Chen, I want to hold the babies too. Xu Jiahui had understood the exchange between Wu Yuli and me, but seeing that Ma Xiaoyu had already taken the initiative, Xu Jiahui definitely was not going to fall behind. You guys figure it out among yourselves first. My family only has 2 babies. There is not enough for the 3 of you to share. Not wanting a repeat of the situation at the stadium, I pushed the stroller with one hand, held Wenxin's hand with the other, and continued our leisurely stroll around the campus. Look, who is the beauty campus idol Lin is holding hands with? A male student, as if discovering a new continent, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. No way, you do not even know Ye Wenxin. The great beauty. Did you just arrive on Earth or something? How can you not know about such a huge piece of news? The name Ye Wenxin sounds so familiar. Ye Wenxin, our goddess campus Belle, campus idol Lin and goddess Yi. When did they get together? What did you expect? Did you think just any random girl could have such incredible looks? Campus idol Lin and goddess Yi have been together for a long time. All right, that is not right. I remember campus idol Lin's girlfriend was someone named Liu Ruyan. Even though I do not like Liu Ruyan, she got lucky. For campus idol Lin to fall for her, I can only admit defeat. Looks like you did not just arrive on Earth. You were literally hibernating and completely missed a massive chunk of news. Let me tell you, do you see campus idol Lin's 3 roommates? The 2 little babies those 3 guys are holding. Those are twin babies. Oh my god, they are twins. Campus idol Lin is way too amazing. The children of the campus idol and campus Belle must be incredibly good looking. I am so jealous. Student Lin, wait a moment. Ye Wenxin and I had not been strolling on campus for very long, when a slightly balding man with a bulging belly came running over from a distance. The balding man was not running very fast. After all, with short arms and short legs, coupled with a round, chubby physique, expecting speed from him was indeed asking too much. Probably aware that he could not run fast, the balding man's shouts were incredibly loud. Since he could not catch up himself, he could only rely on us stopping to wait for him. Trailing behind the balding man were a brightly dressed middle-aged woman and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. Watching the 3 people running toward us, my expression remained unchanged. Brother Chen, it is Director Wang. What does he want with you? Wu Yuli, holding Dabao, asked with some concern. The balding man was Director Wang from our department. Usually, when a department director seeks out a student, everyone naturally assumes it is not for a good reason. Yeah, why is Director Wang looking for Brother Chen? Did not the instructor approve a own month leave of absence for Brother Chen? Brother Chen not returning to the dorm should not be an issue, right? Ma Xiaoyu, holding Xiaobao, also had a look of confusion. There was certainly no need to say much about my grades. If a top student's poor grades were enough to alarm the department director, then the rest of the students truly would not stand a chance. In the eyes of Ma Xiaoyu and the others, the only reason the department director would look for me would be the issue of me not returning to the dorm at night. Maybe it is a different issue entirely. Look, Director Wang brought 2 other people with him, because they were taking turns holding the babies. Shui Jiaoyi was not feeling particularly anxious or displeased. Also, since Shui Jiaohui was not currently holding Dabao or Xiaobao, he had ironically become the calmest of the 3. I gave Shui Jiaohui a look of approval. This kid has gotten smarter this time. I could not say I was 100% certain, but I could more or less guess the identities of the man and woman following Director Wang. If my guess was correct, that man and woman likely had something to do with Cheng Mingchen. After all, in my 3 years at university, the only time the department director had ever sought me out was because of the Cheng Mingchen incident. So, at a time like this, with the department director running toward me so anxiously, I could roughly deduce the situation. 9 times out of 10, it had something to do with Cheng Mingchen. Even though Ye Wenxin was not in the same department as me, as a former key member of the student union, she recognized Director Wang. When a department director looks for a student, Ye Wenxin also felt it was not a good sign. Furthermore, Ye Wenxin had absolutely no idea about what had happened between Cheng Mingchen and me, so naturally, she could not guess what was going on. Ye Wenxin looked at me with some worry. Could that Director Wang be trying to cause trouble for Lin Chen because he brought her and the babies to the campus? The rule allowing college students to marry and have children was one thing, but in a way, I had truly set a precedent at Mo University. Ye Wenxin did not know if the university leadership would hold any negative opinions about me. Because of this, it is nothing. Director Wang is looking for me about something else. Having spent so much time with Wenxin, from just a subtle expression, I could guess that the mother of my kids was overthinking things again, not wanting Wenxin to blame herself for any problems. I gently patted her on the head. Her hair was soft and silky, feeling incredibly comforting to the touch. Brother Chen, Director Wang is coming over. You and sister-in-law. Watching the department director run closer and closer, Shui Jiaoyi really wanted to remind me that now was not the time for public displays of affection. Under my intense gaze, Shui Jiaoyi ultimately did not dare to utter the phrase public display of affection. Shui Jiaoyi could tell that I did not care in the slightest about the department director's appearance. Was this the confidence of a top student? Student Lin, I just checked with your instructor and found out you did not have classes this afternoon. Panting heavily, Director Wang felt that his luck was actually quite good. He had thought he would need to find another time to look for me. He never expected that just as he was about to send away the middle-aged couple behind him, he would spot me in person. I did not immediately respond to Director Wang's words. Seeking me out with such burning urgency only made me more certain of my guess. I glanced at the middle-aged couple behind the department director. Although they had been running over quite anxiously, they were now putting on an air of superiority. This made me even less inclined to speak. Student Lin, what a coincidence. I never expected that you would come to campus even though you do not have classes this afternoon. Unlike his usual aloof demeanor, Director Wang was acting quite approachable today. There was no helping it. Director Wang had dealt with me before and knew that trying to use his authority as department director to pressure me definitely would not work. Director Wang was quite adaptable. Is there a reason you are looking for me, Director? Since Director Wang had spoken this much, if I did not reply, it would seem overly arrogant. Student Lin, how about we go to my office to talk? Since we were on campus with so many students around, Director Wang felt that what he needed to discuss should best be handled in private. Director Wang, does the school have some issue they need to discuss with me? I had no desire to play along with that snobby middle-aged couple. I knew full well that I had not violated any school disciplinary rules. No, it is nothing regarding the school. Director Wang turned and glanced at the middle-aged couple behind him. He realized that this was clearly their problem. So why were they acting like it had nothing to do with them now? Did not you two want to speak with Student Lin? This is Student Lin. Director Wang was somewhat dissatisfied with the middle-aged couple's attitude. Director Wang began shifting toward a neutral role. Director Wang, can we go to your office to talk? The middle-aged man, who had originally wanted to act aloof to put pressure on me, showed a hint of embarrassment due to Director Wang's lack of cooperation. That depends on Student Lin's preference. I was only meant to bring you here to find Student Lin. As for how you two negotiate, I certainly can't force Student Lin to do anything. With so many Mo University students watching, Director Wang, as the department director, naturally had to protect his own student. Director Wang, if it is not a school matter, I do not know them, so there is nothing for us to discuss. Without giving the middle-aged couple a chance to speak again, I rejected them outright. I had made my stance clear. Even if Director Wang wanted to show bias toward the middle-aged couple, he had to consider his own reputation. Director Wang. Due to my attitude, the middle-aged couple started getting anxious. However, in order to maintain their imposing aura, they still wanted Director Wang to pressure me. Student Lin, these two are Cheng Mingshen's parents. They came today hoping to discuss Cheng Mingshen's situation with you. It probably involves some matters of mutual interest. In the end, Director Wang could not remain entirely impartial. Cheng Mingshen. Hearing this name, Ye Wenxin looked at me in surprise. In Ye Wenxin's mind, I should not even know Cheng Mingshen. Ye Wenxin was 2 years ahead of me, and Cheng Mingshen was 2 years ahead of Ye Wenxin. This meant that by the time I entered Mo University, Cheng Mingshen had already graduated. How could two people who never had the chance to meet possibly have some sort of conflict? But since there were many people around now, Ye Wenxin definitely was not going to ask me directly. She just stood quietly by my side. Is not Cheng Mingshen's case already clear? Director Wang, regarding Cheng Mingshen, I do not think there is anything to discuss. Since Director Wang was willing to act as the middleman, my words were naturally directed at him as well. As for that arrogant middle-aged couple, I just ignored them completely. Lin Chen, what Cheng Mingshen's parents mean is, there is some misunderstanding regarding this matter, and they hope to talk with you. Director Wang understood my personality somewhat. He glanced at the middle-aged couple standing silently to the side. A hint of impatience appeared on his face. It was clearly their son who was in trouble. Yet now they were acting as if this was his problem to fix. Having been a department director for so many years, Director Wang still had some bureaucratic airs about him. Being able to communicate with a student this amicably was already quite a rare occurrence for him. Our school will not interfere with personal matters between students. Whatever you need to say, you can discuss it with Student Lin yourselves. Director Wang's tone grew significantly colder. It was obvious that he disliked the middle-aged couple's attitude as well. The middle-aged couple certainly did not want to discuss their business in public. Seeing that Director Wang was not speaking up for them, the middle-aged man finally started getting anxious. Mr. Cheng, I have already stated the school's position. It is only because Cheng Mingshen used to be a student at Mo University that I am hoping this matter can be resolved amicably. Director Wang waved his hand, mentally adding, when I was trying to speak up for you earlier, you acted all high and mighty. Did you think a department director like me would just be your pawn? Hubby. The middle-aged woman had grasped Director Wang's stance. She tugged at the middle-aged man's sleeve, and then directed her husband's attention toward me with a few meaningful glances. The middle-aged woman's meaning was simple. Since Director Wang was going to stay neutral, they would have to handle it themselves. Of course, the two of them still maintained their imposing posture. After all, in their minds, I was just a college student. As long as they applied a little pressure on me, they should be able to settle their son's problem. As for why it had not been resolved after so long, the couple blamed the university. Look at Director Wang's attitude, did not that explain everything? Lin Chen, right, I am Cheng Mingshen's father. Receiving his wife's eye signal, the middle-aged man stopped staring at Director Wang. He adjusted his suit, putting on the air of a successful businessman. What is it? The simple 3 words were only spoken out of respect for the department director. Otherwise, I would not have bothered to respond at all. Student Lin, the previous fake antique incident was a misunderstanding. We hope that, considering you and Xinxin are both Mo University students, we can settle this matter privately. Of course, we won't let you suffer a loss. Whatever compensation you want, you can request it directly in front of your department director. If we can minimize this issue and resolve it quietly, it would only be beneficial to Mo University's reputation. It was clear the middle-aged man's words were not just empty talk. Listening to his casual, dismissive tone, the corners of my mouth curled up into a smile. Was Xinxin's father trying to use the university's reputation to pressure me? Listen to the hidden meaning in his words. Was he implying that if I refused to show leniency to Xinxin, I would intentionally be tarnishing Mo University's reputation? Also, telling me to state my demands in front of the department director. This was an attempt to use the director to suppress me, so I would not demand an exorbitant amount. Unfortunately, I really wanted to tell this self-righteous father of Xinxin that I did not want anything at all. First of all, I do not want any compensation. What I want is simply justice. As for Mo University's reputation that you mentioned, we victims should not be the ones bearing the blame for it. According to your logic, the people who actually tarnished Mo University's reputation can wash their hands completely clean. On the contrary, it is those victims who only want fairness that are in the wrong. This time, my words were directed straight at the middle-aged man. Director Wang, I imagine this is not the university's stance, right? If you can try to use the university to pressure me, could not I do the same? I wanted the department director to explicitly state his position in front of all these students. No, Student Lin, please do not misunderstand. This is absolutely not the university's stance. Director Wang waved his hands repeatedly. He certainly could not afford to be labeled as someone who oppresses students. Xinxin's case had already been reported to the police. If news broke out right now that the university was suppressing me, it definitely would not help restore Mo University's reputation. Instead, it would smear Mo University's name even further. Student Lin, I am certainly not using my status as a department director to pressure you either. Today, it is just that Xinxin's parents came to the university, saying they wanted to speak with you face to face. Out of consideration that both you and Xinxin are Mo University students, I brought them here to find you. Student Lin, please do not feel any psychological burden. The actions of Xinxin's parents have absolutely nothing to do with the university. Director Wang glanced at the growing crowd of students gathering around. He was now weighing every single word carefully. Seeing Director Wang completely distance himself and the university from them, the middle-aged woman started getting anxious. She and her husband had initially planned to use the university's authority to pressure me. Now that Director Wang had made that statement, the strategy of using the university to pressure me was definitely a dead end. Do not say anything more. Xinxin's father tugged on the woman's arm. He knew that at this point, it was impossible to expect Director Wang to help them anymore. Student Lin, regarding today's matter, we simply want to have a proper talk with you. As Xinxin's parents, it does not really have much to do with the university or Director Wang. He managed to salvage a bit of Director Wang's face. Xinxin's father truly knew how to read a room. Student Lin, as I mentioned earlier, the fake antique incident was purely a misunderstanding. I hope you can consider that Xinxin is still young. His bright future should not be ruined over a misunderstanding. Let us settle this matter privately. Here is a check for 100,000 yuan as a small token of our sincerity. In the minds of Xinxin's parents, I was just a junior in college. To me, 100,000 yuan would probably seem like an astronomical figure. The middle-aged man waited to see my overwhelmed and excited expression. He had heard from his son that this guy named Lin Chen had stolen the girl he liked, and even had a pair of twin daughters with her. For a college student to raise two kids, it must be incredibly difficult. Setting aside the physical and mental exhaustion, just the financial pressure alone must be immense. Therefore, regarding the 100,000 yuan check he pulled out, the middle-aged man felt extremely confident. He was just waiting for me to accept the check with both hands, and then sincerely discuss the terms of a settlement. A minute passed, then two. Under the middle-aged man's bewildered gaze, I did not even spare a single glance at the check. When Xinxin tried to set me up with that fake antique, The university's security cameras recorded everything perfectly clearly. Since his scheme against me failed, and he instead has to bear the consequences for his own mistakes. Now you guys are suddenly in a panic. I shot a sideways glance at the check in his hand. I really wanted to tell him that in this world, not everything can be solved with money. Young man, do you think 100,000 is too little? Fine, I will add another 100,000 for you. However, young man, I must advise you not to be too greedy. In the middle-aged man's mind, all my talk was merely an attempt to negotiate a higher price. Thinking about his son still locked up inside, he pulled another check out of his pocket. It was obvious that in handling these kinds of situations, the middle-aged man was extremely experienced. Or rather, his rich man's mindset had not been formed overnight. Here is 200,000 total. Lin Chen, is it? I heard you also have 2 kids to raise. This 200,000 should be quite a lot for a college student, right? He glanced at the girl his son had fallen for, Ye Wenxin. Even with just own glance, Ye Wenxin's beauty left a profound impression on him. Looking at the quiet and elegant Ye Wenxin, a trace of confusion even flashed through his eyes. In his view, his son Xinxin was quite dashing as well. Furthermore, during his time at school, Xinxin was the president of the Mo University Student Union. That status should surely count as a huge bonus. Compared to ordinary college students, their family's financial situation could definitely be considered wealthy. The middle-aged man truly could not understand why this incredibly beautiful and refined girl would reject his son and instead choose an ordinary student. In his heart, the middle-aged man even felt a bit of pity for Ye Wenxin. A man fears entering the wrong profession, and a woman fears marrying the wrong husband. What good is being pretty? What kind of future is there in marrying a poor college student? Xinxin's father really thought I would bow down for 200,000. Even without the system, I would never bend the knee to money. And now that I had the system, money truly meant very little to me. Director Wang, you must have been deceived by Xinxin's parents. They sought me out today to demand a private settlement, which actually carries the suspicion of colluding to fabricate a story. Student Lin, I had no idea Xinxin's father intended to buy you off. I honestly did not know beforehand. Director Wang's mind was incredibly sharp indeed. Without a single word of nonsense, Director Wang instantly distanced himself completely from the situation. I held Ye Wenxin's hand and, taking the 2 babies, walked straight ahead without looking back. You would better save your money to hire a lawyer. A private settlement is impossible. The middle-aged couple could only grit their teeth, but they could do absolutely nothing against me. This was also the first time they felt that money was not as omnipotent as they thought. Just as I rejected the couple's request for a private settlement, Director Wang walked over to ease the tension. These 2 must be your babies, right? I heard from your instructor that you have twins. Young people really have a limitless future. Looking at Dabao and Xiaobao, who were being held by Wu Yuli and Ma Xiaoyu, Director Wang suddenly felt a pang of envy. Such beautiful and adorable babies. And twins at that. Lin Chen's ability is way too impressive. This is not just 100% success rate. It is hitting the jackpot with 2 at once. Grandpa, seeing the chubby grandpa looking at them, Dabao and Xiaobao, without needing their parents to teach them, actually greeted him on their own. Oh my, these 2 babies are so polite. Being called by the adorable Dabo and Xiaobo, Director Wang felt happier than if he had won the lottery. Can Grandpa hold you? Reaching out his hands, Director Wang was no longer satisfied with just looking at the cute Dabao and Xiaobao. Such cute, soft little babies. Of course, you have to hold them in your arms to feel truly content. Seeing that the department director actually wanted to compete with them, to hold Dabao and Xiaobao, Wu Yuli and Ma Xiaoyu were not having it. Wu Yuli, Ma Xiaoyu, and Shui Jihui had already agreed to take turns holding Dabao and Xiaobao. Time was limited. If this department director wanted to cut in line, then the time Wu Yuli and Ma Xiaoyu had to hold the babies would definitely be compressed. What is this? Are these your kids? Even Lin Chen, their father, has not objected. Is it your place to disagree? Seeing that his own students actually did not want to let him hold the cute babies, Director Wang immediately put on his department director airs. Director, this is your first time meeting Dabao and Xiaobao. We are mainly worried that the babies will act shy around strangers. Usually, 10-month-old babies do get shy around strangers, right? Wu Yuli felt that his reasoning was absolutely flawless. Shy, Dabao and Xiaobao just called me grandpa. Do you really think Dabao and Xiaobao are like ordinary babies who get shy around strangers? Such smart babies. Seeing his student try to use the shy around strangers excuse to brush him off, Director Wang signaled that he was as sly as a fox, and certainly would not fall for that trick.
Well,
Wu Yuli felt completely stumped and speechless. Dabao and Xiaobao indeed were not shy babies. Otherwise, the ones currently holding Dabao and Xiaobao definitely would not be Wu Yuli and Ma Xiaoyu.
Well, what? Are you Dabao or Xiaobao?
In just own sentence, Director Wang gave the students a perfect demonstration of how to express two entirely different emotions. He spoke the first half of the sentence to Wu Yuli with a stern face, but for the second half, his face was full of smiles. Directed, of course, at our babies. Director Wang looked at the baby in Wu Yuli's arms. His face overflowing with affection, completely different from his usual demeanor. Baby seeing this chubby grandpa asking her, Xiaobao gave a clever reply. As for whether her answer was right or wrong, Xiaobao was not responsible for that. Baby, grandpa knows you are a baby, but are you the older sister or the younger sister? Director Wang possessed a spirit of relentless inquiry. Even though he was facing a tiny baby, Director Wang did not feel that his actions were childish at all. Sister? Xiaobao did not answer, but Dabao, in Ma Xiaoyu's arms, spoke up instead. While saying sister, Dabao reached out to grab Xiaobao's hand. Dabao felt that this chubby grandpa kept staring at Xiaobao and was kind of ignoring her. She is the younger sister, so you must be Dabao. Our Dabo and Xiaobao are just so smart, acting as if he were already very familiar with Dabao and Xiaobao. Director Wang completely transformed into the role of a kindly old grandpa. Grandpa. Seeing the chubby grandpa look at her, Dabao called out even more cheerfully, Ah, how about grandpa holds you? Director Wang felt that Dabao's enthusiasm toward him seemed much greater than Xiaobao's. Did this mean Dabao really liked him? If Dabao liked him, then the probability of him being able to hold Dabao should be very high, right? Highly skilled in weighing pros and cons, Director Wang immediately switched targets. While Wu Yuli let out a sigh of relief, Ma Xiaoyu cried out in displeasure. Initially, when he saw Director Wang wanting to hold Xiaobao, who was in Wu Yuli's arms, Ma Xiaoyu had felt very safe. But before he even had enough time to silently celebrate, the situation completely changed. Ma Xiaoyu took 2 steps back, using concrete action to tell the department director that he did not want to let him hold Dabao. So you still remember that I am the director? What is wrong with you brats? Why are every single one of you being so stingy? Dabao and Xiaobao belong to Lin Chen's family. Are you the only ones allowed to hold them? And I can't. Director Wang glared at Ma Xiaoyu, who actually dared to step back. If Director Wang had not been unfamiliar with Ma Xiaoyu, and thus unable to call him by name, Ma Xiaoyu would have probably been publicly reprimanded by now. Director, I am just worried that you might scare Dabao. He came up with the lamest excuse possible. If he could, Ma Xiaoyu really wanted to take Dabao and run away as fast as his legs could carry him. I would scare Dabao. Are you saying I look like a fierce monster? Or are you mocking my interpersonal skills? In order to hold Dabao, Director Wang was pulling out all the stops. If it were not for the age difference, the interaction between Director Wang, Wu Yuli, and Ma Xiaoyu could easily have been seen as little kids arguing. It was truly incredibly childish. Director, I did not mean it like that. After all, he was the department director. Ma Xiaoyu truly did not have the guts to spout such rebellious words. If you did not mean it like that, then what did you mean? Why can you 2 kids hold Dabao and Xiaobao, but I can't? If Director Wang had a beard, the phrase blowing his beard and glaring his eyes would have perfectly described him right now. Dabao, will you let Grandpa hold you? Director Wang did not want to waste any more time. bickering with these two kids. His target was now Dabao. Dabao, uncle has lollipops for you, relying on the advantage of currently holding Dabao. Ma Xiaoyu whispered softly into Dabao's ear. Ma Xiaoyu's original intent was to use lollipops to tempt Dabao, so that she would not abandon him for the department director's embrace. Candy, candy, candy after all. She was still a 10-month-old baby. As soon as she heard about her favorite lollipops, Dabao had no concept of keeping secrets. She clapped her little hands directly, expressing, "Uncle, hurry up and give the baby the candy. Candy, 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 candy." Hearing her older sister say candy, Xiaobao also got excited, pushing against the uncle, holding her with her little hands. Xiaobao's tiny body leaned directly toward her sister. "What candy? You little brat. You are trying to cheat me." He was the department director after all. He saw through Ma Xiaoyu's little scheme at a glance. Pointing a chubby finger at Ma Xiaoyu, Director Wang indicated that he really wanted to hit this kid with a major disciplinary mark. Using this kind of trick to lure a baby was incredibly shameful, was not it? Director, all little kids like eating candy. It is perfectly normal for Dabao and Xiaobao to like it too, right? How can you say I am cheating you? In front of the department director, Ma Xiaoyu definitely was not going to admit his true motive. Fighting with the department director over holding the babies was already an incredibly bold move. If it were not for Dabao and Xiaobao's overwhelming charm, Wu Yuli and Ma Xiaoyu would not have dared to rebel against the department director. "Where's the candy? Take it out and show me." Director Wang glared with his slightly small eyes, looking as if he was not easily fooled. "Our brother Chen said that if babies eat too much candy, they will get cavities easily. We can't give Dabao and Xiaobao too much candy." Seeing the department director's expression, which practically screamed, "If you can't produce the candy, I will destroy you," Ma Xiaoyu had no choice but to use my words as a shield. Candy. Candy. Not only did Director Wang hear Ma Xiaoyu's words, even our adorable Dabao and Xiaobao understood, pouting their lips in grievance. Dabao and Xiaobao gave Ma Xiaoyu a resentful look. "This uncle is a bad person. He says babies can't eat candy. Papa, uncle won't give us candy." Dabao and Xiaobao started turning to their dad for comfort. "Xiaobao, uncle will go buy you candy later, okay?" Feeling implicated by Ma Xiaoyu, Wu Yuli frantically tried to coax Xiaobao, who was trying to push him away. Yes, Dabao, uncle really does have candy. Uncle bought lots and lots of candy earlier, and it is all in uncle's dorm room. Uncle will go get it later, okay?" Being pushed away by Dabao, Ma Xiaoyu no longer cared about the department director. He frantically tried to please and coax the babies who were beginning to fuss. Ma Xiaoyu was so anxious that sweat was practically dripping down his forehead. Papa, Dabao and Xiaobao, feeling deceived, were still nursing their grievance. The lollipops they got while watching Dad play football were confiscated by Mom, so they had not even gotten to eat them. Finally, with great difficulty, Dabao and Xiaobao had forgotten about the lollipop incident, but this bad uncle brought it up all over again. The problem was, just as their cravings were triggered, the uncle said he did not have any. Faced with Dabao and Xiaobao's persistence, Wu Yuli and Ma Xiaoyu, despite being 100 times reluctant, could only obediently hand Dabao and Xiaobao back to me. Papa, held safely in their dad's arms. Dabao and Xiaobao's feeling of grievance still had not faded. The two little darlings truly lived up to being twins. Even when acting spoiled, they were incredibly synchronized. Dabao and Xiaobao hugged their dad's neck at the same time and buried their little heads into his chest. Dabao and Xiaobao's reaction successfully made Ma Xiaoyu feel deeply guilty. It really seemed like all this trouble was his fault. This was the only thought running through Ma Xiaoyu's mind right now. "Ma Xiaoyu, look what you did." Wu Yuli, who was implicated by Ma Xiaoyu and now had no baby to hold, complained helplessly to his roommate. "How was I supposed to know this would happen?" Ma Xiaoyu glanced at the department director, very much wanting to mimic Wu Yuli and toss a "look what you did" at Director Wang. Unfortunately, Ma Xiaoyu did not have the guts. "Student Lin, may I hold the babies?" Now that the adorable babies were back in their father's arms, Director Wang naturally shifted his target. Unlike with Ma Xiaoyu and the boys, I was the baby's father, so Director Wang was acting very polite. Dabao, Xiaobao, Grandpa wants to hold you, is that okay? I did not answer the department director immediately. In my view, whether the babies were willing was the most important thing. I would never do anything to force them. Under Director Wang's expectant gaze, Dabao and Xiaobao merely lifted their heads briefly, before burying their little faces back into my neck. The babies were currently unhappy. So of course, they did not want Grandpa to hold them. Of course, Dabao and Xiaobao could not yet say the words I do not want to. Dabao and Xiaobao were using actual actions to demonstrate their unwillingness. Campus idol Lin's babies have so much personality. They actually ignored the department director. They are such little babies. How could they possibly understand that much? If you ask me, Campus idol Lin's babies are just unhappy right now. Such adorable babies. It is all that guy's fault for making them upset. Yeah, who is that guy anyway? If he can hold Campus idol Lin's babies, he must be very close with him, right? Say, do you think Director Wang being rejected by the babies, in front of so many students, will make him angry? Will Director Wang take his anger out on Campus idol Lin? Probably not, right? If Director Wang holds a grudge against such tiny babies, then he would be incredibly petty. Can you guys keep your voices down? Are you actually discussing Director Wang right in front of him? If he hears you, you will be in big trouble. Dabao and Xiaobao, are you mad at that uncle? That uncle really is a bad guy, actually tricking our Dabao and Xiaobao. How about Grandpa helps you get back at him? Director Wang was not the least bit angry. Even though Dabao and Xiaobao would not even show their faces now, he maintained an amiable and kind demeanor. Director Wang turned and glared at Ma Xiaoyu standing not far away. He truly looked like he wanted to avenge the babies. Director Wang, this really can't be blamed on me. Even if Director Wang did not know Ma Xiaoyu, it was impossible for Ma Xiaoyu not to recognize his own department director. Now, Ma Xiaoyu was the own feeling aggrieved. If not you, then who am I supposed to blame myself? He retorted somewhat childishly. Director Wang was truly acting very relatable right now. It is actually your fault to begin with. Ma Xiaoyu mumbled softly in retort. His voice was probably only audible to himself. What did you say? Only seeing Ma Xiaoyu's mouth moving, but not hearing clearly what was said, Director Wang asked out of curiosity. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, I quickly intervened to smooth things over. Director, as you can see, the two babies are a bit cranky right now. Next time, when they are in a better mood, I will make sure you are the first to hold them. Dabao, Xiaobao, how about Daddy and Mommy take you to play somewhere else? Dabao, Xiaobao, say goodbye to Grandpa. And Daddy will take you to play. Obediently, the two babies lifted their little hands at the same time and waved at the chubby Grandpa. Dabao and Xiaobao were using gestures to say goodbye. Goodbye, Dabao, Xiaobao. Make sure to have your dad bring you to campus to play more often. Even though he did not get to hold the adorable babies, hearing those soft, milky little voices made Director Wang incredibly happy as well. I took Ye Wenxin and the two babies to the university library, never expecting to run into my ex-girlfriend, Liu Ruyan. Lin Chen, the university really has changed quite a bit. Not just the campus grounds. Even this library is much bigger than when we were here. As soon as we walked into the library, Wenxin noticed the changes. After all, she used to be a regular at the library, so she was definitely very familiar with the place. Because the students in the library were quiet, Ye Wenxin spoke to me in a very low voice. The library did undergo an expansion last summer vacation. Like Wenxin, I also kept my volume very low. Let us go see if they have more books now. Ye Wenxin did not let go of my hand. Hand in hand, we walked deeper into the library. There were plenty of students dating in college. So aside from loud talking, as long as it did not disrupt other students studying, a mild display of affection like mine and Ye Wenxin's would not bother the students in the library at all, because everyone's attention was focused on the books in front of them. Ye Wenxin and I's appearance did not actually draw the attention of the other students. Darling, this strawberry is so sweet, try it. Darling, I handpicked these and washed them myself. Do not you think these strawberries are extraordinary? Is that so, babe? Then feed me. A guy wore a face full of smiles. Okay, darling, I will feed you. Say, ah, open your mouth. How is it, darling? Is the strawberry sweet? Not sweet. Not as sweet as you. I am telling the truth. Babe, I think you are the sweetest, most delicious dessert of all. Stop it, there are other people here. How can you say things like that? Darling, do not move around so much. This is a library. Standing in front of a bookshelf, Ye Wenxin and I, who were seriously browsing for books, simultaneously heard incredibly inappropriate sounds coming from nearby. Ye Wenxin obviously understood the underlying meaning in the man and woman's words. But honestly, having that kind of conversation in a library was truly improper. Because of their exchange, Ye Wenxin almost got the illusion that she had walked into the wrong place. How did this resemble the Mo University library at all? It felt more like some chaotic bar off the street. Moreover, listening to this girl's voice, Ye Wenxin also felt that she did not sound like a college student at all. She sounded more like those hostesses you would find at a bar. At Mo University's library, no matter the time, there was never a shortage of students. In a nationally renowned university like Mo University, the study atmosphere had always been quite intense. For the college students here, the library was an excellent place to recharge and focus. The originally quiet library was disrupted by the unrestrained conversation of this man and woman. Students all around were disturbed. Almost all of them were frowning. Who was so shameless to actually spout such nonsense so brazenly in a public place? Of course, college students dating was no longer a rare occurrence. But the problem was, this was a library. It was supposed to be a place for everyone to study. Yet these two were treating it like a spot for romance and flirting. It was definitely highly inappropriate. Maintaining the library's atmosphere relied entirely on everyone's self-awareness. Are libraries nowadays all like this? Ye Wenxin quietly asked me beside her. Could it be that she had been away from campus for too long and could not keep up with the times? No, this is my first time encountering such oblivious people too. I kept feeling that the girl's voice sounded somewhat familiar. However, because she was deliberately putting on a cutesy voice, I could not recall who it was right away. I glanced at Wenxin, who was frowning slightly beside me. I reached out and smoothed her furrowed brow. Before finally speaking slowly, keeping my voice equally low, I answered Wenxin's question in the negative. Are you kidding? If Mo University's library had turned into a place for college students to flirt and date, Mo University probably would not have been able to rank among the top 10 prestigious universities in the country. Darling, just ignore them. Let me feed you another strawberry. Carrying a strong tone of provocation, the girl's voice was raised by more than just a few decibels. Babe, I have discovered that only the strawberries you feed me yourself are the sweetest. From now on, I will only eat strawberries fed by you. The couple looked smugly at the surrounding students. They clearly did not feel there was anything wrong with their behavior. Perhaps in their minds, being able to act lovey-dovey in the library was actually something to be proud of. How can you two be so thick-skinned? Please mind your behavior. This is a library. Exactly, with so many places on campus. Where could not you go to be affectionate? You just have to do it in a place like the library. You clearly lack basic manners. Yet you actually think others are jealous of you. The way you two think is truly eye-opening. Are they even students at our Mo University? Look at that girl. Does she look anything like a college student? That is Liu Ruyan, campus idol Lin's ex-girlfriend. No wonder campus idol Lin did not want her anymore. She is completely unpresentable. If my girlfriend acted like this, I definitely would not want her either. Well, there is no helping it. You can't expect the university's admissions process to assess a student's moral character too, right? This Liu Ruyan, campus idol Lin dumping her was absolutely the right move. It seems this darling Liu Ruyan keeps talking about is not anything special either. He is treating someone campus idol Lin cast aside like a treasure. Talk about lacking worldly experience. Your ex-girlfriend, standing in front of the bookshelf, Ye Wenxin, naturally heard the student's remarks. Ye Wenxin had eventually found out about me having an ex-girlfriend. At the time, she had even secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, when she came looking for me, the two had just broken up. Otherwise, taking the babies to find me would have been incredibly awkward. It is just that Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend's reputation did not seem very good. Thinking of this, Ye Wenxin looked over at me again. Could it be that Lin Chen had bad taste in girlfriends? But when Lin Chen was drunk, his taste seemed pretty excellent. Quite a few little question marks popped up in Ye Wenxin's head. I already reported everything about this to you, did not I? I took a step closer to Wenxin, the hot breath from my mouth blowing directly against her ear. The matter between Liu Ruyan and me had indeed been discussed with Wenxin long ago. I did not mean anything by it. Feeling my hot breath, Ye Wenxin's small face could not help but flush red. Seeing Wenxin, who was already a mother of two, get shy over a single action of mine, I actually wanted to tease her a bit more. However, considering this was the university library, it was not appropriate. What campus idol, Lin? What ex-girlfriend? Did not you say I was your first love? How did it suddenly change to you being dumped by some campus idol, Lin? You do not even know campus idol, Lin. Bro, you are not a student at our Mo University, are you? No wonder you actually believed Liu Ruyan when she said you were her first love. It seems you really are an outsider. The fact that Liu Ruyan was dumped by campus idol Lin is something all of us Mo University students know about. The students, who had already found their behavior intolerable, finally found an outlet to vent their frustration. Dumped. I was clearly the one who dumped Lin Chen. Alright, regarding this matter, Liu Ruyan was like a ticking time bomb. The moment she was touched, she exploded. She truly could not understand. She had clearly been the one to initiate the breakup that day. So how did it end up becoming Lin Chen dumping her? Liu Ruyan absolutely refused to be labeled as the one who was dumped. Is this Lin Chen the campus idol Lin they are talking about? Liu Ruyan, tell me clearly right now. Am I your first love or not? Even though Liu Ruyan had already admitted it from her own mouth, the guy was still hung up on the question of whether he was Liu Ruyan's first love. It was clear that this guy was highly likely to be a legendary first love obsessive. Darling, do not listen to their nonsense. There is absolutely nothing between me and Lin Chen. Realizing she had made a fatal mistake, Liu Ruyan suddenly did not know how to explain herself. Liu Ruyan's boyfriend was indeed not a Mo University student. If he had been from Mo University, Liu Ruyan's lie about him being her first love would not have lasted even a single day. At the time, Liu Ruyan had met this guy through a friend. Upon hearing her friend describe the guy's family's financial situation, Liu Ruyan had instantly taken a liking to him. For Liu Ruyan, her goal in finding a boyfriend now was extremely simple: he had to be rich. After finding out that the guy's primary criterion for a girlfriend was that the girl must have never dated before, Liu Ruyan deliberately hid her extensive past relationship experience and successfully secured the position of his girlfriend. The reason she chose to bring her boyfriend to the university library was also out of fear that her extensive dating history would be exposed. Liu Ruyan had never expected that in the end, she would be the one to draw the attention of the other students. The way things were unfolding was heading entirely in the direction she wanted to avoid most. What do you mean nothing? You were dumped by him, and you still have the nerve to say you have never dated. The guy was truly, furiously angry. With his family's background, if it were not for Liu Ruyan claiming herself that she had never dated before, he would not have even considered her. Aside from having decent looks, Liu Ruyan's family background was simply too mediocre. Adhering to the principle of matching social status, the guy had merely allowed Liu Ruyan to temporarily sit in the position of his girlfriend. In his mind, once he had obtained Liu Ruyan, he could just say bye-bye. Initially, he thought that since Liu Ruyan had no experience, if he rushed things, he might scare her away. What he had not expected was that Liu Ruyan, who acted like she had zero experience in front of him, had actually had a boyfriend before, and to top it off, she was the one who got dumped. Hearing this news made the guy feel like he had just picked up someone else's discarded trash. After all, when young people date nowadays, if they are together for any decent length of time, doing something impulsive was a perfectly normal occurrence. Was not that exactly what he himself did when dating? I really was not dumped. I was clearly the Owen who dumped Lin Chen. Darling, I swear. Nothing ever happened between me and Lin Chen. Really, Lin Chen and I only ever held hands. Liu Ruyan knew exactly what her boyfriend cared about. Seeing him angry, Liu Ruyan naturally hit the key points. Is Liu Ruyan telling the truth? Beside the bookshelf, Ye Wenxin asked me curiously. The last time I talked to Ye Wenxin about Liu Ruyan was when Liu Ruyan had conceitedly come over to show off in front of us. That was the time I took Wenxin to eat spicy soup near the Crescent Bay neighborhood. Back then, I had merely given a brief overview of my past relationship with Liu Ruyan. As for the other details, there was not much worth mentioning. Since I did not say anything, Ye Wenxin figured it was entirely in the past. So she did not ask further. Now, hearing Liu Ruyan say it herself, Ye Wenxin was undoubtedly curious. In Ye Wenxin's mind, even if I dated Liu Ruyan, without doing anything inappropriate, there must have at least been some kissing, right? But judging by Liu Ruyan's words, my relationship history sounded a bit too innocent. It is true. I nodded and admitted it quite openly. When I was dating Liu Ruyan, I truly had not had any overly impulsive thoughts. After all, Liu Ruyan was a girl and she had pursued me in order to leave a good impression on me. And since I had not made any further advances, Liu Ruyan naturally could not be too proactive either. However, I am certainly not the only person Liu Ruyan has dated. From what I know, since breaking up with me, this guy must be her third boyfriend by now. Hearing my answer, Ye Wenxin simply could not hide the smile on her face. Before knowing this, Ye Wenxin had not really thought much of it. In her heart, even if something had happened between Liu Ruyan and me in the past, it was all in the past. As long as my heart, from now on, only belonged to her and the babies, that was enough. Of course, now that she knew, absolutely nothing had happened between Liu Ruyan and me, Ye Wenxin was definitely happy. She liked this answer. Looking at the smile on Wenxin's face, if we were not in the library, I really would have kissed her. Wenxin was already the epitome of a goddess of beauty. Now, with this smile, she gave off an incredibly alluring and charming vibe. Held hands. You expect me to believe that a guy dating you only went as far as holding hands? Clearly, the guy assumed all men thought the same way he did. We really only held hands. Liu Ruyan thought about how, since breaking up with me, her romantic path had been exceptionally bumpy. She absolutely did not want the rich boyfriend she had finally managed to snag to dump her. Liu Ruyan even wanted to find me to help her prove it. But the crucial problem was, this could only remain a thought. To actually go find me to prove this, Liu Ruyan knew that was impossible, putting aside whether I would even be willing to prove it. Since I had no classes this afternoon, Liu Ruyan would not even know where to find me. Campus idol Lin, Goddess Yi. You guys came to the library to read too. Ye Wenxin and I, who merely wanted to quietly pick out a few books, were discovered thanks to the loud exclamation of a female student. This loud exclamation from the girl made Liu Ruyan, who was standing nearby, feel completely dreadful. Campus idol Lin, senior sister Yi, are you two really together? I heard senior sister Yi even had a pair of beautiful twin babies for campus idol Lin. Is that true? If that is the case, campus idol Lin must have known senior sister Yi for a very long time. No wonder I heard my friend say that campus idol Lin wanted to get back together with senior sister Yi. And that is why he dumped that Liu Ruyan. Because she was too excited, the girl even forgot that this was a library. Speaking so loudly was truly inappropriate. Listening to the continuous stream of questions the girl poured out, Ye Wenxin felt a bit embarrassed. Get back together, where did this idea of getting back together come from? Ye Wenxin knew that she and I had never actually dated in the first place. Even regarding the night of our accident, Ye Wenxin knew that neither her mind nor mine retained any memory of it. So, the claim that Lin Chen dumped Liu Ruyan in order to get back together with her truly did not hold up to any scrutiny. Ye Wenxin did not understand how such a rumor had started spreading. However, Ye Wenxin had no intention of explaining it. This was a matter between me and her. There was never any need to explain it to irrelevant people anyway. Curling the corners of her mouth into a slight smile, Ye Wenxin's demeanor maintained a distance from the girl. While remaining polite, "Senior sister Yi, you have maintained your figure so well. Senior sister Yi, you really can't tell at all that you have already had 2 babies. Senior sister Yi, how do you take care of your skin?" Because of Ye Wenxin's polite smile, the girl mistakenly thought Ye Wenxin was being very friendly toward her. The girl felt that after Goddess Yi had her babies, she had become much more approachable. You see, Ye Wenxin's persona at Mo University previously was famously icy. The girl took 2 steps closer to Ye Wenxin, acting overly familiar and wanting to ask for tips on how to become beautiful. Seeing the girl getting closer to her, Ye Wenxin instinctively took 2 steps back. She happened to lean right into my embrace, with a beauty willingly throwing herself into my arms. I naturally did not need to be modest. Stretching out my arm, I pulled Wenxin entirely into my protective zone. Realizing that my actions with her were a bit too intimate, Ye Wenxin discreetly tried to shift away slightly. Unfortunately for her, I was not going to give her that chance. After struggling slightly in my embrace and finding it completely useless, Ye Wenxin gave up. Having spent this much time together, Ye Wenxin understood me quite well. She knew that sometimes I could be quite stubborn. For example, in today's situation, since I had not let go, no matter how much she struggled, it would be pointless. The interaction between Ye Wenxin and me, in the eyes of this girl and the other students, looked like an incredibly sweet moment. Looking at Ye Wenxin and me, the students' eyes held mostly blessings, rather than just envy. They were Mo University's campus idol and goddess campus Belle, after all. Standing together, they were already a feast for the eyes. Senior sister Yi, I did not mean anything by it. The girl was not stupid. Ye Wenxin stepping back had clearly shown the girl that the great goddess Yi did not like strangers getting too close. Lin Chen, Ye Wenxin, Liu Ruyan, who had been stressing over how to explain things to her boyfriend, was stunned upon hearing the titles campus idol Lin and senior sister Yi. The current state of Liu Ruyan's heart could truly be described as 10,000 horses stampeding through it. She remembered clearly that she and her boyfriend had already been in the library for quite some time. They had not seen hide nor hair of Ye Wenxin and me at all. How come exactly at the moment she was losing face, Ye Wenxin and I appeared? It felt as if we had specifically come here to watch her make a fool of herself. Of course, Liu Ruyan also knew that this was just her own paranoid guessing. After all, whatever happened between Liu Ruyan and her boyfriend was something even Liu Ruyan herself could not have predicted. Lin Chen, your ex-boyfriend. It was very obvious that Liu Ruyan's boyfriend cared very deeply about my name, because we were blocked by the bookshelves. Liu Ruyan's boyfriend did not manage to spot me immediately. Darling, nothing really happened between him and me. At this point, Liu Ruyan was just short of swearing to the heavens. If her boyfriend would actually believe her oath, Liu Ruyan would absolutely do it. Did not you say you wanted to prove it to me? Since your ex-boyfriend happens to be in the library right now, explain it to him face to face, and then I will believe you. In this guy's mind, if a man had possessed a woman, he definitely would not allow the woman to deny it. After all, this was a major issue concerning a man's pride. Darling, this is too embarrassing. Lin Chen and I broke up a long time ago. Bringing this up now is not really appropriate, is it? She looked around the library. Due to the commotion she had caused, the students had all put down their books and were staring at her, enjoying the show. Liu Ruyan truly wanted to buy a block of tofu and smash her head against it. Liu Ruyan had never imagined that what she thought was a moment of triumph would turn into such an embarrassing predicament. How is this embarrassing? You lied to me in the first place. You said you had never dated before, and now even your ex-boyfriend has shown up. Liu Ruyan, you know my principles. I absolutely won't accept a girl who has dating experience. I have already been exceptionally lenient with you. Now I am just asking you to prove that nothing happened between you and your ex-boyfriend. Hearing the guy's self-righteous words, the students in the library all showed expressions of disgust. What kind of standard is requiring a girl to have never dated before? You might as well just admit that you only want brand new goods. No, darling. I absolutely did not lie to you. Lin Chen and I truly never did anything. In front of so many people, Liu Ruyan forced herself to discuss such an intimate topic. But thinking about the cash cow she had finally managed to hook, Liu Ruyan could not bear to give up so easily. Liu Ruyan had already been filled with a million regrets about breaking up with me. Liu Ruyan had always thought I was just an ordinary college student. Aside from my high attractiveness, my financial capabilities seemed very average. So, when her supposedly rich second-generation ex-boyfriend extended an olive branch to her, Liu Ruyan initiated the breakup with me without a moment's hesitation. In Liu Ruyan's view, all I could offer her was visual appeal. As a girl with incredibly high vanity, holding the title of campus idol Lin's girlfriend had initially brought Liu Ruyan a lot of pride. But gradually, as she realized I could not satisfy her financially, the resentment in Liu Ruyan's heart began to pile up bit by bit. When she initiated the breakup, there truly had not been a shred of hesitation. Liu Ruyan felt that dumping me was the most correct decision she could possibly make. However, reality later delivered a harsh slap to Liu Ruyan's face. It was only after breaking up with me that Liu Ruyan found out her so-called rich second-generation boyfriend was actually just an empty shell. In contrast, I was the one who was truly hiding my wealth, a genuine rich person. In Liu Ruyan's heart, she had essentially started looking for a boyfriend using my standards as a benchmark. Of course, this standard referred to my financial strength. Seeing her boyfriend forcing her to find me for proof, Liu Ruyan almost coughed up blood. Listening to what the students said just now, it was not just me in the library. Ye Wenxin was here too. Having to face me alone already made Liu Ruyan feel guilty, let alone having to face Ye Wenxin as well. Ye Wenxin, Mo University's goddess campus Belle, absolutely crushed Liu Ruyan in terms of looks. Liu Ruyan, until you explain this matter clearly, stop calling me darling. If you can't explain yourself today, then Liu Ruyan, do not ever contact me again. Seeing Liu Ruyan stammering and hesitating, the guy felt that he was definitely wearing a massive green hat. Anyway, in the guy's mindset, his girlfriend absolutely could not have been touched by another man. Looking at her boyfriend's demeanor, Liu Ruyan knew he would definitely follow through on his words. Liu Ruyan did not want to lose her cash cow just like this, but to ask me to help her prove it, especially with Ye Wenxin right here. Liu Ruyan also felt it was incredibly humiliating. Caught in a dilemma, Liu Ruyan did not make a move for a moment. Lin Chen, I want to go back. The library was only so big. Ye Wenxin and I were not actually that far from Liu Ruyan. If it were not for the bookshelves blocking the view, we were only about 10 meters apart. The conversation between Liu Ruyan and her boyfriend was of course heard loud and clear by Ye Wenxin and me. Hearing the absurd remarks of Liu Ruyan's boyfriend, Ye Wenxin truly could not listen any longer. A self-righteous guy like this made Ye Wenxin feel disgusted just looking at him. Naturally, Ye Wenxin also did not want to hear the sound of Liu Ruyan's boyfriend's voice anymore. Okay, I was just accompanying Wenxin for a walk anyway. Now that Wenxin wanted to go back, I naturally had no objections. Furthermore, I shared Wenxin's sentiment. I also did not want to see Liu Ruyan or her baffling boyfriend. I found that guy's way of thinking to be genuinely quite strange. Campus idol Lin, senior sister Yi, are you leaving? Campus idol Lin, I heard my friend say that your babies are incredibly adorable. If you have the chance, could you bring them to campus for us to see? When someone praises their babies, Ye Wenxin is naturally happy, politely replying with a thank you. Ye Wenxin did not mention that Dabao and Xiaobao were right outside the library. Today, because of Cheng Mingxin's parents, Dabao and Xiaobao had already been surrounded by a crowd once. Ye Wenxin definitely did not want a repeat of that situation on campus. You are welcome, senior sister Yi. Your babies are truly so beautiful and adorable. Having Mo University's goddess campus Belle thank her made the girl so excited she barely knew what to do with herself. Let us go. Ye Wenxin took the initiative to hold my hand, a faint smile lingering on her face. For some reason, after hearing the news that absolutely nothing had happened between Liu Ruyan and me, Ye Wenxin's heart had been filled with a sweet joy, the direct manifestation of Ye Wenxin's inner happiness. was that she began actively showing affection. Looking at my hand being held by Wenxin's small hand, the corners of my mouth could not help but curl upwards as well. Hand in hand, under the envious gazes of the other students, we walked toward the main doors of the library. Wait, Lin Chen. Wait a minute. After an intense internal struggle, Liu Ruyan finally put aside her pride. She felt that holding onto her cash cow was the most important thing. Thinking about how, since breaking up with me, this current boyfriend was already her third, Liu Ruyan felt quite anxious internally as well. She had broken up with me purely for money in the first place. No matter what, Liu Ruyan wanted to find a boyfriend who was richer than me. Liu Ruyan knew that those students who recognized her were all mocking her behind her back for being blind, or for getting dumped, and things like that. The conversation between the strange girl and Ye Wenxin just now was also heard loud and clear by Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan knew that if she did not stop me right now, she would have no chance to prove anything to her boyfriend. If she could not prove it, Liu Ruyan could imagine even with her toes what kind of ending she would be facing. Right now, Liu Ruyan was placing all her hopes on me. Unfortunately, towards Liu Ruyan's words, I turned a completely deaf ear. As far as I was concerned, I already knew what Liu Ruyan was calling me for. I had no desire to accompany Liu Ruyan and her boyfriend in discussing such a boring topic. Right now, I only wanted to hold Wenxin's hand and go hug my little treasures. Wait, Lin Chen, I need to talk to you. Seeing that I did not stop walking because of her words, Liu Ruyan got anxious. She completely disregarded her image and directly trotted toward the library's main doors. Before Ye Wenxin and I could reach the exit, Liu Ruyan successfully intercepted us. Looking at Liu Ruyan blocking my path, the smile on my face vanished. Towards this money-grubbing woman, I truly did not even want to spare a single extra glance. Lin Chen, go explain to my boyfriend that when we were dating, absolutely nothing happened, because Liu Ruyan was blocking the way. Ye Wenxin and I were forced to temporarily halt our steps. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Liu Ruyan actually started ordering me around directly. In Liu Ruyan's mind, me going to explain this issue to her boyfriend was a matter of course. Why should I explain anything to your boyfriend? Looking at Liu Ruyan's self-righteous expression, I truly found it somewhat amusing. Is not this Liu Ruyan being a bit too thick-skinned? I naturally rejected Liu Ruyan's demand. Explain, did I really have to help Liu Ruyan guarantee to her current boyfriend that she was still brand new goods? After all, I only knew that when Liu Ruyan and I were dating, our relationship was incredibly pure. As for the other relationships Liu Ruyan had, I had absolutely no way of knowing. Lin Chen, when I dated you, the most we did was hold hands a few times. That is the truth. Should not you explain it clearly? Besides, the mother of your children is right here. Would not it be better to clear things up together? Looking at Ye Wenxin, who had already given birth to babies, yet still maintained the appearance of a young girl, Liu Ruyan's eyes held nothing but intense envy. Liu Ruyan knew that getting me to simply help her would be extremely difficult. After all, Liu Ruyan knew perfectly well what she had done in the past. So Liu Ruyan was essentially dragging Ye Wenxin into the mix. In Liu Ruyan's view, Ye Wenxin definitely cared a lot about her relationship with me too, right? By conveniently letting her boyfriend know the truth, Liu Ruyan's plan seemed wonderfully perfect. I trust that Lin Chen does not need to explain anything to me regarding Liu Ruyan's petty scheme. Ye Wenxin saw right through it at a glance. Ye Wenxin definitely was not going to let Liu Ruyan use her as an excuse. How can you be so unappreciative? You and Lin Chen even have kids together. Would not getting things cleared up make you feel more comfortable? You should know that during the time you and Lin Chen were broken up, I was the one dating Lin Chen. Liu Ruyan was truly infuriated by Ye Wenxin's indifferent attitude. From Liu Ruyan's words, it was evident that she had genuinely believed the rumor that Ye Wenxin and I had been together long ago. After all, the two of them had even accomplished having babies together. If they had not been dating previously, how could that be possible? As for that specific experience between Ye Wenxin and me, aside from the parties involved, only Zhang Mingyue knew the truth. Just as Ye Wenxin and I were about to turn and leave, a voice rang out. So this is your previous boyfriend, right? Because Liu Ruyan did not answer. The guy asked again. Yes, he is Lin Chen. In front of the guy, Liu Ruyan acted extremely well behaved, putting on the appearance of a good, obedient girl. Hello, my name is Jing Yuming. I am currently Liu Ruyan's boyfriend. The guy looked at me and actually acted quite magnanimous. Looking at this guy named Jing Yuming, I knew he could not possibly be here just to say a simple hello. Seeing that I had no intention of replying, the guy shot Liu Ruyan a vicious glare. In the guy's mind, he blamed his own rejection entirely on Liu Ruyan. If Liu Ruyan had truly never dated before, why would he need to personally step forward and ask questions? Now, he had been forced to seek out the answers himself. Lin Chen, when I dated you, the most we did was hold hands, right? Seeing that her boyfriend had come over, Liu Ruyan started hounding me with questions again. There was no other way. Liu Ruyan had originally hoped that Ye Wenxin would help her solve the problem. Seeing that Ye Wenxin absolutely would not play along with her plan, Liu Ruyan could only cling to me. What exactly are you trying to prove to your boyfriend? Watching Liu Ruyan's anxious demeanor, and then recalling her arrogant attitude when the student union inspected my dorm, and she tried to make me beg her, I suddenly was not in a hurry to leave either. Anyway, resolving this kind of thing was just a matter of a few sentences. I figured I would let Wu Yuli and the others hold the babies for a little while longer. Lin Chen, I just want you to tell my boyfriend that when we were dating, absolutely nothing happened other than holding hands. Liu Ruyan knew that I was aware of the several relationships she would had after breaking up with me. It did not matter if I knew. But Liu Ruyan absolutely could not let her current boyfriend know. If Jing Yuming knew that Liu Ruyan was an experienced veteran in romance, Liu Ruyan would not even need to say another word of nonsense. The outcome would definitely be bye-bye. Looking at Liu Ruyan's nervous expression, of course I knew what she was worried about. Normally, even breaking up with Liu Ruyan would be a very normal thing. However, the way Liu Ruyan handled things was quite excessive. Not only did she dump me for money, but I had not forgotten how she later used people from the student union to cause trouble for me. Lin Chen, say something. This is the truth. Why won't you say it? Could it be that you are still angry because I dumped you? Regarding the issue of who dumped who, Liu Ruyan had always been extremely insistent. Whenever she had the chance, she would definitely bring it up. Of course, at this moment Liu Ruyan also meant to provoke me into speaking, with Ye Wenxin standing right there. If I spouted nonsense, would not it be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 times while damaging myself 800? Everyone involved was smart. Liu Ruyan believed that I would not do something so stupid. Angry? Why would I be angry? Knowing that Wenxin had already given me a pair of adorable twin babies, I obviously would not continue dating you. I did not explicitly say that I had dumped Liu Ruyan, but the meaning in my words was incredibly clear. Once again, implicitly being told that I had dumped her. Liu Ruyan's face instantly fell. She gritted her teeth, looking like she was just about to hurl curses. Did you hear that? I told you, my friend is in the same class as campus idol Lin. The correct version is clearly that campus idol Lin dumped Liu Ruyan. That Liu Ruyan is really thick-skinned. Just now she was still claiming she dumped campus idol Lin. With Goddess Yi around, Liu Ruyan should not even bother looking in the mirror. Why would campus idol Lin ever choose her? The originally quiet library had now turned into a bustling theater. Since nobody was in the mood to study anyway, they all simply started watching the show. Lin Chen, tell everyone clearly, who dumped who? Liu Ruyan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her hair practically stood on end. Why do not you repeat the words you said back then? I glanced at the guy named Jing Yuming. I was deliberately setting a trap for Liu Ruyan. Fine, I will say it. I want everyone here to know. Whether I, Liu Ruyan, dumped you, Lin Chen,
Or if you, Lin Chen, dumped me.
Liu Ruyan held her head high, her fighting spirit completely ignited. It was right before evening self-study. I was probably the last one to arrive. As soon as I entered the classroom, I broke up with you. You had not even processed it yet. Liu Ruyan firmly believed she had dumped me. And then, looking at Liu Ruyan's smug expression, I remained incredibly calm, neither rushing nor defending myself. I just stood there steadily, holding Wenxin's hand. And then you asked me for the reason we were breaking up, of course. Liu Ruyan tossed her hair, wondering if I had gone stupid. Would not continuing to ask only embarrass me further. And what was the reason? As if I truly did not remember. I asked with utmost seriousness. The reason, naturally, was that you were not good enough for me. When Liu Ruyan said this, her arrogant tone revealed immense internal smugness. She even remembered to shoot a glance at her boyfriend. Ha ha ha, that is too funny. Liu Ruyan, if you are going to make an excuse, could you at least try? Campus idol Lin was not good enough for you. I really do not know if you are severely short-sighted or if your aesthetic judgment is broken. I almost believed it just now. Thinking Liu Ruyan really did dump campus idol Lin. My poor heart almost skipped a beat. Turns out, Liu Ruyan is just lying. How boring. Liu Ruyan's words did not even need my refutation. The surrounding students immediately questioned her. There was no helping it. Saying I was not good enough for Liu Ruyan. Truly no one would believe that. My looks spoke for themselves. And coupled with my status as a top student, it was only possible for Liu Ruyan to be punching above her weight. How could I possibly be the one who was not good enough for Liu Ruyan? You guys do not know anything. What gives you the right to say I am lying? Facing this group of nosy onlookers, Liu Ruyan felt the urge to kick everyone out, even if we do not know the other details. We know that it could only be you who was not good enough for campus idol Lin. How could campus idol Lin possibly be the one who was not good enough for you? Liu Ruyan, if you are going to make an excuse, please use your brain. Liu Ruyan, I do not know if you are just stupid, or if you think we are all fools. How do you have the nerve to use such a ridiculous excuse? What do you guys know? I said Lin Chen was not good enough for me, and naturally I have my reasons. Liu Ruyan was now facing a massive group of students all by herself. Although she was the combative type, handling Owen against 3 or 10 would not normally be a problem for her. But right now, Liu Ruyan was facing way too many enemies. Liu Ruyan, I think you should stop being so stubborn. Being dumped by campus idol Lin is not anything to be ashamed of. What is more, you lost to our senior sister Yi, which makes it even less shameful. Liu Ruyan simply could not understand. Why did an obvious fact, in the eyes of these students, absolutely have to be twisted into her being dumped? With the anger in her heart reaching its peak, Liu Ruyan felt that if she did not clear things up today, she would carry the blame of being dumped by me for the rest of her life. Fine, you want to know how he was not good enough for me, right? I will satisfy your curiosity today. Liu Ruyan felt like a martyr going to her execution. She glared at me, her eyes filled with nothing but pure fury. Liu Ruyan felt that I had caused all of this. If I had not concealed my identity as a rich man from the very beginning, she would still be sitting comfortably in the position of my girlfriend right now. Even if Ye Wenxin had come looking for me later, and even if Ye Wenxin and I had babies, as the wronged party, Liu Ruyan would definitely have been able to squeeze out a considerable amount of compensation. In your eyes, Lin Chen is perfect, is not he? Without giving the other students a chance to speak, Liu Ruyan was not asking a genuine question. She had switched into rhetorical question mode, answering her own questions. Too bad in my eyes, Lin Chen is nothing but a broke loser. Knowing that I now drove a big BMW and lived in a high-end neighborhood, to the words broke loser, the other students naturally would not be convinced. Liu Ruyan immediately added another sentence. Of course, when I say Lin Chen is a broke loser, I mean compared to my rich, second-generation ex-boyfriend. Liu Ruyan felt that with her added clarification, she should not be questioned anymore. Regarding Liu Ruyan's words, although everyone was highly skeptical, they really did not have any grounds to refute her. No one knew Liu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, so it truly was hard to draw casual conclusions. Ex-boyfriend, Liu Ruyan, exactly how many boyfriends have you had? An angry roar instantly knocked the previously smug Liu Ruyan right back to reality. Belatedly, Liu Ruyan realized that her current boyfriend was still standing right there. For a guy who cared incredibly deeply about whether his girlfriend was a first-timer, Liu Ruyan had essentially just confessed without being tortured. Explaining away Lin Chen had already been extremely difficult for Liu Ruyan. Now she had gone and voluntarily offered up some ex-boyfriend. A wave of despair washed over Liu Ruyan's heart. Yuming, you have to listen to my explanation. While saying she needed to explain, Liu Ruyan stepped forward and grabbed her boyfriend's sleeve. Yet, she did not know how to begin explaining at all. Explain. Explain where this ex-boyfriend came from. Jing Yuming forcefully shook off Liu Ruyan's hand. Aside from utter disgust, his face showed no other emotion. Lin Chen, were you really dumped because you were poor? Ye Wenxin was incredibly curious. If someone like me could be considered poor, just how high were Liu Ruyan's standards? Besides, that rich second-generation ex-boyfriend Liu Ruyan mentioned, Ye Wenxin remembered having seen him before too. Was not it that guy they ran into? Outside the Crescent Bay neighborhood. Compared to Lin Chen, who owned an apartment in Crescent Bay, was a guy looking to rent an apartment really richer than Lin Chen? Ye Wenxin found that Liu Ruyan's way of thinking was truly extraordinary.
Wenxin? How could I have been dumped?
You had already given birth to Dubo and Xiaobo by then. How could I possibly date anyone else? Wenxin, if you had told me earlier, I never would have dated Liu Ruyan in the first place. Liu Ruyan kept trying to prove she dumped me. I indicated that this was a major issue concerning my pride. How could I let that woman get her way? That is true. That rich second-generation ex-boyfriend of hers was the guy we ran into last time, who wanted to take Liu Ruyan to rent an apartment in our neighborhood, right? In Ye Wenxin's heart, I was already her man. When it came to her man's pride, Ye Wenxin definitely had to defend it to the end. Renting an apartment, Liu Ruyan. Why did not your rich second-generation boyfriend buy you a house? Instead of renting own for you? Liu Ruyan, are you sure your ex-boyfriend was actually a rich second-generation heir? Why do I get the feeling you were scammed? Oh, did not you guys hear what campus idol Lin said? It was not Liu Ruyan who dumped campus idol Lin at all. It was clearly campus idol Lin who got back together with senior sister Yi and dumped Liu Ruyan. This ex-boyfriend is definitely real. After all, both campus idol Lin and senior sister Yi saw him. Whether he is actually a rich second-generation heir, though, is hard to say. Regarding Jing Yuming's insistence on a first-love girlfriend, everyone definitely remembered it. Towards Jing Yuming's double-standard logic, everyone was already highly disdainful, now that they had caught an opportunity to mock Jing Yuming. As everyone gossiped, Jing Yuming's face could truly be described as the color of ash at the bottom of a pot. Exactly how many boyfriends have you had? And renting an apartment, did you already sleep with someone else a long time ago? Right now, Jing Yuming felt that the top of his head was not just a patch of green grass. It was entirely green, without a trace of any other color to be seen. She was the one who brought up the ex-boyfriend. Liu Ruyan could not deny his existence now. Currently, Liu Ruyan could only try to explain the renting apartment situation. Because of certain reasons that day, they indeed had not rented the apartment. In fact, Liu Ruyan and that rich second-generation ex-boyfriend had broken up right on the spot. Liu Ruyan. Exactly how many boyfriends have you dated? Jing Yuming took a step forward and glared viciously at Liu Ruyan. Thinking about Liu Ruyan's countless ex-boyfriends, Jing Yuming stepped back in disgust. Recalling the affectionate moments he would shared with Liu Ruyan recently, Jing Yuming almost vomited. You could say that Jing Yuming was not just highly hypocritical. He also had severely twisted psychological issues. Liu Ruyan, do not ever come looking for me again. Jing Yuming took large, rapid strides toward the library doors. For Jing Yuming, he had suffered an immense loss of face today. In front of so many Mo University students, Liu Ruyan had handed him countless green hats. Jing Yuming felt that the gazes everyone was directing at him were filled with mockery. Yuming, listen to my explanation. Seeing her boyfriend leave, Liu Ruyan ran a few steps, desperately wanting to chase after him. However, not knowing what she suddenly thought of, Liu Ruyan ultimately stopped in her tracks. Already suffering a severe blow, Liu Ruyan still had to listen to everyone's gossip about her. Liu Ruyan did not know if she should wear a mask whenever she went out from now on. Lin Chen, let us go. Not wanting to watch Liu Ruyan's breakdown, Ye Wenxin felt that we had stayed in the library long enough. She wondered if De Bao and Xiao Bao were fussing outside, holding Wenxin's hand. Without giving Liu Ruyan another glance, I walked briskly toward the library doors. Today, I was preparing to take Ye Wenxin and the two babies to meet my father-in-law and mother-in-law. To bolster her courage, Ye Wenxin also brought along her best friend, Jiang Mingyue. After all, regarding the baby's birth, Ye Wenxin had not revealed a single word to her family. Now, suddenly bringing two babies back with her, Ye Wenxin was a little worried about whether her parents' hearts could handle it. All sorts of mental speculations caused Ye Wenxin to not sleep well all night. Her mental state did not look too good right now.
Wenxin, do not be afraid.
I held Wenxin's small hand tightly, and then looked at the two babies. We also have De Bao and Xiao Bao. As a family, we will face whatever difficulties come our way together. Besides, your husband is so outstanding. I believe uncle and auntie will approve of us being together. Actually, I was unsure internally as well. But since Wenxin was panicking, I definitely could not panic. Exactly, Wenxin, Lin Chen, whether in looks or finances, is truly own in 10,000. Plus, Lin Chen loves you so much, it will definitely be fine. Jiang Mingyue also lamented how fast time flies. When she first met me, she was full of hostility. Now, in such a short amount of time, she was actively speaking up for me. It showed that my performance had satisfied her. The car sped along, following the address Wenxin gave me. After more than 2 hours, we arrived at my mother-in-law's home. I parked the car in the neighborhood parking lot, and Ye Wenxin and I got out holding the babies. Jiang Mingyue now became the coolie, helping us carry bags large and small. These were all gifts I had spent considerable time picking out at the mall after leaving campus yesterday. Ye Wenxin nervously pressed the doorbell, her small hands clutching, completely covered in sweat. She had never mentioned the babies to her parents. Even when she said last night that she was coming back, she only mentioned bringing a surprise. Right now, Ye Wenxin even had the urge to flee before the battle, but thinking that what must come will eventually come, and this day had to be faced and resolved sooner or later. She could only brace herself and stand her ground. The door opened to reveal an elegant middle-aged woman. Her first glance at Ye Wenxin was filled with joy. After all, she had not seen her daughter in a very long time. Then, she looked at the babies in Ye Wenxin's arms with a confused expression. She then looked at Jiang Mingyue, who was carrying numerous bags. Mingyue, coming to see auntie, you do not need to buy so many things next time. Why act like such a stranger? Also, Mingyue, are these your babies? Because I was locking the car and walking a bit behind, my mother-in-law did not notice me right away, and mistakenly assumed Jiang Mingyue had given birth, and had come to give them a surprise. Seeing the situation, Jiang Mingyue momentarily did not know how to answer. She looked at Ye Wenxin with a pleading expression, thinking, I am just the coolie here. How did I suddenly become the main character? Seeing Jiang Mingyue's awkward predicament, Ye Wenxin finally spoke up. Mom, it is a bit complicated. Let us talk inside. My mother-in-law did not think much of it. Having people stand outside the door forever was not right. So she said, everyone, quickly come inside. Look at me being so foolish, making you all stand outside. Just as we entered, we heard a middle-aged man's voice. Wife, is Wenxin back? I told you, this child is always busy with work. How long has it been since she came home? Though his words were a complaint, his face was full of smiles. Once everyone was fully inside, my mother-in-law finally noticed me and the baby in my arms standing behind. With a tone of confusion, she asked, Are you Mingyue's boyfriend? A few days ago, her good friend had mentioned that her daughter might have a situation, and she figured this was it. At this moment, Ye Wenxin knew she had to step forward. Mom, he is Lin Chen. He is my husband. Ye Wenxin seemed to exhaust all her courage to say those words. After finishing, her whole body seemed to relax. Hearing this, my father-in-law and mother-in-law completely turned to stone on the spot. Husband, what did that mean? They had not even heard when their daughter had gotten a boyfriend. And now she suddenly brought home a husband. After a long while, my mother-in-law was the first to recover her senses. Wenxin, then these two babies are. Although she already had the answer in her heart, she could not help but ask for confirmation. Mom, they are both Lin Chen's and my babies. They are a pair of twins. I know this might be a bit hard for you to accept right away, but this was all an accident. She thought about how her parents had always been very strict with her, even hiding their true financial situation, so she would not be spoiled. Seeing her like this now, they must be very disappointed, right? Uncle, Auntie, this truly was an accident. Recently, I had been by Wenxin's side constantly, and I knew everything about this situation. It truly was not Wenxin's fault. Although my father-in-law's face looked quite grim, he did not lose his temper and start yelling. You guys better explain this clearly to me? His gaze swept over me, and then his gaze settled on Ye Wenxin. Uncle, this is all my fault. So I recounted the whole story of getting drunk that day, and how I did not see Wenxin when I woke up. It was not until later, when she came to find me at school, that I found out we had two babies. Uncle, I am entirely to blame. I blame myself for not realizing right away that Wenxin was pregnant, and for not being by her side during her most difficult times. If you are angry, please take it all out on me. Please do not blame Wenxin. Dad, this has nothing to do with Lin Chen. I made the choice to have these children on my own. He was completely unaware of it before I went to find him. If you want to punish someone, punish me. After speaking, she looked tenderly at Dabao and Xiaobao. Seeing her daughter like this, her mother's eyes filled with nothing but heartache. As someone who had been through childbirth, she understood all the hardships involved. To think her daughter gave birth to two babies all by herself, without any help from her family. Her father's face was stern. Of course I am going to punish you. What kind of mother are you? Not hurrying up and telling the babies to call us grandpa and grandma. Her father was not an old stubborn fool either. Seeing how his daughter and this boy acted just now, and seeing the protective look in his daughter's eyes towards him, he could tell the feelings were mutual. Furthermore, the two babies were already this big. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, he certainly could not bear to tear them apart. Her mother also spoke up with a bright smile. What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and let me hold my granddaughters. I am a grandmother now, you know. Ye Wenxin and I looked at each other, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Wait, this is different from what I imagined. They just accepted it like that. I was even wondering if Uncle would pull out his belt or something and teach me a harsh lesson. I had already braced myself for physical pain. To think it was resolved just like this. Ye Wenxin carried Zhao Bao over to her mother. Xiao Bao, this is Grandma. Hurry and say Grandma, and the Owen next to her is Grandpa. Say Grandpa. Hubby, hurry and bring Dabao over too. Snapping out of it, I also carried Dabao and stepped forward. Dabao, this is Grandma, and this is Grandpa. Be a good girl, Dabao, and call them Grandpa and Grandma. The two babies were very obedient. They opened their little mouths, giggling happily, and called out Grandpa and Grandma. They even reached out their little hands, wanting their grandparents to hold them. Holding the two babies, my mother-in-law and father-in-law were smiling from ear to ear. While teasing the babies, they playfully scolded Ye Wenxin for not bringing the babies back sooner. Jiang Mingyue sat on the side, enjoying the show. Truly, the soul of a working girl never rests. She had taken a day off from work today, only to end up coming here to be Ye Wenxin's manual laborer. However, seeing her best friend's situation resolved so peacefully, she was also genuinely happy. Uncle, Auntie, I am actually the baby's godmother, you know. Uncle, you have been holding Dabao for so long. Can I hold her for a bit? Unwilling to just be a background character, Jiang Mingyue also wanted to hold the babies. My father-in-law had indeed been holding Dabao for quite a while. He smiled and handed Dabao over to Jiang Mingyue, because he had some important matters to discuss with me. Xiao Lin, what are your and Wenxin's plans? Looking at your age, you should be about the same age as Wenxin. You must have just graduated from college too, right? Are you and Wenxin currently living in a rented apartment? I scratched my head. Uncle, I am a junior this year and will be starting my internship soon. You do not need to worry about the housing situation, Uncle. We have our own house now. Wenxin and I currently live in a 3-bedroom apartment in Crescent Bay. My father-in-law looked shocked. Crescent Bay, and a 3-bedroom own at that. The apartments there are not cheap. Did your family help you buy it? I smiled. Uncle, I started trading stocks when I entered college. The market has been pretty good recently, so I made some money, wanting to give Wenxin and the babies a proper home. I bought an apartment in Crescent Bay. My father-in-law was astounded. That is not just some money. The apartments in Crescent Bay are not something ordinary people can afford. What about a car? Now that you have babies, getting around is an issue. Dad, Lin Chen already thought of that. For the convenience of our family, Lin Chen bought a BMW X5. It is parked in our neighborhood right now. It is just that the car is a bit too big, not very suitable for girls to drive. Xiao Lin, are you some rich second-generation heir? What do your parents do for a living? Do your parents know about you buying a house and a car? My mother-in-law, who was holding Xiaobao, could not help but interject at this moment. I smiled. Auntie, it is not as grand as you make it sound. I am not a rich second-generation heir. My parents are just ordinary working-class people. I have not told them about this yet. I figured I should come meet you and uncle first, and then take Wenxin and the babies to meet my parents. Regarding Wenxin and me, we mainly wanted to get your blessing first. Wenxin plans to take the postgraduate entrance exams after this summer vacation. So I would like us to hold our wedding during the summer. Uncle, Auntie, Lin Chen is incredibly capable. Not only is he great at trading stocks, he is also a highly sought-after talent at our company right now. Previously, just our company's invitation for his appearance fee was 200,000 yuan. Also, to keep Wenxin from working too hard, Lin Chen even hired a nanny. That costs several thousand yuan every month. It makes me want to quit my job and go to Lin Chen's house to be Wenxin's nanny. Looking at her best friend's exaggerated expression, Ye Wenxin could not help but say, Ming Yue, we definitely could not afford to hire you as a nanny. If your parents found out their precious daughter became a nanny, they would definitely storm over here in a rage. My mother-in-law looked at me with growing satisfaction. Her son-in-law was not only wealthy but also highly talented. More importantly, he truly loved Wenxin and the two babies. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much money buying a house, a car, and even hiring a nanny. My father-in-law looked at me and nodded in satisfaction as well. Your auntie and I have no objections regarding you and Wenxin. As long as you treat Wenxin well, that is all that matters. She is our only daughter. You understand what I mean, right? Uncle, Auntie, please rest assured. I will definitely treat Wenxin and the babies well. A wonderful girl like Wenxin. Other people could not find someone like her even if they searched with a lantern. If I let her slip away from me, it would be my ultimate sin. Listening from the side, Ye Wenxin's cheeks flushed bright red. She thought, it is own thing to say these things to me privately, but saying them right in front of my parents. She felt incredibly embarrassed. The two babies also seemed very happy. They opened their little mouths, calling out Papa and Mama, as if to say they approved of their mommy and daddy being together too. At that moment, I took out the ring I had bought at the mall previously. I got down on one knee in front of Wenxin.
Wenxin, will you marry me?
Will you be my wife for the rest of our lives? My sudden proposal moved Ye Wenxin beyond words. Although in her heart, I was already her man. What girl does not love a formal proposal? Under the witness of her parents, Ye Wenxin, with a blushing face, extended her finger. I will. At this moment, her beauty was unparalleled. She felt that, in this instant, she was the happiest woman in the world. With a face full of smiles, I slipped the ring onto Wenxin's finger. Then, the two of us embraced each other. I whispered softly into Wenxin's ear. Wifey, you are officially mine now. Ye Wenxin just nodded gently, without saying another word. She wanted to firmly remember this moment. This was the day he proposed to her, and it will be an important anniversary in the future. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for successfully proposing to the baby's mother. Reward: a set of wedding dresses worth 5 million yuan. It has already been placed in the bridal boutique. The host can go pick it up directly. My heart leaped with joy. Truly, whatever I wish for comes true. System, you are too awesome. A wedding dress worth 5 million. I felt a surge of anticipation in my heart. Beside us, Jiang Mingyue's eyes held not only a hint of envy but mostly deep blessings. She had witnessed Ye Wenxin's and my journey together. At the same time, she also secretly looked forward to the day her own happiness would arrive. After finishing dinner, Jiang Mingyue headed back alone, because she still had to go to work tomorrow. If she did not report on time, her boss would definitely throw a fit. Wenxin and I stayed at her parents' house for 3 days, and then drove all the way to my hometown. I was quite looking forward to the scene of my mom and dad seeing their precious granddaughters. The last time I talked to my mom on the phone, I accidentally let a clue slip, leading my mom to guess beforehand that she might be becoming a grandmother. The BMW X5 slowly pulled into an old residential neighborhood. I took Ye Wenxin and the 2 babies out of the car. I had my own set of house keys, so I easily unlocked the front door and motioned for Ye Wenxin to follow me inside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, my mom immediately stood up from the sofa. When she saw the babies in my arms, her eyes lit up with little stars, wearing an I knew it expression. When she saw Ye Wenxin, my mom could not suppress the sheer amazement in her eyes. Lin Chen, are not you going to introduce us to your mom? Although she already knew the answer in her heart, my mom's eager attempt to verify her conclusion looked exactly like a student rushing to check the answers right after an exam. Seeing her son return with a future daughter-in-law, my mom's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Mom, this is Wenxin, the mother of the 2 children, and also the daughter-in-law you have been yearning for. Since my father-in-law and mother-in-law had already approved of Wenxin and me being together, calling her my daughter-in-law was perfectly fine. Thinking back to how anxious my mom was to hold grandchildren, even trying to set me up with a 500-pound little cutie, I honestly could not think of any reason she would reject someone as beautiful and gentle as Ye Wenxin. Ye Wenxin, holding Xiaobao, politely greeted, "Hello, auntie." Even though her heart already belonged to me, meeting the parents for the first time was still nerve-wracking. "Wenxin, come, sit down, do not just stand there holding the baby, it must be tiring." My mom's gaze constantly drifted over the 2 babies. The expression on her face could not have been more obvious. She was practically screaming, "Let me hold them." As her son, of course I knew exactly what my mom was thinking. So I smiled and said, "Dabao, Xiaobao, this is Grandma. Hurry and say Grandma." Dabao and Xiaobao cooperatively started calling out Grandma. Although they sounded a bit unfamiliar with the word, they still managed to say it completely. Then, they burst into happy giggles and stretched out their little hands wanting to be held. My mom had been dying to hold her granddaughters. Now that both of them were reaching out at the same time, my mom's face bloomed with a massive smile. For a moment, she did not know which own to hold first. Smiling, I handed Dabao over to my mom. "Mom, hold Dabao first, then you can hold Xiaobao in a bit. You have to share the love equally. No playing favorites. By the way, where is Dad?" Taking Dabao into her arms, my mom spoke softly. "Your dad heard you were coming back today, and worried that I had not bought enough groceries. So he ran down to old Wang's deli down the street. He said he was going to buy your favorite braised duck heads." Just at that moment, the door was pushed open. "Wife, what bad things are you saying about me behind my back again?" My dad walked in cheerfully, carrying the deli food. "Xiao Chen, I got your favorite braised duck heads." When he saw Ye Wenxin and the 2 babies, he instantly froze. "Xiao Chen, are not you going to introduce this lady to your old man?" The smile on his face was completely unstoppable. Before I could even speak, my mom beat me to the punch. "Old man, this is Wenxin, the mother of the 2 children, and also our daughter-in-law." After saying that, she went right back to teasing and playing with Dabao. I could also see the desire to hold the babies in my dad's eyes. So I said, "Dabao, Xiaobao, this is Grandpa, hurry and say Grandpa." Dabao and Xiaobao very cooperatively called out Grandpa. Xiaobao's clever little eyes darted around. And then she extended her arms, asking Grandpa to hold her. "Wenxin, please, have a seat. Look at how tired you must be holding the baby. Let me help you." Saying this, he took the little baby from Ye Wenxin's arms. "There is a good girl, let Grandpa hold you." I took Wenxin's small hand.
Wenxin, come on, let us go sit on the sofa.
"You are in your own home now, no need to be nervous. My parents are very easygoing people." Ye Wenxin nodded, blushing, and obediently sat down on the sofa. After a while, my mom and dad swapped babies to hold them a bit longer, before reluctantly heading into the kitchen to bring out the food, knowing I was coming back today. My mom had prepared a huge feast early on. When I saw 10 dishes on the table, I looked surprised. Mom, there is only a few of us. We can't possibly eat all this. Your son is not a pig, you know? What nonsense are you talking about? Wenxin is coming over. And I did not know what she liked to eat, so I made extra to see if there was anything she would like. After saying that, she continuously piled food into Wenxin's bowl. Ye Wenxin had never experienced such a scene before. Her cheeks were flushed red as she kept thanking her repeatedly. Looking at the little mountain of food in her bowl, she shot me a pleading look for help. Mom, you do not want your daughter-in-law to get as fat as a pig, right? Making all this food, how could we ever finish it? You are going a bit overboard with the hospitality. You just talk too much. Hurry up and eat your food. You must be tired after being in the car all day. Wenxin, you need to eat more. Do not hold back in your own home. My mom was now completely treating Wenxin as her daughter-in-law. Ye Wenxin, unable to refuse such great hospitality, ended up eating 2 whole large bowls. She then rubbed her round little belly, feeling a bit worried that she might gain weight. After eating and drinking our fill, everyone sat in the living room watching TV. My dad was the first to speak. Xiao Chen, why did not you tell your mom and dad beforehand that you had a girlfriend? It can't be easy raising 2 babies right now. My mom also chimed in from the side. Exactly. The babies are already this big. You really kept us in the dark. You should have brought them back to show us ages ago. Mom, we just came from Wenxin's parents' house. Wenxin's parents have already approved of our relationship. We plan to get our marriage certificate and hold the wedding banquet before this summer vacation ends. My mom and dad were stunned upon hearing this. Good heavens, their son worked incredibly fast, bringing the babies and girlfriend back for the very first time. And they were already discussing marriage. This was skipping straight to the finish line. Hearing that I was getting married, my dad immediately pulled a bank card out of his pocket. Xiao Chen, there is 300,000 yuan in here. This is the savings your mom and I have gathered over the years. You and Wenxin go find a house and use this for the down payment. Wenxin is such a wonderful girl. You can't let her suffer, understand? And once you graduate, hurry up and get a job to make money. Dad, you should keep this money. I do not need to spend yours. Your son knows how to make money. You do not need to worry about money matters. I will give Wenxin a happy life too. We also have our own house in Crescent Bay now. Seeing this, Ye Wenxin flashed a sweet smile. Uncle, Auntie, I do not suffer at all being with Lin Chen. Lin Chen takes great care of me and the 2 babies. Please take this money back. We can't accept it. I have already discussed it with my parents. I do not need a bride price. You should keep this money. It is not easy for you to earn money. Hearing that we had a house in Crescent Bay, my parents looked shocked. Although they were not wealthy by any means, they had long heard of the housing prices in a prime area like Crescent Bay. My mom even looked worried. Xiao Chen, you did not do anything illegal, did you? Otherwise, where would you get the money to buy a house in Crescent Bay? Or did you take it from Wenxin's family? Mom, stop letting your imagination run wild. Do not you know your own son's character? How could I possibly do anything illegal? Do not worry, the money is completely legitimate. I earned it trading stocks. I even bought a BMW X5. Hearing this, my dad was not pleased. You brat? What else are you hiding from me and your mom? You even bought a BMW X5. If I was not absolutely certain you were my biological son, I would suspect someone was playing a joke on me. Xiao Chen, you should still take this money. Even though Wenxin says she does not want a bride price, we still need to show our sincerity. This shows how much we value Wenxin. See what Wenxin lacks and use it to buy things for her. Unable to refuse entirely, Wenxin finally accepted only 88,000 yuan. Wenxin's heart felt very warm as well. Her mother-in-law was a very nice person who cared deeply about her feelings. She felt that her taste in choosing a husband was quite excellent. I stayed at home for a few days, letting the babies spend some quality time with my parents. My parents smiled more in those few days than they had in the past few years combined. Then, I arranged for the parents of both families to meet and discuss the wedding details. In the end, the date was set for August 28th. Once the date was finalized, my parents got busy notifying all the relatives and preparing for the wedding banquet. Since we were getting married, taking wedding photos was absolutely essential. On our way to pick up the wedding dress, Ye Wenxin and I also dropped by the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. I waved the marriage certificate in my hand and chuckled. "Wifey, please take good care of me for the rest of our lives. From now on, I am working with a license." Ye Wenxin nodded, blushing. "Hubby, please take good care of me too." After saying that, she boldly took out her phone and snapped a selfie of us, and then posted it on her social media to make the official announcement. I also reposted Ye Wenxin's update, and simply wrote 2 words, "We." After posting it, I slipped my phone back into my pocket, and we set off for the bridal boutique. Before long, we arrived at the boutique address provided by the system. Holding Ye Wenxin's hand, I slowly walked into the store. A young female shop assistant came over to greet us immediately. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Our store carries a wide variety of high-end wedding dresses. I took the receipt provided by the system out of my pocket and handed it to the assistant. "We are here to pick up a wedding dress, thank you." The female assistant took the receipt and took a look. The smile on her face instantly transformed into utter shock. "So the 5 million yuan wedding dress that arrived at the store yesterday was ordered by you, sir. Please, come right in." First thing in the morning, the store manager had specifically instructed them that someone would be coming to pick up a wedding dress today. It was a 5 million yuan order, so under no circumstances were they to neglect the VIP clients. After leading Ye Wenxin and me inside the store, the female assistant continued, "Sir, the wedding dress you ordered is the absolute top-tier gown in our store. The store manager specifically instructed us to give you a wedding photography package worth 58,888 yuan as a gift." Hearing this, my heart leaped with joy. I had just been thinking about which photography studio to hire for our wedding photos. If there was a free package, why not take it? When the assistant took us to collect the photography package, I was surprised to find that they even thoughtfully included formal wear for the 2 babies. When I looked at the receipt earlier, I had only noticed that buying the top-tier dress included premium men's formal wear. I had not expected there would be outfits for the babies too. I silently marveled at the system's power. This was practically tailor-made for us. I took Ye Wenxin and the 2 babies to the locations agreed upon with the bridal boutique. It took a full 2 days to finish shooting all the wedding photos, because there were so many locations to shoot at. Besides the wedding gown, Wenxin had also prepared several evening dresses. For a major event like getting married, whatever requests Wenxin had, I satisfied them all without exception. If other girls knew about this, they would probably die of envy. After more than a month of busy preparations, the day of August 28th finally arrived. I was so excited all night that I barely slept. At the crack of dawn, I was already up and getting ready. It is a custom in our area to go pick up the bride early in the morning. Arranged a few days ago, a fleet of over 20 BMW X5s serving as the wedding convoy was already neatly lined up outside the residential neighborhood. Girls passing by could not help but cast envious glances. Which wealthy tycoon is getting married? This convoy is way too luxurious. All BMW X5 seconds. Today's bride is incredibly lucky. After more than 2 hours, the convoy arrived at my mother-in-law's house. Seeing the convoy arrive, Zhang Mingyue, who was serving as a bridesmaid, quickly ran inside to tell Ye Wenxin, "Lin Chen's convoy is here. Wenxin, are you ready?" Wenxin was actually just as excited as I was. She had not slept well last night either. This was the most glorious moment of her life. She had to get up early in the morning to have her makeup done. 3 makeup artists working together. Took a full 2 hours to finish her bridal makeup. You have to realize even normally Ye Wenxin was breathtakingly beautiful without a trace of makeup. Now, with full makeup on, her level of stunning beauty was beyond words. Surrounded by my groomsmen, my roommates, I walked into Ye Wenxin's room. Seeing Wenxin's appearance today, I was completely mesmerized. This wedding dress, paired with Ye Wenxin, was truly too beautiful. She looked like a fairy. I took Ye Wenxin's hand and slowly led her out of her room. The groomsmen, who had been waiting outside the door, Instantly popped the party poppers. Colorful confetti fluttered through the air. I opened the car door, and Wenxin and I got in. The convoy drove forward for over 2 hours before arriving at the pre-booked Winter Grand Hotel. This was the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai. As soon as we entered the hotel's main doors, we saw Dabao and Xiaobao standing on either side, with my mom and my mother-in-law standing nearby watching them. The two babies happily raised the flowers in their hands, their mouths haltingly shouting, "Papa, Mama, happy wedding." Seeing this scene, Wenxin and I looked at each other and smiled. Holding Wenxin's hand, I slowly walked into the wedding venue. The officiant had already been waiting there for a while. The officiant looked at Ye Wenxin and me, smiled slightly, and then began to read the vows. Ms. Ye Wenxin, do you take Mr. Lin Chen to be your husband?
I do.
Whether in good times or bad, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, in joy or in sorrow, I will always be by your side as your wife. The officiant then looked at me. Mr. Lin Chen, do you take Ms. Ye Wenxin to be your wife?
I do.
From this day forward, until forever, whether in good times or bad, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, in joy or in sorrow, I will always love you and remain faithful to you until forever. With the vows complete, Wenxin and I embraced each other. The venue erupted with the cheers and blessings of our family and friends, and today became the most unforgettable moment of our lives. Even the most beautiful stories must have an ending. Thank you, dear readers, for keeping us company along the way.